The path of cultivation is fraught with challenges. After the 8th generation, in hopes of a tranquil existence, the disciples of Tin F&G were met with unexpected developments as 9 elder sisters could hear his innermost thoughts, thus commencing the comical journey of the 9th generation. Chapter 1. Tin F&G. An ordinary body. My junior disciple? Master has actually passed on the teachings of Tin F&G to him. Within the realm of Long Hun, a stunningly beautiful woman emerged from the forbidden area, dressed in flowing white garments. Her beauty rivaled that of celestial beings, with luminous eyes that conveyed both an air of aloofness and an unblemished purity. Her name was Kanjayo, the 7th goddess of Long Hun, hailing from Tin F&G, where she held the 7th rank. After 5 years of seclusion within the forbidden area, she learned of the arrival of a new junior disciple. It is well known that Tin F&G shuns male disciples, only accepting female students. Yet, her master had shattered the millennial tradition, admitting a male disciple and transmitting the teachings of Tin F&G to this ordinary being. It is important to note that her 9 sisters were each extraordinary, possessing unparalleled divine physiques, leaving them all questioning why a mere mortal should receive such honor. I must see what makes this individual so remarkable. With a cold huff, she transformed into a streak of light, soaring towards Tin F&G. Junior uncle, do not sleep, any longer awaken. 7th elder sister is about to emerge from her seclusion and will soon arrive at Tin F&G. At that moment, within a meticulously crafted courtyard atop Tin F&G, a petite female disciple descended from the skies. As the only 3rd generation disciple, she was typically calm and composed. Yet, she now appeared flustered and somewhat fearful. Before her, beneath a colossal red maple tree, a young man with striking looks, clad in white, was peacefully dozing against the trunk. Upon hearing the girl's call, he slowly opened his eyes, rubbed the remnants of sleep from them, and lazily yawned. Junior niece, why the haste? It is merely 7th elder sister. It's not master, let her come as she pleases. What is there to fear? The young man brushed off the leaves that had settled on him and stood up nonchalantly. This young man was none other than Lu Ying, the sole male disciple of Tin F&G and the 10th son of Long Hun. In truth, Lu Ying was a transmigrator, a being who had lived 9 lives as a mortal immortal. Upon his arrival, he awakened a laid-back system, allowing him to cultivate without rigorous training or seclusion. The more ordinary he appeared, the faster his cultivation progressed. Each day, he could sign in to receive various rewards. After nearly 10 millennia, having traversed through 9 lives, he sought to attain the status of a great emperor in this final life, thereby becoming a true immortal. However, just as he awakened from his 9th life, intending to embrace tranquility and await the restoration of his powers, an unexpected force struck him down an eccentric girl, who forcibly took him to Tin F&G, making him her disciple. Thus, he became the 10th son of Long Hun and the inheritor of Tin's lineage. Since he was already inclined towards idleness, he accepted the situation without resistance. For the past 2 years, Lu Ying had maintained an unremarkable demeanor, engaging in farming and idling away his days. At Tin F&G, he was surrounded by 9 elder sisters, each renowned for their stunning beauty and extraordinary divine physiques. Now, each had become legendary figures of immense power. Being their junior disciple granted him almost unparalleled status within this realm. Yet, this also meant he faced daily criticism from the disciples of Long Hun. Some envied him, believing that Lu Ying, as an ordinary being, lacked the qualifications to be a son of Long Hun, while others were merely envious of his fortunate position. Yet who was Lu Ying? A 9-lifetime immortal. Having lived nearly 10,000 years, he had debated with emperors, shared drinks with sages, and undergone trials with supreme beings. She had encountered every conceivable scenario. Thus, he dismissed the trivial concerns of these mundane beings, never once regarding them seriously. This epitomized the distinction between the powerful and the insignificant. However, since arriving at Tin F&G, he had yet to meet his 9 elder sisters aside from the anxious junior niece before him. Today, the anticipation surrounding the emergence of the so-called 7th elder sister piqued his interest. Your 7th elder brother has arrived. We should go outside. Lu Ying sensed a shift in the atmosphere, his eyes widening with intrigue. As they exited the courtyard, a chilling aura enveloped them. With a hum, the space trembled, and Escanjayo appeared before them, adorned in a flowing white gown. She stood elegant and flawless, akin to a snow lotus blossoming upon millennium-old, peak noble and untouchable. Even Lu Ying, whose heart was typically unflinching, felt a tremor of emotion upon witnessing her beauty and ethereal allure that seemed to belong to a dream rather than reality. Li Weiwei pays her respects to seventh elder brother. The girl beside him bowed deeply, her face etched with reverence. Escanjayo responded coolly, her gaze shifting towards the remarkably handsome Lu Ying. Having cultivated for many years and encountered countless talented youths, she had seen many striking visages, yet none could compare to Lu Ying. This left Escanjayo pondering. Could it be that Master was drawn to his looks? With an air of composed dignity, she addressed him, "Junior brother Lu Ying, it is a pleasure to meet you." Her tranquil gaze and the flicker of emotion in her beautiful eyes unexpectedly stirred a sense of fondness within her for this junior disciple, though her tone remained as aloof. As ever, seventh elder sister, please take a seat inside. Certainly, Li Weiwei led Escanjayo into the courtyard, with Lu Ying trailing behind. As he beheld the enchanting figure ahead, he couldn't help but find her presence increasingly peculiar. Indeed, an ice spirit physique, the inheritor of the Ice Emperor. Though she is yet to fully inherit it, the faint aura she exudes undoubtedly originates from the Ice Emperor. As Escanjayo walked ahead, two sentences suddenly materialized in her mind, shattering her regal demeanor. Boom! The aura of an emperor erupted uncontrollably, causing the very foundations of Tin FNG to tremble. Li Weiwei was taken aback, unable to bear the weight of this pressure, and collapsed to the ground. Someone dares to pry into the essence of this emperor. At that moment, Escanjayo was engulfed in shock. While the Ice Spirit physique was not a profound secret, her status as the Ice Emperor's heir was known only to her. The voice in her mind had discerned her faint aura of the Ice Emperor with a mere glance. Such insight was certainly not beneath the Supreme or even the Emperor level. Yet at this moment, only the three of them occupied Tin FNG. Lu Ying and the prostrate Li Weiwei exchanged puzzled glances with Escanjayo. Chapter 2, The Enlightenment Tea. Seventh Elder Sister, what troubles you? Lu Ying stepped forward, inquiring gently. Escanjayo hesitated, realizing her spiritual energy had slipped from her grasp. Despite her confusion, she refrained from voicing her thoughts, casually waving her hand as she replied, "It is nothing." As the oppressive aura dissipated, Li Weiwei felt a wave of relief wash over her, secretly exhaling a sigh of relief. Beside them, Lu Ying observed with an odd expression, his mind swirling with unspoken thoughts. Upon entering the scene, a palpable aura of authority emanated from the regal figure. What is the intention behind this display? Is this a veiled warning directed at me? Out of respect for the Ice Emperor, I shall refrain from engaging in a dispute. Alas, the choice of successor by the Ice Emperor warrants a serious discussion regarding that insufferable girl. Speaking of which, she should be on the verge of awakening, should she not? Upon hearing these words, Su Qingyao felt her previously calmed emotions surge once again, causing the spiritual energy within her to almost erupt. Who is it that dares to send a message to me? A sense of astonishment and fear gripped her. Who possesses such intimate knowledge of my affairs? Moreover, judging by the speaker's words, they seem to share a deep familiarity with the Ice Emperor. Wait a moment, did he just refer to the Ice Emperor as that insufferable girl? How intriguing. Given that the Ice Emperor has lived through 5 lifetimes, could it be that this individual is Su Qingyao dared not entertain such thoughts? Her gaze then drifted towards Luo Yunch and Lu Yi. Lu Yi? This girl has been a constant presence throughout my life. I have never encountered such a scenario before. Could it be him? Her eyes settled upon Luo Yunch. No, it cannot be. This fellow is merely a mortal and thus incapable of utilizing the art of sound transmission. This notion quickly dissipated. But who, then, could it be? What are you staring at? Surely you're not enamored with me? Just as Su Qingyao turned away, the familiar voice echoed in her mind once more. "Seven, senior sister? Is there something amiss?" Luo Yunch, feeling the weight of her gaze, began to feel uneasy. What is happening? Could it be true? Is Seven Senior's sister genuinely interested in me? Please, I am several generations your senior compared to your Ice Emperor Master. Alas, being too handsome is not always a blessing. Thunder rumbled in the background as Su Qingyao's spirit was stirred. Is it my junior brother attempting to communicate with me? No, this is not mere sound transmission. It seems I can hear the very thoughts of my junior brother. With a blink, she scrutinized Luo Yunj closely. Indeed, he appeared to be an ordinary mortal. Aside from his striking looks, there seemed to be nothing extraordinary about him. Yet, how could he discern my constitution and inheritance? Such feats are certainly beyond an ordinary individual. Boasting, perhaps? She did not subscribe to that belief. She had previously overlooked the fact that Lu Yi, overwhelmed, had collapsed to the ground, while this seemingly mortal junior brother exhibited no signs of distress whatsoever. This alone hinted at the enigma surrounding him. Yet this junior brother seems rather self-absorbed. But why am I able to hear his thoughts? Seven Senior Sister, Seven Senior Sister. Luo Yunj, noticing her prolonged scrutiny, called out to her. Senior Sister, is there something wrong with my appearance? Luo Yunj looked down at his attire, which was clean and orderly. Surely there was no cause for concern. Nothing at all. I was merely reminiscing about the past. Let's proceed inside. Su Qingyao momentarily set aside her doubts. Although she remained puzzled as to why she could hear her junior brother's thoughts, one thing was certain. This junior brother was far from being as simple as he appeared. Reflecting on the character of her master, despite their eccentricities, it was implausible that such an important legacy as that of the Butian Peak would be bestowed upon a mere mortal. This thought crossed her mind. A glimmer of insight sparked in her beautiful eyes. Since I can hear thoughts, I shall unearth my junior brother's secrets. Upon entering the courtyard, Su Qingyao and Luo Yunj sat beside a stone table. Seven Senior Uncle, Junior Uncle, tea. Lu Yi respectfully served the brewed tea to them before pouring herself a cup as well. Su Qingyao observed the tea in her cup. Its crystalline clarity revealed an ethereal quality swirling within. The rich spiritual energy, accompanied by a refreshing aroma, enveloped her senses. Even as one unaccustomed to tea, she found herself compelled to take a sip. The initial bitterness transformed into a sweet, refreshing sensation as it traveled down her throat. She closed her eyes, feeling clarity in her mind and tranquility in her heart, as a serene atmosphere and an ethereal state of being washed over her. This is exquisite spiritual tea. Su Qingyao opened her eyes, unable to suppress her admiration. Within her pupils, an incredulous light sparkled. Indeed, this was personally cultivated by junior uncle I enjoyed daily. Lu Yi beamed with delight. Ditto. Upon hearing Lu Yi's words, Su Qingyao's expression shifted to one of surprise. Junior brother can cultivate spiritual tea. Ha. Luo Yunj chuckled lightly, explaining, Seven Senior Sister, you should see that I am merely a mortal thus. I occupy my time tending to flowers and plants. This spiritual tea took me quite some time to cultivate. I see. Su Qingyao replied, her curiosity piqued further. I am familiar with most spiritual items within the Longhuan Blessed Land. Yet this spiritual tea is a first for me. What's its name? Luo Yunj waved his hand dismissively. I discovered the tea seeds by chance at a small stall in the mundane world. It has no name. I simply bought it out of curiosity and planted some, not expecting the taste to be so delightful. Though he wore a demeanor of casual indifference, internally he was filled with exasperation. What spiritual tea? This is the tea of enlightenment. How uncultured. Boom. Without fail, Su Qingyao once again caught the resonance of his thoughts. Chapter 3. The master receives a new disciple Wudao tea. She was utterly astonished. A single cup of Wudao tea could equate to a century of cultivation. It could bring one's heart to a state of fulfillment, allow the primordial spirit to attain enlightenment, and shield one eternally from the invasion of inner demons. However, the cup before her, though undeniably rare in flavor, had yielded no discernible effects even after she had consumed half of it. Doubt crept into her mind. Was her little junior brother merely boasting? Yet, if he were to boast to others, would that thought also be a lie? Su Qingyao lifted her cup, savoring a sip. Regrettably, there was nothing extraordinary about it. Was it possible that her own cultivation was insufficient? That seemed implausible. Even a pig would transform into a formidable spirit beast after drinking Wu Dao tea. Did she truly fall short of pig? Unbeknownst to her, she had already been led astray by Luo Yun's inner voice. Who would dare to consider themselves a pig? As she pondered, Lu Yi spoke up. Seventh Master, are you emerging from seclusion for tomorrow? Asked Jiufeng Luantao. Nodding, she replied, indeed, the 8th and 9th junior sisters are preoccupied with breakthroughs, and the other 6 senior sisters are out training, so it falls upon me to represent Butian Peak. However, her voice trailed off as her gaze fell upon Luo Yun, and with a meaningful tone, she added, since the master has taken on a new disciple, let the junior brother participate in this Jiufeng Luantao. Upon hearing Su Qinyao's words, an immediate silence enveloped the space. Lu Yi and Luo Yun, holding their teacups, wore expressions of disbelief. Seventh Master, you want the little junior uncle to participate in the debate? Isn't that a bit inappropriate? Lu Yi inquired cautiously. The entire Longhuan Blessed Land knew that the 10th divine son of Longhuan Blessed Land, the heir to the Butian Peak's lineage, was an unequivocal mortal incapable of cultivation. All participants in the Jiufeng Luantao were, without exception, the pinnacle prodigies of the Longhuan Blessed Land. Allowing Luo Yun to take the stage was akin to courting disaster. At that moment, Luo Yun adopted a woeful expression and bitterly remarked, Senior sister, I am merely an ordinary mortal. What strength do I possess to participate in the Jiufeng Luantao? Although he spoke thus, his inner thoughts continually flowed into Su Qinyao's mind. What Jiufeng Luantao? It's merely childish play and trivial matters. You want me to take the stage? I doubt any of them could survive my presence. Such a dull affair. Let those who wish to participate do so. Don't drag me into it. The smile on Su Qinyao's face grew ever broader. As a sovereign and senior sister, she felt it inappropriate to directly test her enigmatic junior brother. So she aimed to use the Jiufeng Luantao as a means to gauge his capabilities. Listening to her junior brother's words, it seemed he held little regard for this centennial debate. Regardless of Luo Yun's expression, she clapped her hands decisively, stating, for the time being, it is just the 2 of us from Butian Peak. As the sovereign, I naturally cannot participate, leaving only you. You need not worry, with your senior sister here. You will not be harmed. Upon hearing this, Luo Yun immediately expressed his dissatisfaction. Every day is filled with fighting and killing. When will I ever become a celestial in the mortal realm? 7th senior sister, but there is also Yi. She is our Butian Peak disciple as well. Moreover, Yi has already achieved the status of a tribulation cultivator. With just one more breakthrough to become a revered one, she possesses enough strength to face the debate. In response to Luo Yun's refusal, Su Qingyao had already prepared her counter. With a serious tone, she stated, Yi's participation is a given. However, junior brother, having been a disciple for several years, and as a second-generation disciple of Butian Peak, if you do not participate in your first Jiufeng Luantao, how will others perceive Butian Peak within the Longhuan Blessed Land? Do not worry. Regardless of winning or losing, your senior sister will not blame you. Just as Luo Yun was about to say more, Su Qingyao interrupted him. All right, junior brother, it has been decided. She added, rest well tonight. Prepare for the debate tomorrow. With that, she ignored the 2 of them and vanished from the spot. Luo Yun and Lu Yi exchanged glances, ultimately shrugging in resignation. Well, it seems I have no choice but to participate. I certainly want to reveal my true cultivation. Resigning himself, he declared, I am but a mortal. The night passed without incident. Early the next morning, Lu Yi's chattering voice pierced through Luo Yun's ears. Little junior uncle, wake up. The debate is about to begin. 7th Master is coming soon. Our Butian Peak, being the first peak, cannot afford to be late. Hurry and get up. Inside the room, Luo Yun could no longer tolerate it. Reluctantly, he threw off the covers and called out, I know, stop shouting. Sign, he thought. This girl is great in every way, except for being overly meddlesome. With a stretch and a yawn, Luo Yun then internally shouted, time to sign in. Ding, sign in successful. Congratulations, host has obtained the Saint Artifact Tianzi Sword. Yesterday's idol performance rated as level 99. Gained 100 years of cultivation. Current realm is at the peak of the Wang level. Just level 99? Luo Yun pouted, seemingly unimpressed. The thought of participating in the Jiufeng Luantao left him feeling even more drained. Normally, when he lounged around, he would receive at least a level 99 rating. However, Once he engaged in matters concerning cultivators, the rating would undoubtedly plummet. He distinctly remembered a time he offered guidance to Lu Yi, only for the rating to drop to level 50 the very next day. Now, participating in the debate would likely see it fall to level 30 or lower. Sighing in frustration, Luo Yunj lamented. He reluctantly got out of bed, changed his clothes, and stepped outside. Meanwhile, Su Qinyao had already arrived. Seventh sister, is there any way I can avoid participating? He implored. I am but a waste. What purpose would my presence serve? Luo Yunj sought to negotiate further, but Su Qinyao would not entertain it and promptly dismissed him. Junior brother, I have already reported your participation to the Holy Master. This time, you must go. No matter what. What? Luo Yunj was taken aback, mentally cursing. Are you out of your mind? I'm not participating for their sake. After so many years of not stepping forward, I fear that if I do, I might just obliterate them. Sigh. Hearing her junior brother's grievances, Su Qinyao regarded him with an unusual expression. Did her junior brother truly possess such extraordinary power? Regardless of the truth, the debate would soon reveal all. All right, let us depart. With a wave of her hand, Su Qinyao summoned a chilling aura, and a frozen lotus platform manifested, gradually expanding. She stood atop it, leaving 2 vacant spots beside her. Luo Yunj felt speechless but could not refuse, so he reluctantly joined Lu Yi on the lotus platform. What a pity. If only it were a complete Taoist intent, it would make for a perfect Taoist weapon. Upon hearing this, Su Qinyao eyes flashed with intrigue. This ice lotus was derived from the Ice Emperor's legacy, containing a trace of Taoist intent that even ordinary saints might overlook. What a mysterious junior brother she had. Yet, she would eventually unearth his secrets. Steady yourself, Su Qinyao said calmly. With her delicate fingers weaving the incantation, the lotus platform ascended, transforming into a stream of blue light that vanished into the sky. Luo Yunj lounged lazily to one side, stifling yawn. A delightful fragrance wafted through the air, stirring his heart with a sense of longing, prompting him to sneak a glance at her. Standing tall and graceful, her figure swaying elegantly, the flawless beauty of Su Qinyao exuded an aura of cool nobility. As the wind swept by, her white dress clung to her form, showcasing the enchanting and delicate curves that left onlookers breathless. Chapter 4. Celestial Omens. One cannot help but praise the splendid physique of the seventh sister. Curvaceous and possessing a trim waist, it is truly remarkable. Su Qinyao felt a rush of darkness before her eyes, nearly losing her composure. This fellow truly had no filter. What did he mean by remarkable to the touch? Having her as a wife would not be too bad. Heh. Alas, it is a pity she is so cold. With narrowed eyes, Luo Yunj rubbed his chin, his gaze ablaze as it rested upon Su Qinyao, prompting inappropriate thoughts to invade his mind. Hearing his inner musings, Su Qingyao's cheeks flushed crimson, her body trembling slightly. Odd images flooded her mind, igniting feelings of both embarrassment and anger. How dare he? This rascal, what nonsense was he thinking? Did he truly believe he could share a bed with her? How infuriating! And yet, he found her too aloof. Furious, Su Qinyao turned her head, gritting her teeth with a cold huff. She tightened her grip. Under Luo Yunj's bewildered gaze, the entire lotus platform erupted in a burst of cold radiance. With a whoosh, their speed increased tenfold. Startled, Luo Yunj nearly found himself thrown from the lotus platform, unable to suppress an expletive. Damn it. What the hell? Is she racing to the afterlife? Su Qingyao's expression darkened as she fought to contain her rage, pushing their speed to the utmost. This scoundrel. She now questioned whether remaining by his side would ultimately drive her to exasperation. Clang, clang. At that moment, accompanied by a melodious chime, the Longhuan blessed land suddenly radiated with magnificent rays of light. Within this luminescence, the essence of the great Tao flowed, and the aura of celestial beings permeated the air. Above, auspicious clouds amassed, divine omens soaring high, as resplendent beams of Tao light cascaded down, enveloping the Longhuan blessed land in a transcendent embrace. Celestial omens and the voice of the Tao converged, crafting an extraordinary spectacle that captured the attention of many other factions. Countless cultivators trembled in awe, gazing longingly at the Longhuan blessed land, their eyes filled with envy and yearning. Longhuan blessed land, one of the 3 sacred sites of cultivation within the Ziwei domain. hosted the renowned Nine Peaks Forum every century, a spectacle of immense fame throughout the domain. It was even more vibrant than the emergence of some ancient secret realms. The reason was simple. Achieving a commendable rank at the Nine Peaks Forum granted entry into the Longhuan Cave for cultivation. It was said that the Longhuan Cave recorded innumerable ancient divine powers and secret methods, alongside the legacies of supreme sages. To obtain even a fraction of this was to gain immeasurable benefits. Thus, in the Ziwei domain, the Longhuan Blessed Land embodied the ultimate aspiration for all cultivators. Particularly, the Butian Peak, with its enigmatic lineage, surpassed any inheritance within the Longhuan Blessed Land. Rumor had it that this Butian lineage descended from true gods in the upper realm. Thus, understanding its mysteries could lead to divinity. Every disciple of Butian Peak, without exception, became a goddess of the Longhuan Blessed Land. However, it was widely known that for countless millennia, the recruitment of female disciples at Butian Peak left many men feeling disheartened. Yet, the arrival of Luo Yunj shattered this precedent. When the disciples first laid eyes on Luo Yunj, merely a mortal, they questioned if they too had a chance to join. Instantly, a flame ignited within the hearts of all male disciples at the Longhuan Blessed Land, eager to join the Butian Pavilion. Unfortunately, they were all turned away. Consequently, Luo Yunj became the target of envy within the Longhuan Blessed Land. How could a mere mortal attain the Butian Peak's lineage? This incited feelings of frustration, anger, and jealousy among countless individuals. As time passed, the discussion stage of the Longhuan Blessed Land overflowed with disciples, numbering in the hundreds of thousands. The vast discussion platform was ablaze with golden clouds, revealing dozens of imposing middle-aged men and women standing tall. Beneath them, tiered steps extended infinitely, with each disciple seated quietly in their designated spots. Their eyes sparkled with anticipation, gazing at the grand, ancient discussion platform ahead with eager excitement. Boom! At that moment, accompanied by a chilling aura, a lotus platform descended from the sky, landing steadily at the periphery. It was none other than Su Qingyao and her companions. The appearance of Su Qingyao ignited fervor among the disciples, as each was momentarily entranced by her unparalleled beauty. Su Goddess, we finally see Su Goddess again. She is simply too beautiful. With a visage akin to an ethereal being, untouched by the mundane, she epitomized the goddess of their hearts. It was rumored that each of the 9 goddesses of Butian Peak were breathtaking beauties. Should all 9 appear together, the entire Ziwei domain would surely be turned upside down. One must concede that Luo Yunj was indeed enviable. It is perplexing to ponder what the former master of Butian Peak was thinking when he chose to accept a mortal as his heir. How could the strongest lineage of the Longhuan Blessed Land be entrusted to a mere mortal? It seemed a waste. And more infuriating was the fact that the Longhuan Blessed Land had even anointed him as the divine son. Strangely, this mortal was also set to participate in the discussion conference. How splendid. It would provide an opportunity for him to embarrass himself before the hundreds of thousands of disciples. The news of Luo Yunj's appearance sparked much discussion among the crowd, with both men and women exchanging various jibes and disdainful remarks, plotting how to make Luo Yunj a laughingstock. With his overall strength, Luo Yunj naturally overheard their remarks. Casting a glance around, he couldn't help but smirk disdainfully. Self-important fools. I had no intention of participating, but since you wish to see me as a joke, I shall oblige. Just don't chicken out. Although Luo Yunj was disinterested, it did not mean he was unconcerned. The scorn and ridicule around him ignited a deep-seated urge to retaliate. The last time I killed someone was over 9,000 years ago. Why provoke me of all people? Sigh. Su Qingyao heard every word of his thoughts, causing her figure to tremble imperceptibly. A look of shock flickered in her beautiful eyes. 9,000 years? Her junior brother had lived for 9,000 years? How could this be? Such longevity could only belong to a sage-level cultivator. Moreover, killing? Who did her junior brother intend to slay? Her gaze swept the surroundings, releasing her consciousness, and upon hearing the remarks of those nearby, her expression darkened. Even though her junior brother was a mortal, no disciple of Butian Peak should ever be humiliated. Su Qingyao let out a cold snort, a bone-chilling aura radiating from her body. In an instant, weaker disciples felt as though death had approached, their faces turning pale with terror. All eyes trembled as they regarded Su Qingyao, afraid to even breathe. Chapter 5. Longhuan Blessed Land. This scene did not go unnoticed by the dozens of powerful beings concealed within the clouds, their expressions shifting to one of intrigue. Huh! This girl Qin Yao's strength has indeed grown. The essence of ice seems on the verge of coalescing into a Tao fruit. Alas, it won't be long before Butian Peak gains another sovereign. Yet, it is a pity that the lineage of Butian Peak has been entrusted to a mortal. The master of Lioli Peak has acted arbitrarily. This decision is sheer folly. I believe the position of Peak Master should be revoked. Indeed, Butian Peak is a part of my Lang Huan Fudi, and thus the Tao lineage of Butian should not be solely managed by Butian Peak. At this moment, my middle-aged master interrupted their conversation. This man is none other than Ji Lin Xiao, the headmaster of Lang Huan Fudi. Do not forget the origins of Butian Peak. This matter should not be mentioned again. Upon hearing this, everyone fell silent, particularly the master of Taiching Peak, whose expression darkened to an extreme, his eyes flickering with hints of murderous intent and reluctance. On the other side, Luo Yungu and Su Qin Yao sat together, with Lu Yi seated behind them. After Su Qin Yao's earlier action, no one dared to engage in further discussion. Luo Yungu sprawled on his seat without a trace of decorum, yawning openly. This scene prompted some disciples to privately scoff at him. How can someone of such disposition be a divine child? Yet, they only dared to voice their thoughts internally, refraining from speaking aloud. As time passed, more and more individuals arrived, from inner disciples to core disciples, and eventually to true inheritors. The gathering grew increasingly grand. Wow, look, that is Lin Yu, the true inheritor of Piaomiao Peak, only 28 years old and already a half-step Nirvana venerable. TSK, and the holy son of Shengshu Peak is 30 years old, also at half-step king level. I heard he recently comprehended the sword will of heaven. Really? Is that true? Indeed, at that moment of comprehension, thousands of swords from Shengshu Peak bowed in reverence. The sword energy was overwhelming. This is truly terrifying. While the crowd was engaged in animated discussion, suddenly, an overwhelming and scorching aura descended from the horizon, akin to a blazing sun, enveloping the entire discussion platform. It was Yi Fan, the holy son of Taiching Peak, truly deserving of the title of pure yang sacred body. Even his mere presence was nearly unbearable. Yi Fan is merely 20 years old, at the pinnacle of king level. Such terrifying aptitude can likely only be rivaled by the 9 divine maidens of Butian Peak. Indeed, at 20 years old, Su Xingnu had only just broken through at 21. In my opinion, only Yi Fan has the qualifications to be the divine child of Lang Huan Fudi. Absolutely. He is the true unparalleled genius. What is Luo Yungu in comparison? Hush, keep your voices down. Su Xingnu is still present. Everyone instinctively glanced towards Su Qin Yao, only to find her staring at them with an icy, indifferent gaze, causing them to immediately stand on edge, as if plunged into an icy abyss. They quickly lowered their heads, no longer daring to discuss the matter. Dressed in black, Yi Fan descended from the sky, his figure tall and handsomely striking, adorned with shimmering mystical patterns, exuding an aura of celestial grace that elicited screams from countless girls. Luo Yungu cast a glance at Yi Fan, feeling quite disdainful. What a pity, such a splendid pure yang sacred body has been squandered on this demeanor. It is truly a waste of such a body. Su Qin Yao was momentarily taken aback, puzzled by her junior's thoughts. She had initially intended to await Luo Yunji's thoughts, but after waiting for a while, he never mentioned the pure yang sacred body again. Thus, she feigned casualness and inquired, "Junior brother, what do you think of Yi Fan? A pure yang sacred body, one of the top 10 sacred physiques, with extraordinary talent. He is likely to become an unparalleled powerhouse in the future." Huh? Luo Yungu feigned a troubled expression, shrugging his shoulders in resignation. "Sister, I am merely a mortal body, lacking understanding of cultivation. You should ask Yi instead." Su Qin Yao smiled faintly, choosing not to elaborate further, but patiently awaited his thoughts. As she anticipated, Luo Yunji's thoughts echoed in her mind once more. The pure yang sacred body, embodying the power of utmost yang, must preserve its youthful form before breaking through to the monarch level. However, Yi Fan's internal yang energy is weak and scattered. Evidently, this fellow has already lost his purity, and with his indulgent nature, it won't be long before this so-called pure yang sacred body is rendered useless. At that point, his cultivation will not only fail to advance, but will plummet instead. He appears to be a person of great integrity, yet within lies such lewdness. Understanding dawned upon Su Qingyao, and she glanced at Yi Fan with a hint of disdain, silently mourning for him for 3 seconds. Poor Yi Fan. He is likely still oblivious. Meanwhile, Yi Fan had also noticed Su Qingyao and her companion. As he gazed upon their ethereal beauty, a flicker of wicked desire crossed his eyes, though it was quickly suppressed. He then approached Su Qingyao with a charming smile. I have met Sister Su. I heard you made significant progress in your cultivation after exiting seclusion yesterday. Congratulations. In response to Yi Fan's overtures, Su Qingyao did not acknowledge him at all. Her countenance remained cold, her gaze as frigid as ice, as if Yi Fan were merely air. Yi Fan stood frozen, his face alternating between red and blue, feeling both embarrassed and enraged. After all, he is the holy son of Butian Peak, the foremost among the younger generation, yet he was so blatantly disregarded. Luo Yinge couldn't help but chuckle. Yi Fan frowned. Luo Yinge, what are you laughing at? I laughed at nothing. I simply recalled something amusing. Luo Yinge grinned widely, seemingly unperturbed by Yi Fan's fierce gaze. Humph. Yi Fan, feeling humiliated, snorted coldly and turned to leave. However, in that fleeting moment of turning away, a hint of barely perceptible malice flickered in his eyes. Luo Yinge observed Yi Fan's retreating figure, narrowing his eyes and allowing a sly smile to form at the corners of his mouth. Has he harbored murderous intent? Haha, lad, you are in for a misfortune. Chapter 6. The Battle of Philosophical Discourse. Yi Fan, the pure Yang sacred body, the holy son of Butian Peak. At the pinnacle of king level at just 20 years old, he is indeed a rare genius. Had it not been for Luo Yinge's thoughts, Su Qingyao, despite her dislike, would have harbored some admiration. But now, only disdain remained. To present one face while displaying another behind it, hypocrites are more detestable than true scoundrels. It seems we are in need of a stepping stone. Su Qingyao discreetly glanced at Luo Yinge beside her, her mind already set on a course of action. A subtle smile crept upon her lips. Luo Yinge sensed something and turned to look, only to see the 7th senior sister's stunning visage. Akin to a snow lotus atop a high mountain, pure yet enchanting. Was it an illusion? He pondered, yet did not dwell on it. For at that moment, a commanding voice resonated throughout the venue, capturing everyone's attention. After a century, we gather once more. Now, the 9 peaks convene here, and the battle of philosophical discourse is once again set to commence, declared Headmaster Jilin Xiao, his booming voice akin to divine music, heralding the beginning of the 9 peaks discourse. Headmaster is truly formidable. This time, I am determined to achieve a commendable rank. Langhuan Dong Tian, I shall secure it. The position will undoubtedly belong to Holy Son Yi Fan. Without the 9 divine maidens, who could rival him? The Holy Son is invincible. The Holy Son of Shengshu Peak has comprehended the sword will of heaven. Yi Fan may not be his match. Beware, there are always greater talents beyond. Amidst the uproar of cheers, the entire discussion platform resembled a powder keg, ignited completely. When the rewards for the discourse were announced, the emotions of every disciple surged. Their eyes filled with uncontainable fervor, and the atmosphere reached its zenith. Except for Luo Yinge. After hearing a few lines, he became disinterested, adopting a relaxed demeanor, appearing entirely unconcerned, as if he had no intention of participating. It was merely the same old rhetoric, indeed lacking in novelty. However, the headmaster's prestige warranted at least some acknowledgement, which explains the fervent enthusiasm of the others. Rewards are not bestowed upon everyone. Thus, it is improbable that each individual reacts with such fervor. Emotional contagion is merely a part of the equation. Su Qingyao, of course, observed this scene with keen eyes. Her beautiful gaze shimmered with unusual colors. That was none other than the realm of Langhuan Dongtian. Within it lay treasures belonging to saints and those of supreme rank, ranging from legacies to various mystical arts and secret techniques. It was indeed a veritable cornucopia. Even Su Qingyao, who possessed the Ice Emperor's legacy and had cultivated to the realm of the monarch, could not claim to be entirely unperturbed. It seemed that her junior disciple's origins were far more astonishing than she had initially surmised. Consequently, an insatiable curiosity began to blossom within her, a desire to uncover the secrets growing ever more potent. From the moment this sentiment arose, it appeared that everything was predestined. The consequences, however, remained unknown to Su Qingyao. She quietly lifted her delicate arm beneath her gown, and a barely perceptible blue light silently soared into the distance, drifting towards the distant platform. Simultaneously, dozens of circular platforms of varying sizes arose upon the discussion stage. A gray-haired elder of the law enforcement appeared, proclaiming in a resounding voice the list for the first round of battles. Taiching Peaks, Jing Xingwang versus Piaomiao Peaks Di Ta. Shengshu Peaks, Jian Chunru versus Lingyang Peaks, Shi Yihan. Tianhua Peaks, Dong Lechi versus Baiyu Peaks, Pu Ji. The discussion shall cease at this point. Sparring is paramount. And do remember not to take any lives. The time limit is a single incense stick. The Battle of the Nine Peaks officially commences. With this command, the disciples whose names were called each displayed their unique talents. Varieties of resplendent divine radiance clashed violently, intermingling with the fervent cries of the crowd, igniting a passionate atmosphere. Although ostensibly a spar, the allure of the coveted rewards compelled every contestant to exert their utmost effort. Even without the prospect of rewards, excelling could attract the favor of an elder, providing lifelong benefits from even a few words of guidance. The Nine Peaks discussion was a moment for prodigies to shine brightly. How could anyone afford to miss such an exquisite opportunity? Luo Shidi, what say you? Do you possess any assurance against these disciples? Su Qingyao's cool voice resonated. Observing Luo Yunji's leisurely demeanor, she found herself compelled to intervene. The chilling essence of ice quietly erupted around Luo Yunji, a warning he quickly comprehended. He immediately straightened his posture, yet protested, "Sister, as a mere mortal, how could I stand against them? Perhaps you might reconsider?" Su Yingyao furuit hadburoth, her lips parting to speak, but Luo Yunji's inner thoughts reached her first. A mere Dantian realm. I fear I would fall before I even raised a hand. I might need to borrow several thousand spirit stones just to stand again. Let me just say, sister, must you truly not spare your younger brother? Is it truly a fault to desire to lie flat? Lying flat? Such a notion was unacceptable. Su Qingyao could never allow him to have his way. Ignoring his pleas, she proceeded, for Luo Yunji's name had already been announced. Whether he participated or not was no longer his decision. Alas, Luo Yunji, seeing his entreaties in vain, donned a resigned expression. Yet Su Qingyao was privy to his thoughts. Well, if it comes to it, I may as well concede when I enter the arena. That seems agreeable. Of the myriad paths, perhaps one could simply abandon effort. She was momentarily taken aback. An unbidden surge of ire ignited within her. However, in the presence of the crowd, she could not express it openly and had to suppress her emotions. Nevertheless, a chill emanated involuntarily from her, causing the surrounding air to drop several degrees. Luo Yunji glanced at Su Qingyao with suspicion, instinctively distancing himself. His sister was acting rather oddly. The icy essence was on the verge of crystallizing, yet it still overflowed uncontrollably. It seemed her cultivation was still lacking. A distraction brought Luo Yunji back to clarity. With no option to depart, he directed his attention to the battlefield on the discussion stage. Thus, Su Qingyao once again caught wind of Luo Yunji's murmurs. Is this the level of skill? Seemingly unimpressive. Yet this Dita has a certain finesse in evasion. Each dodge appears fortuitous, cleverly enticing his opponent to attack, thereby exhausting their stamina. Quite astute. On one battlefield, Jing Xingwang swung a heavy axe, relentlessly pursuing Dita with ferocity, creating the illusion of overwhelming dominance. To the casual observer, the disciple of Butian Peak seemed to have 1 foot already in the realm of execution, while the disciple of Piaomiao Peak was merely at the later stages of Dantian, with a significant disparity in strength. The victor was already glaringly apparent. Thus, few paid attention to this clash. Su Qingyao had barely glanced over at herself, had it not been for Luo Yunji's commentary. She might not have shifted her gaze back to this encounter. Suddenly, a terrifying aura erupted, engulfing the battlefield of Jing Xingwang and Dita in a cloud of dust. It appeared some formidable treasure art had been unleashed, its power so great that even the protective barrier rippled. "Oh!" Su Qingyao exclaimed in surprise. In her eyes, a flash of gold appeared, akin to a spirit dancing gracefully, perfectly evading a lethal strike. Was this the embryonic form of the Kunping technique? No, that could not be. How could one of the Dongtian realm wield such power? Su Qingyao quickly dismissed that notion. After pondering, she recalled something. It was rumored that an ancient powerhouse had replicated the Kunping technique, creating a unique method of movement imbued with unparalleled speed. Even a mere glimpse of its essence could render one invincible. Could it be? Su Qingyao gradually affirmed this conjecture. She surveyed the arena and then gazed skyward at the platform, keenly observing the expressions of those present, including the Supreme Master. Surely they had not noticed? Even she, without this reminder, had nearly overlooked it. Merely a true disciple. Who could have anticipated such a miraculous phenomenon? Su Qingyao surmised that aside from Luo Yunji's alert, her awareness stemmed from having glimpsed fragments of records within the Ice Emperor's legacy. What she had presumed to be lost in the annals of history now appeared to be very much alive. Was it possible that Luo Yunji's notion of having achieved a degree of mastery in this movement was indeed a comprehension of that fleeting essence? This junior disciple had left Su Qingyao utterly speechless. Chapter 7. The Toad and the Swan. The first round concludes. Victors are Piamiao Peaks D. Ta, Shengshu Peaks Jian Chunru, Baiyu Peaks Pu Ji. As the incense stick burned to completion, the law enforcement elder calmly announced the results of the first round of battles. As Luo Yunji had remarked, Dita had claimed victory through his adept movement. The remaining commentary confirmed that, without exception, these disciples triumphed, advancing to the next round of the discussion. It was a true display of brilliance. Such a discerning eye compelled Su Qingyao to concede admiration. She had not realized how many hidden talents were among these disciples, leaving her pleasantly surprised for a moment. Among the defeated disciples were several she had favored, yet they too had failed to secure victory. It seemed that, in pursuit of qualification to enter the Longhuan Dongtian this time, disciples for various peaks were putting forth their utmost effort, unveiling their most secret techniques as if to test a blade honed over 10 years. With a flourish, the law enforcement elder produced a brand new incense stick and, at a leisurely pace, announced the list for the second round of battles. The second round of battles. Butian Peak's Luo Yunji versus Taiching Peak's Yi Fan. The time limit remains a single incense stick. The battle of the discussion, second round, officially commences. The moment the words fell, Luo Yunji felt the gaze of nearly the entire assembly fixated upon his visage. He was taken aback. The competing disciples numbered not in the tens of thousands, but there were still several hundred participants, and unexpectedly, he found himself facing elimination in the second round. Even more astonishing was that his opponent turned out to be Yi Fan from Taiching Feng, setting aside Yi Fan's previous display of hypocrisy. The long-standing enmity between Butian Feng and Taiching Feng was well known, having been suppressed for years and relegated to the second position. Anyone in such a situation would feel a sense of injustice. However, Butian Feng boasted 9 extraordinary goddesses with exceptional talents. Now, let us return to Yi Fan. Currently the holy son of Taiching Feng, he had sought enlightenment at Butian Feng several years ago, but was heartlessly rejected, perhaps out of resentment. He ultimately chose the somewhat inferior Taiching Feng. Under the rigorous training from Taiching Feng, he had developed into a peerless genius, second only to the 9 goddesses in the realm of Langhuan. His status was indeed illustrious. Yet, he remained inferior, akin to an insurmountable chasm. It was only when Yi Fan heard that the leader of Butian Feng had returned and intended to break protocol to accept him as a disciple of Butian Feng, granting him the title of the Holy Son of Langhuan, that he felt a surge of indignation. An incompetent! How could he stand alongside the 9 goddesses and refer to them as brothers and sisters? Yi Fan could not abide by this. This was the source of the murderous intent that Luo Yunji had sensed earlier. Luo Yunji lifted his gaze. A piercing look filled with murderous intent approached him. It was none other than Yi Fan, who appeared as a graceful young gentleman, his demeanor imbued with a gentle smile. His gaze fixed intently upon him. Su Qingyao naturally sensed this as well, her brows furrowing slightly. After all, Luo Yunji was now a disciple of Butian Feng, her junior. Yet, she quickly shifted her focus back to her surroundings. For Luo Yunji's inner voice had begun to resonate again. Sigh. A beauty brings disaster. Is this fellow afflicted with delusions? Having ruined his pure yang sacred body and yet still yearning for unattainable beauty? He appears to be a fool blinded by allure. However, Even such a character could become the holy son of Tai Ching Feng. It seems Tai Ching Feng is not all that impressive after all. Butian Feng is far superior. A beauty brings disaster? A toad yearning for a swan? This scoundrel. If one cannot articulate, one should refrain from speaking. Su Qing Yao felt a wave of frustration. Yet, in her eagerness to hear Luo Yunji's unfinished thoughts, she raised her hand halfway and paused. Butian Feng is indeed better, with 7th senior sister, who is as beautiful as a celestial being and possesses unparalleled talent, along with the other 8. Plus our esteemed master and It is comfortable to rest under a great tree. Butian Feng, I have a place to be lazy. Laziness again. Lu Yunye, can you not harbor any useful thoughts? Su Qing Yao suddenly felt a pang of disappointment in him. Her suspended arms swung into action, and an icy formation silently coalesced into the shape of a lotus behind Luo Yunge. Just as he became aware of it, a tremendous sound reverberated through the skies. Luo Yunge made a dazzling entrance. At the moment of takeoff, one could faintly hear 7th senior sister's devilish whisper, Luo Shitty, it's your turn, do your best. Boom! With another sound, ice and dust erupted from the debate platform. No one had anticipated that the only male disciple of Butian Feng would make such a unique entrance, causing an uproar among the spectators. Was this truly Luo Yunge? Falling in such a disgraceful manner. Even Su Shen did not foresee he would be so pitiful. Right? Ha ha ha. It seems the only male disciple of Butian Feng is not all that remarkable after all. Besides the 9 goddesses, what is Luo Yunge? He barely measures up to a hair from Yi Fan's body. Indeed, go holy son Yi Fan. The crowd, both participants and spectators, buzzed with excitement and lively discussions. The atmosphere was nothing short of exuberant. Surely, a heads-up would have been appreciated, right? Luo Shitty. Suddenly, a voice rang out. Clad in black, Yi Fan approached, stepping upon extraordinary symbols, his face adorned with a smile. With his hands clasped behind him, he spoke warmly. I have heard that the goddesses of Butian Feng are unrivaled, yet I have regrettably never had the chance to engage in battle. I wonder how formidable you are, Luo Shitty. Since you have become a holy son, you must possess some remarkable qualities. Senior brother, Tai Ching Feng, Yi Fan, I humbly seek your guidance. Luo Yunge interrupted, somewhat absent-minded, his demeanor reflecting a casual indifference. How dare he disregard him simply because he relied on Butian Feng? Truly audacious. A flicker of ferocity flashed in Yi Fan's eyes as he replied, your time as a disciple is still short. As your senior, I shall not bully the weak. I will allow you 3 moves. How does that sound? Upon hearing this, Luo Yunge pondered. If he were to strike, the system rewards would surely diminish dramatically, further delaying his transformation into a mortal celestial being. However, if he conceded defeat outright, he would lose face, not just his own, but that of Butian Feng, 7th senior sister, master, and the collective honor they shared. Besides, how could an insignificant Yi Fan be worthy? Thus, Luo Yunge scoffed. No need, senior brother. If you wish, I too can allow you 3 moves. What do you think? Chapter 8. I shall give you 3 moves. Yi Fan, the holy son, is invincible. Such a magnanimous spirit is truly a model for our generation. Yi Fan, my God. Ha ha ha. Is he stunned into silence? Does he even comprehend what he is saying? To allow the holy son Yi Fan 3 moves? What a grand joke. This Luo Yunge, apart from being somewhat handsome, seems to lack distinction. Does Butian Feng not evaluate talent? When did they start judging by appearance? Could it be that he has genuinely taken a liking to this face? Hush. Tread carefully. The sect leader and the heads of the various peaks are observing from above. Be cautious with your words. Coward. If it were me, I would simply endure the beating. I would gladly ask Holy Son Yi Fan to take it easy. What the heck? Capturing a masochist. The cacophony from all directions did not perturb Luo Yunge. In response, he mirrored Yi Fan's stance, hands clasped behind his back, and an extraordinary aura began to envelop him. What? Yi Fan's brows furrowed, yet he soon relaxed. The Luo Yunge before him showed no changes. Still an ordinary mortal devoid of any cultivation. Perhaps he was merely scaring himself. Feigning anger, he said, Shitty, it is crucial to possess self-awareness. Otherwise, one harms oneself while bringing laughter to others. No wonder Yi Fan was well-liked among the younger disciples. His superficial charm was indeed remarkable. Even if Luo Yunge knew his true nature, uttering such words would likely be perceived as slander. Oh, Luo Yungu raised an eyebrow, skillfully hitting a sore spot. I have heard that senior brother once sought enlightenment at Butian Peak. How did you end up in Tai Ching Peak? Yi Fan was momentarily at a loss for words. He certainly could not admit to being inferior to Luo Yungu. Could he? At 20, a peak king. Stronger than Su Shan Nu. How could he be outdone by an ordinary waste? An unnamed fury surged within him. Luo Yungu added another jab. Why is senior brother silent? Is it because he did not wish to come? Damn it. Yi Fan's composure shattered. The Peak King's power surged forth, the surrounding mystical symbols glowing brilliantly, unleashing a tempest that made his robes billow violently. His eyes turned crimson as he coldly declared, "It seems my shitty possesses quite a bit of confidence. Unfortunately, Yi Fan shall claim a spot in Lang Huan Dong Tian." Under such terrifying pressure, Luo Yungu should have felt unsteady, as if he were a mere straw about to topple. Yet, at this moment, he remained as steady as a mountain. He shook his head, extending a hand in a gesture of invitation. "Senior brother, please. I promise to allow you 3 moves. I shall not go back on my word." Yi Fan was taken aback. After diligently cultivating to become the foremost male disciple of the Longhuan Fudi, some have deemed him arrogant. However, he never anticipated that today he would encounter someone even more haughty, leaving him momentarily taken aback. Nevertheless, Yi Fan's earlier words had already extricated him from any responsibility. Given the other party's blatant disregard for courtesy, should a problem arise, he could not be blamed. With this thought, Yi Fan ceased to be polite. He extended his hand, and intricate divine patterns materialized out of thin air. As power surged within them, the patterns began to reveal the shadows of various beasts, such as tigers, lions, and wolves, appearing strikingly lifelike. With a thunderous roar that resonated like a dragon's cry, Yi Fan completely shed his guise, pushing the treasure technique to its utmost limit. Accompanied by an overwhelming destructive force directed at Luo Yunge, the defensive array of the debate platform rippled, seemingly affected by the onslaught. Was this the beast-quaking heaven chant? Infinitely close to arcane arts? My heavens, Yi Fan, the Holy Sun, had actually mastered it to the final layer. It had been ages since one had heard the roar of a dragon. This technique had not reached its pinnacle in several hundred years. The natural talent of Yi Fan, the Holy Sun, left us in awe. Could Luo Yunge withstand it? With what could he possibly defend? Even a powerful being at the Jiehuang level would not dare to withstand the Holy Sun's strike head-on. Luo Yunge was doomed. The law enforcement elder was present. He should be able to intervene in time. Launching such a lethal move right from the start seemed rather inappropriate, did it not? Nonsense. Yi Fan had clearly warned several times. It was the other party's own fault for not recognizing the gravity of the situation. Allowing Yi Fan 3 moves was undoubtedly the most amusing joke I have heard this year. Ha ha ha. Alas. Above the clouds, sighs echoed. The senior members of Longhuan Fudi shook their heads in disapproval, clearly believing that Luo Yunge was no match. Ji Linshao also sighed, but he subtly raised a hand from within his robe. If the law enforcement elder were delayed, he must be ready to rescue him. A life must not be lost. Enduring some hardship could serve as a lesson. If he were to perish on the debate platform, when Liuli emerged from her seclusion, Longhuan Fudi would undoubtedly face her wrath. But in the next moment, everyone was left dumbfounded, and the once fervent audience fell silent. Most notably, the master of Tai Ching Peak beside Ji Linshao went from barely contained joy to a look of utter disbelief. What could it be? On the debate platform, Yi Fan's confidently unleashed killing move, the beast-quaking heaven chant, charged toward Luo Yunge with annihilating force. As Luo Yunge stood his ground, the majority believed the outcome was sealed. Yet, an unexpected turn of events occurred. The terrifying momentum dissipated in an instant as it approached Luo Yunge, as if it had never existed. Yi Fan rubbed his eyes, bewildered. What was happening? He was not alone. Everyone present shared the same question, including the high-ranking officials above the clouds. Even Su Qingyao failed to discern how this was accomplished. Luo Yunge exhaled quietly in relief. He was betting that if he refrained from acting, the elders would come to his aid. Simultaneously, he was wagering that by simply standing there, Yi Fan's attack would dissipate on its own. This was impossible. Yi Fan's face contorted in disbelief. His strike was capable of obliterating any being at the Feng Wang level. And even those at the peak of Feng Wang might not survive. Luo Yunj was merely immortal. How could he possibly remain unscathed? Yi Fan gazed at the composed Luo Yunj, and his mind buzzed as he momentarily lost his reason. He bellowed, "It must be that the master of Lioli bestowed some treasure upon you." "No, that cannot be. The master of Lioli has been in seclusion for many years." Yi Fan suddenly looked up, his eyes blood-red, convinced it must be an external force. The opportunity for the Longhuan Dantian was rightfully his. Luo Yunj died. Yi Fan's body suddenly shimmered with golden light. A colossal, golden-armored warrior emerged from him, leisurely stretching as if awakening from slumber. The vast candle-like sun hung behind it, wielding a spear imbued with the aura of slaughter, resembling an imposing celestial deity. Under Yi Fan's command, this avatar raised its spear, slowly aiming at Luo Yunj, locking onto him with unwavering precision. Yet, Luo Yunj remained unhurried. With a slight smile, he inquired, "Yi Shi Xiang, is this your second move? Are you already harboring murderous intent?" "Very well. You have brought this upon yourself. Do not blame me." As if to validate his words, thunderous clouds gathered above the debate platform. The sound of rumbling thunder resonated, containing astonishing pressure, an overwhelming celestial might that was blindingly bright. Was this the great Tao? Ji Linxiao's eyes widened in shock as he involuntarily rose to his feet. The other peak masters exchanged glances, recognizing the divine aura and celestial might. Indeed, it was the great Tao. How could it summon the descent of the great Tao? Chapter 9. The Great Tao's Punishment. Yi Fan's eyes had turned blood-red. He had truly disregarded everything, wishing only for the demise of the individual before him to quell his resentment. Simultaneously, he aimed to prove to the world one undeniable truth, that he, Yi Fan, was the most deserving man to become the holy son of Butian Peak. A mere mortal body, becoming the holy son, inheriting the legacy. What right did he have to deserve such a fate? The humiliation of being rejected by Butian Peak will be cleansed today. What Taiching Peak? It too could defeat the holy son of Butian Peak. Regrettably, in his frenzy, he failed to notice the strange phenomenon in the sky and thus did not halt his advance. What has happened to Yi Fan, the holy son? Yi Fan quickly evaded. Surely he has not fallen into madness? Nonsense. Yi Fan is the holy son of Taiching Peak. How could he possibly be mad? But look at his appearance. Let's not dwell on that. Holy son Yi Fan, swiftly depart from there. It is perilous. 1,000-pound strike. The golden-armored giant's spear hovered above Luo Yunj's head. Yi Fan formed a seal with his hands, shouting recklessly. His expression was ferocious, his hair wildly flying, as if he had succumbed to madness, engulfed in a frenzied state. The words of the outside world seemed to be muffled. Luo Yunj looked up, his demeanor remaining remarkably calm. Having confirmed that Yi Fan could not harm him, he was no longer anxious. Such life-and-death crises, in the span of 9,000 years. He had faced countless times, if not a million, certainly tens of thousands. Compared to those, Yi Fan was no more than an ant unworthy of carrying his shoes. Thus, he slightly parted his lips, uttering no sound. Yet, Yi Fan disowned his words. "You are finished." Yi Fan felt a flicker of doubt. Just as the spear was about to pierce Luo Yunj, he suddenly sensed something, looking up at the sky. Boom! The thunderclouds above rumbled. A lightning bolt, as thick as an arm, suddenly descended, targeting none other than Yi Fan, concealed beneath the golden-armored giant. Its intent was unmistakable. Yi Fan's pupils constricted sharply. Boom! The purple lightning struck the golden-armored giant, and fierce arcs of electricity flickered, transforming the space above the debate platform into a violet ocean, brimming with a ferocity and aura of destruction. In an instant, the golden-armored giant shattered under the heavenly might, crumbling to pieces. Poof! Yi Fan spat a mouthful of blood, his body collapsing to the ground. He looked up in disbelief, murmuring, "Is this the essence of the Tao? The punishment of the great Tao? How could this be?" Boom! As if to affirm his words, the heavy clouds emitted a sound, visibly gathering lightning, seemingly brewing for another assault. No! Yi Fan Punichkit. He was still young. At 20 years old, he had already penetrated the peak of Feng Wang and would soon step into the Jiehuang realm, with a future that seemed bright ahead. There are still many beautiful moments left to be savored. How can one easily succumb in this place? Yifan hastily scrambled to his feet. Confusion, panic, and fear gradually filled his heart. He ran towards the edge of the Luan Dao platform, shouting desperately, "Master, sect leader, save me." At this moment, his disheveled appearance starkly contrasted with the image of the radiant holy sun he had embodied earlier, evoking a sense of melancholy. On the high platform, Ji Linshao restrained the hand of the Ta-Ching Peak master beside him, slowly shaking his head. Under the Grand Tao, all beings are but ants. Only by transcending to the realm of the great emperor can one hope to glimpse the supreme Tao and cultivate the unparalleled power of the mortal realm. It is not just Yi Fan. Even among the high-ranking members of the Lang Huan Blessed Land, the most powerful peak masters are merely at the supreme level, still a thin line away from the emperor realm. Though it may sound trivial, that thin line is as insurmountable as a chasm. If one were to act recklessly at this moment, the Tao would treat them as enemies, resulting in a loss that would outweigh any potential gain. The tribulations faced at the peak of kingship are not to be compared with those faced by the Supreme, as the power disparity is not merely exponential. Can we merely watch as a disciple perishes beneath the thunder tribulation? The Ta-Ching Peak Master's countenance darkened as he coldly inquired. "Ha!" Ji Linshao shook his head, his gaze fixed on the Luan Dao platform, taking everything in. He simply stated, "Remain calm." On the Luan Dao platform, Yi Fan fled in a panic. Suddenly, a figure approached him slowly. The newcomer chuckled lightly, asking, "Brother Yi, what's wrong? Do you no longer desire a place in Lang Huan, Dong Tian?" Luo Yunj. Upon recognizing the person, Yi Fan spat bitterly. "You truly are fortunate. However, since you have come to me, I shall not be polite." With that, he swallowed a pill, and the aura of the peak of kingship erupted forth. That colossal, golden-armored avatar reappeared in the sky. "When I ascend to the Tao in the future, I will remember your kindness and refrain from expressing my gratitude." Yi Fan sneered, preparing to launch an attack. He was confident that before the thunder tribulation descended, he could eliminate the mortal Luo Yunj and still escape. Suddenly, the thunder grew even more intense. Yi Fan had yet to strike, but a more ferocious thunder tribulation surged forth, carrying an unmistakable fury. At this moment, even a fool would understand the gravity of the situation. Bang! The golden-armored giant shattered once more. The backlash left Yi Fan in an unprecedented state of weakness. Nevertheless, he gritted his teeth and rose again, gazing at Luo Yunj, who remained unscathed despite their close proximity. His mind was a blank slate. The murderous intent and jealousy washed away like a receding tide, leaving only an abyss of fear. Coincidentally, at that moment, whether by chance or design, the thunderclouds did not gather for another strike, but slowly dissipated to a visible degree. Yi Fan observed this scene. Incredulous, "You? Brother Yi, do not look at me. I am merely an ordinary mortal." Luo Yunj innocently shrugged, emphasizing the word mortal. Puffed. Yi Fan stifled a groan, but forcibly restrained himself, swallowing the blood that threatened to spill. He had not anticipated that the heavenly tribulation was aimed at protecting Luo Yunj, merely because of his own murderous thoughts. Damn it! How could this be? Yi Fan's eyes widened in disbelief. Crack! A clear sound echoed in his heart. Before Yi Fan could utter a word, darkness enveloped him, and he collapsed to the ground. Sigh! Luo Yunj shook his head, thinking, "Is this all?" After enduring 2 heavenly bolts, his Tao heart shattered, and his resilience is rather lacking. He turned to glance at the law enforcement elder before making his way towards seventh sister Su Qingyao. The law enforcement elder belatedly nodded. Under the gaze of the supreme sect leader, he boldly announced, "In this battle, Luo Yunj wins." Hush! The audience exchanged glances. No applause or discussion emerged, as if everyone had been struck mute by a spell. The spectacle of heavenly tribulation is indeed a rare sight in a lifetime, but it felt oddly surreal. Their previously favored Ta-Ching Peak holy son, Yi Fan, now lay like a dead dog on the rescue artifact of the law enforcement team, unaware of his fate. In contrast, the crowd was left at a loss. Chapter 10. The Peculiar Demon, the list for the 3rd round of battles. Shengsu Peaks Zhu, E versus Ling Yang Peaks Gong Junfeng. Tianhua Peaks Chui Ranshan versus Baiyu Peaks Zi Qi. Longwu Peak against Luo Hai Peak. The time limit is once again a single incense stick. The debate battle, 3rd round, officially begins. Moments later, the law enforcement elder announced the final round of battle pairings. Although the recent heavenly tribulation was indeed astonishing, it had not affected the others on the Luan Dao platform due to the protective array. As for Yi Fan, being the designated target, he naturally endured an attack that bypassed the array's protection, its power formidable. The Thunder Tribulation targeted individuals, not events, and could be endured. On the other side, the young disciple Lu Yi was just about to participate in the third round, managing only to offer a quick congratulation before hastily flying towards the Luan Dao platform. Ah, youth is truly wonderful, Luo Yunj mused. Soon after, a familiar, chilly voice chimed in. Junior brother, with the protection of the Dao, are you perhaps the reincarnation of a great emperor? The Dao? What Dao? Luo Yunj feigned ignorance. What great emperor? He mumbled, realizing that the strange phenomena in the sky were indeed the Dao. Quite magnificent. Ha! Suin Jiaos Maid, Rimaning Saident. Her inquiry was both a test and a means to gather more information. Though someone may not speak, their thoughts could be far less eloquent. As expected, the next moment, Luo Yunj's complaints rang out. Yi Fan is truly unfortunate. Why does he have to harbor murderous intent towards me, provoking the backlash of the Dao? However, I did not expect this Dao to remain without a master. It seems there are not many great emperors left in the mortal realm. Backlash? Su Qingyao paused. This was quite different from protection. Protection is a blessing from the Dao for cultivators, providing assistance at critical moments. However, backlash is predicated on the Dao having a master. If a malicious intent arises against the master, the Dao would act to protect them. The two concepts are not to be conflated. What astonished Su Qingyao was that Luo Yunj had claimed this Dao was without a master, yet it actively manifested to protect him. The mysteries surrounding her junior brother were increasing. Su Qingyao observed Luo Yunj from the corner of her eye, feeling the shroud of mystery surrounding him thickening, obscuring the truth within. Since the day he emerged from seclusion, this little junior brother had brought her countless shocks. Time swiftly passed. After the law enforcement elder calmly introduced the subsequent rules, the elimination round was divided into two parts. In the first part, previous losers could choose any unchallenged winner for a duel. If they win, they would enter the winning ranks. If they lose, they would be completely eliminated. Conversely, if the challenge party loses, they would also be directly eliminated. In the second part, all winners would appear, their order randomized, and two disciples would be drawn at random to battle. The loser would be eliminated. Simultaneously, each disciple could designate their challenge target. In summary, the knockout tournament allows the first 10 victors to advance directly to the next round, becoming the defenders. The quota is limited to 10 individuals. Those who meet the criteria but fall outside this quota will automatically become challengers. Once a defender is defeated, they are eliminated without exception. And the same applies to the challengers. The more ruthless and stringent the rules, the more likely it is to select the most exceptional elites. Only in this manner can these individuals qualify for entry into Elnga Indian talents. They have never been in short supply. What is lacking are the prodigies among prodigies, the monsters among monsters. Before long, the tournament progressed to its second segment. Li Wai, however, was not particularly fortunate. She faced a peak disciple of a revered master in the first segment and regrettably succumbed, departing from this year's conference. Yet, it was evident that she had given her utmost effort. After all, the remaining disciples from various peaks were by no means weaklings. They were all exceptional individuals who had stepped into the realm of revered masters. Given that Li Wai had reached the pinnacle of the Lianjia realm, her journey to this point was already remarkable. Nonetheless, she emerged with considerable gains. The long-standing bottleneck that had perplexed her for so long began to loosen during this battle, allowing her to contemplate a breakthrough. Upon returning, under the protection of SQNEO, Li Wai sat cross-legged beside her, preparing for her advancement. Just as she entered a meditative state, the voice of the law enforcement elder began to announce the new matchups. A peculiar silence fell over the audience. The recent tragedy of YFN was still fresh in their minds. Who would have thought that so little time had passed before the next victim emerged? Indeed, a victim. Rumors spread like wildfire, and the disciples unanimously deemed Lu Ying a mysterious monstrosity, unwilling to provoke him for fear of invoking another thunderous tribulation. Would the next match result in a fate akin to that of the holy son of Tiq Ing Fing? All right, he might no longer be referred to as the holy son. Some well-informed individuals had already discovered that YFN's Tao heart had shattered, rendering his future cultivation path uncertain. Such rumors are often half true and half false, yet they do not hinder their escalation into outrageous tales. Thus, Lu Weiying transformed from an ordinary mortal into an enigmatic figure that others dared not provoke. As the crowd mourned for the unfortunate Sage Yin, a resonant voice rang out, respectfully reporting to the law enforcement elder, "Junior brother Lu possesses unparalleled might. I recognize myself as no match and choose to concede." The crowd turned their gaze, and the speaker was none other than Sage Yin, who was about to ascend the stage to battle Lu Weiying. This man stood over 8 feet tall, likely following a path of body refinement, his physique brimming with massive muscles, a true embodiment of masculinity. Yet at this moment, he wiped the cold sweat from his brow and hurriedly reported to the law enforcement elder. Lu Weiying, who had just risen, paused. SQ Ingyo blinked in surprise. She glanced at Lu Weiying, realizing that this situation was beyond her control. What would her junior brother do? How could someone concede before I even step onto the stage? Who is disrupting my plans for nonchalance? SQ Ingyo suddenly felt numb. Truly, the nature of a person is difficult to change. A dog cannot stop eating excrement. Her junior brother was indeed a source of endless frustration. In contrast, Lu Weiying appeared heartbroken. He rose not to take the stage, but rather to lament the state of affairs. At this rate, the world of mortals would soon be unrecognizable. Thus, he cast a fierce glare toward Sage Yin, his eyes shimmering with an almost ravenous intensity, reminiscent of a terrifying abyss. Chapter 11. The Nine Peaks debate in the audience. Zhoch Yin respectfully confirmed his choice with the law enforcement elder, and upon receiving consent, he felt a wave of relief wash over him. However, a strange sensation lingered, akin to a beast with a gaping abyssal maw poised to devour him, sending chills down his spine. Who could be watching him? Almost instinctively, Zhoch Yin glanced toward Lu Weiying. After all, it was easy to locate him. A mere glance revealed the most stunning celestial maiden beside the undeniably handsome young man, the only divine son of BTI and Fing. Thump! Zhoch Yin's heart skipped a beat. In that instant, he felt as if he had been swallowed by an ancient, ferocious beast. Without hesitation, he quickly averted his gaze. Nevertheless, he endeavored to steady his breathing and signaled to Lu Weiying, expressing his utmost respect, assuring him he was nothing like YFN, that ungrateful fool. After going through the motions, Zhoch Yin noticed Lu Weiying's expression had softened considerably. His conviction in his choice grew stronger, feeling it was the right and commendable decision. It was then he realized his back was soaked with sweat, a testament to the immense pressure he had just endured. Yin, how are you? A companion inquired with concern. All is well. Thanks for your reminder. Thankfully, Ikonsidit Zeta Oha Engi and replied slowly. He patted his friend's shoulder. Tonight, let us dine at by in Lu. It's on me. Oh, such generosity. Is Lu Weiying truly that fearsome? His companion jested. Sure. Zhoch Yin adopted a serious demeanor. Just now, when I locked eyes with him, it was as if I beheld an ancient, ferocious beast. I am certain Lu Weiying is no ordinary person. His companion, intrigued, listened intently. Yet before he could voice any doubts, another disciple nearby interjected. Anyone chosen by the master of Butian Peak cannot possibly be ordinary. He could very well be in disguise. Indeed, Zhoch Yin agreed. This explanation seemed the most plausible. Before long, Lu Weiying had secured his 4th victory, accumulating a total of 5 wins. Just 5 more, and he would earn the right to defend in the next round. Yet, who could have imagined that he had yet to even step onto the stage? Moreover, the subsequent challengers conceded with a speed that rivaled the urgency of one who might starve if they were a moment late for a meal, their pace utterly boundless. Upon seeing Lu Weiying rise, their words became even more hurried. Alas, Lu Weiying sighed. What is happening here? Do the disciples of Ngu NFD lack ambition? Why can't they learn from that fellow named YFN? Though he sought to eliminate me, at least he put forth effort. ISNT, there's saying that goes. Regardless of the outcome, at least you have tried, and if you can live with yourself, there will be no regrets? Yet, here they are, conceding faster than I do. What is this nonsense? SQNEO, overhearing his thoughts, could not help but smile, her icy demeanor softening. Senior sister? Lu Wang queried, puzzled. Ah, winning 5 matches without effort surely delighted her. Yet, it was not a glorious victory. Was there not a single normal person among them? A normal person? Your senior sister is a normal person. Sqing rolled her eyes internally. Then, she composed herself, suppressing her amusement, and said, "It's nothing. I simply recalled something joyful." Lu Wang slowly formed a question mark in his mind. Her words sounded oddly familiar. Wait, weren't those his jests directed at YFN? Quite the direct imitation. Junior brother, such opportunities cannot be forced. Do you understand? Attempting to dissuade Lu Wang from the notion of conceding. She had long been aware of the events unfolding in the audience, and, upon grasping the context, felt it imperative that Lu Wang not give up halfway. He likely did not even realize that his battle with YFN had already instilled fear in the hearts of many. Zhao Chongyun's intervention became the final straw that broke the camel's back. The divine offspring of Butian foam now stands in stark contrast to Yifan of Tai Ching foam, akin to the difference between the full moon and a firefly. Su Qingyao remarked, "The path of cultivation is akin to rowing against the current. If one does not advance, they shall regress. Our Butian foam lineage is the foremost among the peaks of the Longhuan blessed land, and we must serve as a model for others, do you comprehend?" She continued, "I recall my master once said." Luo Yunji's lips quivered as he inquired, "What did she say?" Su Qingyao's expression turned grave as she elaborated. She despises such individuals, particularly those who give up halfway and concede easily. With a hint of a smile, she added, "You are the divine offspring of Butian foam, the future heir to our doctrine. Surely, you would not disappoint our master, would you?" A chill akin to the first frost of September crept into Luo Yunji's heart. He mused, this is not concern, but clearly a threat. Yet, he felt compelled to acquiesce. "Sister, your words are insightful. I shall take heed." Su Qingyao nodded in satisfaction. Her intentions were unmistakable. Even a fool could perceive that Luo Yunji was fully aware of this. As for the reasons behind her words, he could not voice his thoughts. Time passed slowly, and soon the 10 formidable warriors of the guarding competition had their answers. Luo Yunji unexpectedly emerged among them, even achieving the remarkable feat of being the first to secure 10 victories and enter the defending arena. Who would have thought that one could attain first place simply by slacking off? Luo Yunji realized he struggled to comprehend this world. After being threatened by Su Qingyao, he abandoned the notion of conceding and could only lie back and await victory. There was no alternative. He was simply outmatched. However, one must question whether the higher-ups of Longhuan blessed land had lost their wits. He, Luo Yunji, an ordinary mortal, had somehow made it into the top 10? Shouldn't his achievements and qualifications be revoked and reordered to maintain credibility? As it turned out, he was overthinking things. Throughout the entirety of the defending competition, no one chose to challenge him. This resulted in a peculiar atmosphere, where the neighboring arena buzzed with excitement, while his own felt as desolate as the depths of winter. It was surreal and unreal. The crucial point was that his achievements were still deemed valid. Gradually numb, Luo Yunji could not fathom what had transpired. After the competition concluded, he became the champion of this 9 peaks discussion, recognized by his peers, embodying both virtue and talent, akin to a spokesperson for the younger generation. Furthermore, he earned the privilege of an audience with the ancestor, a chance for enlightenment, and an opportunity to enter the Longhuan Cave and the Heavenly Library. In the towering assembly hall of Longhuan blessed land, a tall and imposing man stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his azure robe billowing, exuding a faint aura of supremacy. A voice of immense authority echoed, "Luo Yunji, do you have any objections?" "Junior brother," Su Qingyao softly reminded him. Luo Yunji, shaken from his self-doubt, raised his gaze to meet Ji Linxiao's eyes. In that instant, a pressure as vast as the ocean and as formidable as the mountains bore down upon him like a tempest. The peak of supremacy. Luo Yunji's strength had yet to recover. For Ji Linxiao, crushing him would be as simple as squashing an ant. He quickly lowered his head and said, "The disciple is lacking in knowledge and acknowledges his unworthiness for this position. I beseech the Supreme Master to make a decision, to ease the hearts of my fellow disciples." Suddenly, the hall fell silent, save for the sound of breathing. Ji Linxiao's inquiry was merely a procedural formality to bestow the awards, not a genuine request for his opinion. The dignity of Longhuan blessed land was far too significant to be treated lightly. Consequently, Luo Yunji's words startled everyone. Oh, Ji Linxiao's expression remained inscrutable, neither joyful nor sorrowful. He casually asked, "How do you believe this matter should be handled?" Joy surged within Luo Yunji. This was his chance to salvage his lackluster reputation. He must seize it. After respectfully bowing, he slowly stated, "The disciple dares to suggest that this achievement be annulled and the rewards be postponed." Nonsense. Before Luo Yunji could finish his sentence, a thunderous voice erupted. A gust of wind, seemingly from nowhere, struck fiercely, blinding him and causing his stance to waver. At this crucial moment, Su Qingyao stepped forward, shielding Luo Yunji from the overwhelming force. She clasped her hands and said, "Master, please calm your anger. The junior disciple has only recently joined Butian Peak and is unfamiliar with the regulations of Longhuan blessed land. I hope you will not hold it against him." She continued, "The junior disciple's strength is indeed modest, and he attained first place in this discussion purely by coincidence, leading to his current anxiety and hasty words." Ji Linxiao appeared quite pleased with her words, his demeanor softening considerably. He waved his hand, dispelling the overwhelming aura, and coldly remarked, "The Nine Peaks discussion is a grand event held once every century in our Longhuan blessed land, and it cannot be treated as a mere game." Luo Yunji thought, "This is blatant favoritism, yet perhaps there is still hope. For the sake of my lackluster endeavors, I must take a gamble and leap over the Dragon Gate." In the next moment, Luo Yunji stepped forward from behind Su Qingyao. Bowing respectfully, he proclaimed, "The Nine Peaks discussion served to select worthy disciples for Longhuan blessed land. Now, with the disciple having secured first place without a single battle, how would this not become a laughingstock? How would outsiders perceive our Longhuan blessed land? How would those within the sect, unaware of the truth, regard us? I believe this course of action would yield far more harm than good." These words are the heartfelt sentiments of the disciple, and there is no falsehood within them. I humbly request the master to discern wisely. Upon hearing this, Su Qingyao's eyes sparkled. His words were far more eloquent than before. They respected the master's dignity while also considering the reputation of Longhuan blessed land, aligning with a greater trend. But could it truly unfold as he wished? With such thoughts, she lamented, if only this effort were devoted to cultivation. What a waste of talent. Su Qingyao's heart was a mixture of anger and frustration. She looked up to see Ji Linxiao remaining silent for quite some time, his gaze, filled with the grandeur of the stars, fixed upon Luo Yunji. After a long pause, he finally asked, "Do you understand what this implies?" "I do." Luo Yunji nodded eagerly. Just as he was about to express his loyalty, Ji Linxiao's laughter interrupted him. "Heh." Ji Linxiao shook his head lightly and casually stated, "Then it shall be as you propose. The rewards will be postponed." However, Luo Yunji's heart sank. It seemed he was on the verge of success. But was there still some unexpected twist? Fortunately, his worries were unfounded. There was but one condition he must fulfill. Ji Linxiao appeared to deliberately prolong the moment before slowly continuing. "This is what your master left for you. It appears the time has come." Luo Yunji's mouth fell open. So this was what awaited him. Upon exiting the assembly hall, Luo Yunji finally breathed a sigh of relief. For him, the lackluster endeavor had not ended in total disaster, which was a cause for celebration. However, the place Ji Linxiao mentioned as essential to visit had apparently been arranged by his lowly master before her seclusion. What was it called? He remembered now. The Heavenly Library. It sounded like a treasure trove. It shouldn't interfere with his lackluster pursuits, right? Lost in thought, Luo Yunji failed to notice that Su Qingyao had halted in front of him, leading him to collide with an invisible barrier of spiritual energy, causing a dull thud in his mind. Suingjiao Saith, ordinary disciples, upon receiving such rewards, would undoubtedly revel in the opportunity to showcase their achievements and hasten the enhancement of their prowess. In contrast, Luo Yunji appeared to perceive something akin to a formidable calamity, seemingly eager to distance himself from it. "Oh dear, I was too engrossed. Why has my senior sister suddenly halted?" Luo Yunji rubbed his head and inquired perplexedly, "Senior sister, what is the matter?" Su Qingyao pressed her lips together, and as she listened to the echo of Luo Yunji's thoughts, an idea suddenly sparked in her mind. She feigned a stern demeanor and asked, "Junior brother, do you comprehend what you have missed?" These past few days had indeed broadened her horizons. She had initially intended to elucidate matters to Luo Yunj, but upon reflecting on recent events, she decided to alter her approach. It was uncertain whether Luo Yunj would be forthcoming with the truth, yet given his nature, he would undoubtedly express his grievances internally. That, indeed, was the answer Su Qingyao sought. As expected, Luo Yunj's inner voice resounded. Rewards? What rewards? Enlightenment? Not worth a dog's attention. Who desires such nonsense? On the surface, enlightenment may assist an individual in rapidly increasing their cultivation, yet in reality, it is akin to hastening growth, nothing more than a detriment to one's foundation. True geniuses do not require such trivialities. After venting his frustrations, Luo Yunj looked innocently at his stunning senior sister and timidly asked, Senior sister, if I were to claim I knew, you wouldn't strike me, would you? Su Qingyao was taken aback by his astonishing words. Yet, the experiences of recent days had revealed to her that Luo Yunj was not one to fabricate tales, especially not in his thoughts, a realm where deception was impossible. A genius? Su Qingyao recalled her own experiences, as well as those of her fellow sisters and even their master. Enlightenment indeed had no bearing on them. It was a revelation of unforeseen consequences. Chapter 13. The Realm of Immortals. A night devoid of conversation passed until dawn broke. After returning from the debate platform, Su Qingyao had departed without a trace, remaining unseen to this day. Luo Yunj pondered, could it be that I have angered my senior sister? This notion seemed rather appealing, as it meant no one would disturb his leisurely pursuits. Nevertheless, he still needed to visit the heavenly library, otherwise he would be unable to fulfill his obligations. Moreover, he was genuinely curious about what treasures his master might have left for him, seemingly only accessible under certain conditions. Let us go. All right, Lu Yi chirped, activating her flying artifact and setting off with the two of them. Along the way, they were occasionally met with glances of hostility, as if the gazes sought to flay Luo Yunj alive, harboring a deep-seated enmity. A brief glance revealed that these were predominantly young male disciples. Well, no surprises there. He mused. They must see me as a rival. Unexpectedly, it appeared that his niece, Yi, was quite popular among the new generation of disciples. However, there was little he could do. He had to maintain his facade. As a mediocre disciple of Butian Peak, requiring his niece to operate the artifact for travel was quite reasonable, was it not? Furthermore, having barely stepped outside since joining Butian Peak, it was also quite logical that he was unfamiliar with the surroundings. If only the seventh senior sister were still around, things would be less complicated. No. Luo Yunj shook his head. Su Qingyao was indeed striking, exuding an air of cold elegance, and her strength surpassed that of her peers. Yet, having lived for 9 millennia, he had encountered countless saints and fairies. Why would he dwell on a senior sister he had only interacted with for a few days? Luo Yunj felt a sense of confusion. However, upon introspection, he found no significant issues. In fact, he was thriving more than ever. Before he could ponder further, Lu Yi's melodious voice rang out. Master Luo, we have arrived. Oh, splendid. Luo Yunj rose, and as Lu Yi retracted the artifact, they both stepped onto a lofty platform amidst the clouds. This place was ensconced within the mist, where clouds were visible to the naked eye. Suffused with an ethereal aura of immortality, breathtakingly beautiful, akin to a celestial paradise. Master Luo, you may proceed ahead to enter, Lu Yi advised. Oh, thank you for your efforts, Yi. Luo Yunj glanced at his system space and produced a spirit talisman, tossing it to Lu Yi before stepping forward. Upon receiving the talisman, Lu Yi's eyes sparkled with excitement, nearly transforming into the shape of coins and gold ingots as she exclaimed, a treasure-gathering talisman. Master Luo, you are truly generous. The young lady waved goodbye as Luo Yunj walked away, oblivious to the commotion behind him. He advanced a few steps when a crisp sound akin to a water droplet echoed. A visible ripple spread before quickly settling into tranquility. A spatial barrier? Luo Yunj recognized its purpose. Before he could examine it further, the scene before him suddenly whirled. The cloud platform abruptly collapsed, revealing a vast road fashioned from clouds. Stretching to the distant shore, there appeared to be a towering book radiating profound wisdom, nurturing the growth of all living things. As Luo Yunj set foot on the cloud-paved road, A pure, melodious celestial sound resonated, soothing the spirit and alleviating fatigue. With each step, flora and fauna, marvelous trees, and wondrous landscapes emerged. Peaks arose on either side of the road, extending endlessly into the horizon, resembling an ocean of grandeur. How intriguing! Luo Yunj chuckled. In his 9 lifetimes, he had encountered many dreamlike scenes, yet this was a first. This was the trace of the immortals, a power from the upper realms, incomparable to this world, akin to the distinction between fireflies and the moon. Luo Yunj instinctively quickened his pace, sensing that the answer lay on the distant shore, beneath that towering book. In no time, Luo Yunj reached the shore. The moment he set foot on land, a thunderous noise erupted behind him, the sound of collapsing and fracturing space. The past splendor lay in ruins. Quite cautious, Luo Yunj remarked, his curiosity piqued. What could possibly warrant such meticulous protection? Stored in such a location? He gazed ahead. An ancient stone statue, carved in the likeness of an open book, stood before him. Upon the pages lay a delicate orchid, its petals long faded, withered, and fragmented. In that moment, even Luo Yunj, who had lived for over 9 millennia, was taken aback. He recognized it. In a perilous ancient ruin, he had once encountered a fleeting depiction of this very flower etched upon the walls. Zunan Lang, a legacy from a formidable being of the upper realms. The owner of the ruin seemed to have received its blessings, yet feared offending the Great One, leaving behind only vague references. In that lifetime, Luo Yunj had already ascended to emperor status, yet still felt an overwhelming aura emanating from it, penetrating deep into his soul. Impossible to resist. Ever since then, the memory had lingered vividly in his mind. Who would have thought that today he would encounter the tangible form of it? How could he not be astonished? Taking a deep breath, Luo Yunj took a slow step forward, gently touching the Yunwen lawn. Boom! A resounding drumbeat echoed in his mind. The images he beheld transformed completely. In the boundless starry sky, countless remnants and corpses were scattered. A woman of unparalleled beauty stood alone in the air, facing innumerable foes. Her strength was formidable. With a mere flick, she shattered stars. Even the countless enemies could not endure for long. Yet, these bizarre creatures seemed inexhaustible, surging forth like an unending tide. With the strength of a woman, it was merely a matter of time before these foes were vanquished. Do the powerful concern themselves with the multitude of ants? Certainly not. The situation gradually became clearer. Yet, the beauty of unparalleled grace began to exhibit signs of anxiety. At last, several potent auras surged from the distance. A few figures, shrouded in brilliance and obscured in appearance, approached the enchanting woman. With their arrival, the monstrous onslaught began to recede like a tide, suggesting that they were the orchestrators behind the chaos. Luo Yunj could not discern their words, only managing to glean a few phrases through lip reading, thus acquiring scant information. Their exchange was brief, followed by a resounding explosion of radiant light. An unprecedented battle erupted amidst the starry expanse. Stars shattered, rivers collapsed, and even the great paths trembled. This was a spectacle that transcended the might of emperors. Such was the realm of the celestial beings from the upper realm. Chapter 14. Lowly Shizun, how dare the minions of foreign races claim the title of emperor? Come forth and fight. Whether it is or isn't, your words hold no weight. We act for the prosperity of the human race. So it would be wise for you to submit early. Ridiculous. You dare to usurp the identity of humanity. Stubborn and unyielding. We 5 shall encircle you. Do you have any final words? Speak them now. Only death awaits you. Do you truly believe this emperor would be foolish enough to fall into a trap? What? Do not panic. Mere bravado. Her cries now do not signify her endurance. She resembles a character from a tale told among mortals, where the righteous stand isolated, surrounded by the villainous forces, engaging in debate and conflict. Yet, this is no mere fiction. It is a genuine occurrence. Upon touching that cloud-patterned orchid, Luo Yunj was transported through the river of time, witnessing a story from history as an observer. His intuition informed him that this was an emperor, distinctly different from the emperors of the mortal realm. The elevation of the upper realm, perhaps. He gazed at the magnificent scene. Ultimately, the female emperor of humanity emerged victorious, defeating all adversaries and restoring tranquility to the cosmos. However, her injuries were grievous. Blood continuously spilled from her features, Her form swayed precariously, and her once pristine skin, akin to white jade, was tainted with an eerie black blood, her attire in tatters. It seemed as though the hour of her demise was nigh. Suddenly, a barely perceptible point of light struck. With a soft sound, this nearly invisible object pierced through the divine body of the Empress, causing her to cough up blood once more. Luo Yunj abruptly raised his gaze, sensing a formidable threat. He distinctly heard the voice of a schemer, echoing chillingly in his ears. Why must one be so obstinate? Join my kin, and you shall enjoy eternal longevity, sharing endless years together. Such a beautiful physique. What a pity. The sinister voice clicked its tongue, seemingly laced with a hint of regret. Luo Yunj frowned. The current events surpassed his expectations. He could not hear the voices of the Empress or the previously defeated traitors of humanity. Why, then, could he solely perceive this voice? Peculiar. At that moment, he was unaware of what the Empress had uttered. The voice fell silent for a considerable duration before finally expressing a furious snort and vanishing without a trace. It seemed to have departed. This was a palpable sensation, indescribable and profoundly mysterious. Luo Yunj fell silent, bewildered as to why Yun Jinlan had compelled him to witness this scene, until the entire tableau teetered on the brink of collapse. The stunning Empress violently expelled black blood and then succumbed to silence, plummeting into the abyss beneath the starry sky. In the final moment, Luo Yunj clearly observed her body regressing, shrinking until it transformed into the likeness of a youthful girl. The crux was, he had encountered this form before. By the heavens! Luo Yunj instantaneously grasped the preceding context. No wonder a peak master of a sacred land could strike him with such a blow. He had pondered for quite some time. With his 9 lifetimes of cultivation, even in his current state of diminished power, his perception should not be so feeble. It turned out she was the true powerhouse. Only someone of her caliber could discern Luo Yunj's uniqueness. Otherwise, who would take the time to seek out an ordinary mortal devoid of cultivation? To inherit the legacy of Butian Peak? Luo Yunj scoffed internally. Could it be that his several lifetimes of cultivation had been exposed? No, that cannot be. Master, you are so formidable, yet cannot vanquish your enemies. As a disciple with lowly skills, is it too late for me to withdraw now? With a resounding crash, the scene shattered abruptly. Luo Yunj found himself upon the stone platform amidst the clouds. Sherbua? The voice of Lu Yi broke through, laced with curiosity, questioning why Sherbua had emerged so swiftly. Luo Yunj rolled his eyes and lightly tapped Lu Yi's head. How can you describe a man as quick? Truly lacking understanding. Ouch! Lu Yi exclaimed in pain, startled. Luo Yunj was speechless. He had exerted no force, merely a gentle touch. Her dramatic reactions made it seem as though he had bullied her. Oh! Lu Yi hastily released her magical artifact. After they set off, she inquired Sherbua, what technique did you acquire from the Tiandi Zongshu? Such a technique? Luo Yunj was perplexed. Lu Yi, however, did not dwell on that, instead explaining. Tiandi Zongshu is our Longhuan blessed land, a repository for various techniques and secret arts. Just tell me, I promise not to tell anyone. Rest assured, even if it's not something grand, I wouldn't laugh at you, she declared, making a gesture of oath. I see. Does that not coincide with the treasures of Longhuan Dongtian? Luo Yunj questioned. No, Lu Yi, sensing Luo Yunj's gaze, lowered her hands, clarifying. While the treasures of Longhuan Dongtian possess higher quality, they cannot compare to Tiandi Zongshu. This leads us to the second purpose of Tiandi Zongshu. Second purpose? Indeed, Tiandi Zongshu is also a cave paradise, crafted by the original ancestor. It enhances the user's comprehension. For instance, Sherbua, think carefully. The techniques you acquired, did they not seem to be inscribed in your mind, comprehended without the need for study? Luo Yunj suddenly understood. In that case, Tiandi Zongshu is indeed a remarkable place. Yet, he had gained nothing. The items arranged for him by lowly Shurzuan, aside from the cloud-patterned orchid that allowed him to witness an unparalleled battle, were non-existent. Noticing Luo Yunj's peculiar expression, Lu Yi hesitated before asking, Sherbua, did you not see those treasure troves resembling small mountains? What nonsense! Luo Yunj replied without hesitation. Of course, I saw them, but your Sherbua has mediocre talent, and it was spoiled. Lu Yi understood. Luo Yunj had clearly not glimpsed the interior of Tiandi Zongshu. Thus, The subsequent words from Luo Yunj fell on deaf ears, as her mind was gradually filled with confusion. Others believed Luo Shirbua to be an ordinary body, but only she knew. Initially, Luo Yunj had casually pointed at her, enabling her to break through a long-standing barrier. Since then, she regarded Luo Yunj's actions as a display of hidden prowess, especially during the Nine Peaks debate. It had been proven that the son of Butian Peak was undoubtedly on par with anyone. Yet, the current situation left Lu Yi at a loss for words. Soon, the silhouette of Butian Peak emerged in the distance. Chapter 15, Red Dust Immortal. As night fell beside a lake at Butian Peak, Luo Yunj reclined in a rocking chair, gazing dreamily at the sky as the myriad stars carried his thoughts far away. At this moment, his seventh senior sister was absent. After dispatching Lu Yi, he finally found himself with a rare moment of solitude, a much-desired tranquility, allowing him to ponder the knowledge hidden within the celestial tomes. Yet even now, he could not fathom the meaning behind it all. Why would the petite master reveal such alarming news to him, and what connection did it hold? Luo Yunj was utterly perplexed. Judging by the expression and tone of the supreme leader that day, it seemed he was equally in the dark, perhaps believing it to be some formidable divine secret. Alas, Luo Yunj sighed, shaking his head to dispel the tangled thoughts swirling in his mind. Since clarity eluded him, he decided it best not to dwell on it. As the saying goes, where there's a will, there's a way. When soldiers come, let them battle, and when water rises, let it be concealed by earth. He would await the petite master's return from her seclusion, confident that answers would naturally reveal themselves. Even if the matter were indeed interconnected with him, there was no chance it pertained to his current state. On the surface, Luo Yunj was but a mortal, his true cultivation merely at the pinnacle of the king's realm, with a long journey ahead before reaching the sanctified or supreme realms, let alone the imperial level of comprehension. Worrying over such things would bring him no benefit. After all, if the heavens were to collapse, there would still be tall figures to support him, ensuring he remained unscathed. With this thought, Luo Yunj's mind cleared. His expression softened as he spoke softly. System, check-in. Beep, check-in successful. Congratulations, host. You have acquired one stock of the 10,000-year ice crystal cold essence. Yesterday's laid-back performance is being settled. Reputation gained, 20 points. Champion 9 Peaks debate, 50 points. Refuse to act, 10 points. Declined enlightenment, 30 points. Refuse. Total score. Received 500 years of cultivation. Current realm is at the pinnacle of king, with excess cultivation sealed. Please, host, strive for a breakthrough. Luo Yunj's eyes sparkled with delight. Indeed, embracing a laissez-faire attitude was the swiftest path to advancement. The myriad deductions from earlier added up to several dozen points. It was clear, without a doubt, that he would incur a significantly low score. Thankfully, his cleverness shone through at a critical moment, leading him to devise such a strategy. In retrospect, it seemed timely, as he managed to salvage a commendable score, a pleasant surprise indeed. By assessing this, Luo Yunj further grasped the criteria of the system's judgments. Should similar circumstances arise in the future, he would undoubtedly navigate them with greater ease. In simple terms, achieving success would become effortless. The unity of the ninefold emperor and the celestial being of the mundane realm was all but assured. Meanwhile, within a hidden cave in the Longhuan blessed land, Ji Linxiao's figure materialized, cautiously surveying his surroundings before stepping inside. With a whisper, subtle waves of spiritual energy rippled outward. Ji Linxiao arrived at a picturesque paradise filled with melodious birds and fragrant blooms. The potency of spiritual energy here was so rich it nearly transformed into liquid essence. With a plethora of rare medicinal herbs scattered about, some even rare divine techniques lying in wait. In a word, this place was akin to a land of gold. Ji Linxiao moved forward, and at the heart of this paradise lay a peach grove. A child, appearing no older than 10, sat quietly by the lake's edge, holding a fishing rod. Master, that child has refused, Ji Linxiao said respectfully, bending slightly as he approached the child. A voice, ancient and wise, emerged, surprisingly from the seemingly youthful child, adding an air of enigma to the scene. If Luo Yunj were present, he would surely discern something amiss. Ancient texts spoke of an unparalleled divine method, one that could restore youth and breathe life into withered wood, yet it demanded exorbitant sacrifices, leaving no successful practitioners among mortals. Who would have imagined such a formidable being resided within the Longhuan blessed land? Is there anything more you require of me? Ji Linshao inquired. Hearing this, the youthful elder opened his eyes, which bore the weight of countless ages, embodying the vastness of time and transformation, all coalescing into ephemeral memories. His expression remained calm, as if he had anticipated this moment. You have overseen the Longhuan blessed land for nearly a century. Haven to you? 190 years. Yelingxiao instinctively replied. The young elder nodded, a subtle shift in his tranquil demeanor as he softly remarked, "It has been nearly 2 centuries in the blink of an eye." Ji Linshao looked up in confusion, uncertain why the elder brought this up at such a moment. Time flows swiftly, and some cannot bear solitude, the young elder mused. He then continued, "Take good care of that young one. When necessary, keep them in check. The Longhuan blessed land must not face turmoil." This surprised Ji Linshao. Nevertheless, he nodded, assuring, "Rest assured, master, I will not allow the Longhuan blessed land to falter under my watch. However, when the time comes, Lili will naturally lend you assistance." Very well. Ji Linshao's eyes brightened with newfound confidence. The subtle machinations among the peaks of the Longhuan blessed land would not escape his notice, nor the elder's. Typically, he would turn a blind eye, but with the elder's support and the assistance of the Butian Peak, he felt emboldened to act decisively. With this thought, Ji Linshao respectfully bowed and turned to leave. Just as he departed, a charming little girl drifted down from above the peach grove, stepping lightly upon the swirling petals of peach blossoms. With a gentle thud, the petals transformed into orchid blossoms. The young girl landed beside the youthful elder. Gazing at Ji Linshao's departing figure, her voice laced with coldness, "Your chosen successor truly pales in comparison, with a weak disposition." Indeed, she trailed off, for reasons unknown, before merely shaking her head and sighing. "Huh." The youthful elder chuckled lightly, unperturbed. He lifted the now-active fishing rod, swiftly drawing in the line, only to find it empty. TSK. A fleeting shadow of disappointment crossed his face, before he inquired, "Even with the unity of the ninefold, he remains merely a mundane, celestial being. Was it truly wise to pass the lineage to him?" "I cannot say," the little girl replied, shaking her head. "Perhaps it is fated that he faces this tribulation. It all depends on his own fortune." She huffed lightly, adding, "But what of the mundane, celestial being? He is certainly better than you hiding away in this secret realm." "Huh." The youthful elder laughed softly, but offered no further comment. "Enough chatter. Quickly tend to my wounds. We must be on our way," the little girl said impatiently. She then directed a surge of spiritual energy towards the center of the lake, conjuring a massive orchid that floated upon the water's surface. The orchid slowly opened, inviting the elder within, before gently closing once more. Simultaneously, the youthful elder's expression grew serious. The cultivation beyond the Emperor's realm stirred within this secret cave, resonating with a thunderous sound. However, all of this remained concealed within the cave's boundaries, unnoticed by the outside world, including the recently departed Ji Linshao, who remained oblivious to any changes occurring within. Chapter 16. Please, host, strive for a breakthrough. Beep. Check-in successful. Congratulations, host. You have acquired 1 stalk of the 1,000-year giant spirit celestial leaf. Yesterday's laid-back performance is being settled. Practicing within the celestial tomes, 30 points. Moon gazing at night, 20 points. Total score. Received 10 years of cultivation. Current realm is at the pinnacle of king, with excess cultivation sealed. Please, host. Strive for a breakthrough. Just barely adequate. Luo Yunj gazed at the evaluations, surprised that a visit to Tiandi Tsangshu could be considered a form of cultivation. What a loss. However, there was little he could do about it. He cast a glance and prepared to step outside, ready to embrace a day of languid cultivation. Breakthrough? What breakthrough? He was hardly familiar with the concept. It was best not to get involved. Would someone who indulged in idleness truly cultivate? It was a joke, surely. Persistent idleness was far more appealing. Just as he stepped out of the courtyard, a twitch at the corner of his mouth revealed a hint of confusion. In the yard, beneath a willow tree, stood a woman of ethereal beauty, exuding an aura of icy elegance. She needed not move a muscle to captivate the heart. To say she was stunning would be an understatement. 7th senior sister. Luo Yunj hurriedly approached, bowing respectfully. Internally, he grumbled, "Oh no. The rumors say the seventh senior sister is utterly devoted to her path, with no interest in anything else. How is it that she has returned so soon?" He thought to himself, "I must devise a plan to prevent her from interrupting my leisurely pursuits." Despite his thoughts, he managed to smile and inquired, "Senior sister, what brings you here so early? Is there something urgent?" "Urgent?" she echoed. "Indeed, there is one matter of significance. I would very much like to give you a good thrashing." Su Qingyao, despite her unwavering resolve in her cultivation, found her composure wavering in the face of her junior brother's unspoken thoughts. Upon hearing his inner musings, a desire to discipline him surged within her. Consequently, her tone grew a touch colder as she questioned, "What? Are you not welcoming me?" Luo Yunj hesitated, uncertain of her intentions. Before he could respond, Su Qingyao delivered a swift follow-up, stating, "It seems I cannot simply observe my junior brother without purpose. Very well, since our time together has been brief, I shall visit Yi." "Oh, how nice!" Luo Yunj exclaimed. However, before he could revel in his words, he met her frosty gaze, which seemed to pierce through him. Should he express such sentiments, he could only imagine the consequences at her hands, certainly not pleasant. The role of a junior brother was indeed fraught with difficulty. Thus, Luo Yunj hastily redirected the conversation, saying, "Of course not. I could not be more welcoming." "That is good to hear," Su Qingyao replied, nodding in satisfaction. She had entirely dismissed any notion of being an outsider, taking a seat at the stone table and seamlessly preparing tea. After a brief moment, she waved her hand, declaring, "All right, if you have matters to attend to, go ahead. I will sit for a while before I leave." With that, Su Qingyao had achieved her goal. Luo Yunj had no choice but to accept the situation, feeling as if he were silently enduring a bitter pill. Observing the complexity of his expression, Su Qinyao's mood lightened, and she inwardly snickered. "Do you wish to send me away? Do you want to continue your idleness? Not on my watch. Today, I shall take on the role of your mentor in place of master." Although she claimed she would sit for a while, she made no indication of how long that would be, leaving it entirely to her whims. Su Qingyao was resolute in her decision not to depart easily. Sighing internally, Luo Yunj acknowledged that the situation was set in stone. He could not bring himself to act excessively to alter it. "Your presence truly graces me, senior sister. Please, take a seat while I fetch you some refreshments." He smiled obediently, turning to retreat into the house. Refreshments? Su Qingyao pondered. After decades of cultivation, she had long abandoned earthly fare, becoming a celestial being untouched by the mundane. Yet, she felt a flicker of anticipation. Whatever Luo Yunj presented to her would surely be extraordinary, though she could not guess what it would be. In recent days, she had unexpectedly discovered the solution to some of her past confusions, as if a veil had been lifted. To her astonishment, she sensed a mysterious force within her body. Her mind felt clearer, her perception of spiritual energy sharpened, and her comprehension had significantly improved. Her cultivation speed was climbing impressively. "Oh, there." After much contemplation, this was the only conclusion she could draw. Thus, she chose to visit Luo Yunj once more, hoping to inspire his cultivation while also seeking information on how to repair the remnants of the Bingdi Liantai. This heirloom from the Bingdi legacy held immense significance in cultivation, akin to a multiplier effect. If it could be restored, its utility would be immeasurable. Before long, Luo Yunj returned, carrying a large platter of fruits, a delightful array of rare and exotic delicacies. Even before he arrived, a tantalizing aroma wafted through the air. Su Qinyao's eyes lit up. Indeed, these were no ordinary items, as they stirred the spiritual energy within her. "Senior sister, please enjoy these while I step out for a moment," Luo Yunj announced. "Very well," Su Qingyao replied, momentarily setting aside her grievances for the sake of the delectable offerings. Luo Yunj, however, was taken aback. He had calculated every possibility, yet he had not anticipated that she would reveal her intentions so openly, determined to prevent him from indulging in idleness. "Oh dear, does master know? The saying goes, the master leads you to the door, but cultivation is up to the individual. You truly are my dear senior sister." With a heart full of mixed emotions, he acquiesced and turned to head outside. Luo Yunj did not dwell on other possibilities, for the capacity to hear one's thoughts seemed like a tale from a fantastical realm. Once assured no one was around, Luo Yunj soared into the sky, heading toward a secluded grove. A cunning rabbit has 3 burrows. Having lived 9 lifetimes, he was not naive enough to overlook this wisdom. Thus, he had prepared in advance, hoping never to need it. Secret base number 1. Luo Yunj landed in a charming courtyard adorned with bamboo houses, bamboo chairs, and a babbling brook. How delightful! He reclined on a bamboo chair, embracing a state of languor. Although he had not forgotten Su Qingyao's words, they did not deter him from his idle pursuits, unless she chose to pursue him, which he doubted. With that thought, Luo Yunj felt a pang of regret. The exquisite fruits were remnants of his hard-earned rewards, already the least of his collection, yet they still stung his heart, marking a significant sacrifice. Nevertheless, he reasoned, trading some free treasures for a moment of peace was a fair exchange. With that in mind, he closed his eyes and drifted into a sweet slumber. Chapter 17. The Divine Chef of Butian Peak. As dusk gradually enveloped the sky, the sun's rays faded into obscurity. Su Qingyao looked up briefly before lowering her gaze back to the ancient tome in her hands, her heart filled with doubt. She wondered if she had appeared too eager, perhaps frightening her junior brother, which would complicate matters. Yet, her concerns proved unwarranted. Before the last sliver of light vanished from the heavens, Luo Yunj appeared somewhat dazed, as if still awakening. With an apologetic tone, he said, "Senior sister, I am sorry for the delay. Time slipped away from me. I did not realize how late it had grown." Su Qingyao was momentarily speechless, but nodded in acknowledgement. "It is of no consequence. However, it is indeed quite late." Before she could finish her sentence, she noticed a flicker of excitement in Luo Yunj's expression, as if he were eager for her to depart. Politely, he added, "Junior brother is fearful. I shall invite senior sister to dine with me another day to atone for my tardiness. What say you?" "Oh." Su Qingyao raised an eyebrow, instantly grasping Luo Yunj's intentions. While he spoke of a meal, the likelihood of it occurring was uncertain, as today's opportunity might not arise again. Thus, she seized the moment, declaring, "There is no time like the present. Let us dine today." With that, she leapt into the air, effortlessly departing without granting Luo Yunj a chance to refuse. Luo Yunj was left momentarily stunned, unable to process her swift departure. The voice of Su Qingyao resonated from the heavens. "Junior brother, prepare yourself. I shall go fetch Yi." Left alone, Luo Yunj found himself lamenting as he inadvertently dropped a stone on his own foot. Well, this truly is a disaster. Would he learn to restrain his tongue? He sighed once more, feeling that in recent days, he had sighed more than in all the previous days combined. Just the presence of 7th senior sister was enough to give him a headache. He could only imagine the chaos if 9th senior sister were to appear simultaneously. Luo Yunj gasped at the thought. The beauty of 9th senior sister could only be described as divine, suggesting that she would not fall short of expectations. However, if they all resembled 7th senior sister, the future would not merely be a matter of survival, but of endurance. With this thought in mind, Luo Yunj could only continue to sigh. He should focus on the present. Before long, a delectable hot pot was prepared. Su Qingyao and Lu Yi arrived just in time, hastily taking their seats to indulge. After the meal, even Su Qingyao, who had abstained from food for many years, could not help but exclaim, "Delicious. Absolutely a delicacy of the mortal realm." At that moment, Lu Yi swallowed hard and clutched Su Qingyao's arm, quietly expressing her gratitude. "Thank you, Master Su. It has been such a long time since I last enjoyed Master Luo's hot pot." "Oh." Su Qingyao was surprised. It turned out Lu Yi had tasted it before. Upon inquiry, she learned that when Luo Yunj first entered Butian Peak, he frequently prepared various delicious dishes, sharing many with Lu Yi. Each dish rivaling the exquisite hot pot just served. Lu Yi's descriptions were vivid and eloquent, igniting endless imaginations. After hearing this, Su Qingyao realized that her junior brother possessed many remarkable talents that she had previously overlooked. The two immediately began to plot quietly. Days later, Luo Yunj's place had nearly become a second home for the two. He had also acquired a new title, the designated chef of Butian Peak, a title that was both fitting and aligned with their thoughts. On this day, the small courtyard was bustling as usual. After a hearty meal, Lu Yi voiced her concerns. "Master Su, if this continues when Master Ancestor emerges, will we?" Su Qingyao remained silent for a moment and reassured her, "Yi, it's all right. At worst, we can gather every few days. Indeed, they've been somewhat reckless these past few days. She glanced at Luo Yunj, inwardly scolding him. This junior brother of mine should learn some restraint. What if he leads Yi astray? It was of little concern for her. But Yi was the only third-generation disciple of Butian Peak and deserved attention. Luo Yunj, perceiving her expression, instantly grasped seventh senior sister's thoughts, feeling a sense of helplessness. You all wanted to eat, yet now it seems I am to blame. After reluctantly preparing another meal, Luo Yunj discovered that cooking could also earn him points, perfectly aligning with his laid-back strategy. Otherwise, he wouldn't bother. The former ninefold emperor, destined to be a transcendent immortal, had become a mere chef. It would surely be a significant stain on his history. Lu Yi, rather gullible, did not ponder the implications of his words and readily accepted. At this moment, Su Qingyao felt a twinge of guilt. After sending Lu Yi to rest, she pulled Luo Yunj to a more open area and summoned the Ice Emperor Lotus platform. Junior brother, sit upon it, she commanded. All right. Luo Yunj, somewhat puzzled, complied obediently. Quickly calm your mind, Su Qingyao instructed, preparing to activate the Lotus platform's powers. Isn't this the incomplete Tao artifact? What a pity. If it were complete, it might be of some use to me. Let me think. How can I repair it? While appearing to follow Su Qingyao's instructions to calm his mind, Luo Yunj secretly grumbled. However, this was precisely what Su Qingyao had in mind. She had been waiting for the right opportunity, and today was it. After attentively listening to Luo Yunj's method, Su Qingyao secretly committed it to memory. Regardless of its potential efficacy, she activated the Ice Emperor Lotus platform. Just as Luo Yunj slipped into a state of enlightenment, Su Qingyao suddenly turned her gaze towards the distant sky. A powerful and dignified aura descended. Su Qingyao's eyes sparkled. Ninth junior sister has emerged. This royal Tao technique is indeed formidable. It seems she has made significant progress. Just as she prepared to step forward, she hesitated, glancing at the Lotus platform and Luo Yunj, opting instead to send a voice transmission. In a certain part of Butian Peak, the clouds parted, revealing a tall woman emerging from her long-sealed cave. The soft sunlight illuminated her fair, rosy complexion, untouched by any makeup, complemented by slightly raised willow leaf brows and sparkling peach blossom eyes. Her beauty was entirely distinct from seventh senior sister Su Qingyao. Upon her emergence, she paused. Hearing Su Qingyao's voice transmission, a smile blossomed in her bright eyes, tinged with curiosity. Is this the new junior brother my master has taken in? I must pay him a visit. With that, her long, alluring legs took a step forward, and her entire figure vanished in an instant, leaving no trace behind, moving with astonishing speed. Chapter 18. Enlightenment. Luo Yunj exhaled, awakening from a state of enlightenment, slowly opening his eyes, a glimmer of joy evident within them. After many years, the Ice Emperor's inherited artifact still proved exceptional in aiding one to calm their mind. However, it remained incomplete. He wondered what had transpired in the past that left even the Ice Emperor's artifact in such a state. As he pondered, he lifted his gaze ahead. Where is his seventh senior sister? After a slight sense of the surroundings, he rose and walked towards a nearby lake. The moonlight replaced the sunlight, casting a gentle and pure glow that mingled with the wind, creating a silent tenderness. The night gradually descended. By the lakeside, willows danced gracefully in the breeze. Two stunning beauties, illuminated by the moonlight, were reflected in the water, resembling celestial maidens. She is here. Su Qingyao smiled slightly, casting a discreet glance toward Luo Yunj's approach. Muchilo also turned to look in that direction. With her cultivation, even in the absence of moonlight, she could still see everything around her clearly. However, the young man, dressed in white, with white hair and a handsome visage, moved with a leisurely grace, exuding the charm of a refined gentleman. Yet, he was a mere mortal. Muchilua glanced at seventh senior sister, but received only a smile in return. What did this mean? It was one thing for master to take in a male junior brother, but why a mortal? An ordinary person with no cultivation? Even so, it was inconsequential. It merely meant an additional pair of chopsticks. Butian Peak could certainly afford it. Yet, the crux of the matter lay in this fellow's identity. The 10th divine son of Butian Peak, the successor of the Tao lineage, the first in a million years. By what right? Among the 9 goddesses of Butian Peak, each one was a paragon of excellence, yet none had qualified to inherit the Tao lineage. Now, A mortal had seized the opportunity first. This was intriguing. Mutuo was uncertain of her master's intentions, but she found herself somewhat intrigued by this junior brother she had just met. Seventh senior sister, who is this beautiful fairy sister? Luo Yunj approached the two and cleverly inquired, all the while seizing the opportunity to observe the newly appeared woman. Standing at an impressive height of approximately 1.79 meters, she exuded an air of elegance with her light makeup and a complexion as luminous as jade, gleaming with a cool light. Her exquisitely crafted brows and eyes were reminiscent of a delicate painting, while her long black hair was elegantly styled in a bun held in place by a jade hairpin. Simply standing there, she radiated an indescribable nobility, such beauty and grace, and yet she was engaged in light-hearted conversation with the seventh senior sister atop Butian Peak. It was likely that she was one of the senior sisters he had yet to meet. As it turned out, his assumptions were indeed accurate. This was your ninth senior sister, Muqi Luo, the esteemed princess of the Tianyu dynasty, as explained by Su Qingyao. She then introduced Muqi Luo, saying, "This is the little junior brother I mentioned to you earlier, Luo Yungu." Ah, she chuckled lightly, covering her mouth. "I just emerged from seclusion and have yet to prepare a gift. I hope you will not hold it against me. Junior brother, you are too gracious, senior sister. To practice alongside such a heavenly beauty is already a great fortune for me," Luo Yungu replied nonchalantly. Not only did he show no concern, but he also complimented Muqi Luo, which made her smile even more. In truth, he had already noticed the subtle changes in her expression. Her playful glances and little gestures indicated that she had never intended to prepare a gift. Thus, he could not help but jest. They say all 9 senior sisters atop Butian Peak are divine maidens, and indeed, it appears to be true. But why is it that one seems so stingy? I suspect you never intended to prepare a gift for me at all. Muqi Luo's smile suddenly faltered. Who is it? Who dares to pry into the affairs of this princess? On the surface, she maintained her composure, yet internally, she felt a twinge of anxiety. Consequently, when Su Qingyao called her name from beside her, she did not hear, appearing lost in thought. Why is she staring at me? I know I am handsome, but one cannot simply gaze at me endlessly. I heard Butian Peak has never accepted male disciples. Could it be? At that moment, Su Qingyao's arm rested gently on her shoulder, expressing concern. "Ninth junior sister, are you all right?" "I'm fine." Muqi Luo instinctively shook her head, though her peripheral vision was still assessing Luo Yungu. She then explained, "Please forgive me, senior sister. I just exited seclusion and sometimes get caught up in my thoughts." "It's nothing to worry about." Su Qingyao waved her hand dismissively, fully understanding such feelings as she often experienced them herself. "All right." Su Qingyao took Muqi Luo's hand, saying, "Our junior brother Luo, though somewhat laid back, possesses an extraordinary skill." As she spoke, she gestured towards Luo Yungu. Luo Yunji's lips twitched, a mixture of resignation and delight, and he could only nod in agreement. "Gulme, I must tell you that our junior brother is far from simple," Su Qingyao cautioned, feeling it her duty as a senior sister to care for her juniors. Muqi Luo gazed at the retreating figure of Luo Yungu, pondering over the words she had just heard, failing to grasp the deeper meaning behind the seventh senior sister's statement. Once her mind settled, she quickly deduced that the voice she had sensed earlier likely belonged to this junior brother. Although uncertain of the reason, there were no others present, and Butian Peak could not possibly harbor another male, leading her to the only conclusion. Furthermore, it seemed to resonate as a voice from the heart. "Oof," she scoffed inwardly. "This junior brother may not possess great abilities, but his audacity is remarkable, daring to utter such peculiar words upon our first meeting." Suddenly, Muqi Luo's expression shifted again. Perhaps it wasn't so much a spoken word, as she had merely sensed it. A voice from the heart? Her curiosity piqued. Could I have mistaken him, or is there another reason? Muqi Luo had already formed a plan in her mind, deciding to probe further while remaining cautious. This matter could not be disclosed to the seventh senior sister just yet. From their brief interaction, she had discerned that the seventh senior sister regarded this junior brother with a certain level of fondness, even showing a hint of favoritism in her speech. Indeed, anyone acknowledged by their master must possess exceptional qualities. Even a mere mortal would undoubtedly have their unique merits. With this thought in mind, Muqi Luo smiled and said, "I will be most eager to hear more about it." Following this, the two proceeded, engaged in cheerful conversation as they made their way to Luo Yunji's residence. Chapter 19. The Betrothal at Butian Peak. In the courtyard of Luo Yunji's abode, a gentle breeze stirred. Yet it could not dispel the warmth of the hot pot or the enticing aroma wafting through the air. In this world, only delectable food should never be taken for granted. There is nothing that a hot pot cannot resolve. If there is, then two should suffice. Faced with the allure of the hot pot, Muchi Luo could not merely sample it, but rather found herself thoroughly immersed, leaving her thoroughly satisfied after the meal. Following their hearty feast, the bonds among the four had noticeably strengthened. Especially for Luo Yungu, being a newcomer to Butian Peak, this was significant. However, one shortcoming remained. Muchi Luo had yet to ascertain whether the voice truly belonged to Luo Yungu. After all, he wasn't going anywhere, and her eagerness had diminished somewhat due to the culinary delights, which had only increased her fondness for him. For cultivators, the consumption of grains is often dismissed, as ordinary food no longer entices them, rendering it tasteless and prompting them to forego it. However, Luo Yunji's approach differed. He utilized spiritual herbs and beast meats, complemented by earthly ingredients and unnamed seasonings. The flavor was nothing short of extraordinary, validating the words of the seventh senior sister. His culinary skills rivaled those of a royal chef, capable of standing alone in his craft. In a word, it was simply exquisite. Chi Luo, you emerged from seclusion earlier than expected. Did you encounter any challenges in your cultivation? Su Qingyao inquired, having waited for the opportune moment to voice her concern. Besides their master, the frequency of seclusions among the sisters had developed an unspoken pattern, akin to the mundane necessity of mortals eating and drinking. They were either in seclusion, on their way to seclusion, or just emerging from it, becoming a part of their daily lives. No. Muchi Luo shook her head in response to her senior sister's gaze. With a slight sigh, she elaborated, before Master brought me to the peak. My father had already arranged a betrothal for me. As the date approaches, I received a letter from home recently, which is why I have come out of seclusion. A betrothal? Su Qingyao narrowed her eyes, contemplating the implications. With a wry smile, Muchi Luo replied, the crown prince of the Dayan dynasty, Wu Tianshun, is said to have reached the quasi-imperial realm. Oh, Su Qingyao exclaimed, her voice trailing off. Quasi-imperial realm? That's barely sufficient. Yet, her thoughts belied her words. Merely being in the quasi-imperial realm would certainly not suffice to win over the ninth divine maiden of Butian Peak. Such aspirations were indeed fanciful. However, she understood that the mention of the Tianyu dynasty and the Yan dynasty likely pointed to a political marriage, suggesting that her junior sister was perhaps not entirely free in this matter. With this thought, she mused that if the other party were indeed a good match, it might become a tale worth telling. If not, the unity of Butian Peak would never allow such a situation to go unchecked. Senior sister, Muchi Luo finally broke into a smile. Before she could speak further, Su Qingyao pointed at Luo Yungu, declaring, let us set this standard. If he does not measure up to our junior brother, I shall descend the mountain and sever the engagement. Luo Yungu, what does this have to do with me? Puffed. Muchi Luo could only smile wryly, just as she was about to nod in agreement. Yet in the next moment, I heard a familiar voice resonating within my heart. Has the Dayan Huang Chao not yet fallen into decline? Let me ponder. That little fellow, once brimming with demonic energy, truly established a dynasty that endures through the ages. By the way, what was his name again? Wu Yuan Liang. That must be him, possessing the Tian Mo body. How astonishing that someone with such a physique, often met with disdain, has managed to survive until now. Have they concealed their presence so effectively? Or is it that no one is aware of this demonic body? What? Muchi Luo was taken aback. She cast a discreet glance. Luo Yunj reclined on a bamboo chair not far away, eyes closed in tranquil repose, hardly resembling someone inclined to engage in conversation. What sort of physique is the Tianmao body? It is astonishing that there exists but a single character's difference between her and the divine being. Even more surprising is the fact that Wu Yuanliang, the founding ancestor of the Yan dynasty, is scarcely mentioned in historical records, with only fragments of information available. Furthermore, Muchi Luo has only heard this name from her father due to the amicable relations between their families, and even then, her words are imbued with admiration and reverence. This indicates that, regardless of how the other party has come to possess such esoteric knowledge, and irrespective of their identity, their claims hold truth. Just as Mu Qiluo's heart began to brim with curiosity, Su Qingyao spoke up first. Luo Yunj, hurry over here while the ninth senior sister is available, so she can offer you valuable guidance on your cultivation. As she spoke, she cast a glance towards Mu Qiluo, implying that Mu Qiluo should observe closely to have a standard in mind. However, in truth, Su Qingyao's intentions were twofold. The first was as previously mentioned. The second was her disdain for Luo Yunj's habitual sloth, and she certainly could not pass up the opportunity to rectify his behavior. Luo Yunj initially intended to feign ignorance, but the chilling intent of the seventh senior sister was already upon him. Reluctantly, he sprang up with a smile on his face and approached, saying, "I must trouble both senior sisters. As the ancient saying goes, a true gentleman possesses the ability to endure and to rise. One should not stoop to their level of understanding." In an unexpected turn of events, Mu Qiluo has, in a way, achieved her objective. The heartfelt words that resonate below serve to confirm their origin from her junior disciple. "What are you doing? Do you not realize that disturbing someone's peaceful dreams is rather unethical? Well, considering the ethereal beauty of my two senior sisters, I shall not hold it against you. Moreover, any guidance I receive is contingent upon our esteemed master emerging from seclusion." Mu Qiluo blinked her eyes. Her junior disciple truly possesses the remarkable skill of presenting one facade while concealing another, a talent worthy of admiration. The final statement was rather ungracious. "What is the matter with Shiji? Is it not permissible for Shiji to offer you guidance in your cultivation of a mortal body?" Mu Qiluo harbored doubts in her heart. Yet, she heard Su Qingyao's cold voice resound, admonishing her, "Do not presume that having attained the title of the foremost in the Jiufeng Lun Dao grants you the liberty to indulge and become complacent. Observe your progress over these past few days. Have you shown even the slightest improvement?" Upon hearing this, Mu Qiluo was momentarily taken aback. Could it be that a mere mortal had claimed the title of the foremost in the Jiufeng debate? Was she losing her sanity? Or had the world itself succumbed to madness? That is incorrect. How did he participate in Jiufeng Lundo? And did the other peak masters actually agree? With countless questions in her mind, Mu Qiluo conveyed her inquiries to Su Qingyao. After a brief moment, she received her answers. At this point, she genuinely began to regard this junior disciple with the seriousness he deserved. One could not help but marvel at the keen discernment of their master. Indeed, this junior disciple was extraordinary. Mu Qiluo's eyes shimmer with a radiant light as she stands atop the 9 peaks, engaging in profound discourse. How impressive indeed! She revealed a sinister smile, heralding the impending nightmare that would befall Lu Yunj. Chapter 20. Hellish training difficulty. Since that day, Lu Yunj has endured a series of inhumane treatments. Of course, the standards of judgment were based upon his previously lackadaisical lifestyle. On ordinary days, he would tend to flowers, birds, fish, and insects, occasionally gazing at the distant sunset. Life was exceedingly pleasant. But now, Mu Qiluo, with her own ulterior motives, had taken Lu Yunj to a mountaintop for rigorous training of hellish difficulty. The outcome? For Lu Yunj, it meant the painful loss of several days of evaluation. For Mu Qiluo, it provided an abundance of previously unknown secrets gleaned from his inner voice. For instance, the possibility that the junior disciple might be a reincarnation of a great emperor. Furthermore, the Tiandi body cultivated by the Dian dynasty is considered a forbidden constitution. Additionally, the so-called Tiandi body, if it could merge with a constitution known as the Tianshan body, would transcend into a divine devil body. This revelation was inadvertently disclosed by Lu Yunj to Wu Yuanliang in the past. Indeed, it was that very emperor who founded the Dian dynasty. The junior disciple had saved him in a previous life and guided his cultivation, leading him to embark upon the path of enlightenment, achieving unparalleled greatness. It is no wonder, then, that if the Dian dynasty had continuously inherited the so-called Tiandi body, the empire would inevitably have crumbled. However, it was precisely because Wu Yuanliang held the junior disciple's counsel dear and treated it as a family doctrine passed down through generations that the current glory of the dynasty was achieved. To this day, the Dian dynasty has somehow learned of Mu Qiluo's Tianshan body, which resulted in the betrothal. According to the junior disciple's deduction, Mu Qiluo's Tianshan body is precisely the requisite condition for forging a divine devil body. It is almost certain as there exists no other Tiandi body or Tianshan body in the world. Otherwise, the Dian dynasty would not have waited until now to find an opportunity to forge a divine devil body. The so-called betrothal is merely a ruse. If Muchiluo were to truly marry, she would undoubtedly meet a fate of being forcibly stripped of her Tianshan body, becoming a mere garment for another. Upon realizing this, Muchiluo had initially intended to inform her father to annul the engagement at once, but lacking the means to prove her claims, she had to abandon the idea. Moreover, the primary condition could not be fulfilled at Lu Yunji's end. Could she possibly tell the junior disciple that as his senior sister, she inexplicably could hear his innermost thoughts? It was utterly preposterous. Moreover, it is likely that the esteemed emperor would believe that his pursuit of enlightenment has led to a deterioration of his mental faculties. Alas, Muchiluo let out a sigh, a lamentation for her own thoughts, and a sense of helplessness regarding Luo Yunji. At this very moment, Luo Yunji was on the precipice ahead, diligently practicing the sword technique known as Lu Yun. Unfortunately, despite the ethereal grace of her movements, there was a lack of substance. After all, the superficial facade belonged to a mortal body. Incapable of wielding spiritual energy, it was commendable that she could execute even a few forms. Muchiluo was not the only one who sighed. Luo Yunji felt a similar helplessness within her heart. One might say, "Dear sister, could you not confront the reality? It has been several days, and there has been no change at all. Criticism ought to be expressed in a certain manner. It would indeed be peculiar if there were any alterations. As long as Liang harbors no desire for change, he can remain an ordinary being indefinitely, impervious to any transformation. These past few days have compelled him to abandon his indolence. It is regrettable that the ratings have plummeted over several days, nearing the lowest point, while his cultivation progresses at an increasingly sluggish pace. Oh, the ephemeral immortal of the mortal realm. The distance is growing ever more profound. At present, with merely 2 senior sisters, the situation has already reached this extent. Once the 9 senior sisters emerge from their seclusion, it seems that Luo Yunji will never have the opportunity to approach the threshold of Hongchan Xian in this lifetime. The level of difficulty is likely comparable to ascending to the heavens. No, I cannot remain idle and await my fate. Luo Yunji felt a sense of alertness within her. Continuing in this manner was utterly unfeasible. It is imperative to devise a comprehensive strategy that not only steadfastly upholds the policy of unwavering resilience in the face of adversity, but also effectively mitigates the influence of the 9 elder sisters upon him. As he delved into contemplation, a streak of golden light suddenly shot forth from a distance. Upon being caught by Muchiluo, the golden radiance gradually dissipated, revealing a resplendent letter sealed with royal arcane methods. It appeared as though it were a treasure of immeasurable worth. However, now that we are aware of the conspiracy of the Dynhu Ngcho, how can we possibly allow the betrothal to proceed, Shitty? Mokidu exclaimed. 9th senior sister? Luo Yungu approached obediently and inquired. Although the method to aid you in your broken mirror cultivation has yet to be discovered, one must not become complacent. Understood? I shall diligently heed the guidance of my senior sister. Muchi Luo, lost in her thoughts, spoke casually. Luo Yungu observed her troubled expression and speculated that the letter must have carried some unfortunate news. However, she refrained from probing further, adhering to the principle of remaining detached when it does not concern her. After all, maintaining a carefree attitude is of utmost importance in life. Nevertheless, Luo Yungu sought out some calming treasures and presented them to Muchi Luo, explaining their purpose. The reason, of course, was said to be a gift from their master. "Ah, you little rascal," Muchi Luo remarked with a hint of a smile. She could easily discern that this was not a true gift from their master. Shortly thereafter, she overheard Luo Yunji's thoughts before departing. Finally free, sigh. Although 9th senior sister has been somewhat strict these past few days, she genuinely wishes to assist me. What a pity should I lend her a hand. Such a beautiful senior sister would indeed be a pity if she were to fall into the clutches of the beast of the tea in empty weight. Something feels amiss. You are not one to be swayed by mere beauty. Remember that. Muchiluo's cheeks flushed slightly as she silently cursed under her breath. What a pity to have fallen into the hands of the beast of the Tianmao body. However, this time indeed provided her with a choice, causing her eyes to brighten. Thus, she quietly observed as he waved goodbye and departed without any attempt to intervene. As a gust of wind swept by, Mu Chilua stowed away her calming artifact and turned to ascend to the summit of Butian Peak. After traversing the thick layers of clouds, she brushed past several cranes and arrived before an ancient palace. Time had etched profound upon its structure. Merely gazing upon it caused Mu Chilua's heart to waver. As she struggled to bear the overwhelming power, her body teetering precariously. A silent ripple expanded outward, and Mu Chilua regained her composure, understanding that her master had intervened. Consequently, she respectfully performed the disciple's greeting and articulated her confusions. After a considerable time, a youthful voice resonated from deep within the grand hall, stating that to untie the knot, one must seek out the one who tied it. Whoever possesses the knowledge should be approached for resolution. Yet, Mu Chilua hesitated for a brief moment. However, they had already sensed it, and the oppressive aura of the ancient palace was gradually intensifying, indicating that her master had departed. When recounting her experiences and predicaments, she omitted the fact that she had gleaned insight from his heart, merely stating that she had received information. The profound meaning behind her master's words was evident. Indeed, there was nothing within Butian Peak that could elude her master's awareness. Mu Chilua exhaled deeply, her spirits lifted considerably, as if her resolve had been solidified. Chapter 21. The Conspiracy of the Dian Empire. On this day, and Su Qingyao walked side by side out of the small courtyard. He smiled and clasped his hands together, saying, "Junior brother, I wish senior sister all the success in her endeavors and a fruitful seclusion." Su Qingyao gently nodded. She advised, "During my period of seclusion, you must devote yourself wholeheartedly to the path and must not slacken your efforts, lest you squander the painstaking efforts of both myself and Qi Luo." She paused, seemingly finding the issue of your constitution somewhat delicate, and continued, "Once I emerge from my seclusion, I shall inquire with our master on your behalf. I shall heed my senior sister's words." Luo Yunj nodded, presenting an image of utmost obedience. There was not a hint of error in her tone and demeanor, making her seem like an entirely different person compared to the previous carefree lad. Indeed, Su Qingyao cast a deep glance at him, feeling unconvinced in her heart. Do not assume that secluding oneself will render one immune to scrutiny. What significance does a powerful figure from a past life hold? At present, he is not yet a junior disciple of Butian Peak. Moreover, the clamor of this mischievous lad's schemes can be heard even beyond the confines of Butian Peak. It is indeed a case of Sima Zhao's intentions being evident to all. One cannot fathom the experiences that have shaped the appearance of a young apprentice, which indeed causes a measure of concern. However, all is well now. Let the remaining troubles be dealt with by the 9th junior sister. Subsequently, Su Qingyao uttered no further words. After releasing the Ice Emperor Lotus platform, she stepped upon the snowflakes condensed from the essence of icy intent, vanishing from sight in an instant. Luo Yunj let out a long sigh of relief. At last, the 7th senior sister was retreating for seclusion. Over the past half-month, aside from the unexpected bounties from the 9 Peaks debate, which were quite generous, there had been no opportunities to elevate the scores. The rewards before him were diminishing gradually. In Luo Yunj's heart, it felt as if he were bleeding drop by drop, a true pang of sorrow. If this continued, it would not only be a challenge to attain the status of a mortal immortal, but even to regain access to the threshold of the great emperor seemed uncertain. The 7th senior sister has gone into seclusion. The 9th senior sister appeared to be troubled by that family letter, having not shown herself for several days. How delightful! There exists a phenomenon known as the lament of unappreciated possession, which one only comes to regret upon its loss. Luo Yunj finds himself in such a predicament. In times of languor, he never perceived the challenges he faced. However, upon encountering his senior sister after her seclusion, he profoundly experienced the excruciating torment that ensues, leaving him both helpless and driven to madness. He does not desire this predicament, yet the emergence of the system compels him towards such actions. Each day of languid indifference allows him to effortlessly attain cultivation, a stark contrast to the harrowing struggles of his past life, which were infinitely more arduous. It is evident to any individual what choice must be made. Alas, as Luo Yungu hummed along, his expression suddenly fell. He inwardly cursed and promptly turned around, striding a few steps in the direction where Su Qingyao had departed, his countenance transforming into one of cheerful demeanor. At that moment, a gust of wind swept through the heavens and earth, bringing not the biting chill of icy intent, but rather the noble and majestic aura of imperial authority. Both sensations lingered vividly in Luo Yunji's memory. Suddenly, the sound of dragon roars and phoenix cries echoed. In his line of sight, a small black dot swiftly materialized on the horizon, drawing nearer at a visible pace. As it approached, he discerned that it was a phoenix carriage. Unavoidably, the scenario he most dreaded unfolded before him. The phoenix carriage halted before Luo Yungu, and with a thunderous roar, a terrifying wave of energy erupted. However, before it could reach Luo Yungu, a figure waved a hand, dispersing it. The figure was none other than his ninth senior sister, Muchi Luo. Unlike in previous days, Muchi Luo now donned an exquisite blue glass dress adorned with golden embellishments, exuding an indescribable elegance and nobility. Little junior brother, have you seen seventh senior sister? She stepped out of the phoenix carriage and inquired softly. Unfortunately, the seventh senior sister has just entered seclusion. Does the ninth senior sister truly remain unaware? Luo Yunj obediently remarked, simultaneously feeling a silent sigh of relief within. It turned out they were seeking Su Qingyao, causing him unnecessary worry and dampening his good spirits. Is that so? Mu Qiluo murmured, lowering her head, though she feigned ignorance. The corners of her mouth had already curved upwards, and her eyes sparkled slightly. Naturally, Su Qingyao's seclusion had been communicated beforehand. Among the entire Butian Peak, there were only 4 living souls, one of whom was currently in seclusion. This inquiry was merely a prelude to what was to follow. After a brief moment, Mu Qiluo lifted her head, pretending to exhibit a troubled expression. Luo Yunji's heart skipped a beat. He had not lived in vain all these years. Mu Qiluo's insinuation was clear. She was not here to seek Su Qingyao, but rather, she was pointedly referring to him. Well then, it seemed best to play the fool. Luo Yunj chuckled and remarked, what a misfortune indeed. Senior Sister 7 has just departed. If Junior Sister 9 is in a hurry, she might as well turn around and seek her out. Perhaps there is still time. Upon hearing this, Mu Qiluo felt a surge of silent frustration within her. Oh, junior brother, I fear I owe you an apology. Mu Qiluo feigned a sigh, turning to stride towards the Feng Yin with an expression of disappointment. Yet, before Luo Yunj could revel in her joy, Mu Qiluo's figure abruptly halted, as if the whispers of a demon erupted in Luo Yunj's ears like claps of thunder, catching her unawares. Very well, in times of urgency, it is prudent to act. I shall trouble my junior disciple to accompany me on this journey. As Mu Qiluo made her move, the peak power of the Jiehuang realm surged forth in a tidal wave. In an instant, she firmly suppressed Luo Yunj and subsequently placed him onto the phoenix chariot. The next moment, the chariot emitted a clear, melodious sound and accelerated with astonishing swiftness, transforming into a radiant shield of light that sped away. Thus, Luo Yunj could only helplessly watch as Butian Peak vanished from his sight, embarking on a journey towards the Tianyu dynasty. With the situation now set in stone, Mu Qiluo secretly breathed a sigh of relief. The first half of the plan to thwart the conspiracy of the Dian dynasty was already accomplished. The remaining half lay in persuading her junior disciple to assist her along the way. It is rather amusing that, as a formidable Jiehuang realm expert, she found herself resorting to deceitful tactics with her own disciple. Such a notion would surely invite ridicule if spoken aloud. Yet, for the sake of her father and the millions of Dan citizens of the Tianyu dynasty, such measures were not insurmountable. Observing the sorrow emanating from Luo Yunj's heart, Mu Qiluo could not help but chuckle softly, feeling a twinge of compassion. Perhaps, upon her return, she should request her master to grant her junior disciple some compensation and rewards. Or perhaps we should simply allow the master to emerge from seclusion to address the physical condition of the junior disciple. Chapter 22. Coercion and Temptation. Junior disciple, do you comprehend the situation as it stands? It is understood, yet there remains a lingering question. Rest assured, Shiji will undoubtedly safeguard you. Otherwise, Shizhuan would certainly take issue. Very well, Shidi comprehends. Henceforth, let us agree upon this, for it would be in vain for Shiji to have fretted over your peculiar constitution for such an extended period. I apologize for the trouble, Shiji. On the Phoenix chariot, Mu Qiluo has successfully enticed Luo Yunj into her fold. Naturally, the justification employed is under the esteemed name of the lowly Shizhuan. For instance, The message Mu Chuo received that day was directly altered to convey the news of the Di Yin dynasty's crown prince being of the Tianmao body. As for how this information was acquired, it would naturally be attributed to Shizun. After all, she remains in seclusion, and such a formidable title is sufficient to keep the enigmatic Shidi in check. Thus, the narrative inexplicably flowed harmoniously. Even Luo Yunj found himself unable to discern the underlying issues for a moment. He expressed his astonishment, never anticipating that there existed individuals capable of recognizing the ancient Tianmao body. However, if it were the lowly Shizun, it would indeed be unsurprising, for she is a formidable being from the upper realms. According to Mu Chi Luo's conception, upon their arrival at the Tianyu Empire, she would present Luo Yungu to meet the emperor, informing him of the matter concerning the Tianmo body. In this regard, it is essential for Luo Yungu to testify to the veracity of the situation. Subsequently, they must earn the trust of the emperor of Tianyu before proceeding with their plans. However, a question arises. Luo Yungu inquired, "But senior sister, have you considered how my words, as a mortal, could possibly represent Bu Tian Feng?" Mu Chilua was instantly at a loss for words. She was truly rendered speechless by the question. A disciple of Butian Feng, must one still prove their affiliation when venturing beyond its confines? The 9 divine maidens themselves stand as the finest testament. Consequently, Mu Chilua instinctively overlooked this fact, having long since grown accustomed to it. The outside world might be aware that Butian Peak has accepted a male disciple, and they may know he has become the 10th divine son, or even that he has inherited the Tao of Butian Peak. However, they are unlikely to realize that this individual possesses a mortal physique. This matter pertains to the reputation of the sect. Such discussions among the disciples are one thing, but it is undoubtedly impossible for this information to be disseminated beyond the sect. Moreover, even if it were to be leaked, who in the world would dare to believe it? Unless the leader of L Ing Hu NFD or the master of BT in F Ing has gone mad. It is utterly absurd for BT in F Ing to accept a waste as an heir to their legacy. Yet, this is indeed the case. It has also become the first conundrum that has perplexed the 2 senior disciples. Alas, Luo Yunj understood all too well. Such hurried actions could lead to disastrous outcomes. At this moment, he found himself unexpectedly yearning for his 7th senior sister. Had she been present, these troublesome occurrences might have been averted. Yet now it was too late. Any further discourse would prove futile. It was likely that before he could finish speaking, the cold righteousness of his 7th senior sister and the imperial aura of his 9th senior sister would already descend upon him. So be it. Since he had arrived at this juncture, he would accept his fate. Luo Yunj had lived 9 lives, and his cultivation had returned to the pinnacle of the Wang realm. The shattered mirror was merely a matter of thought, with countless hidden cards up his sleeve. Such trivial matters did not instill fear in him. The real predicament lay in the possibility of being ensnared in the intricate conspiracies between empires. How much credibility would he have left then? I have never felt that surrendering could be so arduous. Meanwhile, Mu Chua observed Luo Yunj with a series of sighs, feeling a twinge of compassion. Yet in the next moment, he heard Luo Yunj's inner voice lamenting. Alas, what is this predicament? By the way, I wonder if that old fellow Wu Yuanliang is still alive. Perhaps I should pay him a visit to resolve this trivial matter? It is unacceptable. If my identity were to be revealed, there's a possibility that this engagement will be transferred onto me. How frustrating. According to his disposition, it seems he is truly capable of such actions. Although the physique and appearance of Jiu Shiji are not lacking, they still lack a certain femininity when compared to Qi Shiji. However, they are sufficient to surpass the beauty of those from my past life. No. What am I even contemplating? Well, there will surely be a way when we reach the mountain. Let's take it one step at a time. Upon hearing these words, Mu Chilua's face flushed. This fellow, to audaciously critique her in her presence. What nonsense about shifting marriage contracts and lacking femininity. What utterances are these? Mu Chilua finds himself at a loss. However, considering that Wu Yuanliang is the founding emperor, his ambitions undoubtedly soar higher than the heavens and deeper than the earth. Would he truly appear so humble before his junior disciple? What kind of existence did this fellow possess in his previous life? Fortunately, she insisted on bringing along her junior disciple. This decision has undoubtedly become one of the wisest choices of her life. Regardless of the circumstances, Mu Chilua felt a newfound confidence regarding the upcoming endeavors. After a moment of contemplation, She retrieved a jade pendant from her waist and handed it to Luo Yunj, explaining, "This is a protective treasure bestowed upon me by our master, possessing the ability to obscure one's aura. For now, you may use this." Upon receiving it, Luo Yunge instantly comprehended Mukvilo's intentions. She intended for him to masquerade as a fool to deceive the formidable adversaries. However, his apparent strength resembled that of a true simpleton, making it a challenge to execute this ruse effectively. Such a disguise seemed rather simplistic. Nonetheless, they had little choice but to resort to this desperate measure. Luo Yunji's mortal form left both divine maidens at a loss. For the time being, there was no feasible solution. Even if they devised a way to address his mortal body, they could not instantaneously endow him with cultivation. After much consideration, Mu Qiluo concluded that this method was indeed the most suitable. Soon, the phoenix chariot soared over vast landscapes, arriving at the territory of a mortal kingdom, where magnificent cities and the bustling atmosphere of human life became visible along the way. Before long, a grand city emerged before them, its towering black walls stretching for hundreds of miles and soaring to heights of several hundred meters, intricately adorned with elaborate patterns that seemed to form a defensive formation, bearing the weight of history while exuding an air of solemnity and chilling austerity. This is the imperial capital of the Tianyu dynasty, Tianyu City. As the phoenix chariot soared through the sky, it seemed to trigger something, causing a momentary pause in its speed. Only after Mu Qiluo produced a dark golden token did it return to its normal pace, heading straight toward the imperial palace. Luo Yunj gazed down upon the city, where wisps of smoke curled into the air and throngs of people filled the streets, among whom were not a few cultivators. Each face bore a serene smile, a genuine expression brimming with the essence of happiness. It appeared that this journey would not prove too arduous. Chapter 23. The Celestial Demon Body in the Tianyu Dynasty. Within the imperial palace, the reigning emperor Mu Tianqing had set aside his official documents. Along with his wife, the esteemed Empress Yuan, he awaited early at the palace gates. The charming voice of Yuan rang out, prompting Mu Tianqing to halt his steps and approach the empress with a conciliatory smile. He replied, Indeed, I too am eager to see our daughter soon." "Is that so?" Yuan rolled her eyes and remarked, "I distinctly recall that when our daughter embarked on her journey, no tears were shed by you, even as she traveled thousands of miles." Mu Tianqing's expression hardened as he retorted, "What are you talking about?" He walked a few steps with his hands clasped behind his back, gazing upwards at the palace. Reflecting on my daughter, had it not been for the circumstances from before, he would have responded after a considerable pause, as was customary. But this time, the voice that would have refuted him in his silence remained conspicuously absent. Mu Tianqing, perplexed, turned around, only to catch sight of Yi when hastily departing towards the palace's exterior. Upon raising his gaze, he beheld a beautifully crafted and resplendent phoenix carriage gently descending onto the plaza outside the palace. In an instant, Mu Tianqing was filled with urgency. "You old woman, consumed by your own affairs, do you not even think to wait for me?" As he spoke, he hastily pursued outside. A mighty gust of wind surged forth, and the phoenix carriage descended. Mu Qiluo was the first to step out. The couple gazed expectantly. After more than a decade apart, Mu Qiluo had blossomed into a graceful figure, her beauty a harmonious blend of her parents' finest traits, rendering her a captivating beauty. However, before their joy could fully manifest, a remarkably handsome young man followed closely behind Mu Qiluo from the carriage. The couple was taken aback, exchanging a glance that revealed their mutual thoughts. Could it be that they were contemplating resistance to the impending marriage? Very well, the marriage is of little significance. The Dian Empire is hardly a matter of great concern. What truly matters is my daughter's happiness. The couple swiftly aligned their stance, preparing to greet their daughter's future husband with warm smiles, while simultaneously seeking to inquire about his identity. However, to their surprise, Mu Qiluo observed the peculiar expressions of the emperor and empress. Upon noticing their glaring gaze, she immediately comprehended the misunderstanding at hand. She promptly spoke. "Your humble daughter pays her respects to the emperor and empress." "Excellent, excellent, excellent." Yuan nodded repeatedly. Mu Tianqing observed his daughter's expression and cautiously ventured to inquire. "Very well." Mu Qiluo thought to herself, "Indeed, it is as I suspected." She decisively stated, "This is my fellow disciple, the divine son of Butian Peak, Luo Yunj. He has come with important matters to discuss. Oh, junior brother. The couple let out a long sigh, yet they were thoroughly frightened. Was it true that even their junior disciple was unharmed? No, that cannot be right. In an instant, a thought flashed through the minds of the two individuals. The Butian phone did not impose any restrictions on the discussions of marriage between senior and junior disciples. Nevertheless, there remained an issue. Mutual observed the expressions of her parents and discreetly glanced at Luo Yunj, only to find him shrugging his shoulders, conveying the sentiment. Senior sister, you were the one who brought me here. I did not wish to be misunderstood. Mutual felt a wave of exasperation wash over her. Fortunately, Mu Tiancheng was the first to regain his composure. As the sovereign of a nation, such behavior would surely breach the decorum expected of him. He cleared his throat and commanded, prepare a banquet to welcome the eldest princess and Luo Shenxi, to extend a warm reception and cleanse the dust of their journey. Thus, Yiwen concurred, saying, having traveled such a distance, let us proceed into the hall to converse further. Muchi Luo offered a sheepish smile to Luo Yunge, who gestured that it was of no consequence. However, inwardly, she couldn't help but critique. This opening truly startled me. My senior sister's family customs are indeed quite astonishing. By the way, with my senior sister's grace and poise, she ought not to worry about marriage, even without a betrothal. Should she? Uncle and aunt truly are something. Humikiluo took a deep breath. I shall endure. Her complexion, perhaps tinged with anger, bore resemblance to the rosy hues of dawn, captivating in a manner reminiscent of inebriation. Luo Yunj's heart skipped a beat. After a brief moment, he regained his composure and followed in the footsteps of his senior sister, entering the grand hall alongside the Mu Tianqing couple. The cuisine of the Tianyu dynasty was commendable, a candid assessment from Luo Yunj. Although it paled in comparison to his own culinary creations, the difference was negligible. Mortal fare indeed lacked the celestial delicacies found within the confines of the Longhuan foodie. It was not devoid of rare treasures. Everything utilized by the royal family possessed a certain level of quality. During this banquet, Mu Tiancheng, adhering to the counsel of Mu Qiluo, dismissed all alarming entities and activated a barrier to isolate the interior from the exterior. It was then that Mu Qiluo unveiled the machinations of the Tianma body in the Dian dynasty. The couple was momentarily taken aback by the shocking revelations. While the news was indeed alarming, if it originated from the esteemed master of Butian Peak, it warranted serious consideration. They recalled the astonishing feats accomplished by that seemingly innocent little girl. Simultaneously, a wave of trepidation surged within them. Such a formidable figure would likely render all the palace's formations and the might of millions of troops futile in confrontation. Fortunately, that remarkable individual had once taken their daughter as a disciple. This decision might well be the most prudent they had ever made in their lives. In retrospect, it certainly appeared so. Mu Qiluo, at such a tender age, had already ascended to the Jihuang realm, closing the gap to their own imperial status. After dedicating half a lifetime to cultivation, she had surpassed them in just over a decade at Butian Peak. How remarkable the whims of fate can be. Finally, the couple listened to the unfolding of events, feeling a tinge of awkwardness. Although their initial thoughts were based on misunderstandings, upon realizing the true reason behind Luo Yunj's arrival, a sense of guilt washed over them. With a clearer understanding of the situation, Mu Tiancheng furrowed his brows and inquired, at this moment, we naturally believe what you have conveyed, yet the question remains, how can we provide proof? Muchi Luo was taken aback. Indeed, how should one provide proof? The matter of the Tianma tea was disclosed through the heart's voice of Luo Yunj, rather than being imparted by the master. Consequently, there exists no method to validate the Tianma tea. Observing that his daughter appeared to be in distress, Mu Tiancheng refrained from further inquiries, deciding instead to deliberate on the matter over time. However, unexpectedly, Mu Qiluo astounded him with her words. The master once mentioned that our junior brother possesses a feasible strategy. Oh, Mu Tiancheng gazed curiously at Luo Yunj, the 10th divine son of Butian Peak. Although he appeared to be slightly younger than MQ Lu, the difference of a year or two seemed inconsequential. My thoughts wandered. MTNCH cast an inquiring glance at Lu Weiying. With a sudden clatter, the only person at the table engrossed in her meal, Lu Weiying, let the chicken leg in her hand fall into her plate, rendering it utterly bland. A wry smile crossed his face. Master, you have truly put me in a difficult position. Chapter 24. Strategizing after the banquet. Everyone departed with their respective intentions. YWN went to prepare the plan proposed by Lu Ying. MTNCH Ing, wearing a grave expression, proceeded deeper into the palace to meet the ancestor. This marriage arrangement had been established by the ancestors of the two empires, and any changes or disturbances must be communicated. If this indeed turn out to be a conspiracy of the DYN Empire, it is unlikely that matters will resolve easily. Meanwhile, Muchilo escorts Luo Yunj to the prearranged residence. Whether by design or coincidence, it lies in close proximity to her sleeping quarters, separated only by several walls and a broad avenue. There is no need for contemplation. This must surely be the arrangement of my father and mother. By a twist of fate, the situation only grows more complicated, and it seems improbable that clarity will be attained in the near future. Muchilo is too weary to provide any explanation. In due time, even if her parents have the best intentions, their influence will be limited, making intervention difficult. However, her junior brother is indeed quite handsome. How absurd! What am I even thinking? Muchilo, while reminding herself not to be swayed by her father and mother, led Luo Yunj into their residence. She cast a sweeping glance around, nodding in satisfaction. Yet, she inquired, well, junior apprentice, is there anything you find lacking that I should summon a palace made to bring for you? Sufficient. Luo Yunj surveyed the surroundings. Truly, as expected of royalty, their display was lavish and grand. Those who cultivate the Tao seem overly concerned with material possessions. One can indeed achieve enlightenment through meditation without such stringent demands. This is quite agreeable. Muchilo felt a slight sense of relief in her heart. She feigned an expression of curiosity and inquired, in that moment of urgency. It was unavoidable to speak thus. When did your master impart such confidential secrets to you? To my astonishment, even I am unaware of this. Senior sister, it was not my master who imparted this knowledge to me. Luo Yunj managed a wry smile. Muchilo, with an expression of utter surprise, showcased her acting prowess to the fullest. Before she could utter a word, Luo Yunj continued. Years ago, prior to my master admitting me as a disciple, I wandered the world and inadvertently stumbled upon a cave, where I fortuitously discovered some ancient texts. What I have just conveyed is derived from those ancient manuscripts. Oh, it turns out to be this way. Muchilo displayed an expression of unwavering conviction. Luo Yunj, with a bitter smile tinged with sorrow, remarked, had it not been for encountering my esteemed master back then, my junior brother might have met his demise near that cave. Fortunately, I was saved. He paused for a moment and continued in a gentle tone, all of this is derived from ancient texts, whether it is true or false. My junior brother does not know. Sister, it would be wise to prepare your heart for potential failure. No worries, Muchilo replied with a relaxed expression, embodying the very essence of a model senior sister who wished to spare her junior from any difficulties. It is getting late. You should rest now. She waved her hand, turned to leave, and then added a final reminder. If you need anything, feel free to come and find me next door. I've already made the necessary arrangements. Understood. Luo Yungu clasped his hands in greeting. He then followed Muchi Luo's footsteps to bid her farewell. Only after witnessing her figure vanish did he finally exhale in relief. His eyes shimmered, lost in contemplation. Outside the palace walls, his junior disciple. The so-called cave adventure and ancient texts were likely fabrications, were they not? Did they truly take his senior sister for a fool to deceive her? Had it not been for the inner voice she had previously heard, which granted her a clear understanding, she might have inadvertently become ensnared. In a remarkably brief span of time, both performers elevated their skills to perfection, engaging in an unprecedented confrontation that serves as a benchmark for exceptional actors. As for the outcome, one could only say that each had gained something, yet with little despair, as Muchilo stepped away. Within the palace, Luo Yunj had just closed the door. Today, both parties exhibited numerous flaws, yet they skillfully diverted attention from each other's shortcomings. Muchilo awaited Luo Yunj's assistance in unveiling the conspiracy of the Dayan dynasty, as well as the matter of the so-called Tian Mot. Meanwhile, Luo Yunj pondered to what extent his young master truly understood him. Was this journey merely a test aimed at him? Regrettably, these questions are destined to remain unanswered. Firstly, the young master, Luoli Shurzuin, is still in seclusion, having been so for 2 years. Even if she were to emerge, it would not be at this moment. Furthermore, Luo Yunj is not the senior sister. He merely maintains a FA Ade and lacks the capability to venture into the forbidden grounds to inquire Shizun. Secondly, he is still within the territory of the Tianyu dynasty. The matter concerning the ninth senior sister has escalated to such a degree that it is improbable for it to be disregarded. Moreover, this is a directive from Luoli Shizun herself. Should he falter in this task, once she emerges from seclusion, he would surely face severe repercussions. Who then is Luo Yunj? Yet, he is an emperor who has lived for 9 lifetimes. Does he not care for his dignity? However, this matter is not so easily resolved. During today's banquet, he divulged that the method he proposed has yielded some results, yet it may not necessarily awaken the Tiamati. After all, human calculations cannot rival the schemes of heaven. It is essential to recognize that a considerable amount of time has elapsed, and the Dian dynasty has long since abandoned any means to conceal the Tiamati. That young rascal, Wu Yuanliang, is certainly not a paragon of virtue. Perhaps there lies a shadow behind this affair. After all these years, if he still lives, what level of cultivation might he have attained? Very well, Luo Yunj shook her head. The sentiment remains unchanged. Since we are here, we must find peace in our circumstances. For now, all that is left is to wait until the arrival of the Tianyu dynasty to unveil the truth. With this thought in mind, Luo Yunj tidied up briefly and reclined upon the soft, comfortable bed, gradually succumbing to the embrace of slumber. What? Cultivation? Meditation seems an unattainable endeavor. A life of indifference requires no justification. It is simply audacious. One ought not to impose difficulties upon oneself. With a blink, a day has swiftly passed. On the following morn, Luo Yunj awoke, rubbing the remnants of slumber from her eyes. Her first utterance was a soft murmur. System. Commence today's attendance. Ding. Attendance successful. Congratulations, esteemed host, on acquiring a fragrant incense for summoning spirits. The evaluation of your performance from yesterday's relaxation is currently underway. Strategic planning has earned you 50 points, while the misinformation has garnered 20 points. Your total score is as follows. You have attained 5 years of cultivation, placing you at the pinnacle of the Wang level. With further cultivation currently sealed, it is advised that you strive for a breakthrough promptly. Indeed, the rating has certainly declined. Among this group, there are 2 particularly conspicuous presences. Was I truly strategizing? It is evident that I was compelled to do so. What is this nonsense about false information? Everything stated is undeniably true. How could it be directly classified as deceitful by the system? This is outrageous. The system is truly more shameless than he is. Luo Yunj, despite her grievances, restrained her nearly overwhelming urge to shatter the mirror, for this was not the opportune moment. Subsequently, she retrieved today's reward. The enchanting fragrance of the demon-repelling incense. It is truly better to arrive fortuitously than to arrive early. This item is precisely what is needed to alleviate an urgent predicament. Lu Yunye's gaze shifted, and in an instant, the thoughts within his heart became clear. However, with a mere change of mind, his expression transformed into one of distress. What does the system mean by this? Is it asking for assistance or not? This simply cannot be. Luo Yungu gritted her teeth, realizing she must seek out some method to enhance her ratings. He deftly stowed away the enchanting incense, swiftly donned his attire, and proceeded towards the dormitory of Senior Sister Jiao. Chapter 25. The Blossoms of Wind, Flower, Snow, and Moon. Half an hour later, Luo Yungu emerged from the imperial palace, holding a golden-hued token and a heavy pouch filled with gold coins. After all, the people of the Dian dynasty had yet to arrive. Seizing this opportune moment, he resolved to venture forth and earn some points. Indeed, you heard correctly. The reason Lu Ying sought M.Q. Lu in such haste was to swiftly leave the palace and indulge in the cacophony of the mortal world, eagerly reaping scores. The rationale, of course, was akin to the sentiment that the world is vast and one yearns to explore it. M.Q. Lu even expressed a desire to accompany her. However, Lu Ying firmly put a stop to that notion. What a jest! If the ninth senior sister were to accompany him, how could he possibly fulfill his grand design of accumulating points, jeopardizing his leisurely path ahead? Such a situation was already burdensome at Butian Peak, and to endure here as well would be sheer agony. Thus, Luo Yunj promptly declined without a moment's hesitation. However, Mu Qiluo presented an argument that was impossible for him to refute, pertaining to Luo Yunji's cultivation dilemma. The crux of the matter was that he found himself utterly defenseless against it. Even though his true cultivation had already reached the pinnacle of the Wang realm, allowing him to break through at any moment. On the surface, he appeared to be an ordinary person devoid of any cultivation. This unexpected turn of events caught him off guard. Fortunately, Luo Yunji was not to be underestimated. After much persuasion, she managed to dissuade Mu Qiluo from the idea of accompanying him in person and instead arranged for several concealed guardians. This provided him with a considerable degree of maneuverability. Haha, sister, I am truly grateful to you. However, it is rather fanciful for these shadow guards to aspire to keep pace with me. Luo Yungu feigned ignorance as he strolled down the bustling street, glancing around with an air of someone unaccustomed to the world. He paused at a vendor's stall, discreetly casting a glance over his shoulder, a cold smile curling at the corners of his lips. The shadowy guards accompanying him, concealed within the throngs of people, believed their stealth to be flawless, unaware that they had already been detected. Subsequently, Luo Yungu employed a clever ruse, effortlessly shaking off his pursuers. When he re-emerged, he donned a facial mask, altering his appearance to one that was different yet equally handsome, merging seamlessly into the sea of humanity. Lacking any cultivation, he was akin to a drop in the ocean, impossible to trace. Once assured he had evaded his guards, Luo Yungu circled a few times before making his way to the grandest pleasure establishment in the city. Of course, it was the respectable kind, where one could enjoy songs and dances, not to be misconstrued. Ah, welcome, esteemed guest. As Luo Yungu approached a building adorned with the inscription Chui Feng Lu, a warm and hospitable young lady immediately greeted him, half embracing his arm and leading him inside. With a cheerful smile, she remarked, "You seem unfamiliar here. I take it this is your first visit?" "Indeed." Luo Yunji nodded. "Allow me to introduce you, for this is undoubtedly the finest establishment in Tianyu City. You may indulge in melodies or marvel at the dances, and should you wish to invest a little to become a distinguished guest," the young lady explained as she accompanied Luo Yunji into the building. She emanated a subtle fragrance of lavender. Her makeup was not overly pronounced, and her manner of speaking was perfectly measured, evoking no feelings of distaste. Quite intriguing. Luo Yunji raised his gaze to survey the splendid Chui Feng Lu. It was indeed unexpected to discover the presence of such services within a brothel. Alas, what could be done? After all, Luo Yunji had lived for many years without any substantial encounter with this realm. Had it not been for the awakening of the system in this life, where one could attain strength merely by adopting a laid-back approach, he likely would have remained steadfastly devoted to the path, never daring to step beyond the Butian Peak, let alone venture even a fraction outside his own courtyard. Sigh, the joy of relaxation is truly unparalleled. Luo Yunji sighed, pondering why her friends from a past life were so fond of such places. What? Are you not satisfied, young master? We also have private rooms, albeit at a slightly higher cost. Upon witnessing the prolonged silence of Gu Liang, Luo Yunji swiftly altered the subject. Let us reserve a private room then. Money is of no concern. With that, Luo Yunji tossed a substantial sum of gold, enough to make Gu Liang's eyes widen in astonishment. She promptly beckoned to a waiter, offering him a generous portion of the coins, before retrieving a jade token and presenting it along with the excess money with both hands. To her surprise, Luo Yunji merely took the jade token, casually remarking, "The remaining coins are a reward for you. Please lead the way." Yes, the young woman was momentarily taken aback, but soon her expression transformed into one of elation, and she hurriedly stepped forward to lead the way. She understood well that the wealthier the patron, the more care must be taken not to offend them. Her demeanor thus became increasingly respectful. Before long, she guided Luo Yunji to a lavishly decorated room on the second floor, where a perfect view of the stage below was afforded through the window. "I am but a humble servant. Should you require anything, my lord, do not hesitate to seek me out," she stated, bowing gracefully before taking her leave. Luo Yunji nodded in response. This woman was indeed intriguing. She was avaricious yet perceptive, and she made sure to leave a favorable impression. It had been a long time since he had immersed himself in the mortal realm, and he was almost on the verge of forgetting what it felt like. Luo Yunji stretched languidly, picked up the delicacies prepared on the table, and savored them with delight while casting her gaze upon the dance that had just commenced below. The lead dancer, possessing remarkable beauty, certainly explained the throngs of guests drawn to the spectacle. How captivating! The life of indulgence is indeed extravagant, lamented Li Young. At the same time, she pondered in her heart whether there was a possibility of achieving a score. If it truly cannot be done, there should at least be an alternative, should there not? Regardless, it cannot possibly decline any further. Is there any rationale for a lack of effort that simultaneously prevents one from improving their score? Wouldn't that be utterly detrimental? Suddenly, the sound of several men's voices emanated from next door. Have you heard? Heard what? Is there such a thing? It is undoubtedly true that a friend of mine, serving as a royal guard within the palace, has conveyed this information to me, and I have no reason to doubt it. Who could argue otherwise? The recent union with the Dynghco was established by the ancestral figures of both dynasties. After enduring a hard-won peace for over a decade, it must not be jeopardized. But be cautious with your words. As the sounds abruptly ceased, seemingly obstructed by some unseen force, Luo Yunji's eyes brightened with intrigue. It was quite unexpected that a casual outing could lead to matters concerning himself. It felt rather refreshing. What astonished him further was the presence of a cultivator among the gossipers. Nevertheless, such rudimentary soundproofing techniques posed no challenge for Luo Yunji, who effortlessly resumed eavesdropping on their conversation. Soon, however, his expression darkened. It became clear that the earlier gossip was merely a facade. Beyond the soundproof barrier, the true discourse unfolded, revealing astonishing and outrageous claims. The diminutive Tianyu Huangqiao and the expansive Dian Huangqiao were, after all, mere mortal dynasties. How could they possibly be linked to such matters? Chapter 26. The Holy Envoy and the Lord of the Pavilion. The High Priest has decreed that the union between the Tianyu Huangqiao and the Dian Huangqiao must not falter. Otherwise, one shall be summoned to face dire consequences. Understood. Envoy, relying solely on our capabilities, it seems rather challenging for us to contend with Muqi Luo. Indeed, the divine maiden of Butian Peak possesses unfathomable prowess. Not to mention our collective efforts. Even with the singular strength of the Holy Sun, it appears arduous to subdue her. A group of inept individuals. What is there to fear? What significance does BTI and effing hold? On the day the master emerges from seclusion, all beings shall submit. Do not mention BTI and effing. Even the entirety of LNU-NFD pales in comparison. Nothing can hinder the march of the holy teachings toward unifying the world. However, to preempt any potential issues, the Vice Sect Master has dispatched an individual to oversee matters. This person is expected to accompany the Holy Sun in the capacity of a guardian. Therefore, you must remain vigilant and cooperate accordingly. Indeed, the completion of the Holy Sun's divine transformation, when combined with the teachings imparted by the revered leader, will undoubtedly strike fear across the world. The sacred flame shines brilliantly, and the Holy Church stands unparalleled. The sacred flame shines brilliantly, and the Holy Church stands unparalleled. Luo Yungu felt a pang of frustration. How could he encounter such a situation while merely trying to earn some points? If others were present, even if they overheard this conversation, they would likely be utterly perplexed, grasping at straws and mistaking them for a group of ordinary cultivators with ulterior motives. However, Luo Yungu was different. With 9 lifetimes of experience, the secrets he held were perhaps more profound than those possessed by some ancient ancestors of the holy sections. For instance, this group of individuals. If there were few left in the world who could recognize their true identities, Luo Yungu would undoubtedly be one of them. The so-called holy sect would be more aptly described as a demonic sect. Yet, the remnants of the demonic sect still linger in the world, albeit driven to remote territories. Barren and desolate places where no life flourishes, stirring no significant turmoil. Thus, using the term demonic sect seems less fitting. The name holy sect was originally bestowed by the esteemed righteous factions of the time, only to become a title of pride for them later on, setting aside other matters. From their tone, could it be that the old fellow from the holy sect is about to experience his 8th life? It is essential to understand that this ancient being undergoes a transformation with each retreat, akin to a rebirth. He shall not emerge until he attains the stature of a great emperor. Once he achieves such mastery, he will return to stir the winds and tumultuous tides. The great sanctuaries of the world have made numerous attempts to eradicate the Shengjiao, yet their efforts have yielded little success. The Shengjiao proliferates like wild grass, impervious to the flames that seek to consume it, reborn with the gentle caress of spring breezes. No one truly comprehends how they cultivate their followers. But at the zenith of their influence, even a high-ranking figure poised to assume control of a sanctuary was once seduced by their machinations. From the grandest sanctuaries to the humblest commoners, every unexpected entity may bear the shadow of Shengjiao, implying their omnipresence. A sudden sense of urgency surged within Luo Yunj. In previous incarnations, it was typically only after he had attained a semblance of self-preservation that the Shengjiao would emerge to wreak havoc. Why, in this lifetime, had they appeared so prematurely? That old fellow, who had undergone a resurgence, always seemed to be a step ahead of him. How perplexing! However, upon reflection, he realized that he now found himself sheltered beneath a great tree and had little to fear. His backing was a formidable presence from the upper realms. Should that old rascal of the Shengjiao dare to cause trouble, his master could swiftly deal with him, while simultaneously avenging the grievances of past lives. With this clarity, Luo Yunj began to take the situation seriously. If the Shengjiao was involved, it could not be treated lightly. From the implications, the crown prince of the Dian dynasty, Wu Tianshun, had become a new disciple of that old fellow, or perhaps a holy son. How intriguing! Was this not a fortuitous intersection? If he could not overpower the leader, surely he could handle his disciple, especially since it was the disciple who had set his sights on a senior sister. In this, he had the moral high ground. Satisfied, Luo Yunj let out a soft hum. He then reclined comfortably, listening intently to the movements around him while adopting a nonchalant attitude. Before long, the neighboring individuals removed their soundproof barriers and gradually departed, soon dispersing into the throngs of the crowd. At this point, Luo Yunj leisurely rose and pursued them at a measured pace. There was no need to rush. It was impossible for so many to be dealt with all at once. However, he had memorized the voice and breath of the leading envoy distinctly. As long as they remained within Tianyu City for a day, he would undoubtedly locate them. Furthermore, would it take him a whole day to take action himself? Young master, leaving so soon? As he was about to exit, he encountered a young woman exuding the fragrance of lavender, seemingly named Ryun. He nodded casually and remarked, "I came out to clear my mind. Once I've done so sufficiently, it is indeed time to depart. Then I congratulate you, young master." Ryun chuckled softly, gracefully stepping aside, and added in a gentle tone, "We welcome you to visit again. And Shui Feng Lu will certainly not disappoint you." Luo Yunj saw no reason to object and stepped out. Shortly thereafter, several gleaming gold coins were tossed in his direction. Upon catching them, Ryun's eyes turned slightly cold. Yet, Luo Yunj's figure had already vanished, compelling her to withdraw her gaze and ascend the building. Once she reached a room on the top floor, her expression abruptly shifted to one of solemnity, imbued with an air of authority. "Guild Master, as you predicted, that man has gone to pursue the Shengjiao members." A crisp voice suddenly rang out. Behind Yun, a well-proportioned woman had appeared, half kneeling as she reported. Ryun held the gold coins thoughtfully, then commanded, "Keep a close watch on their movements, and, additionally, dispatch some personnel to deal with those Shengjiao traitors. The union between Tianyu dynasty and Dian dynasty must not succeed." The woman hesitated for a moment. "Guild Master, with all due respect, our personnel are not present in Tianyu City. This action may be unwise." A sharp slap echoed through the air. Ryun, her brows furrowed in anger, reproached, "Are you disregarding my words?" "Yes." The woman lowered her gaze submissively and promptly exited. Soon, silence enveloped the atmosphere, broken only by Ryun's murmurs. "Who dares to move against Butian Peak? What can the Shengjiao do? Extend a hand, and I shall crush it." Meanwhile, Luo Yunj had successfully identified the location of the Shengjiao envoy. As for those from Shui Feng Lu who wished to follow him, they were hardly worthy. For now, he remained prudent, changing his location several times before making his way toward a grove on the outskirts of the city. Remarkably adept at counter-surveillance. No wonder they could attain the position of envoy. They certainly possessed considerable skill. Alas, the individual they encountered was none other than him. Luo Yunj chuckled softly, concealing his presence to the utmost degree as he trailed behind, preparing to dismantle this communication stronghold. Chapter 27, A Scene of Chaos. The Shengjiao's origins are now beyond trace. Luo Yunj's enmity with them dates back several lifetimes. A dear friend, who had once bestowed a favor upon him, implored him to seek a rare, sacred herb at any cost to cure the affliction plaguing his child. The good news was that Luo Yun succeeded. Through his connections, he convinced an ancient figure to agree to sell the sacred herb. The bad news was that the herb was stolen midway. Upon hearing this, both Luo Yun and the ancient figure were filled with fury. This herb was nearly impossible to find, arguably existing in only a single specimen. Had it not been for Luo Yun's influence, it might still be sealed away. Now, having been taken, it was akin to a slap in the face for both parties. Luo Yun's investigation ultimately led him to the so-called Shengjiao. He was a formidable figure, having lived several lifetimes, aspiring to become a transcendent being. He belonged to the earliest generation of great powers. Thus, Luo Yun pursued the Shengjiao leader with great fervor, unleashing a torrent of devastation from shattered mountains and rivers to trembling starlit skies, with countless ancient stars falling and the very heavens changing hue. Aside from a handful of observers, no one witnessed their battle. It was known that ultimately, the confrontation resulted in the demise of the Shengjiao leader. While Luo Yun bore injuries, igniting a wave of pursuit against the Shengjiao across the realm. If matters had concluded so simply, it would have been acceptable. As the long years passed, Luo Yun bid farewell to his old friends and embraced new beginnings. However, unexpectedly, before he could restore his cultivation, he was captured by members of the Shengjiao. After enduring numerous twists and turns, he caught the attention of the Shengjiao leader, who was also in the process of restoring his cultivation. A lowly cultivator repeatedly escaped from the grasp of a group of highly skilled Shengjiao disciples, which piqued the interest of the Shengjiao leader, who deemed Luo Yun to be a promising talent. It also subtly confirmed that the Shengjiao spies were pervasive throughout the world. After being captured, Luo Yun did not reveal his identity. Instead, he uncovered the Shengjiao leader's secret. After all, this old fellow had been personally defeated by him in a previous life, yet here he stood before him, alive and well. As the saying goes, extraordinary occurrences often have sinister underpinnings. Luo Yun discerned the truth behind it. Initially, he believed that the Shengjiao leader had obtained a supreme method akin to his own. Later, he learned it was merely a fragment of scripture. Nevertheless, even as a fragment, it enabled the Shengjiao leader to deduce a method of rebirth and restoration. With 9 lifetimes of cultivation, Luo Yun could ascend to emperor-level prowess and achieve transcendence. The Shengjiao leader, however, sought to amalgamate the power of 9 lifetimes to break through barriers and attain immortality. This method was not constrained by the cultivation of each lifetime, but rather hinged upon comprehension of the Tao, imposing fewer limitations and possessing a comparatively higher ceiling. Viewed in this light, the Shengjiao leader was indeed a rare genius. Luo Yun still vividly recalls the darkness of that lifetime, being compelled to join the Shengjiao despite being a formidable emperor who had lived several lifetimes was already a torment. Having to study the old fellow's doctrines daily was utterly unbearable. Naturally, given his temperament, the fate of the Shengjiao headquarters in that lifetime was not much better. It remains unknown where they relocated after facing a great calamity. Upon hearing the news of the Shengjiao leader's impending emergence, Luo Yun felt as though ants were crawling all over him. Thus, one would go so far as to forfeit rewards and covertly trail the Saint Sect's envoy, intent on dismantling the stronghold. Following the path deep into the woods, Luo Yun deftly evaded 2 large formations, over a dozen smaller ones, and numerous miniature arrays, each with distinct effects, be it for detection, confinement, or even lethal traps. All were present. The meticulous defenses almost led Luo Yun to believe he had arrived at the wrong location. Could this be the headquarters? Soon, the envoy provided clarity, guiding Luo Yun deeper into the forest until they passed through an illusion array and entered a mysterious spatial realm. As the light fluctuated, a grand expanse of palaces emerged before him. Even after years of existence, Luo Yun couldn't help but marvel at the sight. Indeed, this was a significant gain. This vast array of ancient palatial structures, adorned with serpent-like engravings, exuded an aura of antiquity, bustling with countless figures. Although this place was not the headquarters, it was not far from it. According to the structure of the Saint Sect, this should be referred to as the Sacred Hall, functioning as a branch, possessing authority and status just beneath the headquarters, with direct managerial rights over the disciples within its jurisdiction. There were a total of 12 sacred halls scattered across the realm, each presided over by an inspector named after the zodiac, observing the serpent motifs on the buildings. It was evident that this was the territory governed by the sea-she snake. However, as Luo Yunga knew, ever since the previous sea-she's demise, this position had remained unoccupied for many years. Perhaps fortune smiled upon him, as he stumbled upon one of the few vacancies among the 12 zodiac positions. This was another reason for his elation. Had there been an inspector present, even with his pinnacle of royal cultivation, he would likely have needed to flee at the first sign of trouble. After watching the envoy step into the palace complex, Luo Yungu cast a glance around, then gradually faded from view, not in retreat, but silently drawing out rare formations and treasures. Once everything was set, he cautiously entered this realm. For added precaution, he even changed his attire, disguising his identity while arming himself thoroughly, akin to a certain venerable cultivator. He was truly meticulous. As he departed, feeling satisfied with his haul, he had acquired all that he desired, even plundering the treasury of this place. The spoils he gained barely compensated for the system's rewards, rendering his endeavors seem almost profitable. Just as he exited, a group of individuals arrived shortly thereafter. After dispelling layer upon layer of formations, they were met with nothing but debris, instinctively falling into a stupor. What transpired here? It was not until Ruo Yun arrived late that they discerned these individuals were minions of Cui Feng Lu. Observing the chaos, Ruo Yun furrowed her brow in confusion. Secmaster, someone promptly reported the situation. Upon hearing the account, Ruo Yun's pupils constricted sharply, realizing the gravity of the situation, and exclaimed, "Retreat! Quickly retreat!" Regardless of whose doing this was, she and Cui Feng Lu would undoubtedly be implicated. How sinister! Could it be some man wielding royal power? As Ruo Yun fleetingly entertained this thought, she swiftly dismissed it, recognizing the improbability of such a figure managing to obliterate this place without triggering the myriad formations outside the woods, unless he was a supreme sage. Yet, how could such a person deign to lower themselves and act in this manner? Chapter 28. Old friends, did they think they could destroy my sacred hall and simply walk away? Such a splendid opportunity does not exist in this world. Suddenly, an ancient voice resonated, imbued with boundless fury, transforming into a blazing inferno of wrath. This is not good. Ruo Yun reacted swiftly, raising her hand. Ethereal energy coalesced into a verdant shield, resembling an inverted bowl resting upon the earth, protecting those subordinates who had yet to escape. Thankfully, she took such action. In the next moment, boundless flames ignited the entire forest, engulfing it in a sea of fire. Boom! Numerous sounds erupted around. As structures turned to ashes, trees collapsed, and barriers disintegrated. As these elements intermingled, they formed a fierce momentum, resulting in indiscriminate devastation. A resounding crash echoed. The shield was thrust into turmoil, releasing unstable waves. The minions of Cui Feng Lu initially believed the impact originated from outside. Only Ruo Yun, with a grave expression, gazed intently toward a specific direction beyond the shield, emanating a profound sense of trepidation. Flames and smoke swirled, and before Ruo Yun's eyes, a path suddenly parted, revealing a vague figure gradually approaching. Soon, this figure traversed the threshold of the shield. Who? The members of Cui Feng Lu finally reacted, encircling Ruo Yun protectively, their voices laced with caution. They scrutinized the man before them, a visage aged, eyes clouded, and hair white as snow. The elder stood with his hands clasped behind his back, not even sparing them a glance, his focus solely on Ruo Yun, his demeanor inexplicably softening. He extended his hand, igniting a flame in his palm, and inquired, "Young lady, are you from Cui Feng Lu?" "Yes." Ruo Yun inhaled deeply, recognizing his identity, and immediately suppressed all thoughts of resistance, responding with utmost respect. "Did you orchestrate this?" The elder pressed. "I would not dare." Ruo Yun shook her head vigorously. "Would not dare?" The elder scoffed, challenging her. "Disciples of the Saint sect have been disappearing near Tianyu City. You were the one behind this, weren't you?" This question left Ruo Yun momentarily speechless. Yet, the elder seemed to have no intention of pressing her further. Instead, he commented, "You've done it but lack the courage to admit it. Your audacity surpasses that of Ruo Chu, yet your disposition is not nearly as forthright." Finally, he inquired, "What relation does she hold to you?" "You know my master?" Ruo Yun asked cautiously. "Heh," the elder replied, manipulating the flame in his palm into a lotus bloom, then transforming it into a rose, and soon into a vividly animated bird, shifting forms with ease. After a while, he exhaled, dispersing the flame, and waved his hand, saying, "No wonder you lead Chui Feng Lu. I shall spare you. You may leave." "Senior, you flatter me," Ruo Yun began to respond, but was taken aback, momentarily stunned, unable to react. She had prepared herself for a fierce battle, ready to escape with whatever subordinates she could. Yet now, there was no need for a fight. "What? Do you not wish to leave?" The elder countered. Observing Ruo Yun's fearful expression, he uncharacteristically elaborated. "Even if your master were to arrive, they could not swiftly dismantle this place. Should you choose to remain and assist me in investigating this area, I would not refuse." Thank you, senior." Ruo Yun promptly reacted, signaling her subordinates to retreat. Once they had departed, the elder surveyed the ruins for a prolonged period, watching as the inferno consumed everything, before finally turning to leave. Meanwhile, Luo Yungu, who had long since made his escape, remained blissfully unaware of the ensuing events, preoccupied with counting his treasures. Among them were countless spirit stones of various grades, a plethora of high-quality elixirs, numerous advanced array flags, talismans, and spiritual treasures. Additionally, there were assorted miscellaneous items and a wealth of intelligence gathered by the Sacred Hall, encompassing the major factions within the Ziwei domain. Furthermore, there were many insights regarding the Yin dynasty, particularly concerning the so-called Saint's son, Wu Tianxun. It turned out that the so-called Saint's son was not truly a Saint's son, but merely a candidate. However, the Lord of the Holy Sect promised that if he truly accomplished the divine demonic body, he could become the genuine Holy Son. At that time, after meeting the Lord of the Holy Sect, he could take charge of a sacred temple. Luo Yunj understood this at a glance. It was merely an empty promise. By the time he reached the headquarters, he might not even make it out alive. Even if he emerged unscathed, would Wu Tianxun still be the same Wu Tianxun? That remained uncertain. The matters within the Holy Sect were exceedingly bizarre, and Luo Yunj also felt a lingering dread. In addition to this, another individual piqued Luo Yunj's interest. It was the Holy Son's protector mentioned by the Holy Envoy, who had already turned into a wandering spirit in the depths of Chui Feng Tower. To his surprise, this familiar face was a former acquaintance. Even more astonishing was the fact that this acquaintance had actually joined the Holy Sect, serving the old Lord of the Holy Sect. His status was not low. He was a second only to the supervising envoy. In a past life, this individual was a prominent figure. The Grand Elder of the Tianhua sect, known as Tianhua Laoren, with strength nearing the threshold of an emperor. Sighing, Luo Yunj shook his head. After so many years, his former friends had also changed with the tides, making human intentions difficult to fathom. After a brief moment of contemplation, he adjusted his mindset and set off towards Tianyu City. Having shaken off the surveillance, he realized that if he remained out of contact for too long, his ninth senior sister might mistakenly believe he had encountered some misfortune, leading to unnecessary commotion. However, after hearing the guard's report, Mucho dismissed them without a hint of concern. She had just emerged, holding a list containing materials Luo Yunj had written the previous day. Luo Yunj surmised that his score for today would likely be dismal. Resigned to his fate, he braced himself for the worst. Unexpectedly, Mu Qiluo, upon hearing the report, looked at him with a face full of skepticism and asked, "Is this thing really that effective?" She glanced around, noticing that it was merely a uniquely shaped incense stick, devoid of any mystical aura or special attributes. Nevertheless, since it was produced by Luo Yunj, she believed it to some extent. This led to the following exchange. "Where did this come from?" "I found it outside today." The shopkeeper was ignorant. "How did you realize that? Was it from some ancient texts in a cave?" "Senior sister, you are truly clever." "What's wrong, senior sister?" It's nothing. I'm going to discuss matters with father and mother." "Take care, senior sister." Chapter 29. The system time swiftly passed. Mu Qiluo did not return, and the night unfolded peacefully. The next morning, as Luo Yunj crawled out of bed, he stretched and exclaimed, "System, begin signing in." As soon as the words left his lips, he opened his eyes, revealing a look of anticipation. He had accumulated points yesterday, but subsequently lost them. Thus, he was eager to see what kind of rating the system would bestow upon him. Ding, sign-in successful. Congratulations, host has received 100 years of cultivation. Yesterday's idle performance is being evaluated. Wind, flowers, snow, moon, 30 points, spinning lavishly. 10 points, offering treasures. 10 points, proposing strategies. 10 points. Total score, acquired 100 years of cultivation. Current realm is the peak of the king stage. Excess cultivation is sealed. Please strive to break through soon. A powerful aura radiated around Luo Yunj. The bedding on the bed, the teacup on the table, and even the flowers by the wall were all affected to varying degrees. He quickly channeled his energy to suppress the surging and restless spiritual power. Luo Yunj involuntarily burped, feeling slightly overindulged. The abundance of spiritual energy left him momentarily unable to digest it all. After half an hour of cultivation, he finally restored himself to a calm state. At that moment, he tilted his head in bewilderment. If his memory served him correctly, he had indeed engaged in a grand endeavor yesterday. Why then did today's system evaluation fail to mention any of those exploits, not leaving even the slightest trace? The rating was also unaffected, and he even received a level up. How peculiar. Luo Yunj fell into deep thought. Suddenly, a flash of insight illuminated his mind. He seemed to have uncovered a system. All events mentioned in the score evaluation shared a commonality. Every action he undertook was witnessed by others. The girl from Shui Feng Tower was one such witness, as was his senior sister within the Tianyu dynasty. Conversely, although many had seen him within the holy sect's temple, they had all since departed to the netherworld. This meant that regardless of what he did throughout the day, as long as someone bore witness, all his idle and lazy behaviors were deemed effective. Otherwise, it was uncertain. After all, this had yet to be validated. However, the existence of the temple was likely true. In other words, as long as Luo Yunj eliminated those who witnessed him lounging around without revealing his identity, it would not affect his score. This notion seemed convoluted, yet it truly resembled a system. With this thought, Luo Yunj's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Whether it was genuine would require further experimentation at an opportune moment. It was highly probable that his speculation was accurate. However, until he had absolute certainty, he would proceed with caution, as always, lest he lose his stronghold. "Junior brother, are you there?" Just as he was pondering, Muchiluo's familiar voice echoed from outside the door. "Coming." Luo Yunj swiftly resolved his attire and made his way to open the door. Creak. The ornate door, made of precious golden silk, Nanmu, swung open. Mukidu, adorned in a simple dress, stood gracefully. Compared to their previous encounters, she exuded less authority and nobility, embodying a more approachable demeanor. Nevertheless, no matter how modest her attire, it could not conceal her celestial beauty. Even with a slight disguise, she appeared more like a renowned, noble lady from an illustrious family. Luo Yunj momentarily lost his train of thought before asking, "Senior sister, what brings you here?" Muchiluo explained, having noticed a change in his demeanor. A flicker of delight igniting within her heart, though it was swiftly suppressed. Yesterday, news reached the palace that a certain grove outside the city was suddenly engulfed in flames, leaving behind a desolate ruin. Among the wreckage, envoys from the palace discovered remnants of shattered palace ruins. This is Tianyu City, the capital of the Tianyu dynasty. Changes within a 10-mile radius are meticulously recorded. How could there suddenly be damaged palace ruins in a grove? Evidently the aftermath of a fierce battle. Upon hearing the news, Muchiluo instinctively thought of Luo Yunj, who had ventured out yesterday. After all, who else could possess such power to create such a ruckus under the watchful eyes of the royal family? And then there was that magic-attracting incense. It was understandable that her father and mother were unaware, but even the ancestors had never heard of it. A treasure discovered in the marketplace? When did Tianyu City have such an impressive marketplace? How could she be oblivious to this? Thus, when Mu Tianqing and Yuan instructed her today, she promptly changed her clothes and came over. What is the matter? Is junior brother not welcoming? Muchiluo squinted her eyes playfully. Danger! 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 Countless red exclamation marks flashed in Luo Yunj's mind. His heart raced, and he quickly replied, "How could that be? It's south just at the place I went to might not be convenient for you. What is inconvenient about it?" Muhiluo questioned it, had curiosity piqued. Not wanting to give him the chance to argue, she stepped forward, grasped Luo Yunj's hand, and strode towards the palace exit. After a stick of incense had burned down, the two stood beneath the plaque of Cui Feng Lu, staring at each other in silence. "Shiji, I have already expressed my concerns. This seems rather inappropriate." Before Luo Yungu could finish his words, he was met with a fierce glare from Muchi Luo, her eyes seemingly filled with a murderous intent. Having lived through several lifetimes, he couldn't help but feel a sense of apprehension under her gaze. What is inappropriate? Let's go. With that, Muchi Luo attempted to enter. Luo Yungu found himself in a dilemma, unsure whether to stop her or let her proceed. Shiji, as a young lady, it is somewhat unsuitable for you to visit such places, especially considering your esteemed status. Just as he sighed, Ruo Yun's figure approached slowly. She cast a glance at Muchi Luo, seemingly surprised, then smiled at Luo Yungu, saying, "Ah, young master, you've returned so soon. Thank you for supporting our humble business. You flatter me, Mississippi hee. Then I shall not disturb you any further." Ruo Yun, sensing his expression, gracefully stepped aside. "The same elegant room from yesterday has been reserved for you. Allow me to escort you both there." "No need." Luo Yungu declined. "I remember the location." With that, he took Muchi Luo up to the second floor. "We must move. If we linger any longer, we might end up in a brawl." Shiji's eyes are practically shooting fire, he remarked, noting the slight anger in her gaze directed at him, as if she were ready to accuse him of seeking out those vixens. It took a considerable amount of explanation from Luo Yungu to defuse the tension. Afterward, they obediently listened to the music for a while. Just before departing, they encountered Ruo Yun again, seemingly by chance, yet with an air of intentionality. "Are you two noble guests preparing to leave?" Ruo Yun approached gracefully, a smile gracing her face as if a gentle spring breeze had swept in, evoking an irresistible sentiment within. "Seems she possesses some charm," Luo Yun mused, feeling a pang of discomfort at his waist. He discreetly shot a glance at Muchi Luo, only to receive a warning look as if to chide him for his lingering gaze. Is it not natural to glance when someone speaks? He thought. Alas, reasoning with a woman often proved futile. "You are quite filial, young master," Ruo Yun remarked hesitantly, stealing a glance at Muchi Luo. After receiving a nod of approval from Luo Yungu, she continued, "I perceive that this is your first visit to Tianyu Chung." "Indeed?" Muchi Luo responded, momentarily taken aback. In recent days, she had been preoccupied with discussions alongside her sovereign parents, neglecting such affairs. However, as both a divine maiden of Butian Peak and the eldest princess of the Tianyu dynasty, she was not unobservant. Quickly recovering, she smiled and said, "My foolish brother is rather playful. I apologize for the trouble he has caused. From your words, it seems you are quite familiar with Tianyu Chung. Might you be one of its proprietors?" "You flatter me. I am merely a humble steward and dare not claim such a title," Ruo Yun replied, seamlessly guiding the conversation. "Oh, in that case, might you recommend some noteworthy places to visit?" Muchi Luo inquired, her eyes lighting up with curiosity. "Certainly. There's South the Flower Lane in the west and Frost Lake in the north." Ruo Yun readily enumerated some of the more renowned locales in Tianyu Chung, many of which even Muchi Luo was unaware of. Most of her time in the past decade had been spent atop Butian Peak, and she lacked such intimate knowledge of Tianyu Chung. As the conversation drew to a close, Ruo Yun deliberately created a sense of suspense, saying, "It is quite serendipitous that you both are here." "Oh," Lu Yunyi responded. "Coincidentally, I have just received word that our Chui Feng Lu will soon host a private auction." Ruo Yun explained, her voice lowering as she looked at the two of them, pausing dramatically. "Should you both be interested?" "An auction?" Before Luo Yungu could complete his refusal, he was interrupted by Muchi Luo. Her contemplative nod indicated that it was better to seize the opportunity than to let it slip away. "We would be delighted to witness it. We appreciate your assistance, Mississippi. I shall apply for your qualifications. Please wait a moment," Ruo Yun said, lightly departing. Once she was gone, Luo Yungu furrowed his brow in confusion. "Shiji?" he asked. "Was it this woman who attended to you yesterday?" Muchi Luo countered. "I suppose so," Luo Yungu feigned ignorance, scratching his head. "What do you mean by I suppose so?" Muchi Luo rolled her eyes and said sternly, "This place gives me an odd feeling. That woman is either infatuated with you or has ulterior motives. It is unusual for her to approach us repeatedly. From now on, you shall pretend to be my younger brother. We are merely aristocratic youths visiting Tian Yu Chung for the first time. Do you understand?" "Understood," Lu Yunyi replied. What else could he do but comply with his Shiji's wishes? However, he glanced in Ruo Yun's direction and muttered to himself, This woman named Ruo Yin may not be as simple as she appears. It's uncertain whether she has taken an interest in me or if her intentions lie elsewhere. This seemingly coincidental encounter, coupled with her numerous observations since our arrival, raises questions about whether she recognizes Shiji's identity or harbors other ambitions. This private auction appears to be anything but simple. Well, since we are here, we might as well make the best of it. I, as a mere mortal, can only hope to call out, "Shiji, save me," in a moment of crisis. Indeed, he sensed that Ruo Yin was not as straightforward as she seemed, but he could not fathom the depths of her intentions. It seemed there was more to yesterday's events than met the eye. As if on cue, Luo Yunji's internal monologue continued. Fortunately, I managed to escape swiftly yesterday. The presence I sensed afterward must belong to those affiliated with Cui Feng Lu. Who else could it be? Could it be the protector of Wu Tianshun? When did the holy temple become so benevolent? How strange. Huh? Muchi Luo was taken aback by the cascade of unfamiliar terms. Wu Tianshun, isn't he the prince of the Diyin dynasty with the Tian Mo body? And there's a protector? What is this holy temple? And what of the palace within that destroyed forest? A torrent of questions swirled in Muchi Luo's mind. Yet she found no means to voice them. Moreover, time was of the essence. Ruo Yun's silhouette returned, her dress billowing as she held out a token. Noble guests, here is your command token. Ruo Yun presented it with both hands. The material was indiscernible, but its surface gleamed with a golden hue, exuding an aura of antiquity. Upon receiving the token, Muchi Luo stepped aside and respectfully said, "Please follow me. The auction will commence shortly." Very well, Muchi Luo nodded. The two then followed Ruo Yun as she led them through a concealed side door on the first floor, descending a staircase. The light here was dim, revealing only faint patterns in the blue stone. The further they descended, the more they could feel a chill creeping in, penetrating deeply, even overwhelming the peak of Wangfeng. After what felt like half a stick of incense, the trio finally arrived at a spacious underground chamber. Unlike the cool passage they traversed, it was finally time to enter. Ruo Yun gestured toward a room. "Here we are." Luo Yungu nodded slightly and turned her gaze towards the wooden door, which seemed to possess an effect of isolating spiritual perception. "Let us proceed." Muchi Luo indicated her gratitude and stepped into the room first. Chapter 31. Feng Yin with a creaking sound, the door to the room slowly closed. The silhouettes of Luo Yungu and Muchi Luo vanished in the dim light. Tap tap. A figure emerged from the shadows. The newcomer was also a woman, tall and slender, clad in a form-fitting black outfit that accentuated her alluring figure. "Master." The woman stood respectfully behind Ruo Yun. "Indeed," Ruo Yun replied, her gaze fixed on the closed door, her expression revealing a hint of complexity, making her thoughts inscrutable. "Master, is she the crown princess of the Tianyu dynasty?" The woman inquired with a furrowed brow, expressing her skepticism. The crown princess of the Tianyu dynasty, also the divine maiden of the Butian Peak in the Longhuan blessed land, should not appear so ordinary. Moreover, Master had never encountered her before. How could she so readily assume this woman was Muchi Luo? Feng Yin, Ruo Yun's voice cut through the air like ice. An invisible force erupted instantaneously. The woman at the quasi-emperor level was flung backward, colliding violently with the stone wall, blood spilling from her mouth. The woman in black slowly rose. Wiping the blood from her lips, her head bowed slightly, akin to a child who had erred. "Feng Yin, you have been with me the longest. I hope there will not be a next time." Ruo Yun's voice turned frigid, her countenance as cold as frost. At that moment, she seemed less a steward of Cui Feng building and more a deity wielding the power of life and death, exuding an air of unassailable majesty and nobility. "Understood." Feng Yin nodded, her expression unchanged, yet a hint of confusion lingered in her eyes. Whenever matters pertaining to Butian Peak were mentioned, Master S' demeanor always bore a trace of reverence, forbidding any dissent, much like a hawk guarding its prey. Perhaps something had transpired in the past. Feng Yin could only speculate thus. The grand hall was circular, featuring 16 exquisite doors crafted from fine sandalwood, each adorned with intricate formations. These not only served to isolate spiritual perception, but also acted as a protective measure. Upon stepping through a door, it felt as though one had entered a new realm. It was hard to fathom such engineering facilities existing deep underground, evoking astonishment. "Finally, it is about to commence. Indeed, I can hardly wait." I have saved spiritual stones for months solely for this auction. None shall compete with me. I, Han Hai from the Floating Cloud Merchant Association. Hope everyone will grant me a modicum of favor. Get lost, old man. Dare to reveal your identity here, and you want to know how you'll perish. Wow, a sovereign-level powerhouse. My apologies, esteemed one. Suddenly, a cacophony erupted. Ruo Yun and Feng Yin entered a warm, luminous private chamber. The amenities here surpassed those of the Chui Feng building above, radiating opulence at every turn. Naturally, this room was Ruo Yun's exclusive domain, far superior to the ordinary ones in configuration. At this moment, Feng Yin stepped forward. At the northernmost part of the room was a pane of black glass, beneath which lay a shell-like button. Feng Yin turned the button, and an image appeared on the black glass. Simultaneously, the din of voices diminished significantly, rendering the room tranquil. As Ruo Yun settled into a chair cushioned with soft fur, she gazed expectantly at the large glass screen. The image revealed the lively atmosphere of the auction house. Countless masked figures in the audience were shouting enthusiastically, their fervor palpable. With a creak, the platform in the center gradually descended, revealing a pit. Moments latte. A woman in a gown was lifted from within. The audience erupted in thunderous applause, for this woman was none other than the auctioneer, heralding the long-awaited commencement of the auction. Greetings, everyone. I'm the auctioneer Dai Dai. Welcome. Dai Dai pressed her hand to her chest and bowed in all four directions to the audience. Wow, Goddess Dai Dai. At last, we see you again. It seems everyone is quite familiar with me, Dai Dai smiled. It has been several months since the last auction. I am delighted that you all remember me. Now, without further ado, let us unveil the first auction item, the Floating Life Drunken Dream Cup. It is said to be crafted for those who revel in the pleasures of wine, completely exquisite. The first item has no reserve price. Feel free to start bidding. As Dai Dai's playful voice echoed, the audience erupted in frenzy. I bid 1 spiritual stone. I bid 2. What rubbish. I bid 10. Step aside. I bid 100 lower-grade spiritual stones. Items without reserve prices always incite enthusiastic participation, igniting the passions of all present. Feng Yin, have them bring that item forth. But ensure it is obtained, Ruo Yun instructed languidly, reclining in her chair, her interest waning. Understood. Feng Yin complied and exited the room. Afterward, Feng Yin lowered the volume of the displayed sound once more, then knelt beside Ruo Yun, her slender hand resting on her leg as she began to massage her. The room gradually fell into silence. Feng Yin, do you blame me? Suddenly, Ruo Yun's voice broke the quiet, laced with a hint of tenderness. Master, Feng Yin paused, contemplating briefly before responding softly. If it were not for you, I might have perished at the hands of my enemies. You granted me a second chance at life, as well as the role of my rebirth's parents. Indeed, in the blink of an eye, you have grown so much, Ruo Yun murmured. Chapter 32. Dragonbone and Phoenix Marrow in the auction house, within a VIP room occupied by Luo Yungu and Muchi Luo. The ambience resembled that of the elegant chambers above in Chui Feng building, albeit with a touch more elaborate decoration. Like Ruo Yun's room, they too relied on screens and sound-conducting formations for communication, seemingly designed to conceal the identities of those in the VIP room. This formation also featured an automatic sound disguising function, reflecting meticulous consideration. The two had only placed bids twice. Thereafter, they predominantly observed the unfolding events of the auction. The scale was impressive, with nearly 1,000 attendees, including several high-ranking cultivators. To gather such a multitude of loose cultivators in the mortal realm exemplified significant influence, especially beneath the capital of a nation. The existence of an organization wielding such terrifying power posed an implicit threat. Judging by the demeanor of her senior sister, she seemed entirely unaware of the situation. It remained uncertain whether the Tianyu Emperor, her parents, possessed any information regarding this gathering. Sister? Luo Yungu suddenly called out, breaking Muchi Luo's reverie. Muchi Luo instinctively glanced at him, only to find him gesturing towards the large screen, indicating she should look in that direction. Turning her head, she saw that the auction had progressed to the 9th item. Lady Dai unveiled a piece of jade as tender as a baby's skin, radiating a faint red glow. Within the heart of the jade, 2 shadows intertwined, illuminated by the red light. Dragonbone and Phoenix Marrow. Muchi Luo gasped. Her awareness instantly sharpened. She grasped the armrest of her chair and stood up, her astonishment evident. This is precisely the reason why Luo Yunj awakened her. Longu Feng Shui, as its name suggests, is transformed from dragon bones and contains a trace of phoenix blood within, offering dual benefits. It is also a rare treasure urgently needed by Mu Qiluo for her cultivation method. Once she acquires this item and successfully absorbs and refines it, transcending to the next realm will merely be a matter of time. How could one not be captivated by such a lure? Luo Yange feigned surprise, presenting an air of merely observing his senior sister lost in thought, urging her to attentively appreciate the auction to ease her mind. He even inquired, "Senior sister, is this item of great use to you?" Yet, he secretly pondered, in this modest Chui Feng tower, how could such a treasure exist? It is truly abnormal. The fervor in his eyes momentarily subsided. The expressions of the audience below were a mixture of confusion, seemingly diverging from their expectations. At this critical moment, the butterfly announcer explained, "I apologize, everyone. The originally scheduled item number 9 has been postponed. A distinguished guest urgently contacted us to sell this item." "What is this?" "Indeed. Young butterfly, at least provide some introduction." "Exactly, we have never seen such a thing. Is it merely a piece of jade?" Most of the loud voices belonged to those who could not discern its value. However, those who recognized its extraordinary nature were already contemplating their bids. Even though they were unaware of its true nature, that did not deter them from bidding. The Chui Feng Tower auction had never showcased any worthless trinkets. Its reputation stood firm, and it was impossible to tarnish its golden sign. In response, the butterfly merely smiled. Following the instructions from the pavilion master, she was to discreetly scan the entire venue, her gaze sweeping across Luo Yunj and Mu Chua's VIP room, patiently waiting. 100 low-grade spirit stones. Suddenly, someone called out. Instantly, all eyes converged. The speaker was a young man wearing a tiger mask, adorned in luxurious garments, seemingly the heir of a prominent family. He had previously bid on several items, displaying an air of extravagance, and his background was formidable. 110 spirit stones. 120 spirit stones. I bid 150 spirit stones. Others joined in with raised bids, creating a chorus of voices bidding back and forth. 300 spirit stones. The tiger-faced young master forcibly doubled the price. The crowd's expressions turned grim. "You have wealth, but must you play so recklessly? What a prodigal." 500 spirit stones, plus a bottle of medium-grade Qingling Dan. From above the audience, a voice emerged from a VIP room. As the crowd gasped, Mu Qiluo in the VIP section revealed an expression of determination. Among all present, aside from the host, there were likely none who understood the significance of this item better than her and Luo Yunj. The butterfly hesitated for a moment, then calmly said, "Please hold on, everyone. I need to consult the distinguished guest regarding this item." She quickly summoned a servant and whispered a few words. The butterfly then sighed in relief, announcing loudly, "The distinguished guest has agreed. A bottle of Qingling Dan can offset 500 spirit stones." The crowd was astonished, not because of the Qingling Dan, but rather due to the unexpectedly low offset price. Outside, the lowest quality Qingling Dan was worth around 700 to 800 spirit stones. Now, a bottle of medium grade was surprisingly valued so low. If the distinguished guest's valuation was accepted by the bidding guest, it would become effective. The butterfly smiled as she glanced towards the VIP room, where Mu Qiluo and her companions were seated. Mu Qiluo nodded. "Is there anyone else wishing to bid?" The butterfly scanned the crowd, raising her arm and proclaiming, "The second VIP bids 1,000 spirit stones. 1,000 spirit stones for the first time. 1,000 spirit stones for the second time." The tiger-faced young master attempted to bid several times, but ultimately restrained himself. 1,000 spirit stones, too expensive. 1,000 spirit stones for the third time. Congratulations to the second VIP for acquiring item number 9. The butterfly signaled, and immediately someone came to retrieve Longu Feng Shui. She exhaled quietly, relieved that the task was completed without incident. Contemplating, she adjusted her demeanor and announced the next delayed item. In the VIP room, a series of doorbell chimes sounded. Mu Chua promptly approached to open the door, revealing Ruoyan holding Longu Feng Shui, standing gracefully outside. After the verification of funds was completed, the transaction was finalized. Amidst congratulatory remarks, Ruoyan slowly retreated, and Mu Qiluo stored the item away. "Junior brother, let us depart." As soon as the door was closed, Mu Qilu instructed. Luo Yunj, realizing, nodded in agreement. After a few minutes of waiting, they opened the door and found no one, promptly retracing their steps. Wu Tianxun is arriving tomorrow. Refining this item will undoubtedly increase our chances. On the way, Mu Chunluo hurriedly explained a few things before vanishing from sight. Luo Yun shrugged, displaying an attitude of indifference. Chapter 33. The Young Master's Old Friend. In the underground auction house, pre-imperial realm, though youthful, their strength even surpasses that of Ninth Senior Sister. Luo Yunj contemplated whether he should attempt to break through on the spot if he found himself unable to win. In the next moment, Feng Yin had already approached him, stopping in front of him, her elongated, luminous eyes assessing Luo Yunj. Distinguished guest, my pavilion master requests your presence. Upon hearing this, a mysterious smile crept onto Luo Yunj's lips. He spoke softly, then I must trouble you to lead the way. For some reason, Feng Yin felt an odd sensation, as if this young and handsome man before her was anticipating something, as if he had foreseen this encounter. She held his gaze for a moment, then turned to lead the way to the most luxurious VIP room. With a creak, the door opened. Feng Yin succinctly gestured, please. Luo Yunj nodded in gratitude, stepping past her into the room, surveying everything within. The room was modestly sized, featuring an integrated design, similar to the one he and his senior sister had previously occupied, but far more opulent. Many furnishings were immediately recognizable, as if they had been amassed solely through wealth, carelessly displayed around. Approximately 100 paces away, at the room's end, a luxurious fur-covered sofa was positioned in front of a grand screen. Whether by design or naturally, the room's lighting was dim. One could barely discern a silhouette on the sofa, which, judging by its shape, was most likely female. As a name surfaced in Luo Yunj's mind, he remarked, if Longu Feng Shui is considered a crude item, then surely no auction house in the world can compare to this place. Oh, the woman seemed somewhat taken aback. She rose, smoothing out the creases in her dress, and slowly emerged from the shadows of the sofa. Under Luo Yunj's gaze, her exquisitely beautiful face gradually came into focus. Her voice, tinged with curiosity, inquired Butian Peak. The 10th Divine Son, Luo Yunj? Chuifeng Tower, Pavilion Master, Ruo Yin? Luo Yunj responded calmly. It seems we have no misunderstandings. I see that the earlier figure was your senior sister, the crown princess of the Tianyu dynasty, correct? It seems that Ruo Yin is indeed a person of considerable standing. Luo Yunj quipped, to casually give away something as significant as Longu Feng Shui without recognizing its value. Isn't that a bit extravagant? To put it bluntly, it could be viewed as foolishness. Upon hearing this, Ruo Yin did not take offense. Luo Yun shrugged, remaining noncommittal. Under Ruo Yun's guidance, they moved to the tea table on the right side and adjusted the lighting. Brewed tea and inquired, the grove outside the city. I presume it is the handiwork of the young master? It certainly has captured my admiration. In response, silence enveloped the air. Luo Yun delicately sipped from her teacup, choosing not to speak. Unperturbed, Ruo Yun continued, your vigilance is commendable, yet it is unfortunate that on the day you trailed the emissary of the holy sect, my subordinates happened upon you. At this statement, an image of a woman clad in black flashed through Luo Yun's mind. It seemed plausible that it was this very woman who had misjudged. She not only recognized the holy sect, but was also a clandestine authority here. Were it not for the piece of dragon bone and phoenix marrow, Luo Yun might have remained oblivious. Essentially, she had come out merely to pass the time, never anticipating such encounters. Previously, it had been the emissaries of the holy sect and their conspiracies, and now, the proprietor of this Chui, Feng Lu, masquerading as a steward to approach the two disciples, feigning innocence. Thus, she returned with renewed resolve. However, the young master's finesse surpasses my own, Ruo Yun lamented, her expression tinged with a hint of sorrowful self-pity. Regrettably, after my prolonged efforts, the fish I had hooked was snatched away by the young master, leaving me burdened with the blame. Her words clearly indicated her stance. As the adage goes, one does not strike at a smiling face. The position of the other party was evidently laid bare, and they were not adversaries. Luo Yun could only clasp her hands and express, I am grateful to the esteemed proprietor for tying up the loose ends for me. Fortunately, your swift escape spared you from an encounter with a holy sex inspector, else you might not have emerged so easily. Oh, Luo Yun raised an eyebrow. Recalling the protector mentioned by the holy envoy, it appeared to be this inspector. Ruo Yun, being merely at the emperor's realm. Surviving in the presence of such a figure was no trivial feat. Fortunately, my master shares an old acquaintance with that person. Otherwise, I would not be so fortunate as to sit here and converse over tea, Ruoyan elucidated. What kind of backing does Chui Fenglu possess to warrant such deference from the inspector of the holy sect? Luo Yunj mused, then boldly inquired. However, she received no answer. Only learning of the inspector's title, Tianhuo Lao Run, a level of emperor. Nothing more. A prior acquaintance bore the same name. Yet their prowess vastly exceeded that of an emperor. Had they survived to this day, they would likely have reached even greater heights. Suppressing her inner curiosity, Luo Yunj stated, "In that case, I owe the esteemed proprietor a favor." Unexpectedly, Ruoyan merely shook her head in refusal. "This is a solitary burden I bear." Curiosity piqued. Luo Yunj asked, "Since you act in such a manner, might I inquire if it relates to the Langhuan foodie?" Ruoyan shook her head and nodded. Luo Yunj understood and continued, "Then it pertains to my Butian foam?" "To some extent," she replied. At this moment, understanding dawned upon him. Butian Feng. There is only one person worthy of such regard, the still secluded, lowly Shizuan. As for the various senior sisters, most he had not encountered and thus refrained from comment. Soon, as time passed, both parties grasped each other's intentions, reaching a consensus and a pleasant cooperation. Their objective was undoubtedly to thwart the marriage. Yet, Ruoyan's motivation stemmed from her awareness of the infiltration of the Yin dynasty by the holy sect, unwilling to allow Muqi Luo to fall into a trap. This contrasted with Luo Yunj's position. At least he was coerced. Chapter 34. The failed scheme. As evening approached, Luo Yunj finally exited Chui Fenglu coincidentally. Upon stepping out, she encountered the grand procession of the Yin dynasty's dragon carriage and phoenix sedan, accompanied by carts laden with gifts, forming an impressive line. Even from a distance, one could sense the remarkable treasures concealed within those boxes and fabrics. It was evident that the Yin dynasty had expended considerable effort to assist Wu Tianxun in acquiring the divine body. Should their scheme succeed, the wealth and treasures, even if lost, would be deemed worthwhile. Regrettably, it was destined to be a futile endeavor. Luo Yunj cast a few distant glances before preparing to depart when she suddenly sensed a familiar aura emanating from within the Yin dynasty's prince's carriage. The protector? Tianhuo Laozan? Luo Yunj momentarily gasped in surprise, swiftly turning to circumvent the procession and head toward the royal palace. The Yin dynasty's arrival was swifter than anticipated. She wondered how her ninth senior sister was faring. The citizens of Tianyu City lined the streets to welcome them. They were not only celebrating the marriage of their royal family's eldest princess, but also the anticipated peace between the two nations, a peace they eagerly sought. Unbeknownst to them, this was a conspiracy by the Yin dynasty against the Tianyu dynasty. Once Wu Tianxun achieved the divine demon body, the position of the holy sect's holy son would be firmly within grasp. Utilizing the holy sect's power to topple a mundane world-s dynasty was as easy as reaching into a pocket. Peace. It would merely serve as a jest. It must be understood that in the face of true might, only the powerful can dictate the rules. To express their hospitality, Mu Tianxing and Yuan, accompanied by several important officials, emerged from the grand hall to welcome their guests, underscoring the significance Tianyu dynasty placed on this matter. Soon, the emperor of the Yin, Wu Zhenyang, arrived hand in hand with Empress Baolanruo, along with Prince Wu Tianxun, who trailed behind, accompanied by a retinue of officials, including a diplomatic team and various officials from the Ministry of Rights, prepared to exchange gifts. Kings meeting kings, generals meeting generals. Swiftly, officials from the Tianyu dynasty approached from the side to greet them. Wu Zhenyang laughed heartily as he stepped forward. "Mu brother, long time no see. How have you been? Thanks to your good fortune, everything is well." The camaraderie between the two was reminiscent of long-lost friends, evoking a sense of warmth. In truth, over a decade prior, they had been fierce rivals, and were it not for the intervention of significant figures and the accord established by their ancestors, this marriage would not have materialized, and they would likely still be at war. After the emperors met, there was no shortage of banter. After a considerable time, Wu Zhenyang finally presented today as main character from behind. He gestured, "Tianxun, this is your future father-in-law and mother-in-law. Do not hesitate to greet them. Uncle Mu, Aunt Mu." Wu Tianxun immediately grasped his father's intentions and respectfully bowed. Strangely, had it not been for the matter of the divine demon body, Mu Tianqing and his wife might have found this young man quite agreeable. Standing at 6 feet tall, with sharp brows and bright eyes. His attire and demeanor were exceedingly proper, resembling an impeccably refined young nobleman. Alas, the incident regarding the divine demon body had already cast a shadow over his first impression. Good. Mu Tianqing scrutinized Wu Tianqian for several moments, nodding frequently on the surface, yet secretly activating a broken realm eye. Moments later, he beckoned, Wu brother. Bao sister, dinner is ready. Shall we first host a welcoming banquet? The emperor and empress of the Yin naturally had no objections. However, as they walked, Wu Xingyang scanned the surroundings and could not help but inquire, why is Chua still absent? Has she not yet returned from the immortal mountain? Were you saying, brother? Mu Tianqing feigned displeasure. At this juncture, Yuan promptly stepped in to clarify, that child Chua returned some days ago, but as a girl. She is a bit shy. Do not fret, dear in-law, I have already instructed the servants to summon her. It is nothing. Our ladies always take their time to prepare before appearing, so there is no rush. Bao Lanra added, casting a glare at her husband, playfully scolding. Our son is not anxious. Why should you, as his father, be so impatient? It seems you are seeking trouble. Indeed. You are correct, my dear. Wu Xingyang hastily nodded, adopting a demeanor of a submissive husband. The affection evident on their faces cannot be feigned. It is clear that they are a loving couple in their daily lives. Wu Tianqian expressed, father and mother are also concerned for me. I hope uncle and aunt do not take offense. Mu Tianqing and his wife nodded in agreement. This minor episode was inconsequential and quickly passed. The gathering soon transitioned to the grand hall for a meal. Upon seating, it signified a new stage. As they entered the hall, the anticipated events did not unfold. Mu Tianqing discreetly glanced upwards, noticing a mirror engraved with the 8 trigrams suspended above the entrance. He chose to remain silent, keeping the significance of this detail to himself. Before long, the banquet commenced. The imperial chefs began announcing the dishes while explaining the ingredients and their benefits. Hundreds of dishes took a full half-hour to present. Mu Tianqing and Wu Zhengyang gazed at the table laden with revitalizing delicacies, both struggling to swallow at the same moment. The former felt a sense of noble sacrifice. For the happiness of his daughter, he was willing to endure. Mere food could not deter him. The latter, however, was simply overwhelmed by the richness of the offerings. At their age, indulging in such extravagant fare was undoubtedly a form of torment. Only Yuan appeared somewhat satisfied. According to Luo Yunji's plan, this was the final trump card. A table filled with food exuding extreme yang energy was undoubtedly a nemesis to the Tianma body. Even a small amount could disrupt the balance of yin and yang, revealing the truth. Thus, she kept a close watch on Wu Tianqian's condition. Yet, after observing for a considerable time, nothing transpired as she had envisioned, leading her to feel a sense of disappointment and helplessness. It seemed this method might have failed after all. Yuan turned to her husband, only to find him shaking his head gently, his expression still resolute. It was as though she had found her anchor in that moment. Her heart settled slightly, and she immediately smiled, encouraging the 3 guests from the Dian dynasty to partake in the feast. However, such moments were undeniably fleeting. After the banquet, Wu Xingyang was ready to unveil his intentions. He initiated a conversation about Mu Cha, subtly laced with a sense of urgency, as if he could not wait to resolve the matter of the so-called divine demon body. Chapter 35. A conversation under the moonlight at a critical moment. Mu Cha, adorned in a resplendent princess gown, arrived fashionably late. The only flaw was that she was accompanied by an unexpectedly striking young man, whose youth was surprising. I have met with father and mother. Mukilu elegantly curtsied. Mu Tianqing, observing his daughter's presence, felt an unbidden swell of pride, his spirit instantly uplifted. This beautiful woman, perfectly inheriting her mother's exceptional beauty, was his daughter and the eldest princess of the Tianyu dynasty. Moreover, she was the goddess of Butian Peak. One could say her starting point was already higher than most, and her future appeared bright. The more so, he realized, the more imperative it was not to falter at this juncture. With that thought, Mu Tianqing's resolve strengthened. He gestured. Come, greet your in-laws. They have been speaking of you for quite some time. Greetings, Uncle Wu, Aunt Wu. Mu Qilu nodded, offering her respects to Wu Zhengyang and the others. Naturally, she did not forget to acknowledge Wu Tianqian. Brother Wu, it has been a while. Finally, she added to alleviate any concerns for her parents, I've been engrossed in my studies of Tao recently and lost track of time. I hope uncle and aunt will not hold it against me. Soon we will be one family. There is no need for offense. Wu Zhenyang feigned anger while secretly feeling pleased. Cultivation is a great endeavor. The stronger one becomes, the better, as it will undoubtedly benefit my son. Yet, he soon felt a tinge of regret. Mu Qiluo's beauty was indeed enchanting, a clear testament to her status as a goddess. As Mu Qiluo prepared to sit with Luo Yunj, Wu Tianqian's voice suddenly rang out. Sister Qiluo, who is this young man? Why not introduce him? At these words, curiosity piqued in Wu Zhengyang and his wife. The young man's appearance almost rivaled their son's, which was an outrageous thought. Before it could fully form, both quickly dismissed it. Mu Qiluo could only belong to their son, as she was a crucial requirement for the divine demon body. No unexpected occurrences could be permitted. Mukidu feigned realization. My apologies for my oversight. This is a new disciple of my master, accompanying me to experience the world. Thus, the crisis dissipated in an instant. A junior disciple? Then there is no need for concern. The atmosphere in the hall quickly became lively again. Wu Zhenyang began to envision a bright future, his smile blooming like an uncontainable chrysanthemum. The only outsider, Luo Yunj, buried himself in the lavish feast, remaining silent except when addressed, perfectly embodying the guise of an oblivious, gluttonous youth, successfully alleviating the suspicions of the Dian Empire's guests. At the end of the banquet, Mu Qiluo took the initiative to invite Wu Tianqian for a stroll. Wu Zhenyang had no objections, waving his hand in agreement and exchanging knowing glances with Wu Tianqian. It can be said that men understand each other well. This was not in the original plan. Mu Tianqian hesitated for a moment, feeling uncertain. Just then, Luo Yunj, having eaten his fill, rose to take his leave. It was evident that he wasn't fond of such gatherings, and Wu Zhengyang and the others did not mind his departure. After all, the most important matter was their son's marriage. Meanwhile, Mu Qiluo quietly exchanged reassuring glances with her parents. Then, the three of them took their leave, while the adults continued to navigate their discussions. Luo Yunj patted his belly, seeking approval, exuding an air of a spoiled young master, almost convincingly so. Mu Qiluo nodded. Seizing the opportunity, the two exchanged a brief, conspiratorial glance as if they were clandestine operatives. Once Luo Yunj left, Mu Qiluo apologized. I'm sorry. Shall we go? All right. Wu Tianqian replied with a gentle nod, his gaze soft as water, concealing the fervor within. His demeanor was calm, devoid of any impatience. He seemed flawless, as if he had been born for this role. What are your thoughts on marriage, Brother Wu? Mu Qiluo inquired as they walked. Her straightforwardness took Wu Tianqian by surprise, causing him to pause momentarily before responding. What does Miss Mu mean by that? Upon returning from a Longhuan blessed land, I have witnessed the fragility of life. There is indeed a disparity between mortals and cultivators, Mu Qiluo replied softly. Suddenly turning to scrutinize Wu Tianqian, she asked surely, Brother Wu is unaware of my master's lineage? Mortals are devoid of the means to cultivate, which naturally leads to concerns over aging, illness, and death. Wu Tianqian spoke with calm composure. As cultivators, we are already far more fortunate than they. However, I am all ears to hear about Miss Mu's master. May I ask if Brother Wu has heard of Butian Peak? Wu Tianqian abruptly halted, an expression of slight discomfort crossing his features, quickly masked by a smile. I have heard of it, but I did not expect Miss Mu to have such profound fortunes. I must admit, I am somewhat envious. Since you have heard of it, then it shall be easier, Mu Qiluo said, raising her eyes to meet his gaze. Oh, Wu Tianqian replied, puzzled. Since we are destined to become husband and wife, I hope that brother will invest more effort on the path of cultivation. The implication is that there exists a disparity in our talents, and you must strive harder, leaving no room for complacency. Otherwise, the time will come when a young person sends an elder to the grave. This notion is rather amusing. It is the first time Wu Tianqian has heard a woman speak to him in such a manner, particularly one who appears to be concerned for his well-being. It seems that Mu Qiluo has gradually come to accept this marriage. A flicker of joy surged within him, and he unconsciously relaxed considerably. Thus, Wu Tianqian nodded and replied, Naturally, it is only right. I do not consider myself a fool who squanders potential. Please rest assured, Miss Mu. That is good, Mu Qiluo responded with a satisfied nod. At this moment, they had arrived at the lakeside, surrounded by lotus flowers and shimmering waters reflecting the moonlight. She proposed, The lotus flowers in this lake were planted by my own hands. They look particularly enchanting under the moonlight each night. I invite Brother Wu to admire them together. Oh, I must take a good look, Wu Tianshan said as he walked towards the water's edge. However, halfway there, he suddenly turned around, his formidable spiritual power erupting, revealing his quasi-imperial cultivation. With a booming sound, a brilliant light erupted, and the residual waves were intercepted by invisible ripples, preventing them from spreading outward. Wu Tianshan furrowed his brow. He observed everything around him, including Mu Chua, who had been sent flying by his palm, and questioned, "After all the groundwork you laid tonight, I almost believed you. Why do you always seek your own destruction?" Chapter 36. A startling transformation. Deep within the Tianyu Imperial Palace, as soon as Wu Tianshan's words fell, a crisp sound akin to breaking porcelain echoed through the air. In his astonished gaze, Mu Chua, who had crashed into a pillar and fallen to the ground, resembled a fragile porcelain doll, with numerous cracks appearing on her body, from which brilliant light emanated. "This is not good," Wu Tianshan thought to himself, alarmed. He exclaimed and was about to turn to flee, but it was too late. Accompanied by the sharp cracking sound, Mu Chilua's body erupted violently. The ground cracked almost instantaneously. The pillar she had struck disintegrated into dust, slowly scattering away. Boom! The sound of the explosion finally resonated. An invisible shockwave stirred layers of sand and disturbed the lake's waters, carrying an attack infused with terrifying power straight towards Wu Tianshan's back. This was a self-destructive strike from the Jihuang realm. This formidable force, even if it did not kill Wu Tianshan, would undoubtedly inflict significant harm upon him. Wu Tianshan seemed to realize he could not evade it. In an instant, he turned, his cultivation surging forth as he crossed his arms defensively in front of him. A low, inaudible whisper emerged. Behind Wu Tianshan, an imposing ethereal figure materialized, reminiscent of an unmatched ancient emperor. The apparition exuded mysterious power, enhancing his arms. In an instant, countless arcane ancient scripts blossomed in the air, coalescing into a shield of purple-gold hue. Wu Tianshan positioned himself behind the shield. Bang! In his line of sight, the attack imbued with self-destructive force crashed violently against him. The shield's brilliance diminished significantly, becoming as thin as a cicada's wing, yet remained unbroken. Despite this, Wu Tianshan was still forced back to the center of the lake. Unexpectedly, the assault was not yet over. Amidst the grand explosion that obscured everything, 3 strikes of spiritual power emerged in rapid succession. Is this never-ending? Wu Tianshan felt a twinge of impatience. These attacks could not possibly harm him. They were utterly futile, causing nothing but annoyance. A flicker of uncertainty crossed his eyes, yet he remained composed as he raised his shield. Would Mu Chilo truly resort to self-detonation to set a trap? The Tianyu Empire could not be foolish enough to sacrifice the life of a goddess from Butian Peak to terminate this union. Such an action would be of unequal value. Therefore, that woman must still be alive, but why would she turn against him? There are many ways to sabotage a marriage. To resort to killing him for its dissolution would certainly not lead to a favorable conclusion. Boom! Crack! A series of sounds erupted suddenly. Not good. Wu Tianshan snapped back to reality, realizing the gravity of his oversight. This was not an attack originating from the earlier explosion, but rather a newly charged strike. Damn it! Are there others here? Bang! The intricate symbols on his arm shattered, and the shield that was as delicate as a cicada's wing collapsed abruptly, the remaining force slamming into his arm. As the smoke cleared, Wu Tianshan retreated repeatedly until he finally stabilized his stance at the center of the lake. Cough! He spat out a mouthful of blood, raising his eyes filled with fury, surveying his surroundings. Unbeknownst to him, a layer of mist had already spread throughout the area. Initially faint, resembling the thin fog that forms over water at dawn, it had now thickened into an impenetrable haze, rising in an instant, ethereal as smoke, obscuring all matters. His perception was gradually diminishing. Wu Tianshan furrowed his brow, peering ahead. Within the mist, a graceful figure suddenly emerged, resembling Mu Chilo, though indistinct. His instincts told him that this person was very likely Mu Chilo. He coldly called out, "Mu Chilo, what are you planning to do? Even if you dislike this, to suggest to the Emperor the dissolution of our engagement. Such actions would disregard the common people of both nations and violate the agreement between our ancestors." Haha. A familiar voice rang out. Wu Tianxin's suspicions were confirmed. The voice belonged to Mu Qiluo, who had just been conversing with him. She disdainfully replied, Wu Tianxin, do you really think no one is aware of your schemes? Even from behind layers of palaces, it is repugnant. What nonsense are you spouting? Wu Tianxin instinctively felt that his notorious reputation had somehow reached her ears. However, he had already reformed his ways years ago, and with his parents' influence, it was impossible for such news to leak out. The holy son of the sacred sect? The body of gods and demons? Such matters were even less likely to be known. In the entire Dian Empire, other than his parents and the ancestors, no one else was privy to such information, let alone leaking it. Therefore, it was natural he could not think in that direction. He instinctively advised, let us cease this. I will plead with my father on your behalf, considering our bond as a couple, and treat it as a mere sparring session. Who considers you a spouse? Mu Qiluo glared at him coldly, her voice laced with disdain. Rest assured, you will not die. You must remain alive to bear witness to the outcome. Her chilling words were reminiscent of a demon from the depths of hell. An inexplicable chill coursed down Wu Tianxin's spine, and he found himself gripped by an unfamiliar sense of fear. He could not comprehend the origin of this emotion. In a confrontation between the quasi-imperial and the Jiehuang realms, he clearly held the advantage in cultivation. Why should he be afraid? However, this was the depths of the Tianyu Empire's palace. Mu Qiluo was on her home turf, and no one knew what preparations she had made, including what gave her the confidence to initiate battle. No one knew. Damn it, Wu Tianxin cursed inwardly, feeling a wave of irritation wash over him, his thoughts momentarily chaotic. He clenched his fists. At that moment, he had only one choice, to capture Mu Qiluo. Only then could he unravel the truth behind all of this. With a clang, a long spear materialized out of thin air into his grasp. Yet, before he could launch his attack, a thunderous roar emanated from below. The once tranquil surface of the lake suddenly rippled with layers upon layers of waves, as if something were about to break through the water surface. In fact, that was precisely the case. In an instant, golden light flooded the lake. The colossal dragon's head burst forth from the water, violently hurling Wu Tianxin into the air, swiftly followed by the dragon's body that emerged in pursuit. Wu Tianxin was no mere novice. After withstanding the impact, he quickly regained his composure, brandishing his spear to engage with the colossal beast, unleashing an astonishing surge of energy. He swallowed the crimson froth of blood that filled his mouth, his expression contorting into a fierce grimace. Rage began to consume him, igniting an unrestrained ferocity as he committed fully to the fray. How audacious to unleash such tender imperial dragon energy. Seeking death indeed, as his voice, filled with fury, resonated. Brilliant golden light suddenly pierced through the pure white mist, reminiscent of the sun penetrating the clouds. A mournful dragon's roar echoed, the imperial dragon energy crashing back into the water surface. Wu Tianxin raised his spear high, casting a blinding beam of light that swept through the fog, racing into the depths of the lake. Chapter 37. Strategy with a thunderous roar. That attack detonated as it neared the lake's surface, dispersing the dense mist. Mu Qiluo's figure gradually became visible, adorned in the same attire she wore when they first encountered each other atop Butian Peak, exuding an ethereal aura amidst the mist. Wu Tianxin exhaled sharply, feeling a slight alleviation in his chest, yet his eyes remained festooned with crimson veins, his wrath unabated. He gazed downward, surveying the enchanting woman who resembled a celestial being. At last, you have been compelled to reveal yourself? Then let us battle. Wu Tianxin lunged forward, his spear tracing the phantom of a dragon, imbued with the potent aura of a true dragon. Though Mu Qiluo managed to deflect the attack, his objective had been accomplished. The fierce winds generated by his charge had scattered the surrounding mist, uncovering the remnants of lotus flowers upon the lake. Sensing the tremendous pressure, Mu Qiluo looked up, unfazed. As she drew a long sword, her formidable sword intent gradually radiating around her. With a gentle tap of her toes against the water's surface, she gracefully ascended, charging directly at Wu Tianxin, as if unafraid. Ha! Wu Tianxin scoffed, exclaiming, Dragon spear? Threads of shimmering light flickered through the mist as countless strands of spiritual energy converged at the spear's tip, forming a dragon's phantom that opened its gaping maw below. Even though he faced initial setbacks, Wu Tianxin possessed an advantage in cultivation, naturally gaining the upper hand in battle. At this moment, He fought with the ferocity of a lion against a hare. Launching an astonishing killing move, his quasi-imperial cultivation erupted without reservation, gathering all his murderous intent into this singular strike. Suddenly, a gust of wind surged. Mu Qiluo recognized she could not withstand it head-on. She deftly pivoted mid-air, instantly manifesting 4 distinct figures. Clones? No, incorrect. It is a transformation technique. Wu Tianxin's eyes narrowed, momentarily unable to discern which was the true form. Yet there was no time for contemplation. Acting on instinct, he charged toward one, accelerating fiercely, the dragon spear swirling with the essence of the dragon. Its killing intent directed at Mu Qiluo. Clang! The crisp sound of metal clashing rang out as Mu Qiluo parried the spear's tip with her sword. Her body forced back, yet unwilling to yield. Wu Tianxin pressed forward relentlessly. This was the true form, a fortunate wager. However, before he could revel in his success, he felt a shiver run down his spine, sensing the imminent threat. In a moment of peril, he exerted greater force. The dragon spear erupted with a resounding crash, propelling Mu Qiluo away. Ignoring the inertia, he twisted his body just as the other 3 Mu Qiluo figures charged at him simultaneously, swords raised, their blades glimmering with a faint golden light, suffused with regal energy. Another imperial dragon energy? Could this woman truly desire to become an empress? Wu Tianxin felt both astonished and furious. Since ancient times, no woman had wielded power after the reign of a female emperor thousands of years ago. A tale entwined with mystery. Wu Tianxin was reluctant to delve into it. Yet Mu Qiluo's intentions became clear. No wonder she sought to attack him. His hands tightened their grip. As the dragon spear spun, it left behind phantoms, moving at an extraordinary speed, nearly imperceptible to the eye. Boom! This time it was different. One of the Mu Qiluo figures intercepted Wu Tianxin's assault, while the remaining 2, wielding their long swords, darted past the spear. The cold light of their blades, reminiscent of the blood he was about to shed. Cursed be it! How could they all be the true forms? Wu Tianxin disregarded his confusion as his thoughts spiraled. As the attack approached, he had no choice but to relinquish the dragon spear, extending his hand to summon purple-golden spiritual energy, seizing 2 swords. The blades scraped against flesh with a sound akin to steel. Huh! Wu Tianxin's brow furrowed as he prepared to exert force. Yet, the 2 Mu Qiluo figures wielding swords disintegrated, their spiritual energy infusing their blades. Simultaneously, the dense moisture in the air above the lake quickly crystallized into ice, ensnaring Wu Tianxin's hands. Hee. The Mu Qiluo opposing the dragon spear sneered. It's better to return it to you. With that, she tilted her body upwards, soaring into the air. The dragon spear grazed past her sword, generating sparks and a cacophony of sound. Just then, Mu Qiluo executed an inverted hook, her toes gripping the dragon spear, flipping herself over and delivering a powerful kick. Boom! The sound of the explosion reverberated. Gulping the lake water, Wu Tianxin felt the crimson hue in his eyes gradually fade. Yet in the next moment, Mu Qiluo reappeared, not the one in the air, but the one who had been submerged in the lake, biding her time. Wu Tianxin realized he had not been mistaken. This indeed was her true form. However, his hesitation to unleash his full strength had left Mu Qiluo's injuries relatively mild. This transformation technique did not create external avatars. Each clone diminished the original strength, which explained why Mu Qiluo had been at a disadvantage during their initial encounter. Regrettably, Wu Tianxin failed to seize the opportunity. Now, every action, from luring him into the lakeside courtyard to the subsequent Imperial Dragon energy assault, and finally the transformation attack, had all been orchestrated for this moment. When Wu Tianxin fell into the water, the true scheme began. With a thunderous declaration, he turned to face her. The Imperial Dragon energy coiled behind Mu Qiluo, slowly merging into her sword, radiating a powerful Imperial aura. Empowered by this, her strikes surpassed the realm of calamity, nearly rivaling that of a quasi-imperial. Had this been before, Wu Tianxin would have remained unconcerned. But now, trapped in this perilous situation and suffering considerable injury, he could no longer afford to be dismissive. Weakness is never a sin. Underestimating one's opponent is. Moreover, he had witnessed this move before. Or rather, he had seen it during battles alongside his father, Wu Zhengyang, when Mu Tianxing, in the realm of calamity, unleashed a terrifying strike that decimated a significant number of formidable warriors from the Dine Empire. Not good. Wu Tianxin's scalp prickled as he felt the weight of her quasi-imperial cultivation surge, risking further injury as he forced the dragon spear to a halt. Faced with such an onslaught, he had to quell his disdain to navigate this challenge safely. Taking a deep breath, he raised the dragon spear and intoned, "Dragon's roar shatters the purple sky." Chapter 38. Father, save me. With a swish, a purple-gold dragon phantom surged behind Wu Tianxin. In recent years, he has become deeply immersed in the teachings of Shengjiao, causing his royal path training to falter, and he has yet to attain the golden dragon form. In this regard, he falls short of Mu Qiluo. Fortunately, his formidable cultivation provides him an opportunity to remedy this deficiency. He glanced towards Mu Qiluo, and an inexplicable surge of anger welled up within him. It was the first time in adulthood that he felt disadvantaged at the hands of a woman. Even if she were to become his future bride, it would not reflect well on his pride, let alone the fact that Mu Qiluo was merely a nourishment for the divine and demonic body. With a fierce shout, he unleashed the Jinglong spear, slicing through the layers of lake water and launching his assault. The surrounding waters parted at his voice, as if the earth itself were cracking open, revealing a breathtaking spectacle akin to the wonders of heaven and earth. The spear was enveloped in a violet gold flame, and a phantom of a dragon roared at its tip, echoing like thunder, a truly terrifying sight. With a mighty swing, he unleashed a devastating strike that sent waves crashing towards Mu Qiluo, carving a profound path straight to her feet. In response to this onslaught, Mu Qiluo surprisingly smiled, for it was merely a trap. The dragon aura of the royal path around her suddenly dissipated, and 3 additional Mu Qiluo figures emerged, evading the attack of the Jinglong spear and converging upon Wu Tianxin. This time, the dispersed royal path dragon aura did not fade, but evenly distributed among all 4 figures, significantly enhancing their combined presence. Wu Tianxin's eyes widened in realization as he witnessed his attack miss its mark. He suddenly understood Mu Qiluo's intent. This was no simple kill strike. It was a mere ploy to buy time. But for what purpose? He could not fathom. Raising his hand, the Jinglong spear thrummed as he adeptly parried the attacks of all 4 figures. In this prepared state, his performance clearly surpassed his earlier disadvantage, demonstrating a newfound ease and tactical precision. Engaging 4 opponents, he did not find himself at a disadvantage. Mu Qiluo, Wu Tianxin furrowed his brow and demanded, "What exactly do you intend to do? You cannot win with such trivial attacks." He admonished, "Now that we have reached this point, what else are you concealing?" The 5 figures clashed fiercely, rising above the lake's surface. "Want to know?" One of the Mu Qiluo figures sneered. Another chimed in, "You will find out soon enough." Their banter left Wu Tianxin bewildered, his head spinning with their words. His anger surged, overwhelming his reason, and his attacks grew ever more ferocious, as if he were willing to sacrifice everything to conclude the battle swiftly. Yet, Mu Qiluo kept him entangled, denying him any opportunity to succeed. Before long, Wu Tianxin's eyes were entirely suffused with crimson light. His form began to flicker, adopting an abnormal stance, as the violet gold aura around him began to darken. Upon witnessing this, Mu Qiluo finally exhaled in relief. Her efforts had not been in vain. The item bestowed by Luo Shidi was indeed effective. As time passed, she spat out a mouthful of blood, her vitality waning, but her complexion retained some color, indicating she was not in grave danger. The dragon bone and phoenix marrow she had acquired at Chuifeng Lu could have enabled her to break through to the imperial realm, but time had been too pressing, and she had not fully refined it before arriving at this juncture. Fortunately, practical combat served as an excellent catalyst. Mu Qiluo's reckless strategy, trading injury for injury to stimulate the potency of the dragon bone and phoenix marrow, aimed to transcend to a higher realm. Clearly, she had yet to succeed. "Damn it, what have you done to me?" Wu Tianxin roared in fury. He was now both alarmed and enraged, alternating between lucidity and a frenzied state, barely able to maintain control. At that moment, the truth of the Tianma body would surely be exposed. This union was likely to become a farce. "What have I done?" "It is too late for you to realize now," Mu Qiluo retorted coldly, propping herself up with her arm as her figure slowly retreated into the encroaching mist. A gust of wind swept through, causing the nearly dissipated mist to swell once more. Upon contact with the mist, Wu Tianxin's crimson gaze intensified, as if it threatened to consume the last vestiges of his reason. In that instant, he comprehended the truth. From the moment he stepped into this place, everything else became insignificant. The truly important matters had already taken form in the unseen. Alas, realizing this now was far too late. Damn it! This word became the final thought before he lost all rationality. As his reason was entirely swallowed, a torrent of demonic energy enveloped his spiritual essence. The moment the demonic energy surged forth, it corrupted everything around it, including the mist, transforming it into pure darkness. Wu Tianxun wielded the Jinglong spear, launching indiscriminate attacks. Unfortunately, having lost his sanity, he could no longer discern Mu Chiluo's location, flailing about like a headless fly. Before long, the area was left in ruins, a chaotic scene of debris and destruction, resembling a wasteland. Meanwhile, Mu Chiluo concealed herself within the fog, recuperating while glancing at the remaining enchantment incense, which was nearly burned down to its final portion. According to Luo Yunji's instructions, she had to wait for the incense to fully extinguish in order to unleash the terrifying potential of the Tianma. Only then would the outcome be sealed. Yet, observing Wu Tianxun's current state, he had already succumbed entirely to his demonic nature. Was this not his full form? What then could be considered complete? Mu Chiluo swallowed hard. Even if she were to break through to the quasi-imperial realm at this moment, she would likely still not be a match for Wu Tianxun. Indeed, the old saying holds true. When darkness strengthens thrice, purity weakens thrice, she thought. Hearing this familiar voice, Mu Chiluo turned to see the arrival of Luo Yunji, and she breathed a sigh of relief. He smacked his lips, observing the furious Wu Tianxun from a distance, marveling at the spectacle. "You little rascal. Hurry and come help me," Mu Qilu scolded. Luo Yunji chuckled awkwardly and quickly rushed to assist his senior sister. Scratching his head, he diverted the topic, saying, "All right, senior sister, the enchantment incense has burned out. You can proceed to the next step." Mu Chiluo looked down, and indeed, the incense had vanished, leaving only a wooden stick embedded in the ground, emitting faint wisps of smoke. She rolled her eyes and exclaimed, "Shitty, is there truly no other way?" Luo Yunji merely smiled in response. "Come now. Helping you has already cost me quite a bit. If I were to personally intervene, I would surely suffer a significant loss. Were it not for your status as my senior sister, I would not enough." Mu Chiluo thought, best to let it go. She shouted, "Father, save me." Chapter 39. The Intervention of Tianyu Laozu. In the Tianyu dynasty, within the Grand Palace, the brilliantly lit halls reflected the fleeting shadows of cups being exchanged, and the atmosphere continued to heat up. The essence of intoxication permeated the air. As for the two empresses, fortunately, they had already concocted an excuse to depart and enjoy themselves outside. Otherwise, remaining here would have been challenging to mask the effects of the wine. For men, emotional exchanges often revolve around drink, and they seldom relent until thoroughly intoxicated. In contrast, women are not as complicated. Under the moonlight, they meander through the imperial garden, admiring the rare and exotic flowers while discussing matrimonial considerations. This is the norm. Soon, the two emperors within the palace were flushed with drink, treating each other as if they were brothers. "Gulme, another cup." Wu Jingyang raised his glass, proclaiming, "This cup is for my brother Mu. Let us support each other and grow together." Agreed. Mu Tianxing raised his glass, his expression more cheerful than that of Wu Jingyang. With a broad smile, he expressed gratitude for the foresight of their ancestors, which had united their families, and declared it worthy of another toast. The two of them drank deeply, leaving not a single drop behind. With their robust drinking capacity, they were ready for more. Wu Jingyang, slightly dizzy, remained in high spirits and was eager for another round. At that moment, a faint sound emerged, a distant roar that was somewhat unclear. Mu Tianxing's remaining rationality alerted him that something seemed amiss. Unlike Wu Jingyang, he was preoccupied with thoughts of his daughter, Mu Chiluo, and wondered what she and Luo Yunji were up to with Wu Tianxun. A sense of unease enveloped him. Yet he was hindered by an annoying companion who clung to him, making it difficult to leave. "Family? Who is related to you?" Mu Tianxing scoffed inwardly. If it weren't for Mu Chiluo's timely return to inform him of the Tianma body matter, he might have unwittingly led his daughter into danger, mistakenly believing it was a path to happiness. After all, the betrothal was arranged by their ancestors, and its significance could not be understated. Who could have anticipated that this would all unfold as a sinister plot to seize the divine body? "Brother Mu, what is happening?" Wu Jingyang, inebriated, queried. Mu Tiancheng was about to shake his head in ignorance when, in the next moment, a more intense explosion reverberated through the air. A furious roar, imbued with unrestrained wrath, echoed throughout the palace. "You wretched beast, how dare you!" Their intoxication vanished in an instant, replaced by alarm. Wu Xingyang quickly harnessed his internal energy to dispel the effects of alcohol, his imperial demeanor re-emerging, his face marked by surprise and concern. Could it be that young Tianxuan? Yet, he quickly dismissed that notion. He knew his own son well enough to understand he would not engage in such folly. What was occurring outside? This question lingered in the minds of both emperors. They exchanged glances and almost simultaneously vanished from the banquet hall. Particularly, Mu Tianqing moved with remarkable speed, outpacing Wu Zhengyang considerably, for he recognized the voice belonged to his own ancestor. In the depths of the palace, as the furious roar resonated through the skies, a radiant golden light erupted, manifesting a colossal hand that descended fiercely upon a palace. A figure was struck and sent hurtling, crashing through a large section of the palace before gradually coming to a halt. Countless structures crumbled, the tremors akin to an earthquake, waking most within the imperial palace, including the two empresses who had been enjoying the blossoms. Upon hearing the commotion, their expressions shifted, and they transformed into streaks of light, hastening toward the source. Simultaneously, from the billowing dust emerged a delicate figure, her body bearing the marks of distress, who cried out toward the hand, "Ancestor, save me." Then, her eyes closed, and she fainted. A sigh resonated through the air. Above the palace, an elderly man with white hair appeared, his aged visage reflecting tempered anger, his previously murky eyes now gleaming with vigor, resembling a battle-hardened deity. With a thud, the Tianyu ancestor summoned his hand to catch the plummeting Mu Qiluo. He then gazed coldly downwards. Even if such a toll was necessary to unravel this scheme, it was a steep price to pay, with gains and losses to consider. Now, with Mu Qiluo having resolved matters, he, as the ancestor, could not afford to falter. With a crash, the frenzied Wu Tianxun burst forth from the ruins. He scanned the surroundings, identifying his target, and without a moment's hesitation, charged forward. Tianmao body? The Tianyu ancestor furrowed his brow. He had witnessed Mu Qiluo's divine body, a rare and unparalleled constitution, whose amplification of combat power was not so exaggerated. Moreover, despite not mastering the full extent of her divine abilities, she should not have lost her wits and succumbed to the corruption of demonic power. He had not anticipated that it would be a case of appearances deceiving. With disdain growing in his heart, the Tianyu ancestor gauged the time it would take for others to approach, extending his hand to firmly grasp Wu Tianxun just as he was about to reach him. Demonic energy surged forth. Wu Tianxun struggled wildly, yet he was overwhelmed by superior strength and could not escape. The demonic energy attempted to infiltrate the golden hand of the Tianyu ancestor, seeking to corrupt his spirit energy for liberation. Oof. The Tianyu ancestor snorted coldly, effortlessly dispersing the demonic energy. Such petty tricks dare to challenge me? How absurd. Against others, it might suffice, but the Tianyu ancestor had already ascended to the quasi-saint level, his power fully transcended, even comprehending the true essence of complete laws. Even with Wu Xingyang and his wife joining forces, they would only face oppression. As he tightened his grip, Wu Tianxun instinctively emitted a cry of anguish. When the moment was right, the Tianyu ancestor released him, flinging him to the ground. With a crash, dust erupted. The bluestone tiles cracked, and Wu Tianxun lay amidst the web-like fissures, his life uncertain. Just then, Mu Tianqing and Wu Zhengyang arrived in succession, witnessing the scene. Wu Zhengyang, still in shock, recognized a familiar aura as a blurred figure was pressed into the ground, and his eyelids twitched, leading him to a chilling realization. He inhaled deeply and inquired, "Elder, may I ask what has transpired here? Is my son Tianxin and your princess safe?" The Tianyu ancestor sneered, opening his palm to reveal a gravely injured Mu Qiluo, her breath faint, bearing the marks of severe trauma. Chapter 40. Friends from the Holy Teachings. At this, the pupils of Wu Xingyang and Mu Tianqing contracted simultaneously, unable to conceal their shock. Yet before they could speak, a fragrant breeze swept past them from afar, settling gently beside Mu Qiluo, cautiously lifting her into her embrace. It was none other than Yuan, the empress of the Tianyu dynasty and Mu Qiluo's mother. She gazed at her daughter, who was in such a dire state, her heart aching. But in the next moment, she was taken aback as Mu Qiluo blinked her eyes at her. Realizing this, she stammered, "Qiluo, what has happened to you? Who has done this to you? Tell your mother, and I shall avenge you." Ancestor. Yuan's tear-filled eyes turned to the Tianyu ancestor, her acting prowess reaching its zenith, rendering her performance flawless and completely believable. She trembled. "Qiluo is the most exceptional child. At such a young age, how could she endure such cruelty? I beseech the ancestor to intervene." At that moment, Bao Rulin arrived late, frowning as she stood beside her husband, Wu Zhengyang, asking in confusion, "What has happened?" Wu Zhengyang shook his head, equally perplexed. "Where is Tianxin?" Bao Rulin searched the area, but found no trace of her son, a sense of foreboding flashing through her mind. Yet with a quasi-saint present, they could not act out of turn, opting instead to observe the unfolding events and determine their next course of action. Meanwhile, the Tianyu ancestor nodded at Yuan, signaling a silent understanding. He then reached out once more, pulling Wu Tianxin from the crevices of the ruins to stand before him. In that moment, the couple from the Dian dynasty clearly recognized the weakened figure. It was none other than their son, Wu Tianxin. At this, Bao Rulin's eyes widened in shock, instinctively wanting to rush forward to protect her son. However, he was promptly stopped by Wu Zhengyang, observing the surging demonic energy. Wu Tianxin had already succumbed to an uncontrollable frenzy, completely under the influence of the Tianma body, devoid of any rational thought. In that moment, he comprehended the source of the furious roar. It belonged to the venerable Tianyu Laozu before him. The reason was clear. Wu Tianxin's Tianma body had gone berserk, mercilessly pursuing Mu Qiluo and leaving her in a severely injured state, which had triggered this tumult. What puzzled him was how his son's Tianma body, having been perfectly controlled with the assistance of the holy sect for over 20 years, could suddenly spiral out of control. The truth of the matter likely resided in the unconscious Mu Qiluo, yet the current situation was hardly conducive for inquiries. Wu Zhengyang's grip tightened, the veins on his arms bulging, his expression oscillating between gloom and brightness. The gap between a quasi-saint and an emperor was but a slender thread. Yet that thread was as insurmountable as a chasm, marking a fundamental distinction in power. A quasi-saint, upon mastering the laws, could effortlessly dominate even dozens or hundreds of emperors, rendering them mere prey upon a chopping block. Damn it! A sense of powerlessness gradually welled within Wu Zhengyang. Had it not been for the fact that their ancestor had departed half a month prior on orders from the holy sect, they would not be in such a dire predicament now. Nevertheless, the holy sect had foreseen this, arranging for a formidable expert far surpassing their ancestor to intervene. Why had that individual not yet appeared? Just as he pondered this, flames suddenly ignited amidst the hazy night, illuminating the ruins. A gentle, aged voice echoed, "Mu Laogui, at your age, what merit is there in bullying a mere child? I am embarrassed on your behalf." Such theatrics. Tianyu Laozu remained unperturbed, his palm flipping as he unleashed a palm imprint that drifted toward the distance. Boom! A fierce fire erupted, shattering the palm imprint. The explosive shockwave rippled outward, causing the onlookers to sway precariously before regaining their balance. Concurrently, an elderly man clad in a black trench coat approached, positioning himself behind Wu Tianxin. Casting a sidelong glance, he clicked his tongue and remarked, "What a grand display. Nearly 90% of his bones are shattered. Even if healed, the consequences will be dire." He shook his head, waving his hand to channel spiritual energy into Wu Tianxin's body. Subsequently, he hurled the young man toward Wu Zhengyang and his wife, berating them. "You two useless beings. Unable to even manage your own son. Get out of the way." The couple caught Wu Tianxin, understanding the implied warning, yet they feigned ignorance. After a moment of hesitation, they slowly bowed and responded, "We shall heed the elder's instruction." Mu Tianxin immediately prepared to intercept, only to be obstructed by a wall of flames, a powerful blaze that seemed to carry an irresistible force. He glanced at the ancestor. "Today, having harmed Qiluo, none of you shall escape." Tianyu Laozu snorted coldly, forming hand seals and commanding, "Tian Du Longmen Array, activate." Buzzing sounds reverberated as the imperial city trembled. Radiant lights ignited from all directions, activating the barriers on the city walls, which ascended to form protective barriers. Ultimately, they converged at the center, while the four dragon gates gradually settled upon the city walls, completing the formation. Mu Laogui, It has been a long time since we last met, yet your temper remains unchanged. The elderly man in black shook his head. Tianhua, you have lived for the better part of your life, yet your cultivation has regressed to the emperor level, still coming to their defense. Tianyu Laozu ruthlessly exposed his cultivation flaws, coldly warning, since we are acquainted, do not blame me for not advising you against seeking your own demise. Simultaneously, he felt puzzled. In his memories, this Tianhua elder, whom he had not seen for many years, had no ties with the Dian dynasty. Why would he defend them? Unless it was due to the holy sect. Sighing inwardly, he gazed at the Tianhua elder with a hint of confusion. Why have you also chosen to fall from grace? Once a prominent figure in the resistance against the holy sect, how could you be so misguided? Upon this thought, Tianyu Laozu ceased holding back. His quasi-saint cultivation radiated, enveloping him in a divine light, resembling a celestial being descended to the mortal realm, exuding an awe-inspiring presence. He spoke softly, Tianhua Laogui, let me see what capabilities you still possess. With that, he struck first. In an instant, countless fist shadows appeared in the sky, layering upon one another until they reached 9 layers before finally halting. As Tianyu Laozu unleashed his punch, the 9 layers of fist shadows fused into one, bearing the destructive force of shattered stars and burning mountains, crashing toward the Tianhua elder. 9 suns burning heaven fist? The Tianhua elder recognized the origin of the technique and calmly raised his hand. Boom! The spiritual energy in the heavens and earth rapidly converged onto his palm. Accompanied by a cracking sound, a fiery red lotus blossomed in his hand. The intense heat caused the very fabric of space to undergo transformation, emanating a terrifying sense of primordial chaos. Chapter 41, Muqiluo's Plan Boom. At the moment of collision, an incredibly fierce surge of spiritual power shattered the void, unleashing a torrent that indiscriminately impacted everyone present. Tianyu Laozu raised his hand, and the Tian Du Longmen array shielded the imperial city, along with Mu Tiancheng and others. On the other side, the Tianhua elder protected Wu Xingyang and the others, though the strain was evident due to his emperor-level cultivation. Were it not for the red flame in his hand, he might have sustained serious injuries himself during this onslaught. After a round of probing, Tianyu Laozu curled his lips in mockery. Tianhua, you are already at the end of your years. Why wade into these murky waters? Each serves their master. You have your reasons, and I have mine, the Tianhua elder replied, shaking his head. Thus, he furrowed his brow, increasingly wary of the holy sect. Meanwhile, Wu Zhengyang, still unwilling to give up, implored Tianyu Laozu, there must be a misunderstanding. My son is certainly not that kind of person. He paused, realizing the inappropriateness of his words, and quickly rephrased, suggesting they first awaken Qiluo and clarify the circumstances before making further decisions. Misunderstanding? Tianyu Laozu sneered, launching another attack. Countless fist shadows spread across the sky, this time not layered, but directly hurled at the opponent. He spoke again, shattering Wu Xingyang's delusions. Wu Zhengyang, do not think for a moment that I am unaware of the schemes of your Dian dynasty. The Tianma body, seizing the Tianshan body? You may possess the Shenma body, but Muqiluo can certainly have it as well, and we owe you our gratitude for delivering it to us. The chilling word struck Wu Zhengyang like a heavy blow. He had believed his plan to be foolproof, only to find it exposed, and the opponent intended to turn the tables on them. Indeed, upon first hearing this news, Tianyu Laozu had conceived this notion. Since he could act as the 15th, why could he not be the first? Ultimately, this world respects strength above all. Had he not been present today with his quasi-saint cultivation, the Dian dynasty, in collusion with the Tianhua elder, would likely have brought about untold devastation. The holy sect, a perilous and shadowy organization. Damn! Wu Zhengyang finally grasped the situation. He had been indulging in a beautiful dream for too long, to the point of disregarding everything, even as his plans teetered on the brink of failure, still clinging to a fleeting hope. He had even overlooked Wu Tianxin's current state. Such overwhelming demonic energy permeated the atmosphere. Even if it were not the Tianma body, it was certainly no good. It cannot be cleansed. At present, their last hope rested upon the figure known as the Tianhua elder sent by the holy sect. Though also an emperor, Wu Xingyang could distinctly sense that he was no match for the power of that flame alone. The presence of the holy sect is anything but trivial. Beneath the palace complex, Luo Yunj leisurely enjoyed a snack while observing the battle under the protection of the Tiandu Longmen Formation. When the Tianhua elder made his entrance, he immediately recognized him as a friend from his past life. Regrettably, his cultivation had significantly declined. This, perhaps, was the reason for his affiliation with the holy sect. The urgency of cultivation and the limitations of life often compel individuals to undertake irrational and incomprehensible actions. What does it matter if one falls from the righteous path to the demonic? As long as one lives, the pursuit of meaning persists. Death is simply final. Not everyone possesses the ability like Luo Yunj, who has ascended to the emperor's realm across several lifetimes, with methods for continual reincarnation and cultivation. Even the leader of the holy sect has no means to transcend to the realm of the red dust immortal, instead resorting to incomplete techniques, repeatedly reviving, all to strive for a level beyond the emperor. The Tianhua elder is merely a reflection of the multitude. Should he be blamed? Indeed, he should. Luo Yunj had once placed great trust in him. He was among the upper echelons of the righteous path, one of the few with significant power. Yet he has met such a fate. Alas, those were bygone days. Now, he is known as Luo Yunj, the 10th divine son of the Eling who in Fudi's Butian Peak. From a moment he embarked on this path, irrespective of the reasons, the ties of past karma have been severed, leading to a mutual estrangement. Thus, he remains calm now, even contemplating how this incident might influence the system's evaluation. Observe, for humans are inherently selfish. As Luo Yunj mused, he suddenly felt a tap on his shoulder. The once pristine Mu Chilua stood beside him, now appearing disheveled and weary. It was no surprise. With the assistance of the Mu Tianqing couple and her mastery of the transformation technique, escaping from such a chaotic battlefield was no great feat. Luo Yunj paused, studying Mu Chilua's haggard and frail appearance. After a moment, he murmured, was it worth it? When he had entrusted Mu Chilua with the demon-summoning fragrance. The plan had not been of this nature. Once ignited, the fragrance would compel Wu Tianxun to unleash the Tianma body, at which point the ancestor of Tianyu would intervene. However, Mu Chilua had altered the plan on a whim, opting for the most perilous and aggressive approach. As for her motives, Luo Yunj could surmise some. She likely intended to absorb the medicinal essence of the dragon bones and phoenix marrow while attempting to break through to the quasi-emperor realm amidst battle, but alas, her desires remained unfulfilled. She was too hasty. Mu Chilua perched herself on the railing beside him, gazing at the battlefield above in awe, remarking, this man is formidable. With just the emperor's realm, he can endure so long against the ancestor. Indeed, Luo Yunj concurred. That flame is extraordinary. Mu Chilua glanced at him, her inquiry clearly aimed at uncovering the origins of the Tianhua elder. Unfortunately, it was not the right moment. Luo Yunj was lost in thought. After a while, recognizing the situation had escalated beyond control, he realized worrying would be futile. The outcome was already determined. Thus, before Mu Chilua could ask further, Luo Yunj began elucidating the scene. It seems that after joining the holy sect, the Tianhua elder has managed to halt the regression of his cultivation, stabilizing his state. However, his mastery of fire manipulation has undeniably become more refined. The ability to condense flames through the laws to attack is likely unparalleled. Nonetheless, the disparity in strength remains a significant flaw. Mu Chilua appeared deep in thought, and seemingly speaking for Luo Yunj, she declared, Tianhua, do not expect me to show mercy if you fail to reveal your true capabilities. Above, amidst a sea of flames, the ancestor of Tianyu's chilling voice echoed, as if he had secured the upper hand. Chapter 42. The quasi-saint confrontation with the ancestor of Tianyu's voice resonating through the heavens. The four gates of the Tiandu, Longmen Formation, suddenly emitted countless rays of golden light, as wisps of pale, yellow energy coalesced behind the ancestor, gradually forming a majestic dragon. This imperial dragon dwarfed the one wielded by Mu Chilua earlier, radiating an entirely different aura of supremacy, nearing the quasi-saint realm. With eyes like lanterns, the imperial dragon glared fiercely, its whiskers swaying like willows, exhaling intense golden light as if seeking to devour all. Consequently, the Tianhua elder now faced not one, but two adversaries. Yet, he remained unfazed, even chuckling at the unfolding spectacle. Mu, old ghost, after all these years, it seems you have made no progress. You still lack that final push. Shaking his head, the Tianhua elder sighed. It appears you've made up your mind. I shall indulge you for a while. Boom! The flames within the palace abruptly extinguished. The flames, akin to rivers merging into the ocean, transformed into energy that surged into the Tianhua elder's palm, fueling his fire to blaze even more fiercely. As darkness enveloped the surroundings, that flame reached its zenith of brightness. In the next moment, the Tianhua elder opened his mouth and consumed the flames, swallowing them down with his saliva. This reckless act astonished the onlookers. Luo Yunj remarked, "You criticize others for lacking progress, yet you yourself are no better. You're both equally matched. Let me think." This flame-swallowing technique seems to have evolved from some forbidden method that allows for a reckless but temporary boost in strength, albeit at a significant cost. However, aside from this old ghost, I doubt anyone else would dare to employ such a forbidden technique. A common person attempting to swallow the essence of laws would likely explode on the spot. While the Tianhua elder has mitigated the damage through this technique, he is still bound to suffer severe repercussions. Each use diminishes his vitality. Upon hearing this, Mu Qiluo's expression shifted. Before she could speak, Luo Yunj suddenly seized her arm and dashed away. Meanwhile, Luo Yunj's internal monologue echoed. Goodness, this old man truly has no regard for his life. After all this time, his cultivation has not regressed, but was sealed by himself. How skillfully he plays the game. How did the holy sect manage to deceive him into willingly joining? It is truly perplexing. He decided to put such thoughts aside. This old man had ascended to the pinnacle of the quasi-saint realm. Yet the ancestor of Tianyu still held the advantage of home ground. The ensuing battle would likely bring about cataclysmic destruction. Thus, it was prudent to flee first. The holy sect? The pinnacle of quasi-saint? As Mu Qiluo was pulled along by Luo Yunj, her mind wandered skyward. This was the second time she had heard her junior mention the holy sect, which seemed to be a mysterious organization capable of harboring such powerful individuals. Yet she had never heard of it before. She glanced at the figures above. Her father and mother instinctively retreated far away. The Tianhua elder had reached the quasi-saint realm, his cultivation and aura peaking, and before he even struck, the surrounding space warped under the searing temperature, tearing open numerous spatial rifts. Now this is what makes it interesting. The ancestor of Tianyu laughed heartily, then in a flash, vanished. Even with the protection of the Tiandu Longmen formation, the palace could not withstand the clash of two quasi-saints. It remained merely a mundane dynasty, unable to contend at such a level. To unleash their full powers, a different battleground was necessary. The Tianhua elder understood this and did not refuse, stepping forth to disappear alongside him. If a real battle were to ensue, not just the palace, but perhaps the entire Tianyu city would be reduced to ruins. This was no mere skirmish. With the two most formidable beings departing, the opportunity arose. Wu Xingyang and Bao Ruolin exchanged glances and, almost in unison, stepped forward, transforming into two streaks of light as they swiftly escaped. The Tiandu Longmen Zhen remains intact, yet breaking the formation will require time. This interval is precisely enough for Mu Tiancheng to uncover their whereabouts and pursue them. Wu Zhengyang, attempting to escape, will find it far from easy. Mu Tiancheng intercepts the two, glancing at the barely conscious Wu Tiancheng behind them, a smile curling at the corners of his lips. The Tianmot? The Tianshinti? Ultimately, they will transform into his daughter, Mu Qi Luo's Shun Mot. As the two sides engage in fierce combat, Luo Yungu and Mu Qi Luo have managed to flee to a sufficiently secure location. In fact, Mu Qi Luo has already changed into a fresh set of garments. Aside from her injuries, she appears revitalized, now a beauty with a hint of weariness. Senior sister, do you wish to transform into Shun Mot? Lu Yun Ye suddenly inquiries. Upon hearing this, Mu Qi Luo, who has just emerged from the palace in her new attire, gazes at him with eyes reminiscent of clear lake waters, fully understanding her junior brother's meaning. She looks upwards at the sky, where Mu Tiancheng and Yi are collaborating to confront Wu Zhengyang and Bao Ruolan of the Dayan dynasty. Due to the necessity of attending to Wu Tiancheng, their combat is hindered, leaving them at a disadvantage, with defeat merely a matter of time. The prowess of the four royal masters, while not comparable to the quasi-saint Tianyu Lao Zu, still generates a formidable presence, causing large segments of the palace to collapse in the fight. Fortunately, the impact of such a level on the Tiandu Longmen Zhen is minimal. Moreover, as the reigning emperor of the Tianyu dynasty, Mu Tiancheng possesses means to manipulate the formation. After observing for a moment, Muchi Luo ceases to worry. She silently refines the residual medicinal power in her body to heal her injuries, while contemplating Luo Yunji's question. The Shun MOT, combining two exceedingly rare divine physiques. Its potential would undoubtedly ascend to a new level, and the benefits need not be elaborated upon. However, her master once mentioned that physique, techniques, and so forth are merely external factors. The true path to greatness lies in one's own comprehension of the law. The concept of Mo was previously foreign to Muchi Luo, but her perspective has shifted. Witnessing Wu Tian Chun's demonic transformation instills a sense of dread within her, making careful consideration imperative. Furthermore, the suddenness of the event is alarming. Tian Yulao Zhu had not previously indicated the possibility of such developments. Her father and mother are likely unaware as well. I don't know. Muchi Luo paused, exhaling deeply, her mind becoming a tempest of confusion. In this moment, she is no longer the noble figure of the world, but rather resembles a helpless child faced with a choice that could shape her future. How to decide has become a conundrum. It is not as difficult as it seems. A gentle voice interjects. Startled, Muchi Luo looks up, perplexed by Luo Yunji's presence, while he gazes calmly at the sky. Chapter 43. Choices in the Past Before Long. A transparent wave emanates from above the imperial palace of Tianyu City. Two figures appear in succession. Compared to before, their appearances and attire remain unchanged. Yet their auras have diminished slightly, indicating a significant toll from the battle. It seems our past camaraderie allows me to spare your life. You may depart. Tianyu Lao Zhu states, his expression indifferent as he glances at his opponent. Turning away, he adds, Old Ghost Tianhua, cherish your remaining time. The holy sect may not be a favorable place. With that, he drifts towards the battlefield involving Mu Tiancheng and the others. With a quasi-saint intervening, the tide has turned. Alas, the eyes of the Tianhua elder flicker momentarily, his form suddenly sagging, his aura plummeting drastically. He watches Wu Zhengyang and the others in the distance. At this moment, even if he wished to fulfill the command of the sect leader, he would have to relinquish it. The Yin dynasty, with several royal masters and a quasi-saint, is not worth the struggle. The sect leader would not hold it against him for withdrawing. The Tianhua elder observes the retreating figure of Tian Yulao Zhu and sighs, shaking his head as his form dissolves into fragmented remnants, gradually vanishing from the scene. With Tian Yulao Zhu's intervention, the battlefield inevitably tips in one direction. Even the quasi-saint level warriors have abandoned their efforts. Any further struggle would be futile. Soon, aside from Wu Tianchun, who bears the Tian MOT, the remaining couple is decisively subdued by Tian Yulao Zhu to eliminate future threats. In truth, this all transpires in the blink of an eye. The conspiracy orchestrated by the Yin dynasty crumbles like a fleeting dream, easily dismantled by Tian Yulao Zhu, resulting not in their desired outcome, but rather serving as a garment for another. Once this matter is settled, Tian Yulao Zhu and Mu Tian Cheng find Muchi Luo. Old ancestor, father, mother. Muchi Luo greets respectfully. Yet her peripheral vision catches a glimpse of Luo Yungu, who has quietly slipped away without her noticing. No need for excessive courtesy. Tian Yulao Zhu reaches out to assist her, his demeanor warm and friendly, devoid of the earlier imposing presence. I trust you have heard what I said. However, the ultimate choice rests with you, and I shall not compel you. At this moment, he resembles a kind grandfather residing in the same household, completely shedding his earlier authoritative demeanor. As his words fall, the nearly lifeless Wu Tiancheng is drawn towards them. Mu Tiancheng and Yi Wen await attentively, hoping for Muchi Luo to grow stronger, to achieve greater power, and to carve a path that surpasses their own. Thus, after a moment of hesitation, they choose to remain silent. This choice pertains to her own future. Their daughter has matured. It is time for her to decide the course of her life. With a long, calming breath, Muchi Luo's thoughts begin to crystallize. She remains silent for a moment, her expression grave as she states, "My master once said, to truly be a strong individual, one must forge their own path. I already possess a supreme physique. Why should I forcibly augment the causal ties?" Upon completing her response, a sense of lightness envelopes her, as though she has cast off a great burden. Not only that, but after making this decision, the bottleneck that had previously plagued her, one she had not been able to breach even with the dragon bone phoenix essence, suddenly begins to loosen. A realization dawns upon Muchi Luo. She quickly sits cross-legged, channeling her spiritual energy in preparation for a breakthrough. Excellent, excellent, excellent. Tian Yu Lao Zhu observes this scene with satisfaction, a smile gracing his face. He remarks, Tian Chung, Wenair has given you a wonderful daughter. Speaking thus, he extends his hand and slowly clenches his fist. A faint sound resonates. Wu Tian Chun seems to be compressed by an invisible force, collapsing into a singular point before exploding with a thunderous roar. The entire sequence occurs in an instant. There is no bloodshed, no remnants. A living being is obliterated along with their soul by the casual strike of a quasi-saint. Meanwhile, the Tianhua elder has not traveled far. This outing has led to the destruction of a holy temple and the failure of the Yin dynasty's prospective holy son to seize the Tian Shen-Ti, culminating in the fall of the Yin emperor, leaving the situation precarious. This implies that the ancient progenitors of the Yin dynasty must also be dealt with. Who? The Tianhua elder suddenly turns, having reached the edge of the Tianyu city, to find himself at the site of the holy temple ruins. At that moment, he perceives a shadowy disturbance, indicating someone is approaching. Just as he anticipated, Luo Yungu steps forth from the darkness, scrutinizing the Tianhua elder. I never imagined you would serve the holy sect. How times have changed, Xiechuan. Boom. The Tianhua elder's royal master-level aura erupts uncontrollably. His pupils constrict as if he has heard a most alarming revelation, and the backlash renders him nearly incapacitated. After a lengthy silence, his raspy voice finally emerges. It has been a long time since I heard that name. A young man without cultivation. Who are you? The sharp gaze effortlessly penetrated the aura concealed by the jade pendant adorning Luo Yanj. A mere mortal, a name long unheard, evoked a profound sense of surprise. Have you lived for too long, causing your memories to fade? Luo Yanj remarked with a smile that was neither fully sincere nor entirely mocking. The elder of Tianhua fixed his gaze firmly on Luo Yanj, yet the shadow in his mind could not align with this figure. After a moment of silence, he inquired, What is your relation to Luo Qing? With a dismissive scoff, Luo Yanj replied, Are you reluctant to acknowledge the possibilities you've already surmised? I won't entangle myself in this matter. Instead, tell me what the holy sect has granted you and how it is that your cultivation has led you to this predicament. After a lengthy pause, Luo Yanj's expression turned grave as he regarded the elder deeply before retreating into the shadows behind him. His voice was equally subdued. What a pity. Old friend, I warned you before, yet you still proceeded. I have no intention of ending your life. I only hope you find what you seek within the holy sect. And remember, do not reveal my identity. Upon our next encounter, I will ensure you retain your dignity. How can one determine their future in such an era? The elder of Tianhua chuckled self-deprecatingly. He watched as Luo Yanj departed, warmth flickering in his eyes, leaving him momentarily speechless. Moments later, he too exited the desolate ruins. Chapter 44. The culinary skills of the second senior sister. Days later, having solidified her realm, Muchu bid farewell to the Qianyu dynasty alongside Luo Yanj. Embarking on their journey home, it seemed predictable that upon their return, the Tianyu dynasty, having absorbed the Dian dynasty, would ascend to become the sovereign power of this land. The ninth senior sister had also broken through to the quasi-emperor realm and stabilized her cultivation. Only Luo Yanj appeared to have gained nothing, feeling as if his journey had been in vain. Of course, if one considered the insights gleaned regarding the system's mechanisms as a form of progress, it could be reluctantly counted as a minor achievement. Sigh. Luo Yanj sighed. The ninth senior sister's cultivation had already surpassed his by an entire major realm. Furthermore, the seventh senior sister was likely 2 realms beyond him, and perhaps even on the verge of another breakthrough during her seclusion, creating a staggering 3-realm gap. The urgency was palpable. A profound sense of urgency enveloped Luo Yanj. During the fortnight since their departure from the mountain, his idleness had yielded little reward, aside from a clearer understanding of the evaluation mechanism. At this rate, not only would the prospect of becoming a transcendent immortal be daunting, but even reaching the Emperor realm would pose a significant challenge. And this was merely the second senior sister. The progression of his peers had severely hampered his own advancement. Beyond them lay the 8th, 6th, 5th, and 4th senior sisters. A bleak future indeed. Thankfully, the higher one ascended, the earlier their senior sisters had commenced their journeys into cultivation. Thus their strength had progressively intensified. Hence, the duration of their seclusions would also increase incrementally, making it improbable for them all to emerge simultaneously, a faint silver lining amidst the clouds. That was the only aspect for which Luo Yunj felt grateful. Observing Luo Yunj's ever-shifting expressions, Mu Qiluo felt a twinge of curiosity, yet refrained from direct inquiry, opting instead to lead the conversation. What brings this up all of a sudden? If the master had a solution, I believe he would have resolved it long ago. Besides, he has likely already discerned your peculiarities. She regarded Mu Qiluo, wishing to express, were it not for your insistence on bringing me along, I would have shattered the mirror long ago. If this continues, I shall be forever trapped beneath the Emperor realm. However, the words that escaped his lips were, "Thank you." Senior sister. Mu Qiluo nodded, her mind racing with thoughts on how to proceed. Her junior brother was a bundle of secrets, yet extracting them posed a considerable challenge. Given her nature, finding a means to do so would take time. Just as she found herself in a quandary, a sudden realization struck her. At that moment, Luo Yunj also looked towards the front of the Phoenix carriage. As the voice resonated, a tall woman clad in a blue and white cotton skirt entered, revealing her long, fair legs, elegantly clad in delicate light blue high heels. Wow! Luo Yunj inhaled sharply, his mind swirling with a singular thought. Which celestial maiden has descended to the mortal realm to teach her husband and raise her children? Beyond her breathtaking beauty, the immediate sensation was one of gentle grace, akin to a spring breeze, imbued with the elegance of a refined lady. Second senior sister, Mu Qiluo exclaimed, rising to embrace the woman. You. The woman spoke softly, gently patting Mu Qiluo's back while casting a glance at Luo Yunj. Knowing Mu Qiluo's temperament and the complexities surrounding this marriage arrangement set by the elders, she could not help but feel a twinge of concern. Mu Qiluo rose from the embrace, shaking her head as she introduced, "This is our master's newly accepted junior brother, the divine son of Butian Peak, Luo Yunj." Luo junior brother. She reminded Luo Yunj, "This is my second senior sister, Liu." Greetings, second senior sister. Luo Yunj quickly rose, respectfully bowing. From this second senior sister, he sensed the same terrifying aura he had felt upon first meeting their master, vast and deep, radiating a lethal energy. Fortunately, she was a senior sister from Butian Peak and not an enemy. Indeed, Liu nodded, scrutinizing her junior brother. "Oh," she exclaimed softly, her eyes piercing through the jade pendant Mu Qiluo had provided, revealing Luo Yunj's true circumstances. She had heard whispers of the master's new disciple, but did not expect him to be a mere mortal. Liu's initial impression of Luo Yunj was quite favorable. What did it matter if he was a mortal? Surely, the 9 senior sisters of Butian Peak could protect a single junior brother. Any man who had once pursued her would likely lament the value of beauty. "Thank you," Luo Yunj began, but before he could finish, Mu Qiluo's expression shifted dramatically as she hurriedly pulled the second senior sister to sit down, diverting the topic. "Second senior sister, after wandering for so many years, you must have encountered numerous events. Please do share with me." "Of course," Liu replied with a gentle smile, recounting the amusing tales of her recent experiences. Yet, Luo Yunj could not shake the feeling that when the subject of cooking arose, the 9th senior sister's demeanor transformed drastically. Was it possible that the second senior sister's culinary skills were lacking? In truth, he was correct. The 7th senior sister had yet to emerge from her seclusion. Within the entirety of Butian Peak, aside from Lu Yi, her niece, and himself alongside the 9th and 2nd senior sisters, the latter now held the highest standing. Whatever she said would go unchallenged, and they could hardly voice their dissent. Thus, under Mu Qiluo's fearful yet restrained gaze, the 2nd senior sister brought forth the prepared meal. Luo Yunj mused himself, "It looks decent. Why does the 9th senior sister appear as if she is facing death? Not only her," he noted, but Lu Yi bore a similar expression. Gulping, Luo Yunj swallowed hard, picking up a piece of meat that looked particularly enticing. But was it truly that unpalatable? Ignoring the transformed expressions of the 2 women beside him, he consumed the meat as he caught Liu's expectant gaze. At the sudden sound of an ominous bell, Luo Yunj's hand froze midair. "What's wrong, junior brother? Is it not to your liking?" Liu asked, her brow furrowing in confusion. "No," Luo Yunj hastily swallowed. then raised his thumb in approval, exclaiming, "Delicious!" With a relieved sigh, Liu patted her chest, unconcerned about the tumultuous rise and fall, responding with satisfaction, "That's wonderful. I was worried it wouldn't suit your palate." With that, she turned to re-enter the kitchen. Seizing the opportunity, Luo Yunj quickly retrieved a bottle of fine wine. Draining it in haste, he took a moment to recover. The expression on her face remained one of indescribable complexity. The culinary creations of the second senior sister were indeed quite unpalatable. Chapter 45. The Marvelous Pot of Soup. A pair of silver bell-like laughter moments flitted away. Luo Yunj's lips twitched as he glanced at the two individuals beside him, only to find them holding their breath and feigning nonchalance, as if nothing had occurred. He swallowed nervously, casting a few cautious glances towards the kitchen, confirming that the second senior sister showed no sign of emerging. Subsequently, he ventured to inquire delicately, "Has she always cooked like this?" An innate sense of foreboding gripped him, as if speaking freely might invite some unforeseen calamity. Thus, he refrained from uttering the words unpalatable. "Naturally, I suppose," Liu Yi pondered aloud. The junior disciple, Mu Qiluo, smiled and teased, "From now on, you shall have a taste." Luo Yunj could distinctly perceive a hint of schadenfreude on their faces. Mu Qiluo explained, "You are the first to praise the second senior sister's cooking. You possess a discerning eye, and the future looks promising." Luo Yunj was taken aback, realizing he had unwittingly stepped into a trap. "Have I misspoken? Oh no, this is bad. Please, senior sister, that sort of thing is unacceptable." Upon hearing this, Mu Qiluo's face flushed. The words had taken on a peculiar connotation, leading to misunderstandings. Her eyes darted mischievously as she picked up a piece of meat and placed it into Luo Yunj's bowl, declaring earnestly, "Come, junior brother. Savor the culinary skills of the second senior sister." Luo Yunj pursed his lips, watching Mu Qiluo's unexpected maneuver in sheer terror. Her expression resembled that of a little demon, and he failed to comprehend what he had said to offend her. Before he could devise a solution, the sound of footsteps emerged from the kitchen as Liu entered, carrying a pot of soup. Upon witnessing the scene, her face lit up with a smile, and she said with satisfaction, "Time flies. Qiluo has matured and learned to care for our junior brother. How delightful." "Indeed," Mu Qiluo responded with a slight smile, casting a knowing glance at Luo Yunj as if to convey that he need not feel awkward. This was simply what a senior sister ought to do. "Please, eat up." Liu nodded approvingly, placing the pot on the table and beginning to ladle soup for the three of them. She served the first bowl to Luo Yunj, explaining, "Quickly try this. It is a nourishing soup made from a millennium-old spiritual root and 100 treasure lotus. Its effects are remarkable." Listening to her gentle voice, Luo Yunj found it challenging to feel any warmth. As the fragrant aroma wafted through the air, he gazed into the bowl, observing the translucent broth adorned with a sprinkle of scallions that shimmered with a faint spiritual glow. Although the soup appeared enticing, past experiences with the unpalatable dishes warned him that appearances could be deceiving, hinting at a potential culinary disaster lurking beneath. Yet, the current circumstances left him no option but to acquiesce. Gritting his teeth, he accepted the generously filled bowl. With a gulp, his Adam's apple bobbed. Under the fervent gaze of the second senior sister, he brought the bowl to his lips and took a tentative sip. Surprisingly, as he drank, a glimmer of brightness flickered in his eyes, suggesting that this soup might indeed be palatable. Could it be that the second senior sister had finally succeeded? Mu Qiluo and Liu Yi shared a collective sigh of relief. However, in the next moment, Luo Yunj's inner thoughts echoed in Mu Qiluo's mind. The second senior sister truly has an extraordinary talent. The previous meat looked appealing, yet tasted dreadful. This soup seemed similar, crafted from exquisite ingredients, yet. Luo Yunj hesitated. While it is not unpleasant, it is far from delightful. It can only be described as a truly mundane broth. How does the second senior sister manage to transform such precious ingredients into something that is either inedible or insipid? In a sense, could this be considered a unique form of success? Mu Qiluo cast a puzzled glance at Luo Yunj and then, with a smile, took a bowl of soup for herself, sipping it gently. As the liquid slid down her throat, a warm sensation enveloped her body, coalescing into a fire in her abdomen. Mu Qiluo was momentarily stunned, for in a certain sense, Luo Yunj was not entirely incorrect. This bowl of soup, infused with rare ingredients, paled in comparison to the sweetness of spring water. it was utterly devoid of flavor. The silver lining was that at least it was not distasteful. Second senior sister. Your culinary skills have improved over the past 2 years. Mokiru sincerely remarked. Her words were not merely polite. They stemmed from genuine appreciation. For years of experience had taught her that if the second senior sister's concoctions were not unpleasant, it was indeed a significant improvement. Is that so? Liuzlavia exclaimed, her expression revealing a hint of excitement. However, before Muchua could respond, she witnessed the second senior sister swiftly completing another round of servings. In the blink of an eye, her empty bowl was once again brimming. Hurry and drink. It will get cold soon. Liu urged. Look at our junior brother. He is consuming it so rapidly that soon he will have claimed it all for himself. Mukiru gasped, only to realize that Luo Yunj was drinking as if he had not had water in centuries, finishing a bowl in mere moments, his speed astonishing. How describe it? It was as if he had consumed 3 large bowls, still appearing unsatisfied, before Muchilua's own mouth had registered the insipid taste. Had Luo Yunj been driven to madness? Or had the soup been poisoned, rendering him senseless? Muchilua's mind raced with uncertainty. Given the recent expedition to Tianyu Dynasty, Luo Yunj was not the type to behave so erratically. She nodded gently, suppressing her questions, and slowly sipped the soup. How peculiar! As she swallowed the final sip. To prevent Liu from refilling her bowl, she quickly placed the empty bowl on the table, waving her hand in refusal, since our junior brother enjoys it so much. Second senior sister may as well give him the rest. Luo Yunj's earlier determination lingered in his heart. Rather than dwell on the reasons behind this, he resolved to wait for the moment to present itself, trusting that the answers would naturally unfold. The power of inner thoughts truly was remarkable. Muchilua smiled slightly at Luo Yunj, awaiting his next move. What will you do, junior brother Luo? Chapter 46, The Essence of the Path. At Butian Peak, the wind carried a hint of commotion as it swept past the gathered individuals, bringing with it a refreshing coolness. Luo Yunj nodded in agreement, his expression one of unreserved consent as he hastily swallowed the soup, declaring, No problem, second senior sister. You can rest assured that I will not waste any. Our junior brother is quite impressive. Liu beamed with joy. After all these years, among her senior sisters and junior sisters, at last, someone could appreciate her culinary skills. In a single phrase, it could be summarized as tear-inducing. Her eyes glistened slightly as she prepared to speak, but a voice of authority interrupted her thoughts. After listening for a moment, Liu nodded slightly, addressing her fellow disciples. Take your time eating. The esteemed master has summoned me for a matter, so I must take my leave. Muchilua and Lu Yi nodded vigorously, eager to escape what felt like a culinary purgatory. You may go with peace of mind. Second senior sister. Luo Yunj spoke with a mouthful of food, his words somewhat muffled, yet he conveyed his intent intermittently. Sigh. Liu gazed at Luo Yunj, a soft sigh escaping her lips. The young apprentice truly resonates with her. Regrettably, the Grand Master has summoned her personally, leaving her with no choice but to depart, promising to prepare some delightful dishes to reward her junior next time. In less than half a day of their meeting, Luo Yunj, the 10th divine son of Butian Feng, has already garnered the profound admiration of the second senior sister, an astonishingly swift accomplishment. Subsequently, Liu stepped forward, creating ripples that tore through the fabric of space, causing her to vanish in an instant. Once the second senior sister had left, Muchilua finally exhaled a sigh of relief, watching as Luo Yunj devoured a table laden with food, leaving not a trace behind. She remained silent for a long while, at a loss for words, even beginning to doubt whether the flavors she experienced were akin to those of her junior. Yet, observing her niece Lu Yi's expression, whose smooth, cherry-like face was nearly contorted in agony, made the source of her discomfort evident. It was not without reason. Muchilua felt perplexed and bewildered. Fortunately, after a hearty meal, Luo Yunj patted his belly and reclined, his thoughts echoing. Has the second senior sister's path toward mastery nearly reached the realm of the great Tao? Is this the way of the god of food or the chef god? It seems to resemble neither. Alas, I cannot recall. However, I do wonder if this flavor could be enhanced. While it may elevate my Tao essence, it is indeed challenging to swallow. I feel I must recuperate for at least half a month, perhaps find a place to languidly lay low. The god of food? The chef god? Mu Chiloo recalled that the second senior sister's cultivation path seemed unrelated to such matters, merely a pure fondness for cooking. Even if her presentation could outshine that of the royal chefs, the taste was notoriously difficult to endure. It is indeed peculiar. Such occurrences defy logic entirely. Before Luo Yunji's arrival, not a single soul atop Butian Peak had escaped the second senior sister's culinary trials. Only their master could consume those dishes with composure, even offering praise for their quality. From Luo Shidi's performance, it might be that what the master appreciated was not the flavor, but rather the essence of the Tao. What the answer is, Mu Chiloo could not say. At this moment, the table was completely cleared, leaving no opportunity for verification. Luo Shidi. Mu Chiloo suddenly stood up. Meanwhile, Luo Yunji had just finished his musings, contemplating how to find a secluded spot to avoid detection. It was clear that staying at Butian Peak would not suffice. The second senior sister's cultivation was nearly at the threshold of becoming an emperor, and under her divine perception, nothing could hide on Butian Peak. Did that mean he needed to find another place? Having laid in Butian Peak for so many years, he had developed a certain attachment and reliance, making the thought of suddenly abandoning it quite reluctant. Yet, he could not ignore the reality. After all, he was intent on restoring his cultivation and ascending to the mortal realm of immortals in this lifetime. As he sank into contemplation, Mu Chiloo's voice roused him, prompting him to look up at the ninth senior sister, expressing his confusion. Mu Chiloo began to explain, simultaneously wanting to inquire about certain matters with their master, for she could not be too overt in questioning Luo Yunji. Doing so might inadvertently expose her innermost thoughts, which would be unwise. She gazed at Luo Yunji, stating, "In no less than 3 days, but no more than half a month, my sister shall seek you." With that, she intended to depart. "Mu Shibwa, take me with you. I wish to go to the forbidden area to study the knowledge of sacred herbs." Upon hearing that Mu Chiloo was heading to the forbidden area, Lu Yi immediately sprang up and exclaimed. In the next instant, she swiftly ran to Mu Chiloo's side. Mu Chiloo gently acknowledged, leading Lu Yi away. In an instant, the courtyard was left with only the sound of rushing air, falling into silence. Finally, tranquility had returned. Why did he suddenly feel a twinge of loneliness? Luo Yunji surveyed his surroundings. This was undoubtedly his favorite environment and atmosphere. Yet at this moment, he sensed a disquiet, as if he were unaccustomed to it. Alas! Indeed, women are ever so troublesome. Luo Yunji sighed softly and reclined once more on the bamboo chair. What? Suddenly, a familiar voice resonated. Luo Yunji jolted upright in fright, startled to see the second senior sister, Li Yu, had returned. Luo Yunji inquired, his heart racing with trepidation, uncertain if the second senior sister had overheard his previous thoughts, leaving him momentarily anxious. However, judging by Li Yu's demeanor, she seemed not to have. She glanced around the empty courtyard and asked, "Where are Chiloo and the others?" "They have entered the forbidden area to seek an audience with our master." "That is somewhat regrettable, yet not insurmountable." Li Yu pondered for a moment, then decided, "Well, Shidi, you may go as well." As she spoke, a shadowless surge of spiritual energy enveloped Luo Yunji, and in an instant, they vanished from sight. What the heck? Luo Yunji's mind raced with 1,000 chaotic thoughts. He had intended to lie low, yet trouble seemed to find him incessantly. First, the seventh senior sister, then the ninth, and now the second senior sister. Was there no end to this? Alas, he had no time to react, forced to passively endure the tumult. He helplessly asked, "Second senior sister, where are you taking me?" It was essential to clarify their purpose first. With his meager, mortal strength, any destination could spell doom. Yet it was the second senior sister's arrangement, so it could not possibly lead to his demise. In Butian Peak, he was the sole male and the only heir to their lineage. "Lowly master, you surely do not wish to see your handsome and charming disciple missing on the day of your emergence, do you?" Chapter 47. The three great powers. It remained unclear how much time had passed. It felt like an instant, yet also as if an eternity had elapsed, leading to a disorientation of temporal perception. Ultimately, brightness emerged before him. Li Yu had brought Luo Yunji to a verdant mountain peak. Regarding the earlier inquiry, the second senior sister had merely brushed it aside, saying, "You shall know upon arrival." Now that they had arrived, Luo Yunji was still perplexed, able only to deduce that this place was neither within the confines of the Langhuan blessed land nor a nearby peak. It necessitated traversing through spatial rifts. covering a distance of thousands, if not tens of thousands of miles. To cross such vast distances from the Lang Huan blessed land in an instant was nothing short of a display of supreme power. The second senior sister was indeed formidable. Luo Yunj felt an urge to cheer for her. As the saying goes, clinging to a great tree provides shade, and to bask under such protection would surely lead to a worry-free existence. If he were to exaggerate, he would proclaim, "I no longer wish to strive." That is the epitome of a tranquil and carefree life. Alas, that was not Luo Yunj's aspiration. "We have arrived." Liyu's gentle voice broke the silence. Immediately, Luo Yunj followed her gaze, sensing something emerging from the sea of clouds. Moments later, the clouds surged, and a sound resembling that of an animal echoed, though it more closely resembled a musical instrument, one of exceptional rarity. Soon after, accompanying the sound, 3 colossal figures, adorned with wings and resembling fish soaring through the sky, broke through the clouds. Only upon their full emergence did it become evident that they were not fish but 3 grand vessels, gliding through the air, reminiscent of the legendary Kuanpeng. One of the ships, bearing the insignia of the Lang Huan blessed land, landed beside the 2. With a swish, a figure leaped from it, landing before Liu, a middle-aged man clad in the attire of the Lang Huan blessed land. He respectfully greeted, "I pay my respects to the goddess Mu Yu and to the 10th divine son." Even Luo Yunj was not overlooked. Thank you for your efforts," Liu replied coolly, her demeanor transformed entirely from her time at Butian Peak, exuding an air of authority. She inquired, "This year, how many disciples are there in total across the peaks?" "Indeed, it is significantly more than in previous years." Liu nodded, then turned to look at Luo Yungu. "Introducing, this is Elder Lu from the inner sect. He will address your queries next, so please listen attentively." "Yes, junior brother understands." Upon seeing her serious demeanor, Luo Yungu couldn't help but adopt a serious expression as well, nodding in agreement. Subsequently, Liu gazed upward, a cold smirk escaping her lips as she muttered, "Those 2 old fossils, Haven Tea, they learned their lesson for back then? They still dare to covet my presence." As her words fell, Luo Yungu felt a sudden jolt in his spirit. The figure of his second senior sister had already leapt into the air, ascending at a speed too swift for the naked eye to discern. "Oomph." With a disdainful snort, 2 distinct voices resonated from above the clouds. "Indeed, today, as we join forces, your defeat is inevitable." As they spoke, a colossal golden hand descended from the cloud layer, ruthlessly smashing toward Liu. "How ridiculous!" Liu's expression revealed her disdain as she shattered the hand and surged into the clouds. Boom! The once pristine white clouds instantly turned a murky gray. Thunder rumbled and flashes of lightning accompanied the overwhelming aura of supremacy, instilling fear in all who beheld it. Luo Yungu blinked in bewilderment. "Hee." Elder Lu chuckled softly. Gesturing, "Young master need not panic. Over these past few years, with the absence of the Divine Maiden, the other 2 supreme sects have been itching for a fight. It is merely a friendly spar, nothing to be alarmed about." "Oh, so, Elder Lu implies that such occurrences are not uncommon?" Lu Yunye inquired, intrigued. "Indeed. When a young master first entered the Longhuan blessed land, it coincided with the conclusion of the last event. Hence, it is only natural that you are unaware." Elder Lu elucidated. "The Ziwei domain is home to 3 top-tier powers, among which our Longhuan blessed land is one. The others are the Xianyun Alliance and the Bai Luo Academy. Cultivators vie for resources, doctrines, and opportunities. Competitions and sparring are commonplace, especially since the rise of the Butian Peak in recent years, which has hinted at overshadowing the other 2 sections. It is only normal for them to feel resentful." With this explanation, Luo Yungu instantly comprehended. Much like the rivalry between Taiching Peak and Butian Peak within Longhuan blessed land, it was primarily a contest for prestige, leading to fierce confrontations. Such matters were somewhat restrained within their own sect. However, on an external scale, the competition among the 3 supreme powers was far more complex and brutal, teeming with bloodshed and cruelty. This was the harsh reality. Nonetheless, judging by Elder Lu's amiable demeanor and his understanding of their petite master, it seemed second senior sister was bound to emerge victorious. It was merely unfortunate that the clouds obscured the view of this supreme battle. "But what brings everyone here today?" Luo Yungu asked. "It is as follows." Elder Lu explained. "Many years ago, The three major powers jointly explored an ancient relic, rich with countless treasures, myriad mystical techniques, and abundant sacred herbs. To facilitate the proper exploration of this relic, the three powers agreed to send their disciples every 3 years to seek treasures. It is also a form of training. Based on their performance during this training, they may receive additional rewards. Oh, Lu Yunye exclaimed, suddenly enraged. This is quite familiar to me. It is simply a method to cultivate competitive pressure, stimulating the disciples' spirit of rivalry and unlocking their potential. Quite clever. However, compared to what I have encountered, it still falls slightly short. Now, the pressing question arose. With competition comes conflict, and with conflict comes injury. At present, Luo Yunji's outward strength was merely that of a mortal body, devoid of any combat capability. Wasn't he simply courting death by coming here? Oh no. Second senior sister's arrangement was entirely amiss. Luo Yungu felt a pang of distress. He merely wished to lounge about peacefully. What wrong was there in that? Yet now, he was being thrust into a series of troublesome situations. Oh dear! 2 voices rang out in succession. The sky above, aside from the 2 cloud ships of Longhuan blessed land, suddenly swayed. Is that all? The voice was unmistakably that of second senior sister Liu, gentle yet laced with disdain. Soon enough, the sky quieted, the clouds returning to their pristine white, reflecting the azure heavens below. Liu gracefully descended, her steps elegant. She cast a questioning glance and asked, "So, junior brother, do you understand everything?" Luo Yungu hesitated for a moment before inquiring. "Isn't this a bit inappropriate?" "Fear not. The relic is devoid of any real danger," Liu reassured with a gentle smile. "Go take a look. You might just discover a method to break the mirror and cultivate. Someone has succeeded in the past, and I believe you can too." Luo Yungu felt speechless. He longed to refuse, but the current circumstances dictated otherwise. He could only acquiesce. Otherwise, he truly did not wish to venture into such perilous territory. Chapter 48. The Aftermath of the 9 Peaks Debate. Ding. 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 Suddenly, a sound reminiscent of a bell resonated through the air. Luo Yungu looked up. Amidst the mountains, spiritual energy surged exponentially, manifesting an aurora-like spectacle. The concentration of spiritual energy reaching its zenith, transforming into a liquid-like phenomenon. Moreover, accompanied by the crystalline auroras, countless rays of light surged between the peaks, vibrant and dazzling. Roar! The clang of metal and the thundering battle cries pierced through the myriad of radiant hues. An invisible malevolent aura swept through like a storm, indiscriminately enveloping the skies and earth. Bang! Liu, with a grave expression, waved her hand, and a pale blue spiritual energy formed a protective shield around the 3 of them. Simultaneously, the 3 cloud ships also deployed their shields to prevent harm. Boom! The torrent of malevolent energy surged forth. Trees within the forest were mercilessly uprooted, some even torn from their roots, creating an unprecedented storm that even the Supremes found alarming. Luo Yungu gazed into the mountains. Despite the surging malevolent energy surrounding them, with second senior sister present, he felt secure. However, the ancient relic piqued his interest. Such a malevolent aura signified that this had once been an ancient battlefield, where countless powerful beings had shed blood, the land fractured, and the skies fallen. After enduring for tens of thousands, or even millions of years, it gradually recovered, forming a relic. Such a place could rival the hidden realms of Longhuan blessed land. But what relevance did this have for Luo Yungu? Curiosity aside, he lacked any need for the treasures within. There was no compelling reason to enter, especially when he could simply recline and await rewards from the system. One should not unnecessarily complicate their life. Contemplating this, Luo Yungu watched the silhouette of his second senior sister, feeling a slight sigh escape his heart. It seemed that relying on others was not as simple as it appeared. As the onslaught of malevolent energy ceased, amidst the hazy fog of the mountains, rhythmic celestial sounds emerged, and a towering figure gradually ascended. "Let us go," Liuzlavia commanded, her jade-like legs stepping forward as she soared into the air with Luo Yungu. Elder Lu, not daring to delay, unleashed his quasi-saint cultivation and followed closely toward the cloud ship. At the same time, the 3 cloud ships activated simultaneously, heading towards the depths of the aurora. Moments later, The three alighted at the bow of the ship belonging to Longhuan Blessed Land, prompting exclamations from the crowd. It's Sister Li from Butian Peak. The young master? Just a waste. What did you say? Dare you question Senior Brother Luo? Which peak do you hail from? Have you not witnessed the Nine Peaks debate? And what are the Nine Peaks debate? The individual queried, perplexed. During the Nine Peaks debate, he had surpassed the age limit and opted for seclusion to cultivate. Thus was unaware of external events. After emerging from his retreat, some time had passed, and the tempest had subsided, leaving him uninformed. Noticing that no one paid him any attention, the individual sought to counter with sarcasm, but fortunately, a close friend intervened just in time, enlightening him about the situation at hand. After a thorough explanation, the disciple finally grasped the reality, feeling overwhelmed by the piercing gazes of those around him. He repeatedly apologized before retreating to a corner. How audacious to question Shixiang Luo. Indeed, one cannot forget the arrogance of Yi Fan, the holy son of Taiching Peak. Had it not been for Shixiang Luo's benevolence in sparing his life, Yi Fan is merely a trifling character, one who exhibits such cruelty towards his fellow disciples. He deserves his fate. While their words held truth, did they not ponder why Shixiang Luo appeared to possess no cultivation whatsoever? An exclusive revelation. Who wishes to know? Oh, 3 spiritual stones, no deception. A wave of silence swept through the crowd. Yet, a significant number gathered around, producing spiritual stones to acquire this information, causing quite a stir. As Li Yu and her companions landed at the bow of the ship, she was drawn to the commotion. Her curiosity piqued by the mention of her junior's remarkable performance at the Nine Peaks debate. Yet, this prowess, the divine maiden, Elder Lu's words interrupted her, as he sought guidance on preparations for organizing the disciples to enter the relics. With a slight nod, Li Yu's gaze scrutinized Luo Yunj, sending a shiver down his spine. He could not fathom what displeased the second senior sister. Li Shijia. Several youthful voices approached, respectfully greeting her, performing the disciples' salute. Luo Yunj and Li Yu turned to see 5 disciples approaching, a mix of genders, their attire and demeanor suggesting they were leaders from their respective peaks, quite distinguished. Li Yu acknowledged with a nod. Junior brothers and sisters, within the relics, remember to support one another and bring glory to our sect. Yes, they responded in unison, understanding that Li Yu was subtly urging them to look after Luo Yunj during their time in the relics. It was imperative that they did not harm one another within the relics, and so they agreed. The young men chuckled. We have heard Shixiang Luo excelled at the Nine Peaks debate. We must rely on Shixiang to look after us. Indeed, a female disciple chimed in, her laughter like the sound of silver bells. Within the Longhuan Blessed Land, competition among the peaks was healthy. Those who arrived here were undoubtedly exceptional. Unlike the foolish Yi Fan, although Luo Yunj appeared devoid of any cultivation. Who would genuinely believe that the most powerful Butian Peak would accept a useless individual to inherit its legacy and bestow upon him the title of Divine Son? The peak's master, a stunning figure of her time, did not seem like a fool. There must be reasoning behind her decision. Had such words been spoken before the Nine Peaks debate, they might have raised some doubts. However, in its aftermath, they warranted careful consideration. Moreover, even if she harbored selfish motives, the sect supreme leader could not possibly be a fool. Without some capability, how could one maintain their position as the number one in the debate? The name Luo Yunj had now become renowned among the new generation of disciples, so much so that it was known far and wide. Some even whispered that he was a legendary figure on par with the 9 divine maidens of Butian Peak, merely concealing his true strength for the time being. Though this assertion seemed exaggerated, the more one contemplated it, the more plausible it appeared. Believing in this idea, they inadvertently uncovered the truth of the matter, albeit with a fundamental misunderstanding. Naturally, the central figure of the incident, Luo Yunj, remained entirely unaware of it all. He would even find it perplexing how he had unintentionally gained a reputation as a master among the disciples, a perceived leader no less. Thus, he maintained a humble demeanor, desiring no involvement with them and requiring no protection. What he did not anticipate was that his modest disposition would be interpreted by others as merely a guise for concealing his true prowess, as if he were unwilling to draw attention to himself. Oh dear, Shixiang Luo is far too cautious. He could easily overpower us, yet chooses to feign weakness. Our role model, am truly moved. It dawned upon me that Shixiang Luo must be hiding his strength to deliver a decisive blow to rival sects at a crucial moment, silently aiding us to secure victory in this competition. Such gentleness brings tears to my eyes. Consequently, each face reflected an understanding of this notion. Goodness! Luo Yunj had never encountered such a bizarre situation in his years. It was almost unbelievable. He shook his head, attempting to cast aside the information gleaned from their expressions. How dare these youngsters disturb my Tao heart? Committing to the path of indolence is my only choice in this life. As he observed the same resolute expressions on their faces, he surmised that convincing them otherwise would take time, so he opted to remain silent. Is there such a matter? Li Yu's face brightened with amusement as her penetrating gaze fixed upon Luo Yunj, as if trying to unveil his secrets. Internally, she felt a surge of doubt. It appeared that her master-esque discerning eye had not dulled. He had likely perceived the extraordinary nature of her junior brother, something she herself had failed to recognize. Shiji, it was merely good fortune, Luo Yunj replied with a wry smile. She turned to the others, inquiring curiously, could someone enlighten me on what transpired during the Nine Peaks debate? Please recount the details. She had already bypassed Luo Yunj, seeking more accurate information from others. Li Shiji, it was like this, a female disciple stepped forward, succinctly recounting the events of that day. Upon hearing of Yi Fan's provocation, Li Yu frowned, murmuring, those old fools from Butian Peak are becoming increasingly ungrateful. This statement rendered the crowd silent. For Li Yu to express such sentiments was inconsequential. She was the divine maiden of Butian Peak, an undeniable powerhouse in her own right. Should they voice similar opinions, it would be tantamount to disrespecting their superiors. When Li Yu finally smiled upon hearing of Luo Yunj's miraculous counterattack against Yi Fan, she frequently cast glances in his direction. This junior brother certainly harbored secrets. While the other disciples remained oblivious to the truth, she was well aware of it. The protection of the Tao, TSK, was an honor she had yet to attain, though perhaps it awaited her in the future. As the tale concluded, the cloud ship arrived precisely at its designated location, in a valley embraced by mountains. Vibrant and exotic flowers flourished, miraculously untouched by the earlier tumult. Above the valley, a colossal stone tablet hovered, inscribed with crooked, indecipherable characters, exuding profound Taoist essence. Junior brother, it appears things are not as I anticipated. Li Yu beamed at Luo Yunj before turning and stepping toward the sky outside the cloud ship. Her words stirred a sense of confusion within Luo Yunj. Before he could distance himself, he heard a familiar voice echo in his mind. What on earth? Where did these people hear such things? How did the tales grow so fantastical? And why is it that even second senior sister seems concerned? This is maddening. My path of indolence seems to be narrowing with each passing moment. At this rate, how long will it take to restore my cultivation? It feels like an endless suffering. So torturous. Why is second senior sister not leaving? Li Yu suddenly turned. Surprised, she wondered who was speaking. Moments latte. She realized it was possibly her junior brother's inner voice. For under her gaze, none of the others had spoken, yet that voice had ceased the instant she turned away. How intriguing. Li Yu cast a deep glance at Luo Yunj before turning on her heel and soaring toward the three cloud ships. Even as a supreme-level powerhouse, she had never heard of any secret technique capable of stealing another's thoughts, let alone such direct whispers echoing in the heart. Perhaps this was the extraordinary quality of her junior brother, she mused, growing increasingly eager for Luo Yunj's forthcoming expedition into the ruins. Discovering a treasure laden with secrets could prove to be an exhilarating endeavor. As Li Yu arrived at the vortex, the other two cloud ships also dispatched beams of light that transformed into figures approaching. These two figures appeared as middle-aged men. One named Zheng Yuqing and the other named Zhu Liu, both esteemed elders from rival factions. Let's commence, Li Yu declared without further ado, producing a token and channeling her spiritual energy into it. Zheng Yuqing and Zhu Liu exchanged knowing glances, their previous defeat still fresh in their minds, and without hesitation, they too infused their spiritual power into the token. With a mighty roar, the token emitted a radiant purple-gold beam that infused itself into the stone tablet, transferring their spiritual energy as well. Soon, the stone tablet trembled violently before shattering into countless fragments, which seemed to come alive. Fervently absorbing spiritual energy, and slowly coalescing into a stable white vortex. As the entrance of the vortex formed, a fierce battle aura erupted, akin to the thunderous charge of 1,000 cavalry, resonating through the skies. This signified the official opening of the ruins. Onward, the three intoned in unison. Yes, the disciples from various factions echoed in response. Subsequently, a multitude of figures soared into the air, resembling swarms of bees drawn to nectar, all plunging into the vortex. Brother Luo, see you inside the ruins. The few who had just spoken bowed in unison, bidding farewell to Luo Yunj as they departed for the ruins. Sighing, Luo Yunj lamented, "Indeed, the joys and sorrows of people do not resonate with one another. They merely seem somewhat noisy." Observing the throng of figures, he hesitated, pondering whether he should seize the opportunity to escape. Surely, his second senior sister Wu Ti notice his absence, would she? Little did he anticipate, as if summoned by fate. His second senior sister's voice rang in his ears. "Junior brother, remember to perform well and strive for the opportunity to mend the shattered mirror." Senior sister. Luo Yunj began, but suddenly his body lifted off the ground, hovering in midair. To his astonishment, he soared past a multitude of disciples, hurtling into the vortex with astonishing speed. To the onlookers, this act was akin to being unceremoniously tossed into the abyss. Zheng Yuqing and Zhu Liu naturally took note of this spectacle. Their curiosity piqued, yet it was not their place to inquire further, especially since any questions might not yield answers. Liu's temperament, if one were to summarize it in a single phrase, could be described as a tender yet lethal blade. Though she appeared amiable, when she unleashed her wrath, none dared to underestimate her. These insights were hard-earned wisdom accumulated over the years, evoking deep reflections. As the saying goes, the righteous path of the world is a singular entity. Despite being considered half-siblings to Li Yu, when she unleashed her strength, she wielded it with unyielding force. Spitting no feelings. As expected, Li Yu showed little interest in explaining herself to them, turning instead to return to her own cloud ship. "Hey, junior sister Li," Zheng Yuqing called out, dressed in white. "What? Do you wish to receive a beating?" Li Yu halted, turning her gaze back, an eyebrow arched in challenge. That is certainly unnecessary," Zheng Yuqing replied with an awkward smile. Beside him, Zhu Liu interjected, "Why the haste, junior sister? According to our customary practice, why not establish a wager first?" "Oh," Liu pondered, "considering my junior brother secured first place in the Nine Peaks debate, claiming victory here should not be overly challenging, right? Why not seize the opportunity?" Her eyes sparkled with mischief as she nodded in agreement. "Very well, since it is your proposal. I shall offer a piece of ice silkworm. If you cannot present an equivalent treasure, do not blame me for being impolite." Damn, both men thought simultaneously. The ice silkworm, a rare treasure found only in the perilous depths of the northern mysterious ice domain, was invaluable, capable of safeguarding one's mind and even granting immunity to inner demons. Its worth was incalculable, and obtaining it was a daunting task. "Since junior sister is so generous, I shall contribute a piece of golden feather shin rock," Zhu Liu replied, visibly pained. Having initiated the proposal, he had no choice but to accept the terms and hope that this year's disciples would perform admirably. Seeing both men relent, Zheng Yuqing also reluctantly named an equivalent treasure. "Then, I graciously accept your terms and hope that when the results are revealed, my two senior brothers will not feel regret." Liu smiled gently, her demeanor as warm as a true junior sister. "That will not be the case," Zhu Liu assured, despite his discomfort. "A gentleman's word is as unyielding as a chariot drawn by 4 horses. Once spoken, it is not easily changed." With mutual nods of understanding, Liu and Zheng Yuqing departed, and soon, the 3 cloud ships set sail once more, not to leave, but to fan out in 3 directions, enclosing the vortex like a protective triangle. The 3 supreme beings joined forces to shield the area, awaiting the outcome. Within the ruins, Luo Yunj, despite his desire to maintain his facade, prioritized his own safety and cautiously activated a defensive spiritual treasure. After all, it was quite reasonable for the godson of Butian Peak to possess a protective item, right? With a soft thud, Luo Yunj landed safely. Fortunately, his foresight in securing this defensive treasure proved invaluable. Otherwise, he could have encountered significant trouble upon landing, especially under the condition of concealing his true cultivation level. Casting a glance around, Luo Yunj found himself puzzled by the verdant forest before him. This was supposed to be an ancient battlefield. Where were the corpses? Where was the bloodshed? What was happening here? Most notably, Luo Yunj sensed an absence of the ominous aura typical of an ancient battlefield, based on the earlier sounds of clashing weapons. This was quite unexpected. Confounded, Luo Yunj adhered to a principle of caution, first retrieving several defensive treasures rewarded by the system, carefully concealing and adorning himself with them. Finally, he adjusted the initial protective artifact he had activated upon entry to exhibit a hidden display. Having completed these preparations, he chose a direction and set forth. In the lush, green forest, a gentle spring breeze caressed his face, carrying the fragrance of earth and the essence of freedom. As Luo Yunj strolled forward, he encountered not a single fellow disciple, nor any from rival factions, none at all. However, he considered other matters and paid little heed. The absence of others was a boon, allowing him to languish without interference, surely boosting his score. Luo Yunj contemplated this very issue. If, while others were locked in fierce competition, he simply relaxed here, would it not create a stark contrast, resulting in a significant increase in his score? Resolute in his decision, Luo Yunj activated a flying spiritual treasure, ascending to the treetops. Chirping and flapping, a flock of birds, startled by the presence of an unfamiliar being, took flight, retreating in fear. Once airborne, Luo Yunj discerned the presence of the ominous aura and the distant energies of both his fellow disciples and those from rival factions far to the west. Could it be that the ancient battlefield's ruins lie in that direction? Luo Yunj was uncertain. He was even oblivious to the identity of the forest in which he found himself. However, at the very least, being distanced from that area was already promising news. If memory served correctly, previously, Elder Lu mentioned that the time to explore the ruins was merely half a month, after which one would be automatically expelled. Half a month, Luo Yunj murmured. It did not seem overly difficult, based on the sensed aura, to estimate the distance. They likely would not find their way back before the time expired. However, he admonished himself to remain vigilant. He resolved to seek a secluded and picturesque hiding place to serve as his abode for the next half-month, awaiting the conclusion of this period. As for the reward set by his second senior sister, Liu, he thought, what concern is that of mine? He found himself beneath a cliff, facing a river, with a large lake to his left, obscured by a mountain range that wrapped around from the left to the right, creating a naturally sheltered enclave. It was simply exquisite. Luo Yunj was quite pleased and immediately set about transforming the area into a simple dwelling. Life, after all, should not be endured in hardship. Before long, dusk began to settle. Luo Yunj had completed his modest abode and fashioned a bamboo chair, leisurely reclining by the riverbank while fishing. He couldn't help but exclaim, what a delightful time, free from his senior sister's antics, distanced from the clamor of the bustling world, lying quietly. This was a life not even a celestial being would trade. Yet, before he could savor the moment, a sudden splash startled him. Rubbing his eyes, Luo Yunj looked up at the sky and then down at the river, his expression momentarily frozen. Had he not misjudged? Someone had just leapt from above. Chapter 51. Fong Xian's awakening gasping. Fong Xian rubbed his head as he sat up, memories flooding in, the sensation in his mind becoming increasingly painful. After a moment's pause, he began to assess his surroundings. This appeared to be a bamboo house. What was going on? Hadn't he been chased and forced to leap from a cliff, ultimately plunging into the river? Could it be that someone had rescued him? Fong Xian was filled with confusion. However, he could not fathom where a bamboo house would come from within the ruins. He had never heard of such a phenomenon. The disciples of the three factions were either treasure-seeking or engaged in life-and-death struggles. How could they spare the time to construct a bamboo dwelling in such a remote location? It was utterly absurd. Wait. Suddenly, Fong Xian realized and hastily began to search himself. After a moment, he let out a sigh of relief, a smile of gratitude appearing on his lips, tinged with a hint of bitterness. This was due to his encounter with the Xian Yun Alliance's ambush while attempting to seize the treasure. He had only managed to snatch the most crucial item before fleeing for his life. It was this that had led to his pursuit, causing him to flee into the depths of the forest, ultimately resulting in his fall from the cliff and subsequent unconsciousness. He had nearly believed his demise was inevitable. Damn it! Fong Xian clenched his fist. If only his cultivation were stronger, those people would stand no chance against him. Nor would they dare to seize the treasure he had discovered. An overwhelming sense of humiliation washed over him. His eyes reddened, and his arms tensed, veins visibly throbbing. Power, after all, was paramount. After a considerable time, Fong Zian calmed himself, his gaze firm. Surviving this calamity surely meant future blessings awaited him. Once he refined the sword disc and mastered its supreme techniques, his strength would undoubtedly surge, rendering those adversaries incapable of contending with him. A gentleman takes revenge. There's no need to rush. Yet, this was not the time for cultivation. He needed to ascertain his current situation. Fong Zian concluded that someone had indeed rescued him, and that person likely bore good intentions, possibly a senior brother or sister, or perhaps a junior disciple. With this thought in mind, he rose and walked towards the bamboo house. "Oh, you're awake?" As he opened the door, a familiar voice rang out. Fong Zian looked up and saw a figure lounging on a chair by the river, clad in the robes of the Longhuan foodie. Luo Shixiao. Fong Zian was overjoyed and rushed over. "I'm truly grateful for your life-saving aid, Luo Shixiao." "Hey, hold on." Luo Yunj waved his hand impatiently. "I didn't save you to seek any form of recompense. Your due diligence is the best reward." Hearing this, Fong Zian sighed. Luo Shixiao is indeed a role model for us all. He silently vowed to emulate Luo Yunj in the future, striving to become a thoughtful and ambitious disciple, so as not to disgrace the kindness bestowed upon him. "All right, now that you've rested, you should leave at once." Luo Yunj waved him off, further shocking Fong Zian with his reasoning. "Don't delay my fishing. You scared all the fish away." "A what?" Fong Zian was taken aback, momentarily at a loss. After the battle at the Nine Peaks, Luo Yunj had become recognized as an unparalleled genius among the new generation, though he typically remained unassuming. As for his cultivation, it was evident that Luo Yunj did not deign to showcase it. This was known as concealing one's talents. Fong Zian had believed as such. Yet now, Luo Yunj's sacred image was shattered by his words. This ruin was a treasure trove comparable to the Longhuan cave, perhaps even surpassing it, concealing many secrets that generations of leaders had failed to uncover. It was indeed a land rich with treasures. How could Luo Yunj, in this moment, choose to hide away and fish? No, something was amiss. Fong Zian shook his head, lost in thought. There must be something he had overlooked. Unless, had Luo Shixiang's strength reached a point where he no longer needed to seize treasures to enhance his power? Yet, why did Li Shiji's words imply that Luo Shixiang needed to accomplish something within the ruins, particularly her instructions on the ship? Yes, Fong Zian had previously divulged Luo Yunj's performance during the Nine Peaks debate in front of Liu. He was one of the five. This was surely why Luo Shixiang had rescued him at Li Shiji's behest. He was unwilling to rush his progress. I understand now. Luo Shixiang is indeed far-sighted. I, Fong Zian, am foolish to have only awakened to this now. Observing Luo Yunj's slightly annoyed expression, Fong Zian filled in the gaps with his own conclusions. He felt no disappointment. Instead, he grew increasingly excited, as if he had uncovered a significant secret. Thus, Fong Zian made a momentous decision. "Luo Shixiang, I understand now. I shall take my leave." "Good." Luo Yunj nodded in satisfaction, believing this youth to be agreeable. However, upon turning around, he discovered that Fong Zian had not departed, but was instead heading back into the bamboo house. A what? He was momentarily stunned, having thought the young man clever. Yet here, he was misinterpreting things. Just as he was about to remind him, he nodded firmly. "Luo Shixiao, I understand. No need to elaborate further." "I." Luo Yunj opened his mouth, but no words emerged. He watched helplessly as the young man stepped into the bamboo house. In an instant, the matter was settled. What the hell? Luo Yunj was left speechless. What did he say? He had said nothing at all. How could this be misunderstood? Forget it. Luo Yunj consoled himself. Aside from this individual, how could anyone remain indifferent to the treasures of the ancient battlefield, choosing instead to hide away and cultivate? Such a scenario was utterly implausible. He thought that once this young man came to his senses, he would leave by tomorrow. There was no need to rush. With these thoughts, Luo Yunj returned to his fishing. Indeed, he was merely too lazy to rise from his repose. A life of leisure is undeniably delightful. Within the bamboo hut, Fong Zian noted with relief that Luo Yunj did not deter him. Had he misinterpreted the intentions of his senior brother, it would have been akin to flattering a horse's rear, leaving an unfavorable impression that would yield no benefit. Fortunately, it seemed he had succeeded. Chapter 52. The master of limitless imagination. As the hour of Z passed, Luo Yunj stifled a tremendous yawn and called out casually, "System, check-in." A new day beckoned for a review of his scores. Beep, check-in successful. Congratulations, host. You have received a royal-level Shattered Cloud Sword. Calculating yesterday's leisurely performance. Obedience, 15 points. Contentment with a niche, 15 points. Willingness to assist, 10 points. Providing shelter, 10 points. Total score. You have gained 50 years of cultivation, current realm. Peak of the King, excess cultivation sealed. Host, please break through as soon as possible. Mediocre. It appeared that the precise results would only be revealed tomorrow. However, the cultivation indeed required breaking through. The location was quite suitable. He would deal with that lad tomorrow. Yawning again, Luo Yunj felt a wave of drowsiness wash over him. Resolute in his decision, he languidly stood and ambled towards the bamboo hut, tidying up his belongings as he went. Upon entering, he found Fong Zian diligently meditating in a corner. How considerate! Luo Yunj felt a sense of satisfaction. A glance revealed that Fong Zian was practicing a sword technique, seemingly a formidable inheritance. Upon mastering it, it could potentially enhance his strength by around 40%, making him comparable to the King realm. If memory served correctly, this lad was among those who had previously divulged information before the senior sister. Could this be considered a case of repaying virtue with virtue? Luo Yunj chuckled and shook his head, setting down the wooden bucket filled with fish as he approached the bedside. He took out his pillow, bedding, and other items, observing that he appeared less like a treasure hunter and more like a vacationer. He had not noticed what he should have and instead had brought along a multitude of unnecessary items. Yet, since he was embracing leisure, he could not deprive himself. Luo Yunj firmly believed in this principle. After transforming the rigid bed into a soft, elastic one, he blissfully shed his outer garments and nestled into the warm blankets. Before long, the sound of steady breathing signified that someone had entered a sweet slumber. At that moment, Fong Zian opened his eyes and glanced at Luo Yunj's position, a look of confusion crossing his face. Since entering the world of cultivation, sleep had become a luxury. Meditation could alleviate fatigue and enhance cultivation, rendering prolonged sleep almost obsolete. Wait, Fong Zian pondered deeply. Given Luo Yunj's character, perhaps this was not as simple as it seemed. Might he be testing himself? Just moments ago, Luo Yunj had urged him to be proactive, yet here he was, lying down. The contrast between the allure of comfort and the tedium of cultivation was striking. This must be a trap. Suddenly, Fong Zian's eyes sparkled with realization. His mind became clearer than ever, as if he could see through the world and discern the essence beneath the surface. His resolve solidified. Luo Yunj's actions, perhaps unintentional, serve as a reminder that he could not afford to relax even for a moment. After all, the treasure incident had made him acutely aware of the disparities in strength. Luo Yunj lacked nothing in power, which allowed him to sleep so peacefully amidst such perilous ruins. But he could not afford such complacency. Fong Zian encouraged himself, determined to become like his senior brother Luo Yunj, a person who moved through life with the grace of a gentle breeze. Ultimately, the determination in his eyes mirrored the steadfastness of his resolve. After casting a glance at Luo Yunj, he immersed himself back into his cultivation. The following morning, Luo Yunj awoke from his slumber. Before even rising, he caught a whiff of roasted fish and turned to see the wooden bucket in the corner completely empty. This lad, his brow furrowed slightly, not out of anger at the fish being consumed, but rather at the fact that this person had not yet departed. How could that be? He quickly got dressed and pushed the door open. Before he could utter a word, Fong Zian beamed at him, exclaiming, "Luo Shixiang, you're up? Just a moment. The fish will be ready shortly." Luo Yunj found himself wanting to question the absurdity of the situation. If memory served, he was the master of this place, yet he felt more like a guest. However, he swiftly dismissed such convoluted thoughts. After all, it was free food, and he wouldn't have to lift a finger. Waiting was yet another form of leisure, was it not? Thus, Luo Yunj seated himself by the campfire, quietly observing the scene. Suddenly, an idea sparked in his mind. Before long, Fong Zian approached with the finest roasted fish, presenting it with a smile. "Luo Shixiang, here, this one is ready to eat." "Ah," Luo Yunj responded. Accepting the fish, a delightful aroma wafted towards him, and the sizzling fish glistened with oil, appearing irresistibly appetizing. With a bite, he savored the tender, succulent flesh it was quite delicious. His culinary skills were commendable, nearly rivaling his own, suggesting he possessed a fair bit of experience. Luo Yunj mused, quickly finishing his breakfast. Without further ado, he turned to leave. After all, lacking cultivation meant he could not vanish in an instant. Fong Xian barely had time to object before Luo Yunj's figure disappeared around the corner, departing swiftly. He tidied up the area, gently extracting the sword embedded in the grass. Marked with the words, "Shattered Cloud." Fong Xian's pupils constricted sharply, both due to the sword being a royal-grade weapon and the coincidence of its name aligning with the technique he had comprehended from the sword disc the previous night. In that moment, his thoughts became a whirlwind, staring blankly in the direction Luo Yunj had departed. Luo Shixiao, was this also part of your consideration? As for that remark urging him to leave quickly, though he had yet to grasp its meaning, an instinctual sense told him it was for his own good. Meanwhile, as Luo Yunj sped away, activating his flying treasure, he resolved to leave matters to fate. Unbeknownst to him, the weapon he carelessly left behind would stir a significant upheaval. Exchanging a shattered cloud sword for a fish seemed a reckless act of extravagance, indeed a deliberate choice on his part, if feasible. It would represent a new method of leisure. After all, failing to devise a new approach could lead to significant troubles in cultivation. With his mind set, Luo Yunj accelerated away, determined to distance himself from the ancient battlefield, although his residence was already in a rather secluded area of the forest. He was surprised that a fool had come rushing in. Such actions posed potential risks. Nevertheless, barring any unforeseen circumstances, this time should allow for a stable breakthrough. Chapter 53. The essence of Tao. This place was nearly barren, strewn with fragmented stones, parched and desolate. Luo Yunj selected a relatively concealed hilltop to alight upon. A site for breakthrough was not overly particular. He aimed to complete the task and make a swift exit. Lingering too long would invite trouble. With a swift motion, Luo Yunj deployed 3 sets of formations. The flags were densely planted around the peak, adding a touch of color to the barren ground. Covering sound, providing defense, and enabling offense, the formations encompassed almost every aspect. During a breakthrough, one could not afford to be distracted by the surroundings. Caution was paramount in such perilous ruins. Once the formations were activated, Luo Yunj gradually descended into the center. Under his command, the entire mountain peak slowly vanished, as if it had never existed. Within the formation, Luo Yunj rarely revealed his true cultivation. The explosive power of the pinnacle of the Wang Feng surged forth, causing the entire mountain to tremble, with sand and stones cascading down. Suddenly, the sky darkened as calamity clouds began to gather. Luo Yunj focused his mind. The next realm beyond Wang is the Jiehuang realm, and the prerequisite for a breakthrough is to endure the fourfold thunder tribulations, refining one's essence and spirit, thus gaining rebirth and comprehending the Tao. Among them, the thunder tribulations consist of the tribulations of essence, energy, spirit, and the most formidable, the tribulation of inner demons, each fraught with peril and the potential for failure. However, these challenges posed no significant threat to Luo Yunj. The Eightfold Emperor did not live in vain. The only issue was how to choose the Tao. Indeed, you heard correctly, it was a matter of selection, not a concern over whether he could comprehend the Tao. Others, lacking such extraordinary experiences, could not make a choice and had to leave it to fate. But Luo Yunj was different. He immersed himself in the sea of his heart, surrounded by a myriad of colorful light points, illuminating the dim space. Each light point represented a manifestation of a Tao. The blue ones were predominantly associated with water or ice, akin to his 7th senior sister, Su Qingyao. The red ones were mostly fire-related, like the Tianhua Elder encountered by the Tianyu dynasty. The remaining colors followed suit. However, Luo Yunj's goal was not these. Beyond the monochromatic ones, there existed dual-colored, tricolored, and even multicolored manifestations. The Tao has its own hierarchy of distinction. Of course, this does not imply that monochromatic forms are inferior. For instance, the Ice Emperor legacy cultivated by the 7th senior sister, with its profound Ice Tao, wields unparalleled power. Before the 9 Peaks discourse, Luo Yunj thought to casually focus on one. For every Tao he had once cultivated reached profound heights. When he arrived at the realm of mortals, it would not be a matter of quality, but rather whose understanding was more profound and whose application was superior. Yet now, with his lowly master being a powerful entity from the upper realms and entangled with hidden adversaries. The danger far exceeded expectations. Thus, the Tao became a matter of utmost importance. Upon entering the Jiehuang realm, he would begin to comprehend the Tao, allowing him to draw upon the subtle forces of heaven and earth in battle. From there, he would condense the seeds of the Tao, leading to blossoming, bearing fruit, and ultimately transforming into the power of laws. Each step requires a solid foundation. Cultivation is akin to erecting a grand edifice from the ground up, layer upon layer. The Tao serves as the foundation. If it is unstable, the higher one builds, the greater the risk of collapse. The consequences could range from a mere structural failure to the loss of life. After traversing all the Taos he had cultivated, Luo Yunj found himself rooted in place. Amidst the myriad flickering Taos, he discovered none that satisfied him, or rather, none that were sufficiently powerful. After all this time in cultivation, it was only now that this issue became apparent. In past experiences, upon reaching the Emperor stage, overwhelming spiritual power would come crashing down. In battles of the same tier, it did not rely on mere quality. Rather, it depended on who had a deeper understanding of the great Tao. Consequently, this long-standing issue had been overlooked, and only now did he realize it was somewhat troubling. Luo Yunj pondered for a moment, then retrieved an ancient tome. After perusing it, he seemed to have made a resolute decision, putting the book away and sitting cross-legged. In the next moment, all the Tao light points were retracted. Luo Yunj would utilize all his previously comprehended Taos to refine a brand new embryonic form of the Tao. The downside was that this would be a path fraught with thorns and uncertainties, signifying he would forsake past experiences and embark on a solitary, perilous road to invincibility. The advantage was that this approach would undoubtedly fulfill his requirements. Moreover, upon becoming a mortal immortal, or rather, an emperor, he would coalesce a Tao uniquely his own. Such powerful beings have been few and far between throughout history. Alas, they have all faded into the annals of time. Gather. Luo Yunj suddenly opened his eyes, and boundless flames erupted, scorching his spirit with fervent intensity. Cultivation is akin to rowing upstream. To not advance is to regress. Having made his determination, he would not retreat, as the concept of retreat did not exist for him. Countless Tao light points began to dissolve. The truths he had once comprehended converged at that moment, nurturing a brand new seed. Meanwhile, outside the formation, the winds and clouds shifted dramatically. The thunderclouds had spread for dozens of miles, with layered anomalies striking fear into all onlookers. The first thunder tribulation struck down. In an instant, a pillar of white light descended from the heavens, carrying supreme authority as it heavily struck the formation. The outer defensive formation shuddered, yet no cracks appeared, nor did it show signs of breaking. The second thunder tribulation followed suit, yet it too failed to breach the formation's defenses or harm Luo Yunj. The third thunder tribulation did not descend immediately. A dull rumble emanated from the clouds, slowly coalescing into a vortex, seemingly gathering strength. "What is this?" someone exclaimed, their expression bewildered. Many had never witnessed such a phenomenon. Only a few elite disciples, having received warnings from their elders, understood many hidden secrets. Yet at this moment, they too wore expressions of confusion. The records had never mentioned such an occurrence, completely beyond expectations. Only a handful of individuals, all prodigies of the Jiehuang realm and above, recognized this anomaly as the thunder tribulation marking entry into this realm. However, they had never witnessed such an astonishing spectacle. Typical thunder tribulations stretched 10 to dozens of miles. Now, the approaching 100-mile thunder tribulation was unprecedented. Who could possibly be undergoing such a tribulation? Among the fellow disciples, none had heard of anyone so extraordinary. The crowd, puzzled, unanimously abandoned their current pursuits, eager to witness the true face of the mountain. In an instant, all the heroes surged toward the mountain peak where Luo Yunj was in seclusion. Chapter 54. The Seed of Tao. A beam of irregular light, as thick as a barrel, illuminated the scene. The long-anticipated heavenly thunder could no longer be contained, crashing down heavily upon the formation without stirring a ripple. To outsiders, due to the formation's concealment, it appeared as though it had been swallowed into thin air. Having endured 3 thunder tribulations, if Luo Yunj could overcome the most formidable inner demon tribulation, he would directly ascend to become a powerful Jiehuang realm expert. Just as the arriving crowd gathered from a distance to watch, the fourth thunder, tribulation, arrived. The inner demon tribulation was the most arduous of all. Its power was not overwhelmingly strong. It was insurmountable and indefensible, directly reflecting an extraordinary force onto the cultivator's heart, forcing one to confront their fears. Only by shattering the shackles could one attain rebirth. Of course, the inner demon tribulation could be circumvented. For instance, Luo Yunj possessed numerous treasures accumulated over time. However, such items were often rare and precious, difficult to obtain. Moreover, Luo Yunj may not even require such things. Inner demons? They were a thing of the past, long eradicated, and held no terror for him. The crimson inner demon tribulation descended. The calamity clouds seemed to have been drained of all power, becoming considerably more ethereal, and their horrifying majesty diminished somewhat. With a resounding crash, an irregular bolt of thunder struck the array, disregarding all defenses, and descended upon Luo Yunj's head. Subsequently, accompanied by a muffled boom, it exploded, transforming into countless tiny particles that scattered across the entire peak. In the next moment, with each breath Luo Yunj took, he absorbed these particles into his body, allowing them to flow through his spiritual energy to various parts of his being, including his qi. The wild energy enveloped his form in a crimson glow. Just as the heart demon tribulation was poised to manifest, the energy derived from the tribulation hesitated within Luo Yunj's body. How could it not detect the presence of a heart demon? Was it jesting? How could any cultivator be free of fear and trepidation? No matter how formidable a cultivator may be, they have traversed from weakness, and there will inevitably be regrets or fears deeply buried within their hearts. The purpose of the heart demon tribulation is to magnify these issues, to provoke the negative emotions, and to test the cultivator's nature through their fluctuating emotions and choices. Those deemed unworthy cannot pass this trial. As the heart demon tribulation pondered, Luo Yunj awakened. He exhaled gently, accelerating the circulation of his spiritual energy, dominantly refining the power surging from the heart demon tribulation to replenish his own. It felt as trivial as a mundane task. Heart demon tribulation? What was that? Had it ever occurred? Luo Yunj paid it no mind. After 9 lives of cultivation, his heart was as solid as rock, steadfastly pursuing the goal of becoming a red dust immortal. Reflecting on this, aside from the betrayal he endured in his first life by a wretched woman, he had scarcely encountered other companions on his path, remaining solitary. Initially, he had harbored doubts. However, a friend enlightened him through personal experience, revealing a crucial truth. Women only affect the speed of his cultivation. This statement now appeared remarkably accurate when considering the sisters at Butian Peak. At this thought, Luo Yunj could not help but lament that the path of cultivation is indeed fraught with obstacles, where any matter may influence the ultimate outcome. With the flow of spiritual energy coursing through his meridians, his qi expanded once more. A sheen enveloped his body, and, as impurities were expelled, he appeared translucent as jade. He shook his head, clearing his chaotic thoughts, a smile gracing his lips. With a wave of his hand, a dim, grayish seed floated out from his chest. If not for the faint aura of Tao it possessed, it would resemble the seed of a dead plant from a distance, bearing no semblance to the essence of Tao. Yet, this was the culmination of his Tao realization in this life. He knew not its name, effects, or powers, and he had not yet fully mastered it. The only certainty was that Luo Yunj was in no rush. After all, the success was already attained. He could take his time to study it, for he feared not its escape. Cultivators, if lacking in other virtues, possess the advantage of longevity. Many have pursued the great Tao in their quest for eternal life. Even Luo Yunj was no exception in the beginning. However, upon achieving the status of an emperor, the significance of lifespan diminished. Losing consciousness in a protracted existence became the greater terror. The trials of 9 lives forged an immensely powerful heart within him. Moreover, he sensed that this seed of Tao would not stagnate. It would continue to grow stronger, perhaps even nurture him in return. At some point in the future, it might evolve into an astonishing force, paving an invincible path for him across the realms. Yet, the journey ahead remained long. As the calamity clouds dissipated completely, the cultivation he had deliberately restrained within began to stir. Thousands of years of accumulated power surged forth, flowing through his meridians like a torrential river. From the peak of Wang, to the initial stage of the Tribulation Emperor, then to the mid-stage, his strength soared as if propelled by a rocket, only slowing when he reached the late stage of the Tribulation Emperor. This accumulation culminated in a remarkable leap in power. Luo Yunji's strength had more than merely doubled. His cultivation speed had surpassed that of his ninth sister, Muchiloa, who had toiled diligently, even obtaining a dragon bone phoenix essence to break through to the quasi-emperor realm. Meanwhile, Luo Yunji reclined leisurely, relying on the rewards from the system to catch up. The disparity was glaringly evident. Had it not been for the interference of several sisters, he might have ascended to the next level, breaking through to quasi-emperor status. For now, such thoughts were merely wishful. With a sigh, Luo Yunji closed his eyes to regulate his breathing, gradually mastering the burgeoning power within. Having crossed so many ranks, even he needed to acclimatize himself, lest uncontrolled power yield unforeseen consequences. After a considerable time, he slowly opened his eyes. He was now able to summon and release his energy freely. Yet, before he could revel in his triumph, a voice descending from above drew his attention. As a sound akin to a gentle breeze brushing against a bell echoed, Luo Yunji beheld a girl in a purple dress, gliding through the array he had set, slowly descending from the sky. Subsequently, she unceremoniously landed at his feet. Luo Yunji's lips twitched, momentarily rendered speechless. The girl in purple propped herself up, preparing to survey her surroundings, her gaze locking onto Luo Yunji's eyes. The two exchanged a startled stare, and an eerie silence enveloped the atmosphere. Chapter 55. The Counterfeit Demon. An hour prior, Guan Mingtao had entered the ruins alongside the main group. As the scenery shifted before her eyes and she regained clarity of her surroundings, she found herself upon a desolate and crumbling stone platform. Intricate patterns adorned the platform, exuding an ancient aura with traces of dried blood hinting at an ominous presence. The area was devoid of life, yet she remained unperturbed. The elders had briefed them before entering, explaining that regardless of how many individuals enter the ruins, they would be teleported to different locations, which meant it would be challenging to regroup in a short time. The absence of others was thus a normal occurrence. According to the records, the ruins were divided into 4 regions: the central ancient battlefield, the northern icy expanse, the eastern boundless forest, the southern abyssal ocean, and the western stony desert, comprising a total of 5 parts. Furthermore, the other 4 regions combined were still less than half the size of the ancient battlefield. The expanse could only be described as vast. Keeping these details in mind, Guan Mingtao maintained her composure, planning to observe her surroundings and ascertain her geographical position. She had heard that this place could rival the secret realms of Longhuan Blessed Land, and she was quite eager to explore. From the traces upon the stone platform, it was evident that she was situated in a section of ancient battlefield's marching platform, with a relatively light, malevolent aura, likely at the periphery. The threat seemed minimal. However, she soon dismissed this notion, her heart gripped with dread. The reason was simple. As she took a few steps forward, the patterns on the stone platform began to emit a radiant red glow, and an eerie malevolence surged from the depths, instilling a profound sense of danger. Not only that, but a thin layer of luminous membrane also enveloped the perimeter of the platform, adorned with patterns identical to those etched upon it. More crucially, Guan Mingtao recognized these patterns. Not that she was familiar with them. She specialized in arrays and had encountered numerous analyses of formations, but these particular patterns she had only seen in an ancient tome. Unfortunately, that book was titled The Demon Sealing Record. As the name suggests, this is a compendium of formations designed to seal away demons and malevolent spirits, naturally documenting various primary formations for sealing and extermination. A significant portion of the content within is unknown even to her mentor. Consequently, she only retains a few fragments of knowledge, unable to claim true familiarity. The ominous energy gradually intensified, and an eerie wind began to howl around her, transforming the atmosphere into one of uncanny dread. Gu Mingtao attempted to step off the stone platform, but discovered that the formation was an indiscriminate assault. Not only could no person pass through, but even the flora and fauna surrounding her were barred from crossing that veil. This indicated that she was trapped. Oh heavens! Gu Mingtao felt a surge of despair, unable to contain a cry of anguish as she frantically tugged at her hair, her expression reflecting her mounting hysteria. What a wretched day this was! Was she, a prodigy in the art of formations, truly destined to perish here? No, absolutely not. Gu Mengtao, believe in yourself. You can do this. Yet, it is indeed lamentable how little one recalls in times of need. Suddenly, a peculiar sound resounded, sending shivers down her spine and chilling her heart. My goodness! Immediately after uttering this exclamation, Gu Mingtao darted to the edge of the stone platform, clutching a piece of defensive formation capable of instantaneous activation. Moreover, a voice emerged, calm and reassuring. Little girl, do not be alarmed. I harbor no ill intent. Ignoring the voice, Gu Mengtao's gaze remained fixed on the center of the platform, her wariness fully heightened. Following the utterance of those words, she noticed a small, jagged corner at the very center of the formation's intricate patterns, which she had initially overlooked. At that moment, a plume of rosy mist began to rise from the damaged area, wafting up from the depths below. Do not fear. The voice echoed from within the mist. Subsequently, to Gu Mengtao's horror, a figure emerged from the haze. It was Luo Yunj. Goodness! Although Gu Mengtao recognized this as an imitation, she could not help but be astonished by its uncanny realism. Every detail, from the visage to the hairstyle, and even the manner of walking, was replicated flawlessly. Yet, there was one distinction. The essence of Luo Yunj, his effortless and serene demeanor, was absent in this mimic. Instead, it exuded an aura of desire and malevolence, emanating an overwhelming presence that inspired revulsion. In that instant, Gu Mengtao discerned the identity of this entity, an imitation demon, a creature birthed from the ancient battlefield through the relentless passage of time, inherently capable of mimicry. However, most imitation demons remain sealed, thanks to the treasures of ancient cultivators and the purging efforts of the three major factions. Their safety was generally ensured. Thus, the three great powers had not entirely eradicated the imitation demons in this locale. Even those that lingered outside posed little threat to the disciples of the three factions, making them ideal candidates for trials. Quite a lovely face indeed. It mused, its tone languid and casual. Little girl, your taste is commendable. You've chosen a rare gem, though I dare say it pales in comparison to my own in my prime. Upon hearing this, Gu Mengtao's face flushed crimson. The object of imitation typically represented the most significant person or matter in the heart of the chosen one. The manifestation of Luo Yunj's likeness implied that the mimic was insinuating the young man's significance in Gu Mengtao's heart, one of its few pleasures. Bah! Gu Mengtao mentally spat in disdain. This was not directed at Luo Yunj, but rather at the absurdity of the imitation demon's words. What liking? It was admiration and yearning. Do you understand? Never mind. Engaging in debate with such a creature seemed utterly pointless. However, if senior brother Luo were to desire it, then perhaps. At this thought, Gu Mengtao's cheeks blushed even deeper, resembling a ripe peach, exuding an enticing fragrance. After all, since the battle at Jiufeng, the title of waste that had once been attributed to Luo Yunj had long since been cast into oblivion, due to rumors and the subtle encouragement of Zhao Changyun. His tale had transformed into a near-mythical narrative among the new generation of disciples. Naturally, Luo Yunj himself remained oblivious to this. Gu Mengtao had the fortune to witness that battle, not to mention having observed Luo Yunj's modest demeanor closely aboard the cloud ship. She had already developed a favorable impression of him. Moreover, that face was simply an irresistible charm for women. Chapter 56. Mutual Destruction. See, I told you I was right. The imitation demon, transformed into Luo Yunj, grinned broadly, its expression so lifelike that it seemed as if the real Luo Yunj stood there. However, its smile evoked only disgust in Gu Mengtao. You big-headed ghost. She spat, her patience wearing thin as she declared, daring to impersonate my senior brother Luo. You are courting death. With that, she unleashed her attack with fervor. With a soft thud, the formation disc in her hand radiated a chilling brilliance, her spiritual energy surging into it as a massive hexagram appeared in the air. The cold light emanated fiercely, releasing a relentless aura of death. Go! Gu Mengtao commanded the compass, the heart of the formation, launching her assault with unyielding resolve. In an instant, the colors of the world shifted, leaving only the gleaming formation in the air. This was due to the extraction of all spiritual energy from the surroundings, transforming it into a barrage of icy spikes. Imbued with lethal intent, hurtling towards the imitation demon. A storm of ice descended. The imitation demon raised its hand unperturbed, channeling the malevolent energy that seeped from the ground's patterns. As it raised its arm, a nearly translucent barrier coalesced before it, faintly tinged with pink. Their gazes crossed through the barrier, both parties aware of each other's circumstances, locked in a clash. Boom! The icy spikes collided with tremendous force. Yet all were repelled by the barrier formed from malevolent energy. Huh! The imitation demon scoffed internally. After all, she's just a young girl, so easily provoked with a few taunts. Their innate talent was unmistakable. The figure that resided in this girl's heart was indeed the one it had manifested, indicating a position of significance. The scheme had succeeded. A hint of amusement danced in the imitation demon's eyes as it sauntered forward, the barrier advancing with it, encroaching upon Gu Mengtao. If it succeeded in closing the distance, the outcome would be dire. Gu Mengtao observed the destruction wrought by the icy spikes, realizing it was insufficient to breach the barrier. Her brow furrowed slightly. The malevolent energy from below continuously nourished this creature, and although the barrier was being diminished, its replenishment kept pace, teetering on the edge of equilibrium. To secure victory, one must either shatter the barrier or sever the supply of malevolent energy. However, neither option was easily attainable. Gu Mengtao cast a glance at the surging malevolent energy beneath the imitation demon, which obscured the jagged gap in the central patterns. Severing that supply would not be a simple task. In that moment, she found herself in a dilemma, and thus, she could only increase her investment of spiritual energy. With a swish, the formation disk rippled, its power surging anew. As the energy poured in, the assault of the icy spikes doubled, tearing away a layer of the barrier. Even so, the imitation demon managed to draw nearer to Gu Mengtao. The tumult of the icy spikes clashing against the barrier erupted at her feet, the distance between them shrinking perilously. Bang! Gu Mengtao had no choice but to elevate the formation's power to its zenith. Then boom! A deafening explosion resounded. Within the gaze of the terrified fake demon, she opted for the most improbable yet effective strategy. Damn it! The fake demon cursed as it swiftly retreated. Is the formation plate free? You, a formation master, should treasure this item, yet you dare to destroy it? Nevertheless, it thought, such a situation is advantageous. Without the formation plate, the formation master was akin to fish on a chopping board, merely awaiting slaughter. With this thought, a smile appeared on the fake demon's face. However, it misjudged the explosive power of the formation's self-detonation. Bang! Bang! Two consecutive sounds erupted. The first to collide with the stone platform's formation barrier was Guan Mengtao. Positioned at the edge of the stone platform, she was closest to her formation, thus the explosive aftermath first affected her. Subsequently, as she fell to the ground, the fake demon was also hurled away, crashing heavily to the ground. Due to its carelessness, it had not anticipated the resoluteness of this young girl. This blow inflicted considerable damage, transforming it back to its original form, shattering its malevolent barrier and rendering its figure ephemeral. Damn it! It muttered angrily, floating upwards and waving to summon the malevolent energy from the ground to mend its body. Soon, the malevolent energy on the ground thinned considerably. It glanced towards Guan Mengtao's position, its eyes brimming with murderous intent. Initially, it had no intention of killing her, merely wishing to escape through her. With the first step seemingly successful, enraging Guan Mengtao would allow the fake demon to subtly influence her consciousness through the surrounding malevolent energy, thus achieving its goal. After all, this ruin was still under the control of these humans. Provoking the powerful beings outside could lead to dire consequences. However, Guan Mengtao was far too decisive. This explosion completely awakened the formation, severing any remaining chance of escape. Moreover, the explosion's shockwave obliterated the accumulated malevolent energy on the stone platform, leaving nothing behind. This was the culmination of years of accumulation and the sole hope for escape. Now, all had turned to dust in this explosion. You ungrateful child! I shall have your life. The fake demon roared, its eyes turning completely red, its doppelganger lunging towards Guan Mengtao. Its hands morphed into a pair of deadly claws, ignited by an eerie flame that instilled profound dread. A mere scratch could lead to death or dismemberment. Just as it leapt forward, Guan Mengtao, having just risen, wiped the blood from her lips and revealed a disdainful smile. Sorry, I have plenty of resources, she whispered, her lips forming the words without sound. She then produced a brand new formation plate, activating it in an instant, creating a shield reminiscent of a turtle shell that enveloped her. The stone platform's formation emitted a faint glow. An oppressive silence descended abruptly. With a loud crack, the fake demon's claws barely brushed against Guanmeng Tao's shield before being suppressed by the overwhelming force, crashing heavily to the ground and cracking the surface. The fake demon's eyes widened in disbelief, the flames in its gaze swirling with unending resentment. Yet, this formation had been designed specifically for it, thoroughly countering its existence. Even in its damaged state, it was beyond the demon's capacity to withstand. Under the residual pressure, its fiery form continued to waver. Suddenly, it erupted into maniacal laughter, its shadowy visage displaying a wild frenzy, its eyes revealing a desperate determination. Locking its gaze on Guanmeng Tao, it bellowed, "I never intended to escalate matters. But you have forced my hand." No sooner had the words left its mouth than, as Guanmeng Tao turned, she was met with a blinding flash of light, accompanied by a surge of tremendous energy. Chapter 57. The relentless haunting. With a dull explosion, Guanmeng Tao was once again flung backward, crashing heavily against the formation's barrier. Spitting blood, her once vibrant face turned pale. The injury was one aspect, but more so, it was the terror that gripped her heart, a shock that struck her psyche. In that fleeting moment, she believed herself to be unharmed. After all, with the stone platform's formation restricting her and her shield providing double protection, she felt exceedingly secure. Yet, unexpectedly, this fake demon had chosen to self-destruct in a desperate bid for mutual destruction. Following its declaration, the malevolent energy scattered across the stone platform surged into its body. An unparalleled ferocity swelled within it, culminating in a devastating strike that threatened to annihilate all. If not for Guanmeng Tao raising her slender arm and extracting a cracked, dim jade pendant from within her clothing, an item bestowed by her master for protection, she would have faced a dire fate. Withstanding an attack of such magnitude, typically a feat within her grasp, the pendant shattered, signifying that the force unleashed by the self-detonation rivaled a full-force strike from a quasi-royal realm. As the formation shield crumbled, so too did the pendant. This indicated that the fake demon, trapped for countless years, held a cultivation far beyond that of this mere Peak King realm child, revealing the peril she had narrowly escaped. At the very least, it was of quasi-royal caliber, and at most, Guanmeng Tao dared not contemplate. Had the demon chosen to strike her earlier, her demise would have been almost certain. There was no time to delve deeper into the reasons behind it. After the explosion, the violent, malevolent energy gradually dissipated into nothingness. The formation's patterns upon the stone platform blurred to near invisibility, evidently affected significantly, struggling to remain intact. Upon further observation, the fake demon's form had completely vanished. Guanmeng Tao let out a slight sigh of relief. Under such overwhelming power, had she not possessed her protective artifact, she might have indeed been dragged down by the fake demon. Yet, before she could revel in her fortune, a familiar voice resonated through the void. "You're quite remarkable. Who would have thought that a mere Peak King realm child would possess such treasures? It seems your identity is anything but ordinary. Consider this. I will spare your life, and you shall assist me in escaping." Upon hearing this, Guanmeng Tao's heart jolted, and she swiftly produced another formation plate, conjuring various killing formations around her. Only through this could she find a semblance of security. After all, the voice belonged to the very fake demon that had just been before her, unmistakably so. How could one who had seemingly self-destructed still be alive? She was filled with incredulity. Typically, the longer an ancient being survived, the more they feared death, especially when such a self-detonation was utterly unforeseen. The voice paused momentarily. Subsequently, the fake demon's figure emerged, taking on the guise of Luo Yunch. Stepping forth from the formation on the stone platform, it shook its head and chuckled. "If you were dead, this matter would come to a close. But since you still live, I must be wary of your potential hidden cards. Ponder it over, will you?" As it spoke, it approached Guanmeng Tao, seemingly ensuring a comfortable distance to put her at ease. This declaration made its intentions clear. Guanmeng Tao found herself compelled to deliberate carefully. With her expertise as a formation master, she could discern that the fake demon had merged with part of the formation. Even without her intervention, it could eventually escape given time. It had clung to the formation for countless years, remaining undying and unyielding. Furthermore, the demon's cultivation was sufficient to overpower her. Thus, she furrowed her brow and tentatively suggested, "First, shed the appearance of my senior brother. Tell me what you wish me to do, and I shall consider it." Hee. The counterfeit demon shrugged, having truly transformed into another handsome youth. Just as it was about to speak, a sudden rumble resounded as lightning illuminated the sky. Enormous clouds of tribulation rolled in, shrouding the heavens and casting a pall of gray over the land. Is someone undergoing a tribulation? A grave expression flickered in the counterfeit demon's eyes. Judging by the scale of this thunderous trial, that individual must be an extraordinary prodigy, destined to become a stalwart ally of the human race. Yet, at this moment, such thoughts were secondary. Suddenly, its expression brightened, and it smiled, exclaiming, "Truly, the heavens are assisting me. Little girl, are you capable of setting up a 5 thunder spirit summoning array?" The counterfeit demon turned to inquire, assuring her, "Once the array is established, you must step aside. I will protect you, but you must also empower your own defensive formations." All right. This time, Guan Mingtao did not hesitate to agree. The circumstances were beyond her control, and she could only comply, taking it one step at a time. Setting up a 5 thunder spirit summoning array was not difficult. In no time, Guan Mingtao completed the formation and retreated to a safe distance, establishing several layers of protective arrays for herself. The counterfeit demon did not make any promises, but it channeled a portion of its strength from the stone platform's array to bolster her formations. Then, with a light chuckle, it said, "Once I break the array, you may leave at your discretion. I will not go back on my word." Having spoken, it stepped toward the array, pausing just before touching it, its form transforming into a wisp of vapor. Guan Mingtao's vision was obscured. Within the indistinct mist, she could only sense her array being activated, summoning thunder and gathering spiritual energy, which surged into the stone platform. After a brief moment, the counterfeit demon suddenly cursed, "What the heck? Why is it the Zixiao Divine Thunder? Who is this person undergoing tribulation?" Just as Guan Mingtao began to feel perplexed, an ominous sensation washed over her, prompting her to maximize the strength of her defensive array. In an instant, the ground quaked violently, accompanied by the counterfeit demon's cries of horror and fear. The stone platform array was shattered, unleashing an endless torrent of energy that surged forth. Had they failed? Doubt flickered in Guan Mingtao's heart. Before she could comprehend what had transpired, she heard the sound of arrays fracturing around her, and her body was involuntarily lifted into the air. As the world spun chaotically, although the array had completely collapsed, she successfully escaped the danger, propelled by the explosive aftermath, tracing a long arc toward the distance. For reasons unknown, Guan Mingtao briefly lost her ability to move, colliding with something. When she finally regained her bearings, she found herself face to face with Luo Yunj. Thinking it was the counterfeit demon haunting her, she instinctively activated a killing formation, directing it toward him. Chapter 58. The first encounter with Guan Mingtao in the desolate wilderness. The clouds of tribulation had completely dissipated. The place that had been filled with tempestuous energy just moments ago was now surrounded by disciples from various factions. Within the illusion array set up by Luo Yunj, atop the mountain peak, he rested his chin on his hand, gazing with an unfriendly expression at the purple-clad girl before him, none other than the approaching Guan Mingtao. With a voice laced with curiosity, he asked, "So, is this your reason for attacking my senior brother?" "Ah, yes," Guan Mingtao instinctively nodded, then suddenly realized her mistake and shook her head vigorously, exclaiming, No, that's not it." She smiled awkwardly, apologizing, "Senior brother Luo, that was just a misunderstanding in the heat of the moment. Please, have mercy and forgive me." Seeing that Luo Yunj was not genuinely angry, she boldly took hold of his arm, launching into a charming display of affection. Fortunately, Luo Yunj was not swayed by such antics. He feigned a stern demeanor, pushing her arm away, stating, "Considering you are my junior sister, I shall temporarily forgive you. But do not let it happen again." "Yay!" Guan Mingtao's face instantly lit up with joy, her chest rising and falling, outlining a captivating silhouette. The fragrance of the young girl wafted through the air, drawing attention. Luo Yunj stole a glance, his expression shifting as he acknowledged her undeniable allure. He indeed remembered Guan Mingtao. She was among those who had reported to him on the cloud ship, alongside Feng Xian. These individuals had caught the attention of the second senior sister, likely among the more outstanding disciples in the Longhuan Blessed Land. thus it was best not to make enemies with them. Initially, he had not scrutinized her closely. Now, he could see that while Guan Mengtao's beauty did not rival that of the senior sisters, she was certainly a charming and petite beauty, likely with no shortage of admirers. All right, this is not the place for conversation. We should leave, Luo Yunj suggested, changing the subject. The aftermath of the tribulation had left the area in shambles, resembling a wasteland, while he remained unscathed and safe. Okay, Guan Mengtao nodded without hesitation, then opened her mouth, but refrained from speaking further. If she remembered correctly, the center of the gathering thunderclouds she had seen earlier was right here. The counterfeit demon had indeed mentioned someone undergoing a tribulation, rather than the emergence of a treasure causing the disturbance. Could it be that this person was senior brother Luo? Yet, why did he appear to lack any cultivation? Moreover, she glanced around, noticing that the vicinity of this mountain peak was safeguarded by 3 separate arrays. Without any cultivation, he could not activate such formations. It was not the right time to inquire further, so she decided to follow Luo Yunj for now. Fortunately, the mountain peak he had circumscribed was sufficiently vast. It did not take long for them to find a waterfall. Compared to the barren surroundings, this place was slightly more verdant, presenting a pleasing vista, and served as a suitable spot for a brief respite. After settling down, Guan Mengtao eagerly caught a few fish from the lake, intending to roast them, but noticed Luo Yunj signaling for him to take over. Upon handing the fish to him, she seized the opportunity to ask, "Senior brother Luo, what brings you here?" "I saw a massive gathering of thunderclouds earlier. It seemed quite perilous." Luo Yunj glanced at her, feeling speechless internally. "Little girl, I am well aware of what you wish to ask, but I shall remain silent." He then replied, "I have been here since I entered the ruins, subsequently becoming trapped. I am unaware of what just transpired." "Is that so?" Guan Mengtao pondered quietly. She did not fully believe his words. In this desolate wilderness, the sudden appearance of 3 brand new arrays made his claim of no one being present hard to swallow. Moreover, given Luo Yunj's personality, he tended to keep a low profile during the 9 Peaks discourse, naturally preferring to keep his breakthroughs under wraps. With this thought in mind, she chose not to press further and adopted a demeanor of feigned belief. The next moment, Luo Yunj handed her the roasted fish, as if to say that her trust was all that mattered. "By the way, is your physique that of a treasure body from the array master lineage?" he inquired as she accepted the fish. "Yes," Guan Mengtao nodded, taking a small bite of the fragrant roasted fish, the tender meat sizzling with juices. Delicious enough to make her eyes sparkle. She savored several bites, her face radiating satisfaction, before continuing, "Senior brother Luo, why do you bring this up all of a sudden? From what you've described, it seems that I can traverse most arrays freely, which is why I fell into this one." Luo Yunj smiled and explained thus, "I believe you should be an array master." Upon hearing this, Guan Mengtao felt a sense of helplessness. Luo Yunj was admirable in every way, handsome, kind, and attentive. The only issue was that he seemed to have hidden his talents too deeply. Did he truly think her naive? Nevertheless, she played along, saying, "I see. So you want me to help you out? Smart." Luo Yunj gave a thumbs up, saying, "Junior sister, you know that second senior sister let me in here to seek a method of cultivation." He spoke with a tinge of innocence. Who would have guessed that upon entering, I would become trapped until now? At this moment, Guan Mengtao paused her work of eating fish. According to Luo Shixiang's implication, his concealed cultivation abilities had even escaped the notice of Li Yushin, the goddess of Butian Peak. Goodness! Her eyes sparkled with the excitement of discovering a treasure in Luo Yunj. She even had a premonition that perhaps, despite being the last to enter the sect, Luo Shixiang could very well be the strongest among them at Butian Peak. "Junior sister?" Luo Yunj noticed Guan Mengtao's distracted gaze and felt a sense of discomfort wash over him. He had to remind her, She confidently declared, "Rest assured, Luo Shixiang. This is not difficult at all. Leave it to me. An opportunity that comes without cost should never be overlooked." Since Luo Shixiang wished to conceal his talents, she would cooperate with his performance, striving to leave a favorable impression on him. During their fish meal, although the calamity clouds outside had dispersed, the crowd gathered in large numbers, congregating from all directions. More importantly, many had witnessed a figure flying into the area earlier, only to vanish in the blink of an eye, as if evaporating into thin air. Some curious souls attempted to follow, but the illusions of the formation had already made them suffer greatly, not to mention the deadly traps that lay beyond. Yet the more they struggled, the more they believed that some extraordinary treasure must be hidden within, shielded by layers of formations. The previous thunderous tribulation hinted at a treasure that was rare to find in a century, if not a millennium. After all, there had been similar occurrences in the past. Thus no one considered that someone might be crossing tribulations within. Chapter 59. Treasure Hunters Outside the Array of the Desolate Mountains. Disciples from 3 factions gathered like a formidable assembly. Fearing exposure, Luo Yunj severed the connection to the formation after casting it, for revealing it would be utterly disastrous. Thus, it led to the 2 of them reaching the foot of the mountain, where they finally realized the situation beyond the array through their spiritual awareness. They exchanged glances, realizing that escaping was no longer feasible. Judging by the external circumstances, it appeared they believed that an extraordinary treasure had emerged, and their purpose was to seek it out. Guan Mingtao corroborated this suspicion, enlightening Luo Yunj with historical accounts passed down from their elders, recounting instances where the emergence of such treasures caused similar commotion. At this revelation, Luo Yunj felt utterly flustered. He had never anticipated that the disturbance he had created would attract such a multitude of people. Were these truly elite disciples from the 3 major sects? They seemed nothing short of fools. What perplexed Luo Yunj even more was the fact that he had deliberately chosen a location far from the ancient battlefield to avoid drawing attention, even steering clear of Fengxian. Yet, the outcome was still unexpected. Ultimately, it was Guan Mingtao who reassured him, "Rest assured, Luo Shixiang, these people lack array masters. They cannot breach our defenses. We simply need to find an opportunity to escape." However, before she could finish her sentence, a group of array masters soared to the forefront of the crowd, commencing their assault on the formation. Instantly, the atmosphere turned tense. It was clear to all that disciples skilled in the path of formation from the 3 factions had already arrived, and their hesitation to act likely stemmed from discussions on strategy. She awkwardly chuckled, attempting to salvage the situation. "Fear not, Luo Shixiang, in the realm of formations. I claim second place. No one dares to claim first." She then added silently in her heart, "Except for the senior sisters from Butian Peak." The disciples of Butian Peak were the Cr. Mi de la Cr. Mi, extraordinary beings not to be measured by ordinary standards. This was evident from Luo Yunj alone. Yet, it seemed heaven itself conspired against her. Just as her words fell, a crisp crack resounded. The outermost illusionary formation was directly shattered, its flags rendered useless. Guan Mingtao opened her mouth, uncertain of what to say. Even she felt a twinge of bad luck and chose not to speak further, her face betraying her embarrassment. Fortunately, Luo Yunj remained unfazed. The formation he cast was not truly unbreakable. The 3 sects had stood in the ZY domain for thousands of years. Only a few exceptionally gifted disciples could hope to inherit such a grand legacy. Thus, he was not astonished. If they could successfully dismantle the triple formation, there would be no need to worry about the array any longer, resulting in a joyous outcome for all. As for the happiness of those outside, it was of no concern to Luo Yunj. He was not familiar with them. They were merely passing by with his junior sister. As time passed, the 3 formations set by Luo Yunj were gradually dismantled, and throngs of disciples surged forth as if fearing they would miss out on a meal. Many even passed directly above the 2 of them. The reason so few noticed Luo Yunj and Guan Mingtao was entirely due to the hidden aura formation laid down by Guan Mingtao, which concealed them effectively. Watching the crowd rush toward the mountain peak, they exchanged knowing smiles, patiently waiting for the right moment to depart calmly. With the crowd driven by the desire to uncover treasures, they would surely turn the entire mountain upside down, making it the perfect opportunity for the 2 to leave unnoticed. Just as they were about to step forward, a thunderous roar erupted from the mountain. In an instant, massive rocks began to tumble, and the ground trembled, as if something monumental was about to emerge. Guan Mingtao, puzzled, suddenly felt Luo Yunj pull her behind a hillside, signaling her to activate the concealment formation once more. Cautiously, they peeked out to observe the scene. In the distance, several beams of light approached, brazenly making their way without any attempt to conceal their presence, seemingly unafraid of being discovered. Yet, the crowd was too engrossed in their treasure hunt to pay them much attention. The reason for Luo Yunj's caution stemmed from an unusual aura he sensed among these individuals, mixed with a powerful, ominous energy. Leading the group was a youth clad in the attire of the Xianyun Alliance, holding a compass as if he were an array master seeking a path. Behind him followed another young man, elegant and poised, much like a refined scholar. Following them were two women and another man, possibly the followers of the elegant young man. This group arrived at the very spot where Luo Yunj and Guan Mengtao had previously lingered. Lin Gongzi, according to the coordinates provided by your information. This should be the location, the compass-wielding youth noted with excitement. Upon hearing this, the one referred to as Lin Tian nodded slightly. Before he could speak, a tall, muscular youth behind him folded his arms and raised an eyebrow, exclaiming, "Did we find it?" "Yes, there's no doubt," the youth with the compass asserted confidently, patting his chest as he guaranteed. "Lin Gongzi, we have collaborated many times. You know I rely on this to make a living. I would never jeopardize my reputation. Rest assured." Lin Tian gently waved his folding fan, offering a warm smile that exuded a refreshing aura. This demeanor could undoubtedly charm many female disciples. However, compared to Luo Shixiang, he still fell short. Moreover, this fellow appeared to be a wolf in sheep's clothing, potentially harboring a sinister nature behind that gentlemanly facade. Such a character, outwardly a gentleman, yet inwardly a villain, was utterly detestable. Guan Mengtao mused, perplexed about the intentions of this group in arriving at this place. The thunderous calamity was instigated by Luo Shixiang. Thus there were no treasures to be found here. Those frantic individuals on the peaks were merely engaged in futile efforts. However, this group was different. They had come with a precise purpose. She turned to glance at Luo Yunj, only to find him wearing a grave expression, as if confronted with something of utmost importance. Just as Guan Mengtao was about to inquire, a piercing scream echoed. The compass youth suddenly widened his eyes, clutching his neck with both hands, yet blood continued to flow. "Why you?" he stammered, uttering a few words before his body crumpled to the ground like a broken kite. Alas, this secret must not be known by anyone. Lin Tian smiled faintly. Soon, they would all descend to accompany him. Though he appeared exceedingly benevolent, the words he spoke were chilling, imbued with an endless coldness. Chapter 60. The Sacrificial Flow Array. The valley was enveloped in an eerie stillness. The compass youth had departed from this beautiful world forever. Blood flowed like a lake, staining large patches of land, casting everything in an eerie crimson hue, utterly unsettling. Guan Mengtao abruptly covered her mouth, not from fear of the scene, but because in that fleeting moment, Lin Tian had suddenly turned to look in their direction. Witnessing this sight had caused her breath to falter, and the concealed aura formation revealed a fleeting trace of their presence. It was brief, yet had been detected. Just as she quickly regained her composure and concealed her aura, she recalled that during the exploration of the ruins, the three sects had established an ancient rule. While disciples could compete for treasures, they must never harm one another. Those who had transgressed this rule in the past were collectively silenced by the three sects, and there was no place for them in the Ziwei domain. Now, this group was brazenly committing murder, blatantly violating this prohibition. Such audacity left Guan Mengtao astounded, her mind momentarily stunned. It was only natural for her to slip up in such a situation. Luo Shixiang. She instinctively looked to her side, seeking his counsel. Deep down, she viewed Luo Yunj as a solid pillar, one whose cultivation and status surpassed her own. Relying on him could not be a mistake. "Observe the situation," were the only words from Luo Yunj. Seeing him maintain his calm demeanor allowed Guan Mengtao's heart to settle slightly. She reminded herself to gather her emotions. Luo Shixiang is still here. There is no need to panic. Regaining her composure, Guan Mengtao cast her gaze back. This group, not clad in the attire of any of the three sects, acted decisively and ruthlessly, effortlessly dealing with the youth who had guided them with the compass without alarming any of the other disciples. The question remained, if they were not disciples of the three sects, how had they infiltrated the ruins? It was reasonable to assume that three esteemed figures from the three sects were guarding the three cloud ships outside. Such an oversight would be improbable. Had they infiltrated from another location? Yet, she had never heard of other entrances to the ruins. If such existed, the supreme leaders of the three sects would have discovered them long ago. However, these questions would remain unanswered, as Lin Tian would not voluntarily disclose them to the two. At present, he apathetically observed the unfolding events. The woman in the combat attire, after cleaning and sheathing her long blade, produced a pristine jade vial and poured out a droplet of blue-purple liquid. Plop! The liquid fell upon the corpse of the compass youth. Within 5 seconds, A ghostly blue flame ignited from his body, rippling outward like water, gradually enveloping him entirely. Beneath that eerie flame, the corpse disintegrated like fragile paper, leaving no ashes behind. Burned to a crisp, a gust of wind swept through, scattering dust and concealing the last traces of blood. Xiao Shuang, it is your turn to activate the formation. Lin Tian lightly waved his paper fan, his expression still adorned with a smile, as if merely observing an inconsequential event. Understood. In response to his command, the elegantly dressed Xiao Shuang nodded, stepping forward with a formation disc in hand. A faint green light ignited in her eyes. Success. Moments later, joy illuminated her face. Without further ado, she channeled her spiritual energy toward the massive stone. Boom! The energy did not shatter the stone, but rather sank beneath it, absorbed by some invisible force. Rise! Xiao Shuang urged, continuing to summon the formation disc. As her hands moved in intricate patterns, the disc erupted with dazzling light, emanating waves of energy indicative of an activated formation. Boom! The earth trembled violently, causing the distant mountain peak to shake, countless rocks cascading down. With a resounding shout and the formidable energy from the formation disc, the massive stone sank into the ground. Subsequently, a more pronounced tremor reverberated beneath Luo Yunj and Guan Mingto's feet, as if something were about to emerge. Indeed, it was as a white jade pillar, exuding malice, erupted from the pit. Xiao Shuang stepped forward, placing the formation disc atop the white jade pillar, biting her finger to let a drop of blood fall upon it. Suddenly, an unearthly wind howled. Dust and debris swirled, nearly obscuring their vision, while the tremors intensified. By the command of my master, with my blood as the guide, I decree unseal. Gaogu Suang Wispa Incantisung. She appeared to be enveloped in spiritual energy, radiating an aura of blessing, bright and sacred. Yet, her actions were far from divine. With a soft sound, the compass erupted in radiant light. As this commotion unfolded, the white jade pillar began to tremble. Moments later, blood surged forth like a spring from within, spreading outward. This flow was not chaotic, but followed a precise pattern, spreading rapidly. In no time, it encompassed a vast expanse. Is this an array pattern? Guan Mingto furrowed her brows, an unsettling feeling creeping in her heart, as if sensing that something significant was about to transpire. She looked at Luo Yunj and asked Luo Shixiang, should we? Her words trailed off, but the implication was clear. This place could become perilous. Perhaps they should withdraw and observe the developments before making a decision. Even if these individuals intended to create calamity, they could seek assistance in time. However, Luo Yunj merely shook his head, sighing, it is too late. We cannot leave. Huh? Guan Mingto was bewildered. She hastily inquired, Luo Shixiang, why do you say that? The formation has yet to form. At our speed, we could still escape. Junior sister, in your studies of formations, have you ever encountered an array that can be activated without needing to be inscribed? Luo Yunj countered. How could that be? She initially thought to argue that an array without inscriptions was impossible, unless she abruptly halted, horror dawning upon her as she glanced at Lin Tian, her thoughts racing to complete the unspoken words. Unless it was a malevolent array that could be activated instantaneously, most of which involved sacrifices, thus not requiring pre-prepared formation discs. Gulp. Guan Mingto swallowed hard, a shiver running down her spine. Due to Luo Yunj's tribulation, many disciples believed there were treasures to be found, gathering in large numbers. Their ranks nearly constituted more than half of those who entered the ruins. If this formation were to activate, the consequences would be utterly unimaginable. Chapter 61. The Spirit Gathering Array. What is happening? A voice pierced the air, pointing towards the strange phenomenon beneath the mountain peak, exclaiming loudly. As he spoke, the ground trembled, and the earth echoed with a deep roar, causing a momentary upheaval that altered the very colors of the heavens and the earth. It was at this moment that the crowd realized the commotion created by Lin Tian and his companions had escalated significantly. When the white jade pillar emerged, an invisible force materialized as a veil, shrouding the area within a radius of more than 10 miles, unnoticed even by Luo Yunj and Guan Mingtao. It was only when the pillar began to ooze a vivid crimson liquid that the veil unveiled its presence, casting a faint blood-like hue, resembling a colossal bowl turned upside down, encompassing all individuals near the mountain peak. During this time, some disciples attempted to breach the barrier. However, when they recognized the danger and endeavored to retreat, it was too late. While entering was possible, exiting proved impossible. Open. Chao Qiushuang struck the formation plate with her palm, calling out loudly. As her voice resonated, the formation plate, soaked in blood, trembled violently before shattering into 5 pieces, which then floated upwards. She and the other 2 each took 1 piece, securing at their waists, leaving the remainder for Lin Tian. With this artifact, they would be safeguarded from accidental harm when the formation activated, allowing them to advance to the next stage. Suddenly, the crimson liquid from the white jade pillar began to dry up. Though it was not blood, but rather a manifestation of some stored spiritual energy, it appeared undeniably enchanting. Once the flow of this energy ceased completely, a crackling bolt of lightning erupted, swirling around the white jade pillar, threatening to extend beyond the formation. "This is bad," Chao Qiushuang exclaimed in alarm, hastily forming hand seals. "What is happening?" Lin Tian furrowed his brow and inquired. Once the formation activates, it draws forth some hidden, thunderous force from beneath the ground. It seems someone has undergone tribulation here. Chao Qiushuang explained, beads of sweat forming on her forehead. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Lin Tian disregarded everything else and waved his folding fan, sending over a dozen high-grade spirit stones radiating an alluring glow. A continuous stream of pure spiritual energy flowed into Chao Qiushuang's body, alleviating some of the pressure she felt. However, her complexion remained tense, for they were contending against the most ferocious thunderous energy wielded from the heavens above with unparalleled might. Fortunately, it was merely residual tribulation energy. With high-grade spirit stones as a source of replenishment, they were swiftly consumed by Chao Qiushuang. After expending considerable mental energy in a short span, she grew weak, gasping for breath, barely able to remain upright. Lin Tian, unrelenting, retrieved a vial of restorative pills from his storage device and passed it to her, then took over her responsibilities. Once the thunderous energy was purged, the white jade pillar returned to normal, and under Lin Tian's guidance, it activated even more swiftly, as if he were more familiar with the formation than Chao Qiushuang, the formation master. Suddenly, a resounding clatter of gears echoed from beneath the ground, one after another, as if a colossal mechanism lay hidden below. In the next moment, the approaching disciples from the 3 sects staggered mid-air, losing control and plummeting to the ground, their steps faltering, unable to maintain stability. Visible light emanated from their bodies, uncontrollably releasing spiritual energy from their dantian, which then merged into the white jade pillar under Lin Tian's command. "My cultivation, my spiritual energy, why can't I control it?" As the spiritual energy continued to be drained, the formation finally seemed to come alive, the vibrant crimson veil becoming strikingly clear and captivating. Only then did some individuals finally take note of the peculiar scene unfolding before them. What? Wasn't it said that a treasure would emerge? What is this? Forget about treasures. Worry about yourself first. Some finally recognized the formation with uncertainty. Curse be it. This is the Na Ling formation. What? Quickly, those of higher cultivation, join me in forming a counterformation to resist this crisis. Do you have a plan? Stop asking so much. Let us try anything. We have nothing to lose. With a central figure emerging, the crowd finally found a temporary means to resist, intertwining their powers to form various formations to slow the depletion of their spiritual energy. Although this approach proved somewhat effective, it merely addressed the symptoms rather than the root cause. In fact, the energy consumed by the formation was also being siphoned, meaning what originally required a single force now demanded double the effort to sustain. To put it succinctly, they were merely fighting like cornered beasts. Poor them. In their quest for treasure, they had failed to notice Lin Tian and his companions' activity from the start, which led to their current predicament. As for Luo Yunj and Guanmeng Tao, their situation was considerably better, as they had not been drained of spiritual energy, remaining undetected despite their close proximity. Thanks to Guanmeng Tao being a formation master, under Luo Yunj's guidance, they devised a formation pattern that integrated an aura-concealing element, tricking the Na Ling formation into overlooking their presence. As for the origin of this element, Luo Yunj had intended to explain, only to realize Guanmeng Tao wore an expression of understanding, indicating to him that she had misconstrued the situation. It was unclear when this misunderstanding had deepened to the point of becoming inextricable. A few minutes later, Lin Tian raised his head in satisfaction, gazing at the energy coalescing upon the white jade pillar, revealing a pleased smile. In the distance, the disciples who had formed the counterformation sensed a calming of the situation and immediately fled in the opposite direction, attempting to find a means of escape. However, the area within a 10-mile radius remained ensnared within the Na Ling formation. Where could they possibly escape to? Yet, not all were foolish. Several mid-tier cultivators steadfastly approached Lin Tian's position, unearthing the mastermind behind the chaos. They wasted no time and promptly launched an assault against Lin Tian and his companions. Believing that eliminating these individuals would dismantle the formation, ensuring their survival along with that of everyone within its confines, a true twofold victory. However, they overlooked several significant factors, such as the uncontrolled dissipation of spiritual energy and the strength of the hidden puppeteer. Chao Qiushuang and the remaining two effortlessly intercepted them, dispatching one of their number with ease within mere exchanges. The situation was decidedly unfavorable. Guan Mingtao wished to intervene, but was halted by Luo Yunj, who shook his head, signaling her to refrain from impulsive actions. Once the Na Ling formation activated, they found themselves at a natural disadvantage, especially since only Guan Mingtao was capable of combat. Should they act rashly, it risked exposing their powers while attempting to save her. Although the present crisis loomed large, Luo Yunj had weathered many storms before. With patience, they might yet turn the tide. Chapter 62. Zhuke Fumo Formation. Lin Tian stood before the white jade pillar. The battle around him raged fiercely, yet he did not cast a glance. Instead, he focused intently on the spiritual energy he had extracted, a strange smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Subsequently, he unfurled his folding fan, channeling all the spiritual energy into it. Astonishingly, this fan, of unknown material, withstood the immense energy without faltering. A gust of wind erupted around Lin Tian, stirring a tempest that sent the garments of those nearby fluttering uncontrollably, while dust and debris danced in the air. He released the fan, allowing it to hover in the air. Then, with sudden fervor, he formed intricate seals with both hands, pressing them to his brow as his eyes ignited with a fiery intensity. The sound of heartbeats resonated, not from his body, but emanating from within the fan, as though it were coming to life. "Activate!" Lin Tian suddenly shouted, his hands forming intricate seals as he manipulated the immense spiritual energy drawn from the folding fan. In the next moment, 5 streams of colorful spiritual power surged forth from the fan, coalescing into distinct beastly silhouettes that arranged themselves in the cardinal directions, occupying the positions of the 5 elements. Through the haze, one could vaguely discern the figures of Zhuke, Xuanwu, Baihu, and Qinglong, while the central figure remained indistinct. The 4 sacred beasts on the compass let out a resounding roar. Invisible ripples emanated outward, gradually drowning out the mechanical sounds of gears, resonating far into the distance. The tremors of the earth intensified. What had begun as a subtle quaking of gravel now escalated into a terrifying magnitude 7 or 8 earthquake, as if the ground might split at any moment. With a thunderous boom, the 5 beastly silhouettes shot forth, unerringly directed towards the mountain peak where Luo Yunj had previously undergone tribulation. A colossal explosion erupted, accompanied by the anguished cries of disciples who had failed to escape, as the entire mountain crumbled in an instant, engulfed in a cloud of dust that obscured the area, rendering visibility non-existent. "Young master?" A robust youth emerged from the smoke, accurately locating Lin Tian. Following closely behind were Chao Qiushuang and another woman clad in combat attire, seemingly having resolved their own battle. Upon seeing Lin Tian unharmed, they collectively exhaled in relief. As the dust settled, the majestic mountain had vanished. At the foot of the mountain, 5 towering statues emerged, with fragments of rock and soil cascading down, revealing faces long buried beneath the passage of time. 4 of these statues bore the likeness of the 4 sacred beasts, while the 5th, the largest, remained only half intact, its upper body severed by an unknown force. Nevertheless, it emanated a chilling and fearsome aura, noble, authoritative, and untouchable. In the midst of the 5 statues, a 1-meter-high stone platform was safeguarded by a layer of golden formations, remaining unaffected by the spirit-absorbing array. "Junior sister, the opportunity has arrived. It appears their target is this formation. You and I should await the chance to rescue others," Luo Yunj remarked, surveying the situation ahead. Indeed, Guan Mingtao nodded, her curiosity piqued. Senior brother, do you recognize this formation? To some extent, Luo Yunj did not deny. He had only encountered such a thing once over the endless expanse of time and believed it to be lost to history. Yet, he was astonished to find it still existed here. The origins of this relic seemed far greater than even the leaders of the three teachings had imagined, exceeding his expectations. By discerning the statues of the four sacred beasts and the patterns on the formation, he identified it as one of the four directions demon suppression arrays, specifically the Zhuke demon suppression array, which contained the essence of raging fire capable of vanquishing evil throughout the world, a technique long thought to be lost. The term demon suppression implied the containment of a malevolent entity within this place. The two exchanged glances and spoke in unison. That counterfeit demon? Perhaps it was not the same, but was undoubtedly connected. Otherwise, no one would know of the array hidden beneath this mountain. Even Luo Yunj, who had traversed the tribulation above, had been oblivious. A chilling howl erupted, an unprecedented primal aura emanating from the Zhuke demon suppression array. Lin Tian's expression shifted as he swiftly led his subordinates towards the outermost four sacred beast statues, preparing to unravel the formation. The spirit-absorbing array reactivated, providing an unceasing flow of energy for their endeavors. It was evident that the immense spiritual attack that had just detonated the mountain had released the underlying array. Yet, remarkably, the array remained intact. Let us proceed. Luo Yunj instructed Guan Mingtao to inscribe a miniature formation on himself. He then briefly explained, although she recognized the array. It was far from an ordinary Zhuke demon suppression array. Just one glance was enough for him to ascertain that Lin Tian and the others could not unravel its complexities. The Zhuke demon suppression array, being one of the four directions arrays, typically centered around fierce ground fire, manifesting the divine beast Zhuke through ancient array inscriptions, utilizing the beast's power to firmly suppress all malevolence until it was utterly eradicated. However, this particular Zhuke demon suppression array bore only a semblance to its counterparts, lacking any further similarities. Moreover, how could there be 5 statues in a 4 directions array? The additional statue could not have been added lightly. It was undoubtedly modified by a formidable being to confine that demon for countless years. Even now, its power remained tenfold diminished, yet still capable of maintaining its grip on the entity. Such a genius, Guan Mingtao marveled, feeling a sense of inferiority in her own understanding of formations, cultivated under her master's teachings. However, as she contemplated the implications, a shiver ran down her spine. Her garments dampened by cold sweat, gripped by fear. Stealing a glance, she noted that although the formation on the stone platform flickered ominously, its strength remained formidable. The wails emanating from within were profoundly unsettling, yet the distance to liberation remained insurmountable. What alarmed her was that, after such a prolonged era, paired with an astonishing array, the demon had still not been vanquished. Alternatively, perhaps the great being who altered the array had not anticipated that, to this day, the demon still lived and had even found a way to send out messages, urging others to come to its rescue. Chapter 63. Another counterfeit demon? As the two made their way to rescue others, one of the 4 sacred beasts, the Zhuke statue, exploded under Lin Tian and his companions' assault, shattering into debris that scattered across the ground. With the destruction of the sacred statue, the golden light of the Zhuke demon suppression array flickered and quickly dimmed, as if it had entirely ceased to function. Lin Tian's face brightened with hope, immediately signaling his subordinates to remain vigilant before advancing past the 5 statues towards the stone platform. Senior, Lin Tian paused on the steps of the platform, hands clasped, bowing respectfully, his demeanor and expression imbued with utmost reverence. He continued, "The promises I made on your behalf have been fulfilled. I implore you to remember your commitment." Lest, suddenly, an uncanny laughter resonated from the platform. Countless dark shadows surged forth from the periphery of the Zhuke demon suppression array, gradually coalescing into a figure towering over 10 meters high. Its form morphed like foam before stabilizing into the image of a graceful youth, a suppressed counterfeit demon. Upon emerging, he inhaled deeply, as if an ordinary mortal had stepped into a celestial realm, his expression becoming one of profound ecstasy, lingering in that state for some time. The scion of the Lin family. After a lengthy pause, he finally opened his eyes and gazed at Lin Tian, stating, The matters I agreed upon with your Lin family shall certainly be honored. However, with that, he suddenly reached out, gripping Lin Tian's throat from a distance, lifting him effortlessly into the air. Struggling to breathe, Lin Tian's complexion reddened swiftly. "Young master!" Chao Chiu Shuang and the others exclaimed, rushing forward without regard for Lin Tian's commands. Their formidable cultivation allowed them to swiftly ascend above the stone platform, launching a barrage of attacks. Various techniques and formations targeted the formidable demon while avoiding Lin Tian. "Haha!" The counterfeit demon scoffed dismissively, sneering. "Did you not inform them of the consequences of approaching me?" Lin Tian struggled passively, intermittently uttering a few words. "Don't. Run." After these words fell from his lips, it seemed he had exhausted all his strength. The false demon gripped his body, gradually exerting more force. As the sound of cracking bones echoed around them, and his expression twisted in evident pain. Unfortunately, it was too late. As he spoke, several subordinates were unable to retreat in time. Suddenly, the stone platform seemed to come alive. 3 shadowy tendrils emerged and swiftly pierced through the chests of the 3 individuals. Moreover, these tendrils writhed, draining the lifeblood and cultivation from them entirely. A gust of wind arose from an unknown source, turning the ceramic to dust, which danced away on the breeze, leaving no trace behind. "If you had made a vow, it seems you could not depart this ruin." Though Lin Tian's face flushed, there was no hint of sorrow, as if the deaths of the 3 were inconsequential to him. Yet in truth, the folding fan in his hand began to emit a glow. After all, the Naling formation was still under his command. "Dare you threaten me?" The false demon's dissatisfaction was palpable, his tone laced with a hint of murderous intent. He was about to strike again. Suddenly, the folding fan slipped from Lin Tian's grasp, expanding above him, absorbing the spiritual power drawn from the Naling formation, its might continuously increasing. The surface of the fan gleamed with a chilling light. It was not a weapon, yet it surpassed one. Under the gaze of the false demon, the fan sliced downwards. In the blink of an eye, he had no time to defend, and his body was cleaved through. Lin Tian seized the opportunity to breathe, breaking free from the false demon's control and landing on the stone platform. The false demon furrowed his brow, glancing at his abdomen. The line cut by the fan glowed with an eerie silver light, rendering him unable to absorb the malevolent energy to heal his body. "Good, good, good," he exclaimed in anger. "After all these years, I shall see what preparations the Lin family has made to withstand my wrath." Before his words could settle, countless shadows swelled from beneath the stone platform, like tentacles from the depths of hell, attempting to drag Lin Tian into the abyss. Despite the advantages provided by the Naling formation, prolonged combat could not compensate for the disparity in strength. After all, he faced a creature sealed for thousands of years. Should the opponent possess any hidden cards, a single misstep could lead to his demise. The likelihood of perishing here was terrifyingly high. Perhaps to validate his thoughts, the false demon looked down upon Lin Tian, saying, "Little child, do not forget, the Naling formation was bestowed upon your Lin family by me." As he spoke, he extended his arm. Upon hearing this, Lin Tian felt a sense of foreboding. Though he quickly reacted, it was too late. The control of the Naling formation was seized. Subsequently, the folding fan, deprived of spiritual power, lost much of its might and was swiftly engulfed by the tendrils. In the face of such an ancient demon, he truly was no match, and he had not anticipated that the creature, sealed for millennia, had lost little of its strength. With a mere wave, it had wrested control of the Naling formation from him. It was worth noting that this formation had already been enhanced by a master within the family. Even if it could be taken, it should not have faltered so instantaneously. Oomph. The false demon stepped down, making his way towards the edge of the stone platform. Lin Tian's fate was already sealed. One could not help but wonder if the Lin family had no one left. How could they send such a child to confront him? An ancient being sealed for thousands of years? Just as he was about to step off the platform, a mysterious humming sound emerged. The false demon collided with an invisible barrier. A flash of golden light flickered. The false demon barely caught a glimpse of a formation pattern that exerted a special suppressive effect on him, and then the fear rooted deep within his being surged again, causing his body to tremble and retreat uncontrollably. "Damn it!" he cursed, and a tendril shot out towards the edge of the platform. In an instant, several golden lights flickered. The tendrils spontaneously ignited, quickly disintegrating into dust, ceasing to exist. Following this encounter, The false demon's demeanor was anything but calm. He was all too familiar with this entity. Over the thousands of years he had been trapped here, it had repeatedly subjected him to the relentless torment of extreme flames, nearly leading to his demise on several occasions. This entity was none other than the true Zhuke Fumo formation. Useless. The false demon spat, commanding the shadowy tendrils to bring the barely conscious Lin Tian before him. He grinned, revealing blood-red teeth, appearing quite ghastly, yet still taunted. Old man, do you really think I'm a fool? Do you think I would approach you without preparation? Chapter 64. Turning the tables. The false demon was both furious and anxious. He had once roamed the continent unchallenged for countless years, never having fallen to a mere junior. Unexpectedly, after a lifetime of hunting, he was now being pecked in the eye by the very prey he pursued. I suppose you are still unaware? Lin Tian grimaced with a chilling smile, his voice incredibly ominous. The Zhuke Fumo formation that sealed you is altered by that master. And the formation has long since been moved. It is not the Zhuke statue you have always believed it to be. He spoke slowly. If it were not for the family's arduous efforts to locate that master's notes, do you think I would dare to be so bold today? Alas, haha, it matters not if I die. Senior, the opportunity you have waited thousands of years for is about to slip away. Haha, oof. The false demon gritted his teeth, his gaze filled with murderous intent that he could not conceal. Yet, the more he felt this way, the less he could act. Lin Tian's words were indeed correct. This opportunity had been meticulously planned over a millennium, waiting for the day he could escape and revel in the world. If he failed, with such commotion surrounding the Na Ling formation and the Zhuke Fumo formation, the major powers of the three teachings would surely be alerted. At that time, he, who had not fully regained his strength, would likely be forcefully suppressed before he could even escape the ruins. After a prolonged moment, the false demon's eyes regained their calm, as he forcibly suppressed all emotions. After all, he had no other choice. He coldly smirked. If that is the case, you need not die, but... As he spoke, he summoned more shadows from the ground, and along with them, a faint red malevolent energy flowed into Lin Tian's body. Ah! Lin Tian threw his head back, screaming in pain, his voice trembling from the depths of his soul. Kid, you are fortunate, the false demon said with a chilling smile, his expression resolute. He continued, if you endure this, you shall not only survive, but you may also gain unexpected benefits, possibly even achieving a state of coexistence between humans and demons, with your strength and potential greatly enhanced. Should you fail to endure, I shall accept it. At worst, I shall slumber for another few thousand years. With that, he focused intently on the transformation he was imposing on Lin Tian. This matter could not be taken lightly. Even he had to proceed with utmost caution, for a single misstep could lead to his utter annihilation. Meanwhile, Luo Yungu and Guanmeng Tao were oblivious to the dire situation unfolding. Together, they had managed to rescue the majority of the disciples to a relatively safe position and had communicated the array patterns to each of them to avoid the control of the Na Ling formation. Senior brother Luo, a voice called out. Luo Yungu turned towards the sound. From beyond a blood-red Na Ling formation, Feng Zian approached, holding the shattered cloud sword. Gazing at him across the formation, he surveyed the scene and said, Junior Sister Wan, everyone is here. How is the situation? In truth, he was quite perplexed. Given Luo Yunji's cultivation level, he should have been in the midst of defeating the Chaos Bringer and rescuing everyone by now. However, upon a moment's reflection, considering Luo Yunji's character, such a conspicuous display might very well lead to a loss of tranquility in the future, which made it more understandable. When Feng Zian beheld Luo Yunji directing Guanmeng Tao, he became increasingly convinced of his thoughts. Senior brother Luo, he truly moves me to tears. Calm in the face of danger, he still found time to instruct his junior sister, willingly passing the credit to others. Thus, he thought, an announcement is in order. Without a second thought, Luo Yunji declared, why not embrace a strong ally? It should have been communicated long ago. The current disciples appear rather lacking in intelligence. Little did he know that within the ruins, sending messages to the outside world required consuming a rare communication talisman, as ordinary means could not traverse the chaotic currents of space. To be fair, Luo Yunji had no way of knowing this. This expedition into the ruins had been thrust upon him by his second senior sister, Liu, leaving him in a state of utter confusion. Seeing Luo Yunji nod, Feng Zian did not ponder further, retrieving a high-grade, void-breaking talisman and activating it. He then tentatively stepped into the spirit-absorbing formation. Fortuitously, he had activated the talisman beforehand. Had he entered the formation first, it would have been all for naught. This spirit-absorbing formation permitted entry, but forbade exit. Alas, before Luo Yunj could intervene, he saw Fang Xian stepping inside. He felt speechless. Was his child foolish? Without time to chastise, he hastily instructed Guan Mengtao to inscribe a concealment array on him. Senior brother Fang. Guan Mengtao exclaimed joyfully upon seeing Fang Xian. Only then did she seem to realize something, pointing towards the spirit-absorbing formation and looking at Luo Yunj, coming to an understanding. No worries. Fang Xian replied nonchalantly. After all, with senior brother Luo here, they would undoubtedly be safe. Senior brother, allow me to introduce you. This is Fang Xian, the swordsmanship prodigy of Butian Peak, Guan Mengtao enthusiastically introduced. She also took the opportunity to inform them that among their peers, Fang Xian's strength was indeed exceptional. As she spoke, her expression radiated joy. With these two senior brothers present, the safety factor surged, and she suddenly felt no fear at all. However, once she finished speaking, she noticed the two seemed rather unsurprised. After a moment's hesitation, she curiously asked, Senior brothers, do you know each other? Senior brother Luo saved me a couple of days ago. Fang Xian succinctly replied. After all, he was still holding onto the shattered cloud sword, which had been gifted by Luo Yunj. Enough. This is not the time for idle chatter, Luo Yunj interjected, but for now, they had to accept their circumstances. With Fang Xian already inside, until the formation was breached, there was no way for any of them to exit. Even if they wished to turn back, it was impossible. We shall not waste the labor offered to us, he commanded. Xian, go gather everyone. Mengtao, join me. We shall study the method to break the array. Yes, they both replied in unison. Proceed with caution. I sense a terrifying aura accumulating. It cannot be underestimated. Luo Yunj cautioned. Understood. Fang Xian nodded solemnly, signaling his senior brother to rest assured. He was well aware of the situation. He then turned his attention to the disciples of the Longhuan Fudi, saying, Did everyone hear senior brother Luo's words? We did. Most of those present were from the younger generation and were naturally aware of Luo Yunj's reputation. Having just been rescued, they felt an even stronger sense of trust. Initially, they had only heard rumors of his abilities, but now, they all wholeheartedly accepted his prowess. Indeed, Fang Xian nodded, then scanned the other two sects, seeking out a few familiar, high-ranking disciples. Brother Zhao, Brother Yun, you have heard as well. Only by uniting can we increase our chances of victory. Chapter 65. Fate. Those mentioned exchanged glances, contemplated for a moment, and then nodded in agreement. It was a time of crisis, and disciples from the three sects should indeed stand together. Moreover, they were just saved by Luo Yunj, so they naturally owed him a debt of gratitude. However, they found it perplexing that this senior brother Luo mentioned by Fang Xian had no apparent cultivation. After a moment's thought, Zhao Yuntian finally voiced his question, Brother Fang, how is it that this esteemed senior brother possesses no cultivation? His words were vague, yet the implication was clear. Ahi! Fang Xian was about to respond when the disciples of Longhuan Fudi interjected. Senior brother Luo is the champion of our 9 Peaks debate. Do you understand? Despite his seeming lack of cultivation, he was able to take down Yi Fan of Taiqing Peak with ease. One of them recounted, I was there. He was a prodigy of saintly caliber, having reached the pinnacle of the King realm at a young age, possessing a pure yang sacred body, with an extraordinary future ahead. It was only fitting for him to crush the arrogant Yi Fan with a single strike. The crowd quickly conveyed Luo Yunj's grand image to the other two factions, each adding their account. Upon hearing this, Zhao Yuntian fell silent for a moment. He pondered, could it truly be so miraculous? He understood the significance of the 9 Peaks debate hosted by Longhuan Fudi. Otherwise, he would not be so astonished that someone without any apparent cultivation could obtain such glory. Almost instinctively, he reasoned, indeed, it must be so. If he could defeat a pinnacle king-level saint with a single move, his true strength must be greater, naturally surpassing that of his opponent. Coupled with the recent experience of being saved from peril, only such an explanation made sense. As he contemplated this, Zhao Yuntian suddenly realized that he had underestimated senior brother Luo's abilities. It was worth noting that he had already entered the Tribulation Emperor realm. Was there a need to advance further? He murmured, When did Longhorn Foodie produce such an extraordinary figure? He had received no prior news. It seemed he must pay more attention. Resolute, he exchanged glances with the others and decisively stated, "Then we shall follow Brother Fong's arrangements. We will certainly lend our full support." "Good." Fong Zian nodded. The group immediately began discussing their battle strategy. Meanwhile, Luo Yunj led Guan Mingtao along the edge of the formation. The array patterns they had drawn were relatively simple, yet they consumed the spiritual energy of the group and could not hold out for long. To successfully escape, they must first dismantle this spirit-absorbing formation. Soon, Guan Mingtao was eager to rush forward to destroy it, but Luo Yunj swiftly stopped her and earnestly explained, "Patience. This is not so easily dismantled. And this is not the true heart of the formation." "Huh?" Guan Mingtao looked perplexed. Luo Yunj shook his head and stepped forward. The white jade pillar had ceased bleeding, as most of the disciples had been rescued by Luo Yunj and his companions. Without targets, the formation could not continue to operate, falling into a semi-dormant state. This spirit-absorbing formation should not be overly complex. Given the earlier circumstances, the murderous patterns etched on the ground should only have two directions. Luo Yunj explained, surveying the vicinity of the white jade pillar. Although the earlier blood had vanished, the traces it left behind were still faintly visible, though they would soon be buried by sand. "Aha!" Luo Yunj's eyes lit up as he pointed to two diverging paths on the ground. "Junior sister, you head north, and I will go south. We shall simultaneously sever the endpoints, and that will break the formation." "Understood." Guan Mingtao completely forgot that she too was a formation master. She simply complied with Luo Yunj's instructions. As soon as he finished speaking, she dashed along the blood trail towards the north. Indeed, Luo Yunj's words proved true. Following this route a short distance, she soon spotted a small pool of blood bubbling beneath a pile of rubble. She held onto her senior brother's words, waiting for him to signal before activating the formation that would reduce this place to rubble. The ensuing explosion was deafening, and the core of the formation was utterly shattered. Soon, the crimson iron curtain began to recede, and the lingering disgust that had plagued her heart dissipated in that moment. The N-Elling formation was completely destroyed. Witnessing the success of their plan, Gu and MNGT immediately rushed towards Lu Weiying. However, in the next instant, she saw Lu Weiying soaring through the air towards her, and instinctively thought that her senior brother had finally dropped his disguise. It took her a moment to realize that her path was now dangerously aligned with Lu Weiying's, and she was no longer in control. "Lu Weihat si no de." Gu and MNGT called out involuntarily. Lu Weiying sighed inwardly, giving her a calming glance. If second senior sister L.Y. found out, his future of leisure might be in jeopardy. Before long, the two were forced to fly to the location of the ZH Chu FM formation. The counterfeit demon stood within the formation, coldly observing the two as they were ensnared by shadowy tendrils. Just a minute prior, LNTN had endured his trial, transforming into a hybrid of man and demon, allowing him free passage into the ZH Chu FM formation and enabling the counterfeit demon to exert a portion of its power from the outside. The moment the N-Elling formation was breached, he had locked onto Lu Weiying and Gu and MNGT, effortlessly summoning them. "You may proceed, but remember not to play any tricks." The counterfeit demon glanced at LNTN, indicating he could break the formation while subtly hinting, "Your current state of being is entirely in my hands." LNTN feigned terror, following the counterfeit demon's orders to search for the statue of the holy beast. Yet as he turned, a peculiar smile crept onto his lips. The counterfeit demon scrutinized the two before him, failing to notice that Lu Weiying, lacking any cultivation, drew more of its attention than Gu and MNGTO. After a fleeting glance, the demon inexplicably burst into laughter, uttering words that left Gu and MNGT momentarily stunned. "What a coincidence! Just when I thought I had destroyed a part of you. We meet again so soon. Little one, what do you say? Truly a fateful encounter." Chapter 66. A strange turn of events, huh? Gu and MNGT blinked in confusion as her mind began to race, a torrent of thoughts crashing over her like waves. After a moment, she cautiously inquired, "What do you mean, senior?" "Ha ha ha." The counterfeit demon laughed heartily, declaring, "Rest assured, I shall not go back on my word." At these words, Gu and MNGT let out a sigh of relief, only to hear the demon continue. "However, This young man may escape death, but he cannot evade punishment. His life may be spared, but a price must be paid. Senior, Gu Nim Ngto exclaimed anxiously, unable to contain herself. Observing her demeanor, the counterfeit demon suddenly recalled something and was about to speak when it noticed the formation markings on Gu Nim Ngto's hand. Such talent and comprehension. He couldn't help but soften, chuckling, I almost forgot. Gu Nim Ngto's eyes sparkled with hope at the prospect of a favorable turn in events. Yet, the counterfeit demon's next words caused her cheeks to flush. In a voice laced with temptation, it whispered, I almost overlooked that he is your ideal partner. I shall offer you another opportunity. If you take me as your master, your beloved may also live. What say you? At these words, Gu Nim Ngto was taken aback. Stealing a glance at Lu Weiying, she found his expression remained calm, which filled her with newfound courage. With a mix of trepidation, she replied, Thank you for your kindness, senior, but I already have a master. I cannot, The counterfeit demon interrupted nonchalantly. Our fate seems far from over. As we meet again today, I shall soon be free. Why not add joy to joy? Little one, while I have yet to change my mind, consider it carefully. With that, the demon departed, overseeing LNTN as he broke the formation. Once the ZH2FM formation was dismantled, these children would be entirely at his mercy, mere playthings. In that instant, as the N-Elling formation was shattered, the previously oppressive mood transformed into one of elation. After the counterfeit demon left the center of the stone platform, Ngto, her cheeks slightly flushed, looked at Lu Weiying and transmitted, Lu Sh11ing, what should we do? Do not rush. Let us observe the changes. Lu Weiying replied with an air of calm, gesturing for her to move a bit closer, which she did. Yet, her worry persisted, Lu Sh11ing. Should we not take action? Faced with such a formidable counterfeit demon, it would be false to claim she was unafraid. As time passed, her internal turmoil and dread only grew. Simultaneously, Gu and Ngto recognized the gap between herself and her senior brother, the disparity in their resolve. Remaining composed in perilous situations and maintaining a calm mind and heart are qualities inherent to great cultivators and foundational to the path of cultivation. Had Lu Sh11 not been there, she would have surely lost her composure and spoken indiscriminately. Alas, why is the gap between people so vast? Gu Nim Ngto pondered distractedly when she suddenly heard Lu Weiying's voice. Now, Gu Nim quickly break free from these tendrils. Gu Nim Ngto initially hesitated, but she promptly complied. Quietly activating the formation disk, streams of spiritual light surged forth, and the previously formidable tendrils crumbled like paper at her touch. Quickly, Lu Weiying swiftly pulled her back to the edge of the stone platform opposite the counterfeit demon, handing her several formation flags. These are the saint level. Gu Nim Ngto recognized their origin and, without hesitation, utilized her instinctive skills to activate the flags. Erecting the formation. Before long, a pale blue barrier enveloped them both. Invisible waves radiated, creating ripples that concealed their forms. In this moment, Gu Nim Ngto finally had the opportunity to assess the situation afar. As Lu Weiying led her away, the spot they had just vacated was violently pierced by a tendril that penetrated the ground. Penetrated? She wondered in confusion. Isn't that the power of the counterfeit demon? How could it be? When she looked back at the location of the counterfeit demon, her mouth fell open in shock as she instinctively glanced at Lu Weiying. Perhaps only he could elucidate the reasoning behind all this. As anticipated, Lu Weiying explained, the ZH2FM formation is about to collapse. With his declaration, a sound akin to a cork being pulled from a bottle echoed. The ZH2FM formation began to crack, devoid of any flamboyant transformations. It fell apart like autumn leaves cascading from treetops, as if it were the most natural occurrence. Shards rained down, stirring a breeze that caused the counterfeit demon's form to sway gently. It was then that Gu Nim Ngto realized the demon's body had inexplicably transformed into a puddle of sludge, as if it were nothing but a mere skin left behind. Now, that will be entertaining. Lu Weiying suddenly chuckled. In previous lifetimes, a rumor had circulated that a certain supreme being in a vast domain had offended an indescribable figure, who came to their doorstep and forcibly transformed the supreme being into a grotesque monster, sealing them forever to endure both physical and spiritual torment, a fate worse than death. Vaguely, he recalled that this supreme being was also a practitioner of the art of formations, and it was this very oversight that had led to their grave error. The specific reasons for this have long since faded from Liang's memory, yet this does not impede his ability to correlate the matter with the present circumstances. Guan Mingtao wore a puzzled expression, feeling as if she were the only outsider in this scenario. As she gazed at the unfolding scene, Lin Tian transformed into a being neither human nor ghost, soaring into the air and standing defiantly before the false demon, grinning with a sinister delight. Senior. Sometimes even the insignificant can defy the heavens. His gaze was devoid of warmth, seemingly encased in the chilling essence of ice that had endured for millennia. This true entity had plotted for thousands of years, willing to pay any price to seize the boy's body and endure the agony of transformation. For the sake of your abilities, what suffering could possibly compare? Alas, your arrogance will ultimately pave the way to your own grave. As he spoke, Lin Tian's visage began to shift. Initially, he resembled the false demon, morphing into a fiery, spectral form before continuously altering his shape, ultimately settling into the guise of a middle-aged man with black hair. Suddenly, a voice resonated from the center of the stone platform. Upon hearing it, the middle-aged man's countenance changed dramatically as he began to scan his surroundings, panic etched across his features. Junior, my experiences far exceed the time you have dedicated to your cultivation. Do you truly believe I could be so easily deceived by mere possession technique? It was merely a ruse. I must thank you for dismantling this formation, allowing me to re-emerge into the world in a true sense, which is no small favor. Yet, your foolish actions cannot salvage your pitiable life. Moments later, the sigils of the Zhuke Fumo formation on the stone platform began to glow once more. However, the formation did not erect its protective barrier. The light from the sigils shifted from golden to a faint crimson, quickly giving birth to streams of malevolent energy that enveloped the stone platform like clouds. A gentle breeze stirred. With a sudden force, the middle-aged Lin Tian unleashed a strike infused with the might of the Jiahuang realm, manifesting as countless long blades hurtling toward the stone platform. The overwhelming assault threatened to reduce the area to ruins. Unfortunately for him, events did not unfold as desired. Amidst the swirling malevolence, a withered arm emerged from the void, effortlessly halting the myriad blades, which shattered into fragments instead. As his attack was thwarted, Lin Tian coughed up blood, his eyes wide with terror as he gazed below. Your power remains unscathed? How could this be? The arm that had dismantled Lin Tian's assault then dug forcefully into the stone platform, its flesh tightening as if to forcibly extract something hidden below. A clear sound resonated, akin to the unsealing of a long-buried entity. A torrent of crimson malevolence surged forth alongside the emergence of a figure, engulfing the stone platform in a sea of dark energy. Upon closer inspection, the figure appeared disheveled and gaunt, resembling a near-death elder. He regarded Lin Tian in the sky with a gaze that bore the weight of pity, as if observing a tragic gesture. Alas, why do you persist in failing to think critically? Do you truly believe such easy opportunities exist in this world? Nevertheless, I must express my gratitude for facilitating my escape. I can afford to grant you clarity in death. If you have questions, ask them swiftly, for my time is limited. Upon hearing this, Guan Mingtao opened her mouth, her scalp tingling with dread. Just as she prepared to inquire of Liang, he swiftly covered her mouth, shaking his head gravely, signaling her to remain silent. Concurrently, his own demeanor grew serious. This conspiracy, which had been unfolding all along, was only now commencing in earnest. What horrified him was that, at the moment the figure appeared, Lin Tian had already turned to flee without hesitation. Ask away. This is your final opportunity. Lin Tian struggled, yet the bindings only tightened, his strength waning. The earlier possession of the false demon's form seemed to falter at that moment. No matter how hard he tried, he could not break free. After a prolonged silence, Lin Tian sighed, his expression aging decades in an instant, his spirit collapsing entirely. He resigned himself, asking, "So, was this all part of your scheme? Well done for finally grasping the truth." The man nodded, his voice softened. When I was initially suppressed here, I too fell into despair, driven mad for countless eons. Believing my existence was at an end. However, as time passed, I regained my senses and sought ways to save myself. This endeavor was arduous and lengthy. Yet I succeeded in not only expelling the false demon from my body, but also formulating a brilliant plan. Hearing this, Lin Tian's visage turned ashen. He continued, "So, it was the Lin family's young man who encountered your fragment, and it was not even you, merely the fragment of that false demon." As he spoke, his eyes widened in horror, disbelief washing over him. "But how can you be certain that those fools from the Lin family could locate the records left by that great being?" "I do not know," the man chuckled, revealing his white teeth. "But isn't it true that you are the one who has taken the bait? My time is ample. Whether it takes years or even millennia, I can wait." He elaborated. "That old wretch likely never anticipated that by imprisoning me here, he inadvertently provided me with the means to break free through the formation generated by the array." As Liyang and Guan Mingtao absorbed this harrowing tale, Liyang remained composed, while Guan Mingtao began to panic, her mind racing with visions of a future where she was captured by this enigmatic powerhouse. Had it not been for Liyang's presence, she would have felt utterly lost. "Let us depart." With that, Liyang took a step forward, signaling for Guan Mingtao to follow him away. The unfolding events had far exceeded their expectations. This formidable being had not only escaped annihilation, but had also transcended the state of being neither human nor demon, advancing his cultivation once more. All this talk of false demons and the Zhuke Fumo formation was merely a prelude orchestrated by him. Only this stone platform was the true site of suppression, a work of that great being. Everything else was the result of this individual covertly manipulating the fragment of the false demon, including the earlier encounter Guan Mingtao had experienced. Those lesser entities, as Guan Mingtao had described, barely reached the Huang realm, hardly drawing the attention of major factions. Given this man's meticulous nature and immense patience, it was likely the detection would also spell trouble. As Liyang's voice trailed off, they had scarcely taken a step when his greatest fears materialized. The man suddenly turned, his gaze piercing through the saint-level formation, fixating intently on Liyang and Guan Mingtao. With a crushing motion, he shattered Lin Tian as effortlessly as one might crush an ant. As Lin Tian's body disintegrated like porcelain, turning to dust scattered in the crimson sea, waves of pure energy flowed into the man's form, rejuvenating him with radiant vigor, rendering him youthful once more. "Think you can escape?" The man sneered. He had previously overlooked them due to the saint-level formation. But should Liyang and his companion inadvertently reveal their presence, they would shine as brightly as fireflies in the night. With a resounding crash, the man reached out, and the blood-red sea surged to life, crawling upon the saint-level formation until it gradually revealed its true form. In the next moment, the formation was devoured piece by piece, accompanied by a crisp sound of tearing. The silhouettes of Liyang and Guan Mingtao were also exposed. Two individuals, caught in a moment of urgency, hastily fled into the distance. However, only Guan Mingtao managed to escape, compelled by the words left behind by Luo Yunj, urging her to quickly seek Fang Xian and inform everyone to evacuate at once. They must hold out until the arrival of the second senior sister, Liu, as it was their only glimmer of hope. Meanwhile, Luo Yunj hovered in the air, his expression a tapestry of complex emotions as he gazed downward. After enduring a prolonged existence in this life, it was the first time he had acted with such fervor, relinquishing the chance to escape for his junior sister. Presently, the formidable presence beneath him had transcended into the supreme realm, while Luo Yunj himself barely stood at the emperor's level. In a confrontation, the outcome was all too clear. Yet, engaging in such a battle against an opponent of a higher realm left him with uncertainty. However, he resolved to endure until the arrival of the second senior sister. With this thought, Luo Yunj's countenance transformed into one of unwavering determination. In the face of impending conflict, concentration was paramount, and his resolve must become unshakable. Should he subconsciously accept defeat, how could he hope to seize that fleeting chance for survival and orchestrate a miraculous turnaround? Of course, his aspirations were not excessively lofty at this moment, thereby reducing the challenge considerably. In an instant, Luo Yunj surged towards the mysterious man, and around him materialized a plethora of treasures. From the Emperor realm to the Saint realm, from battle flags to various weapons, his arsenal was indeed vast. Intriguing. The mysterious man regained his composure, narrowing his eyes as he observed Luo Yunj with a hint of astonishment. He had not anticipated this strikingly handsome youth to possess an obscured level of cultivation. It was evident he must have some extraordinary treasure or secret technique. Thus, a fervent glint sparkled in the man's eyes. Acquiring such an artifact would undoubtedly be advantageous, both presently and in the future. As Luo Yunj approached with his burgeoning power, the mysterious man slowly raised his hand, preparing to extinguish this youthful contender and claim the secret for himself. Yet, in the next moment, his expression froze. At that instant, Luo Yunj began to speak, forming a name with his lips, though no sound escaped. The name brought forth a shock to the mysterious man, leaving him momentarily paralyzed. Seizing this opportunity, Luo Yunj unleashed a torrent of attacks, recklessly directing them at the mysterious man. The crimson sea upon the stone platform attempted to resist autonomously, but was swiftly purified, as the attack bore an exceedingly pure force capable of cleansing the malevolent energies. As Luo Yunj's assault descended, the intricate formations on the stone platform began to crumble, innumerable stones shattering into dust, cascading around them and giving rise to a colossal mushroom cloud. Had he succeeded? No, this strike would at most merely injure him. Luo Yunj was acutely aware of the overwhelming disparity in their realms. To slay his opponent would be an arduous endeavor. If not for that name, this terrifying strike would have yielded no effect. Indeed, at that critical moment, the name he invoked was that of an indescribable figure, the very presence that suppressed the mysterious man. Uttering the name would stir the forces of causality, compelling him to resort to such measures. Fortunately, the mysterious man discerned this, comprehending its significance. Excellent. The mysterious man's voice resonated, and countless clouds of dust were forcefully parted, revealing a figure at the center, a hint of blood at the corner of his mouth. He gazed at Luo Yunj, his eyes a tempest of madness interlaced with confusion. With a frenzied demeanor, he shouted, "Brat, tell me how you know that name." The incident from the past had become his inner demon, a subject too perilous to broach. Luo Yunj remained silent, gradually channeling his spiritual power, preparing to strike once more. "You naive boy, if you speak, I will spare your life. Otherwise..." The mysterious man indeed made his move, unleashing an overwhelming torrent of spiritual energy towards Luo Yunj, determined to subdue him. Just as he uttered those words, Luo Yunj's expression brightened, as if he had sensed something. In a mere breath, he concealed all his belongings, his cultivation entirely masked. Instantly, he transformed into an ordinary, powerless being plummeting onto the stone platform. The mysterious man's attack missed its target. As he pondered this, an incongruous feminine voice resonated, imbued with a hint of inquiry. "Oh? What'll you do then?" Alarm bells rang in the mysterious man's mind, a sudden warning of danger. Before he could act, a gust of wind swept through the skies. A dark cloud, appearing from nowhere, loomed over the stone platform. Drip! A raindrop fell, striking the stone surface littered with debris, followed by an increasing downpour, creating a cacophony of sounds. Amidst this melodious chaos, a woman of exquisite stature emerged upon the stone platform. In her 30s, her hair elegantly styled into an intricate bun, she exuded an air of noble grace. Her celestial beauty, capable of eclipsing even the fairest of beings, now bore a trace of fury, her eyes aflame with an icy intensity. Second senior sister. As Luo Yunj landed on the stone platform, he found himself in a disheveled state, hastily smearing grime across his face. In a pitiful manner, he called out, quickly rising to point at the mysterious man, lamenting second senior sister. It was him. He almost. Liu appeared momentarily taken aback, yet she swiftly channeled her spiritual energy, adjusting Luo Yunj's collar with care. Then, in a gentle tone, she remarked, "You have endured much. Leave the rest to your senior sister." Suddenly, a resonant voice echoed, belonging to another supreme, Zheng Yuqing, who had just arrived. "All right. Senior sister will escort you out." Liu gracefully raised her delicate hand, enveloping Luo Yunj in soft spiritual energy, guiding him towards the exit of the ruins. Sensing the shift in circumstances, the mysterious man cunningly prepared to flee. Zheng Yuqing was about to intervene when Liu stopped him, her gaze indifferent as she watched the shadow of the mysterious man retreat, as if observing a mere specter. "You go assist the other disciples. This one is mine." With that, her figure vanished abruptly. The rain in the heavens ceased abruptly, and the dark clouds began to disperse at an astonishing speed. Outside the ruins, Luo Yunj found himself passively landing on the cloud ship belonging to the Longhuan Fudi. Before he could steady himself, he heard two familiar voices in unison, Luo Shixiao. Turning, he saw Fang Zian and Guan Mengtao. In a moment of indecision, he approached them with a forced smile. "Ah, it is you, Fang Shidi and Guan Shimi. Are you both unharmed?" What began as a polite inquiry transformed into a heartfelt sentiment, stirring emotions within them. Tears welled up. Luo Shixiang had bravely faced danger alone, yet still prioritized their well-being, leaving them profoundly moved. "I'm truly overwhelmed." Fang Zian and Guan Mengtao exchanged glances, their thoughts in perfect alignment. "We are all fine," they exclaimed in unison. Furthermore, Fang Zian added, "Rest assured, Luo Shixiang, the majority of the disciples we rescued are safe and sound." "Yes, indeed," Guan Mengtao chimed in. "Except for a few unfortunate souls who were caught unprepared when the mountain exploded and sustained minor injuries. The vast majority are lively and well." Observing the admiration etched on the faces of the two individuals, coupled with their words, Luo Yunj could hardly remain oblivious to their thoughts. His heart sank in silence. At that moment, a throng of figures suddenly encircled him, enveloping the trio like a dense fog. "Thank you, Senior Brother Luo. Your life-saving grace shall never be forgotten." The crowd exclaimed in unison. What a predicament! Luo Yunj thought to himself that this was not the script he had anticipated. It was clearly Fang Zian who had taken action, and it was Guan Mingtao who inscribed the array. So how could these accomplishments be attributed to a mere mortal like him? Unbeknownst to him, fueled by their own imaginations, everyone unanimously regarded Luo Yunj as the primary benefactor. This was unmistakable, evident from the expressions and actions of Fang Zian and Guan Mingtao, a veritable proof of their acknowledgement. Clearly, Luo Yunj remained unaware. Among the disciples of his generation, his reputation had reached its zenith, leaving him with no choice but to awkwardly gaze at the crowd. After a prolonged silence, Luo Yunj forced a stiff smile and declared, "Everyone seems to be mistaken. This success is entirely due to junior brother Fang and junior sister Guan. You ought to express your gratitude to them." Fang Zian and Guan Mingtao were momentarily taken aback. Luo Yunj's statement effectively recognized their achievements while simultaneously distancing himself from the accolades. By doing so, he rendered all the glory irrelevant to him. Guan Mingtao could not help but interject, "Senior Brother Luo, is this truly well considered?" "The two of us," yet before she could finish, she caught sight of Luo Yunj's deliberately stern expression, as if to convey that the decision was final and unalterable, urging them to await their rewards. However, Guan Mingtao, with her gentler disposition, still felt uneasy. As she parted her lips to speak, Fang Zian swiftly restrained her arm. He shook his head and whispered, "You know Senior Brother Luo's temperament. Let us heed his words, lest we bring shame upon him." Upon hearing this, Guan Mingtao relinquished her thoughts and acquiesced to Fang Zian's counsel. What Senior Brother Luo says is indeed wise. With the situation now settled, the crowd swiftly shifted their praise to Fang Zian and Guan Mingtao. Those with discerning eyes could easily see that these two rising stars of the younger generation had garnered Luo Yunj's approval, paving their way to becoming figures of prominence. If not now, when would they seize the opportunity to ingratiate themselves? Subsequently, Luo Yunj sought an excuse to distance himself from the crowd and found a secluded spot to rest. No one found this peculiar. On the contrary, they believed it only natural for Senior Brother Luo to take a moment to recuperate after his exertions, thus refraining from pursuing him further. Only Fang Zian and Guan Mingtao watched Luo Yunj's departing figure, their hearts heavy with emotions. It was evident that Luo Yunj was the true genius deserving of the spotlight, yet he willingly transferred the accolades to his younger disciples. How could one not be moved by such selflessness? To put it succinctly, his warmth made them weep. This act inadvertently won him the unwavering loyalty of the two disciples. Naturally, he remained blissfully unaware of this development. Interpersonal relationships? They would only serve as stumbling blocks on the path of his indifference. Having one Mountain Peak's elder sister was already a source of headaches. He wished to avoid any further complications, desiring to remain as inconspicuous as possible. This expedition into the relics had yielded little but silent devastation and hardship. Sigh. Leaning against the window of the cloud ship, Luo Yunj felt an overwhelming sense of melancholy. With the cultivation of his second elder sister, Liu, it was likely she had sensed the changes within him the moment she stepped into the relic. The ensuing question was how to alleviate her suspicions if he wished to continue his laid-back approach to life. Just as Luo Yunj wrestled with his indecision, a tremendous wave of energy erupted from the entrance of the relic, infused with a terrifying supreme pressure that toppled mountains and shattered trees, sending debris tumbling. The protective shield of the cloud ship activated autonomously, shielding the young disciples from the overwhelming force. Luo Yunj raised his gaze. Such formidable power could only signify the unleashing of a powerful technique. Among the three supreme beings from the three sects, including Liu, two had already entered, leaving little suspense regarding the outcome of the battle. The mysterious figure, once a supreme being, now merely maintained a semblance of that power, making it unrealistic to take on two foes at once. Two factors fueled Luo Yunj's confidence. The first was his second elder sister, Liu. The second was his petite master. One was the goddess of Butian, having attained the supreme realm and previously besting two other supreme beings. Her strength was unparalleled. The other had once been a formidable figure from the upper realms, and under her rigorous standard for disciples, only those of exceptional talent would catch her eye. The combination of innate talent and cultivation had forged the current Liu. Challenging opponents beyond one's tier would likely be as effortless as eating and drinking, especially against someone who had been suppressed for so long and had not yet regained their strength. Suddenly, the entrance to the relic trembled. Two silhouettes burst forth like beams of light. Among them, a pale blue figure swiftly approached Luo Yunj and landed gracefully in the room. It was none other than his second elder sister, Liu. Second elder sister, Luo Yunj blinked, taking in her presence. Her delicate face, framed by enchanting features, radiated warmth, and her slightly parted crimson lips released gentle breaths as her alluring form rose and fell. Aside from a few singed edges on her blue and white dress, she appeared virtually unchanged. In terms of visible signs of battle, they were hardly discernible to the naked eye. A clash at the supreme level would typically leave behind a cataclysmic aftermath, yet Liu seemed unperturbed, as if nothing had transpired. Either there had been no conflict, or she had completely dominated her opponent. Given the slight alterations to her attire and prior conjectures, Luo Yunj surmised that the latter possibility was far more likely. He approached with a playful grin, exclaiming, "Welcome back from your victorious return, second elder sister." As he spoke, he poured a cup of tea and offered it to her, displaying a demeanor more akin to a servant than a junior disciple. Liu responded nonchalantly. She casually accepted the cup and settled into a nearby pear blossom chair, casting several glances at Luo Yunj. How does junior brother know I have returned victorious? What if I had failed and allowed that fellow to escape? This caught Luo Yunj off guard, and he thought to himself, why is second elder sister deviating from her usual demeanor? Where has that gentle sister gone? Could she have been possessed? He silently cursed inwardly but maintained a composed facade, responding smoothly, "Elder sister, your skills are unmatched. Handling a little demon who has been suppressed for years would surely result in success. How could there be any chance of failure?" At his words, Liu shot him a sidelong glance, almost amused, saying, "Unfortunately, you may be disappointed." What? Luo Yunj was momentarily stunned, overwhelmed by the weight of the revelation, and unknowingly sank into a chair. Observing the shift in his expression, Liu found amusement and secretly chuckled, finishing her tea. The aroma of the leaves burst forth on her palate, while simultaneously, a familiar yet perplexing voice echoed in her mind. "Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Second elder sister must be joking with me. How could two against one possibly lose?" This was clearly a winnable scenario. Even if Heir Shiji were alone, she should possess sufficient strength to subdue him. Where could the oversight lie? Could it be that this individual still has a hidden agenda and truly intends to let him escape? Indeed, as Liu listened to these murmurs and gazed at the figure of Luo Yunj before her, she could draw a connection. Yet, an unsettling premonition gnawed at her. The opponent was still alive, merely concealed within some corner of the ruins, undiscovered. Ah, so it is. Luo Yunj suddenly felt a wave of relief wash over him. His master surely would not wish for his downfall, would he? In any case, if that individual were to emerge, Luo Yunj would face a bleak future. It was somewhat unfair to blame Luo Yunj for uttering that name. Having been suppressed for so many years, anyone would go mad if confronted with information regarding their sole enemy. After all, this was the only clue laid directly before him, as if asking him whether he desired it or not. Who could withstand such a test? At present, Luo Yunj exhaled. The sensation of the blade dancing upon its tip dulled somewhat, and he recounted the events he had encountered with Guan Mengtao. Thus, this fiend possesses a doppelganger? Li Yu's eyes flickered, revealing a contemplative expression. She asserted, "It seems this ruin is no longer a place to linger. The quest for treasures must be halted, and we must take time to sort through this matter." Indeed, Luo Yunj nodded eagerly, like a chick pecking a grain. This was the life he had longed for. In time, Heir Shiji would surely remain here to oversee things, and he would no longer be disturbed atop Butian Peak. With this thought, he began to envision a bright future. Meanwhile, listening to the intermittent complaints, Li Yu had almost confirmed that these sentiments stemmed from Luo Yunj. She felt a sense of surprise within her heart. Even after countless years of cultivation, this was her first encounter with such a circumstance. She then spoke. "Junior brother, although this journey must be abruptly terminated, did you acquire any gains?" Upon hearing this, Luo Yunj's heart tightened. The inevitable had arrived. Yet he was undeterred. As the saying goes, one must overcome every obstacle that arises. How could a man of valor succumb to fear? He instructed the system to adjust his concealed cultivation from that of an ordinary mortal to the initial stage of qi refinement, just enough to provide a faint yet tangible presence. Thankfully, he succeeded in breaking through the mirror and stepping into the qi refinement realm. Luo Yunj stated earnestly. This was his intended plan. If he remained as a mere mortal, others might still presume he was a hidden powerhouse, veiling his aura to play the fool. Now, revealing a modicum of strength, he still appeared as a small ant among his peers. It would not raise any eyebrows, merely eliciting thoughts of, "Oh, why is this person's cultivation so weak? Could he truly be a waste?" In this manner, he could avoid drawing attention, even if a hint of notoriety emerged. Time would render it inconsequential. Oh, Li Yu attentively sensed, and it seemed indeed true. A faint stream of spiritual energy circulated within Luo Yunj, albeit weak. It was undeniably real. Just as she was about to feel pleased, she heard a distinct inner voice resonate. "Qi refinement stage, it is reasonable to wield some treasures, is it not? One must admit, this seems more credible than being a mere mortal, as it allows one to comfortably embrace the title of a waste." Li Yu's lips twitched. She gained a new understanding of Luo Yunj's shamelessness and audacity. As the scion of Butian Peak and an heir to the Dao lineage, how could he not strive for cultivation and progress, instead dreaming of idleness? This was wholly inappropriate. Within the Longhuan Blessed Land, and even throughout the entire Ziwei domain, countless individuals aspired fervently to join Butian Peak, regarding it as an honor and pride. Alas, Li Yu sighed inwardly. Yet, she resolutely decided that even if Luo Yunj was a mere ordinary mortal, it could be tolerated. However, if he was indeed concealing his strength and abilities, such behavior was absolutely unacceptable. He must be encouraged to rise. If the master lacked the time to instruct him properly, then, as his senior sister, it was her duty to rectify this situation. After all, she could hear his thoughts and manipulate him as she wished. With this in mind, Li Yu smiled and nodded. Luo Yunj, believing he had successfully deceived her, also smiled and nodded. Little did he know, a new torment awaited him. Chapter 71. The Lost returns to the right path suddenly. A knock echoed through the air. "Gumin." Li Yu reined in her smile and called out. "Talp, talp." Fang Xian and Guan Mengtao entered with several others, surprised to see Li Yu present. They quickly greeted her. "Greetings, senior sister Li, senior brother Luo." Li Yu nodded and inquired, "I have heard that you performed admirably within the ruins. Do you have any rewards in mind?" At her words, Fang Xian and the others fell silent for a moment. He then spoke. "It was all thanks to senior brother Luo's guidance. I, as a junior, dare not take credit. Please, senior sister Li, see the truth." "Indeed," Guan Mengtao chimed in. The others nodded in agreement. Without Luo Yunj's guidance, they would not have been able to break the spirit-gathering array and escape with their lives. This was a debt of gratitude that must be acknowledged. "Oh," Li Yu pondered, turning to Luo Yunj, signaling him to respond. The implication was clear. "Please, begin your performance." Luo Yunj felt speechless. No matter how many calculations he made, he never anticipated being backstabbed by these two. Why had he saved them in the first place? This was becoming exasperating. He cleared his throat, stood up, and approached Fong Zian. This position faced the newcomers while simultaneously turning his back to Heir Shiji Liu, creating an ideal environment for subtle maneuvering. Luo Yunj gestured and shifted the topic, asking, "Junior brother Fong, junior sister Guan, what brings you here?" Fong Zian and Guan Mengtao stood side by side. Upon seeing Luo Yunj's signal, they exchanged glances and pondered. We felt it was appropriate to express our gratitude for senior brother Luo's life-saving grace. Such words, Luo Yunj immediately bristled, casting a look of indignation towards Heir Shiji. How could a mere novice at the Qi refinement stage save a group of individuals who were either at the sovereign or king realm? It was as if the heavens were about to collapse. He turned to them earnestly and said, "Junior brother Fong and junior sister Guan, we can eat a meal in disarray, but we must not speak carelessly." Huh? The group looked up in confusion. Luo Yunj continued, "Our Longhuan blessed land is a prestigious sect. As a senior brother of Butian Peak, I naturally bear no small-mindedness. The cultivation world respects strength. I am genuinely pleased and happy for your achievements as juniors. However, by acting in this manner, do you not cast your senior brother in the light of disloyalty and ingratitude?" He had not lived through several lifetimes in vain. His words carried weight. He initially claimed the moral high ground, and then articulated his own stance, turning the issue back to Fong Zian and the others. The implication was clear. I, Luo Yunj, am a scion of Butian Peak. As the saying goes, one may be poor but not lacking in spirit. If these merits truly belong to you, then they are yours. How could you be foolish enough to impose unfounded accolades upon me? The group finally grasped the meaning behind his words. They turned their gaze toward the still-seated goddess Liu, awaiting her response to determine their future course. Luo Yunj also stole a few glances, reassured to find that Heir Shiji did not oppose his thoughts, allowing him to relax. In truth, Liu could see through the truth of the matter at a glance. Her silence was merely a reflection of her already formulated plan, rendering the current situation inconsequential. At present, witnessing Luo Yunj's performance is indeed a delightful diversion, adding a touch of amusement to the mundane existence. Observing her persistent silence, Luo Yunj once again urged, "Fellow junior brothers and sisters, do reflect upon whether my words hold any merit. It is imperative that you do not stray from the righteous path. The future of our Longhuan sect cannot afford to lack pillars like you. Otherwise, would it not spell disaster?" His expression was one of heartfelt concern, wishing he could awaken those misguided juniors with a swift reprimand. Yet, due to his inadequate strength, he found himself unable to act. His poignant discourse ultimately captivated everyone present. The first to grasp Luo Yunj's intentions was Fong Zian. He leaned forward, expressing gratitude. "Thank you for your guidance, senior brother. I have just experienced an epiphany and recognized my errors." Encouraged by his words, the others echoed in agreement. "Indeed, what you say resonates profoundly, senior brother." Their responses resembled those of individuals who feigned understanding, merely to express their concurrence. Luo Yunj was rendered speechless, feeling that his efforts and heartfelt sentiments had been in vain. He glanced at his second senior sister, Liu, attempting to salvage the situation. However, before he could speak, Fong Zian and the others, having confessed their faults, began to take their leave. Just then, a gentle voice, akin to soft rain, penetrated the air, causing an immediate stillness among the crowd. They found themselves unable to move. Even their breaths slowed significantly. Fong Zian turned around, striving to appear composed despite the bead of sweat trickling down his temple, as the pressure mounted rapidly. "Does senior sister Li have any further insights?" he inquired. Liu, with a serene smile, replied, "While the truth of what my junior brother has stated may be debatable, if any of you face difficulties, feel free to express them to me. I shall impartially assess the situation." The crowd hesitated momentarily. Yet, Fong Zian, with unwavering conviction, declared, "What senior brother Luo has said is indeed true. We have strayed in our thoughts. We implore you to impose any punishment upon us, senior sister." He slightly bowed, appearing exceedingly respectful. In truth, this was merely a tactic to conceal his own anxiety, which was nearing a breaking point. "Is that so?" Liu responded with a smile that held a hint of reproach. However, before she could finish, Luo Yunj interjected, "Senior sister, considering they're first-time offenders, and as I As their senior brother, have failed in my guidance. If blame is to be assigned, let it fall upon me. I will bear it all. At this, the others looked up in astonishment at Luo Yunj. Although they had made mistakes, their earlier acceptance of Luo Yunj's words had blurred the lines of right and wrong. In that moment, as Luo Yunj interceded on their behalf, a flicker of gratitude unexpectedly blossomed within their hearts, elevating his image in their minds. Liu pondered for a moment before saying, "There is some merit in your words, junior brother. Very well, you may leave for now." Fong Xian lifted his head, only to see Luo Yunj subtly signaling for them to depart hastily. Without further ado, they complied. Once outside, the atmosphere fell into a profound silence, broken only by the howling wind. Luo Yunj felt a tightening in his chest. To claim he was unafraid would be a falsehood. Initially, no one was in the wrong. Yet now, entangled in this predicament, it felt as though redemption was beyond reach. He cautiously observed Liu, unsure of her impending decision. Who would have thought? "You are quite the principled individual, junior brother," she remarked, her tone carrying an air of playful surprise. "Not at all." Luo Yunj forced a smile, disregarding the awkwardness, and quickly replied, "It is all thanks to our esteemed master and senior sisters. Your senior sister did not teach you to relinquish your achievements." Liu's expression grew stern, reminiscent of a fierce beast poised to pounce. Luo Yunj's heart sank as he internally lamented the impending crisis. If a judgment were to be rendered, what would become of him? Alas, he resolved to make another attempt to salvage the situation. With a serious demeanor, he asserted, "What are you saying, senior sister? Are you truly inclined to believe in the fallacies of my junior brothers and sisters? We share the same sect. How can you trust them over me?" He concluded resolutely, "If there is even a hint of falsehood in my words, may the heavens strike me down." After speaking, Luo Yunj met Liu's gaze with unwavering confidence. Regardless of the truth, he knew he had to maintain an air of authenticity. However, at that moment, a thunderous roar reverberated through the air. It seemed that fate was not on his side, as he felt a wave of despair wash over him, believing that at the very least, he would face some form of punishment. Yet, as he glanced at Liu, she suddenly stood up, and he called out, "Senior sister?" A formless aura of hostility enveloped the room, but fortunately, it was not directed at him, resulting in minimal impact. Liu's demeanor shifted, her expression calm. In truth, she had no intention of truly reprimanding Luo Yunj. She merely sought to intimidate him and elicit a reaction. With a thunderous sound, a warning echoed that it was time for her to depart for the ruins to confer with the other three factions regarding their next steps. Seeing Luo Yunj standing there like a bewildered goose, she couldn't help but chuckle, the tension dissipating like spring snow. She stepped forward, brushing off the dust from his clothes. Luo Yunj responded with a dazed acknowledgement, internally sighing at the complexities of a woman's heart, even one as revered as a senior sister. Fortunately, he had navigated this trial successfully. Suddenly, he heard Liu's reminder, and in the next moment, her presence ascended from the cloud ship, heading towards the portal of the ruins. He could faintly sense a gathering of formidable energies, indicating that the higher-ups from the three factions had finally arrived to deliberate on the handling of the ruins. This signified that he was no longer a factor in this significant matter. As he contemplated this, a forceful gust of wind swept through, causing the powerful figures before the ruins to vanish into the portal in an instant, unleashing a powerful current. Luo Yunj exhaled deeply, relieved that tranquility had finally returned. He pulled out a chair by the window, settling down to admire the scenery outside. After an indeterminate time had passed, Elder Lu's voice resonated throughout the cloud ship. Hearing this, the disciples still outside bid farewell to their friends from other factions, promising to meet again. Soon after, with a few sounds of breaking the air, the journey commenced. Before long, Elder Lu's voice rang out once more, and the cloud ship emitted the sounds of operation. With the protective barrier rising, the vast sea of clouds parted, creating a massive opening. As the initiator of this journey, it was needless to say that the cloud ship, while not particularly swift, operated at a pace comparable to a saint-level cultivator's full-speed pursuit, yet it excelled in endurance and safety. After all, cultivators are still human and require rest. The cloud ship requires merely the propulsion of spiritual stones, free from numerous restrictions. A series of knocks echoed at the door. Who could it be? Luo Yunj glanced sideways and called out, "Please enter." The door creaked open. Unsurprisingly, there were no unexpected visitors. Fong Zian and Guan Mingtao cautiously surveyed the room before relaxing and stepping inside. Luo Shixiao. They greeted in unison, clasping their fists in respect. Luo Yunj nodded. As he pondered the purpose of their visit, they spoke. Luo Shixiao, we sincerely apologize for the trouble our intrusion has caused you. Luo Yunj's lips twitched slightly. Could it be that these two junior disciples were somewhat dim-witted, feeling as though they had been deceived, yet were still assisting the deceiver in counting their coins? No problem. Junior brothers and sisters, you shall receive what is rightfully yours, he said, dispersing his meager cultivation of the Qi refinement realm, inadvertently sending them outside. With a soft thud, the door closed behind them. Guan Mingtao glanced at Fong Zian, her face reflecting curiosity. Well then, Fong Zian sighed. He patted Guan Mingtao's shoulder and remarked, did you notice that Luo Shixiang had no cultivation before, yet now he is at the Qi refinement realm? Can someone at that level actually push us out? Are you implying? Guan Mingtao's thoughts began to spiral. Let us go. Perhaps Luo Shixiang thinks so little of those rewards that he wishes to pass them on to us, Fong Zian suggested, leading the way. With determination, he declared, we cannot disappoint his expectations. Chapter 73. Return to Butian Peak. Luo Yunj remained blissfully unaware of their heartfelt musings, uninterested in their concerns. Shortly after Fong Zian and the others departed, a thunderous sound erupted as the cloud ship sliced through the clouds, beginning its descent. Finally, it passed through the formation verification of the Longhuan blessed land and landed steadily within its bounds. Upon disembarking, Luo Yunj's first action was to take a deep breath of the familiar air. His body's cells instantly awakened. This was freedom, the fragrance of relaxation. Just as he intended to make his way towards Butian Peak, he was suddenly called to a halt. Luo Shensi, please wait. Following the voice, Luo Yunj saw a beam of light racing towards him from the cloud ship, landing gracefully before him, revealing Elder Lu's figure. Elder Lu. Luo Yunj respectfully performed the disciple's bow. Smiling, Elder Lu replied, there is no need for such formality. As an elder, my duties take precedence. Before Elder Lu could decline, Luo Yunj added, within the Longhuan blessed land, there poses no danger. I have not seen the outside scenery for a long time. A stroll would be quite pleasant. I wouldn't want to trouble you. Elder Lu, however, had no intention of relinquishing his responsibility so easily, as it was an instruction from Li Yu, and carelessness was not an option. He pondered for a moment, allowing Luo Yunj to grasp the underlying meaning, and then reassured him, rest assured. I will speak to second senior sister on your behalf. It will be no trouble. With that, Elder Lu could no longer refuse. He nodded with a smile. Watching Luo Yunj's departing figure and reflecting, Luo Shensi is indeed remarkable. With that, he shook his head and chuckled. This was the 10th Shensi of Butian Peak, inheritor of its profound legacy. Although he appeared to possess merely the Qi refinement cultivation at present, his demeanor far surpassed that of those of the Wang realm. Moreover, it was hard to believe that the master of Butian Peak would take on a useless disciple. Useless? He recalled the rumors, scoffing softly as he shook his head again, dismissing them as mere short-sighted individuals. With a whoosh, Elder Lu departed. As the elder responsible for this expedition into the ruins, he was indeed busy, but no amount of work could overshadow a favor owed to Li Yu. After Luo Yunj's departure, he followed a path from his hazy memory toward Butian Peak. As one of the 9 principal peaks, Butian Peak was nestled between the other 8 peaks of the Longhuan blessed land and the sect's main peak. It was, without a doubt, one of the most spiritually rich locales of the sect, with many precious spiritual herbs and treasures visible along the way, appearing as if strewn carelessly by the roadside. However, as the property of the sect, there were strict regulations against picking them without permission. Over time, the area saw fewer visitors. After all, gazing at a collection of coveted items that could not be touched would eventually lead to mental strain. Naturally, it was often better to remain unaware. Moreover, most disciples had progressed to a level where they could utilize magical tools, making the idea of walking up the mountain less appealing. This reality benefited Luo Yunj. Although he was unaware of his popularity in the Longhuan blessed land, he had already anticipated the consequences of his actions within the ruins. Now, he naturally sought a quiet, undisturbed environment for his cultivation. Before long, Luo Yunj finally arrived at the foot of Butian Peak. Just as he was about to ascend, a sudden gust of wind stirred up and droplets of water in the air crystallized into glistening ice reflecting the sunlight. The scene before Luo Yunj shifted abruptly, revealing the unparalleled beauty of 7th senior sister Su Qingyao, who retained her frosty demeanor. However, upon his arrival, a hint of warmth began to thaw her icy exterior. 7th senior sister, Luo Yunj steadied himself, about to speak. Suddenly, the ice imperial lotus beneath him surged with spiritual energy, launching him rapidly towards Butian Peak at an astonishing speed, causing him to wobble unsteadily. With a soft thud, Luo Yunj hastily summarized the whereabouts of 2nd senior sister and the situation with Elder Lu. Munwasa sununtai kinyo nodit scrutinizing Luo Yunj. Upon observing his chi refinement cultivation, a smile graced her features. 2nd senior sister has her ways. Chi refinement is commendable. Take your time. Luo Yunj replied quietly, observing the ice imperial lotus below and noting that the fragmentary Tao intent was close to maturing. He decided to shift the conversation, asking 7th senior sister, when did you emerge from seclusion? Su Qingyao elaborated, her icy demeanor finally melting away. Unbeknownst to her, Luo Yunj had grown significantly in her heart over time, with changes occurring subtly. Seeing her smile evoked a sensation akin to a lotus blooming on a 1,000-year-old snow mountain. Despite having spent the most time with Su Qingyao, he found himself momentarily lost in her gaze, staring at her in a daze. Fortunately, Luo Yunj possessed a strong mind. He quickly regained his composure and nodded, offering his congratulations. Then I, your junior brother, would like to congratulate you on your successful retreat. As he spoke, before his words could fully settle, they arrived at the courtyard where Luo Yunj resided halfway up the mountain. Just as they landed, 2 figures, one large and one small, rushed forward. A glance revealed that they were none other than Mu Chilua and Lu Yi. Are you all right? Mu Chilua asked, concern etched across her face, her urgency palpable. Lu Yi followed suit, casting a glance at him, her heart simpler and purer. Luo Shixiang treated her well, and his cooking was delightful, indeed, especially when compared to the culinary skills of 2nd senior sister Liu. I'm Fina, Luo Yunj assured them with a pat on his chest, noticing the sky darkening considerably. He thought this was an opportune moment to gather some points. Thus, he declared, to celebrate my triumphant return, I shall prepare dinner tonight. Who is in favor, and who is against? In truth, he never afforded others the opportunity to refuse. With a swift motion, he dashed into the kitchen. Mukilu. Lu Yi. Su Qingyao. Chapter 74. Luo Yunj's culinary skills. As the sun descended beyond the horizon, the moon ascended to the branches of the clouds, casting a gentle luminescence upon the earth. The silent warmth caressed the faces of all, carried by the equally gentle breeze. Beneath the willows by the lake, the soft moonlight reflected off the water, intertwining with the fluttering willow branches, reminiscent of a graceful maiden dancing. Though breathtaking in appearance, it did not overshadow the brilliance of the 2 unparalleled beauties on the shore, rather resembling green leaves accentuating the red blossoms, complementing each other beautifully. Indeed, 2nd senior sister possesses remarkable abilities. After so much turmoil, we have yet to achieve anything useful. Mu Chilua gazed at the tranquil lake, lamenting. She turned to Su Qingyao, saying, Ah, that's right, senior sister, you haven't yet shared what significant event transpired at the ruins. Do tell. Su Qingyao's eyes slightly narrowed, her already radiant skin, illuminated by the moonlight, resembled that of an ethereal fairy. She collected her thoughts and spoke softly. It is said that within the ruins, an undiscovered demonic creature broke free from its seal and nearly harmed all disciples of the 3 major sections. What? Mu Chilua exclaimed, her expression one of astonishment. Oh! Mu Chilua suddenly felt a wave of disappointment. She had anticipated the discovery of some significant treasure that would summon the higher-ups of the sect, only to find it was merely a minor demon that could be dealt with at the Wang level. Her eyes, brimming with the essence of spring, twinkled as she murmured, I seem to recall something. That Guan Mingtao is a disciple of the formation master from that peak, but I can't quite remember. You. Su Qingyao extended her delicate finger to tap her forehead. Moreover, she continued, that demon is not ordinary. It has been suppressed for many years, with its seal hidden deep within a mountain peak. Even the 3 masters were deceived back then. Saint Realm? Mu Chilua's eyes brightened, instantly intrigued. However, Su Qingyao merely shook her head. Supreme Realm? Mokiruo Presedon. Not just that, Su Qingyao clarified. The sect's news states that it is presently at the Supreme Realm, suppressed by second senior sister, yet it has not truly perished, lurking deep within the ruins. Is it truly the Supreme Realm? Muchilua's face paled. The Supreme Realm and the Saint Realm cannot be equated. Disciples of the Wang level, originating from highly skilled masters, possess some defensive treasures that may allow them to escape from the hands of those at the Saint Realm. There are some opportunities, albeit limited. The Jiehuang Realm, or the Quasi-Emperor Realm, can wield even more powerful treasures, thus increasing their chances of survival. However, if it is the Supreme Realm, even those of the Saint Realm would find it challenging to ensure their safety, let alone these young disciples with relatively shallow cultivation. The casualties were not significant. Su Qingyao smiled, delivering this good news. Then, her gaze turned to the bustling Luo Yunj, as the two junior disciples indicated that this journey seemed to have some relation to him. Such news, of course, was not shared by Feng Zian and Guan Mengtao. After all, Luo Yunj's identity was extraordinarily remarkable. To claim it had nothing to do with him would be utterly unbelievable. All right, let us eat, Su Qingyao announced, having noticed Luo Yunj waving to them. Muchilua nodded as well. Matters concerning Luo Yunj required a certain level of caution. This fellow, both harbored secrets in their hearts as they proceeded to the dining area. Come, taste my junior brother's culinary skills. Luo Yunj had already prepared a lavish feast, inviting the two senior sisters and Lu Yi to take their seats and begin observing the fruits of his labor. It felt less like a meal and more like a steadily rising system score. Hopefully, this would yield a more favorable settlement tomorrow. He sighed inwardly. The past few days spent in the ruins had been arduous. Watching his declining points felt like a slow bleed. The 2 days of inactivity, coupled with inadvertently rescuing Feng Zian, had led to a dramatic drop in his score. Beyond that, aside from successfully overcoming the calamity and breaking through, every step had resulted in significant, heart-wrenching losses. Hooray! Lu Yi exclaimed, her jubilant expression akin to that of discovering a treasure. Su Ingo, observing Mu Ilui's sleeps, instantly grasped the situation, and a sense of delight surged within her. Thus, the three of them ceased their chatter and began to eat. Luo Yunj rolled his eyes. He thought, those second senior sisters' dishes may be unpalatable. They contain profound principles, making them a rare meal, more valuable than most heavenly materials and earthly treasures. This was why he endured the flavor and savored every bite. Hearing this, Luo Yunj paused, discreetly touched his face, and inquired, "What's wrong? Do I have something on my face?" No. Her small face was filled with confusion. When she turned to her two senior sisters, she found them had already diverted their attention to their food. "Oh dear, junior brother, your skills have improved again. This seaweed soup is truly delightful. Indeed, this lion's head is just as good." The two were speaking nonsensically, their excuses soaring into the heavens, leaving Lu Yi momentarily stunned. Only Luo Yunj's lips twitched in silent exasperation. How could seaweed soup be misnamed as such, and a radish cake be mistaken for lion's head? Where could he seek justice for this? Despite his confusion, he chose not to pursue the matter further. The timing was not right, nor was it necessary to delve too deeply. After all, curiosity kills the cat, and that much was certain. Furthermore, completing this meal, though tiring, did yield points. What could be gained by questioning this? In a situation devoid of rewards, it would be entirely unworthy. Soon, everyone polished off the table of dishes with remarkable speed, attesting to the meal's delectable nature. Strangely, a sense of accomplishment blossomed within Luo Yunj. He shook his head, casting aside this peculiar feeling, continuously reminding himself, "This is for the points, this is for the points. It is certainly not for the sake of everyone's enjoyment, merely an ancillary value, an added value, of value." Chapter 75. New gains. The following day, Luo Yunj awoke from his sweet slumber. As per tradition, the new day must commence with sign-in. This serves as a basis for reflecting on past performances and making continuous corrections, the cornerstone of measuring progress. Indispensable. Thus, he rubbed his sleepy eyes and spoke, "System, hurry up, let us sign in." Ding, sign-in successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a complete array of formation diagrams. Calculating yesterday's performance during inactivity. Abandoning it like a shoe. 25 points self-cultivation. 15 points delicious meals. 15 points, sacrificing life for righteousness. 30 points, fighting a desperate battle. 10 points. Total score. Gain 200 years of cultivation. Current realm is late Jia Huang realm. Wow, the reward for cultivation actually doubled. Upon seeing this, Luo Yunj instantly became awake, as if splashed with cold water, feeling refreshed. Previously, when the Wang realm, the reward was only 100 years of cultivation, unexpectedly. After leveling up, the rewards doubled as well. Quite reasonable. Very reasonable. The system is indeed considerate. However, the term settlement in the score felt somewhat strange. Setting aside the added points, he accepted the other deductions. Yet, why should sacrificing life for righteousness and fighting a desperate battle also result in point deductions? He found this hard to accept. Although facing a supreme being, resistance merely buys an extra second of life, it is certainly better than waiting for death, isn't it? If it were not for the timely arrival of Heir Shiji, he would likely have already become a lifeless corpse. The dog system even deducted points for this reason, which is truly infuriating. Sigh. Luo Yunj shook his head. There was no way out. He could only resign himself to fate. He took a moment to calm his mind, then quietly got out of bed, dressed, washed up, and tidied his bedding. Fortunately, this journey was not entirely without gain. From the discussions at Geophone, he realized that regardless of the astonishing rewards he might acquire, he must find ways to attribute them to others. Thus, the system scoring would interpret this as a sign of negligence, resulting in additional points. In truth, Luo Yunj had indeed followed this strategy. No matter what the truth within the ruins was, once he exited, he immediately distanced himself from any claims. Additionally, that meal was crucial, compensating for quite a bit. Sigh. After settling everything, Luo Yunj sighed again. Lying back and neglecting responsibilities should be a simple matter, yet it felt more difficult than the arduous cultivation of his previous lives. It was truly tormenting. However, no matter how challenging, he had no choice now. He could either walk this path to the bitter end or abandon the system's assistance and start new. Yet, Luo Yunj contemplated the principles he had cultivated and immediately discarded this thought, quelling it decisively in its infancy. That would be an entirely new path. He had shattered the 3,000 avenues he once practiced, drawing on their strengths while discarding their weaknesses, and condensed them into a singular, absolutely invincible path. Yet, the more formidable and extraordinary the endeavor, the more arduous the cultivation became. This world is fair. Everyone has relatively equal opportunities. Through continuous honing amidst difficulties and overcoming numerous perils and uncertainties, one becomes even stronger upon reaching the pinnacle. Luo Yunj's path was precisely this. It was laden with the unknown, perhaps filled with endless thorns or trials as daunting as chasms. Yet, should he surpass them, he would emerge stronger than ever before. This was his choice, akin to embarking on the path of an immortal amid the mundane. After enduring the tribulations and trials of 9 lifetimes, he had persevered step by step. There was no reason to falter here. Moreover, this was already the best choice. To refuse would be somewhat ungrateful. With this thought, Luo Yunj rubbed his face, his eyes revealing a determined glint, a manifestation of clarity. Neglecting cultivation, no one could obstruct him. Furthermore, he needed to devise a new plan for negligence swiftly, one that would evade the attention of the esteemed Shijis while ensuring he would not be disturbed. However, such requirements were indeed rather lofty. This was not the first time he had entertained the notion of innovating a plan for negligence. Why had it not yet been realized? It was simply due to the short time since his entry. Aside from Butian Peak, he had scarcely ventured elsewhere. Yet, there was nowhere within Butian Peak that the Shijis could not access. Thus, the plan had remained on hold, unless he resolved to leave Butian Peak. But to do so meant parting from the pleasing company of the Shijis. However, the richness of spiritual energy. Forget it. There will surely be a way when the time comes. After a flurry of thought, Luo Yunj did not arrive at a perfect answer, and fortunately, he decided to momentarily set it aside. He flipped his hand and retrieved the array diagram he had obtained today. A book with a green cover, exuding a faint spiritual light, appeared in his hand. It did not seem large, yet it was surprisingly heavy. The first volume of the array's detailed explanation. Luo Yunj read aloud the words on the cover. The first volume? Could it be a second, third, or fourth? With curiosity, he casually flipped through a few pages, and this suspicion was confirmed. It appeared to be a comprehensive book divided into several volumes. Unfortunately, in his hands, it amounted to little more than a popular science book. for he did not practice the art of a race. A glance was sufficient for some understanding, but to truly cultivate it, he lacked the resolve. Without further consideration, Luo Yunj tucked the arrayed diagram into his belongings and stepped outside. At this hour, the Shijis would not likely appear too early, and the other disciples outside would probably be few, making it an opportune moment to seek a suitable location. However, just as he placed his hand on the door, a series of crisp knocks echoed. Knock, knock, knock. Luo Yunj expressionlessly opened the door. As expected, leading the way was Qi Shiji Su Qingyao, accompanied by Mu Qiluo and Lu Yi, all eagerly awaiting at the entrance. Shitty. Mu Qiluo was the first to smile. It's time to get up and cultivate. Lu Yi interjected, her face resembling a bitter melon as she looked at Luo Yunj, clearly resembling someone who had been forcibly awakened from sleep. That pitiful little face was waiting for Luo Yunj to come to her rescue. Shitty, you've finally entered the Qi refinement stage. You must not slack off any longer. Start diligently practicing as soon as possible to make up for your inherent deficiencies. Su Qingyao's voice carried a faint chill akin to the morning breeze. After speaking, she turned and gestured for Luo Yunj and the other two to follow quickly. This was indeed quite fitting. Luo Yunj muttered to himself. The seventh Shiji, a fervent cultivator, was the most aloof and unsociable, often immersed in her training for extended periods. Subsequently, he shook his head and followed suit. Chapter 76. A Savior in a Trouble. In a certain part of Butian Peak, where the spiritual energy was so dense it could condense into droplets of water on the cliff, the three lined up in succession. Su Qingyao turned to assess them and said, at every dawn, Ningfeng Cliff gathers a significant amount of spiritual liquid, making it the best time for cultivation. After this brief explanation, she began to assign today's tasks. You are on the verge of a breakthrough, so from now on, you must cultivate here every day until you achieve success. Qiluo, you have recently experienced a surge in strength after your breakthrough, but to avoid destabilizing your foundation, you also need to cultivate here daily. As for Shitty Yunj, you have just stepped into the Qi refinement stage. Half an hour of practice here each day will suffice. One could only commend Shiji. Her words precisely addressed the needs of each individual. Naturally, Mu Qiluo and Lu Yi had no objections and promptly seated themselves on the prepared mats, obediently commencing their practice. Luo Yunj pondered for a moment, feeling somewhat hesitant. What is wrong? Does Shitty have any questions? Su Qingyao, about to head to her designated spot, noticed Luo Yunj's expression of indecision and could not help but inquire. Seventh Shiji, where should I sit? Luo Yunj's mind was racing, hastily seeking an excuse to evade this crisis. He was certainly not hesitating due to an inability to find a spot. Rather, if he began cultivating as per Su Qingyao's instructions, the plan for negligence would be prematurely concluded, which was absolutely unacceptable. However, there were no better opportunities to refuse at present. Whether it was 7th Shiji Su Qingyao, 9th Shiji Mu Qiluo, or 2nd Shiji Liu, their intentions were undoubtedly to help Luo Yunj improve. It was one thing when Luo Yunj could not practice the breakthrough. Allowing him to be carefree was permissible. Now that 2nd Shiji Liu had resolved this issue, he could no longer afford to slack off. The mindset of laziness and negligence must be thoroughly eradicated from Luo Yunj. It's all casual. There is no need for so much formality between us Shijis and Shurdis. Su Qingyao said lightly, smiling. For some reason, Luo Yunj felt as though she could see through his thoughts in that smile. Yet, that was simply impossible. The notion of enhancing one's cultivation through a system of idleness was a secret he had never shared with anyone, not even entertained his thoughts, rendering any possibility of disclosure utterly non-existent. Should others become aware of this, it was conceivable that Liang might one day find himself a mere test subject for some formidable figure, a scenario he deemed rather undesirable. Consequently, he could only respond affirmatively, all right. Subsequently, amidst the gentle gazes of his companions, he settled onto a meditation cushion, adopting a posture indicative of preparation for cultivation. Su Qingyao nodded in satisfaction and took her seat. Sighing quietly, Liang discreetly opened his eyes, his heart heavy with resignation. This marked the third instance of such an occurrence, and it was no wonder he felt an overwhelming sense of misfortune upon awakening. In the current situation, neglecting his cultivation was not an option, yet engaging in it would mean succumbing to the system, an undeniably precarious predicament. Just as Liang pondered his next course of action, preparing to mimic the Qi refinement stage and absorb spiritual energy, an unexpected disturbance erupted. Boom! The clouds in the sky suddenly reverberated, dispersing in concentric rings that gradually enveloped the entire expanse of the heavens. Whoosh! A fierce wind arose, evoking the sensation of an impending storm. The group simultaneously opened their eyes and gazed upward, roused by this astonishing aura. Before their eyes, the clouds had gradually taken on a grayish hue, not resembling storm clouds, yet exuding an unmistakable foreboding of torrential rain, accompanied by palpable dampness in the air. Fortunately, this phenomenon was fleeting. In no time, a violet streak of brilliance pierced the sky, dispelling the ominous clouds in its wake. Sunlight streamed through the pristine white clouds, once again illuminating the earth below, generously bestowing warmth and hope upon every corner. Whoosh! Several beams of light, radiant under the sun, flashed before the onlookers and swiftly vanished into the horizon. As the extraordinary event drew nearer, the oppressive aura intensified, growing heavier and more daunting. The protective formation of the Longhuan Fudi was directly affected atop the Butian Peak. Before the spectators could settle their speculations, ripples of energy resonated through the space, and a pale blue figure emerged. Second senior sister. The crowd's eyes brightened, and they exclaimed in unison. After scanning the group, she casually tucked a few disheveled strands of hair behind her ear, masking a hint of urgency. With a gentle smile, she greeted, "Everyone is here." Second senior uncle. Lu Yi was the first to rush forward, throwing herself into Li Yu's embrace and clinging to her arm in a playful manner, resembling a child seeking affection. Second senior sister, what news from the ruins? Su Qingyao inquired calmly. The expression on Li Yu's face, however, revealed a palpable anxiety. Her hair appeared disheveled, and her energy was not quite stable. Was there some uncontrollable factor at play regarding the ruins? Liang, too, turned his gaze toward her. He was undoubtedly the first to sense the unusual state of the second senior sister, but hesitated to approach her directly. No matter. Liu shook her head with a smile, an air of convincing charm naturally emanating from her. The others nodded in understanding. With the 3 grand sect leaders gathered, handling a mere minor demon should pose no challenge, rendering their previous concerns unnecessary. Yunch. After speaking, Liu turned her attention to Luyang, calling out his name. "Come here." "Huh? Oh," Liang replied, taken aback, and obediently stepped forward, all the while sighing inwardly. It seemed that the so-called supreme being, despite being a counterfeit, was not as formidable as he appeared, having been dealt with in just a few days. The atmosphere atop Butian Peak grew lively. Indulging in idleness? With the presence of 7th senior sister Su Qingyao and 9th senior sister Mu Chulaw, it had already become quite overwhelming. Now, with the addition of the esteemed 2nd senior sister Liu, life was bound to become even more challenging. Heaven, how was he to survive this? Of course, these were merely his inner musings, which resonated accurately within the hearts of the 3 senior sisters. In an instant, the winds of change swept through. When an inexplicable magnetic field enveloped him, Liang realized that, unbeknownst to him, the gazes of the 3 senior sisters had suddenly turned toward him. Chapter 77. The 2nd senior sister bestows treasures. Second senior sister? Liang found himself involuntarily voicing a reminder. The other 2 were one thing, but it was Liu who had summoned him, and now she appeared momentarily stunned. Moments later, with a flick of her hand, she produced several luminous treasures that floated gracefully between the 2 of them. Wow, the aura emanating from them was overwhelming. In this moment, even though Liang had treasures lying dormant in the system space, he could not help but swallow hard, feeling a rush of anticipation. In recent years, he had scarcely encountered items of high caliber. The rewards from sign-in activities barely reached the saint level. Yet, what 2nd senior sister Liu presented was enough to entice even the most powerful of beings. He glanced at Liu, who wore a beaming smile that radiated warmth and grace, yet she seemed disinclined to speak. Liang understood all too well this was a test from her. The implication was clear. He was to choose the most suitable item among these treasures, a fortuitous opportunity as well as a trial. What Liu did not know was that he recognized each of these items. Nevertheless, in order to avoid appearing too eager, Liu Yang feigned a casual inspection of the treasures. Sunfire Celestial Sulfur, a rare and intensely fiery material, takes millennia to yield even a minuscule amount. Yet this piece is the size of fist. Absolute land of immortals, a treasure for cultivating immortal materials, possessing the ability to accelerate growth. Earthly Zong Immortal Elixir. This gourd contains enough essence to refine thousands of perfect-grade elixirs. Golden Feather Xian Rock, one of the few materials renowned for its hardness in the world. Whether crafted into weapons or armor, a mere inclusion renders it nearly indestructible. I silkworm this. As he meticulously analyzed each item, Liu Yang abruptly paused, casting a dubious glance at second senior sister Liu. Had they perhaps raided the tomb of some great emperor? How else could they have procured such an extraordinary collection of treasures? Listening to these thoughts, Liu was genuinely astonished. She had not anticipated that Liu Yang would recognize all these items. Could it be that he was a reincarnated mighty figure? Even if that were the case, it was of little consequence, for Liu Yang was now a disciple acknowledged by their master. Moreover, he had gained Liu's approval. As for Su Qingyao and Mu Qiluo, there was no need for them to even glance. They had already been captivated by their junior brother, and their feelings likely extended beyond mere recognition. Choose, Liu prompted at the opportune moment, deliberately instilling a sense of impatience to evoke urgency within Liu Yang, subtly applying pressure. This, Liu Yang stroked his chin, feeling somewhat indecisive. Given his qi refinement stage prowess, selecting one or more useful items was not difficult. But he had to remember that his true strength was at the level of the Jiahuan. Thus, his choices required careful consideration. After a moment of hesitation, Liu Yang finally resolved, declaring, "I choose the ice silkworm." Wise choice. Liu's smile broadened, and she could not help but praise him. With a graceful flick of her delicate hand, the deep blue, ice-like ice silkworm arced beautifully through the air, gently settling into Liu Yang's palm. The coolness of the treasure dispelled the heaviness in his heart, offering a refreshing clarity. "This is known as the ice silkworm," she explained softly. "It is the Xianbing Yu of the north, a rare treasure that exists only within the perilous depths of the icy abyss. Consuming it during a breakthrough allows one to maintain inner tranquility, even rendering one immune to the disturbances of inner demons. Furthermore, whether worn on one's person or placed nearby during cultivation, it serves to enhance focus and serenity." Upon hearing this, Mu Qiluo and Lu Yi were deeply moved. Even Su Qingyao, who is solely devoted to her training, cast frequent glances, revealing its precious nature. "Thank you, senior sister." Luo Yunj was thoroughly satisfied. With this object in hand, he could cultivate the myriad phenomena with utmost peace of mind. W Nexi Ing was the name he had chosen for himself, embodying the concept of encompassing all things and transforming into myriad entities. After all, it was born from the essence of the 3,000 great paths, thus possessing a significantly elevated scope and starting point. Naturally, the challenges would only increase, which is why the Binkan was essential to provide assistance. "Sure, well, what about us?" In Louie's eyes, a glimmer of envy emerged as she clung to her second senior sister, Liu, shaking her arm in an adorable display of affection. Unfortunately, Liu was quite susceptible to such charms. Among the sisters, her temperament was the most gentle. In the prolonged absence of the eldest sister and their master, she took it upon herself to care for her younger sisters, embodying the role of a beloved elder sister. "Do not worry," Liu reassured, affectionately ruffling Lu Yi's hair. She then deftly stored away the treasures that had been suspended in the air. Subsequently, with another flick of her hand, several precious items soared towards her two younger sisters and her niece. The speed was remarkable. However, as they whizzed past Luo Yunj, one could still discern their nature. Although these treasures were somewhat inferior to the ice silkworm in his possession, they remained invaluable artifacts, rare commodities in the outside world. It appeared that the resources of that counterfeit demon within the ruins had likely been thoroughly depleted. Luo Yunj found herself lost in thought. At that moment, the second senior sister, "You once again defied the sex regulations by secretly procuring treasures for us. If the elders were to discover this, they would surely gossip about you." Upon hearing these words, the seventh senior sister, Su Qingyao, couldn't help but twitch her lips in exasperation and remarked, "What is there to fear? A bunch of gossiping old geezers wouldn't dare utter a word in front of the second senior sister." Mu Qiluo responded dismissively. As she spoke, her long skirt fluttered in the wind, and she transformed into a streak of vibrant light, soaring into the distance, leaving the other four in a state of bewilderment. While the joy of acquiring the treasures was undeniably delightful, it paled in comparison to the last words spoken by the second senior sister, Liu. Fortunately, the remnants of rational thought in Su Qingyao and Mu Qiluo's minds prompted them to recall Luo Yunji's earlier words. Thus, perhaps by a stroke of serendipity, the three of them fixed their gazes upon Luo Yunji, their faces adorned with enigmatic smiles, and spoke in unison, "Junior brother Luo, you wouldn't want us to spend a sleepless night in discomfort after dining on the second senior sister's meal, would you?" GL Lu Yng found himself involuntarily swallowing hard. Despite the accumulation of experiences over 9 lifetimes, he felt as though he were a mere lamb ensnared in a den of wolves. Instinctively, he nodded, only to shake his head almost immediately. In the next moment, a heart-wrenching scream reverberated throughout the entirety of Butian Peak, with echoes lingering even outside. Chapter 78. A Brand New Life. In the blink of an eye, several days had elapsed since Lu Yng had been in the kitchen, rubbing his excessively roughed-up face. Each day was a blend of both anguish and joy. A group of stunningly beautiful senior sisters flitted around Lu Yng, providing visual delight, yet he was subjected to an unending torrent of disturbances. This was a treatment that outsiders could never hope to envy. In Lu Yng's eyes, it could be summarized in 2 words: exceedingly troublesome. Fortunately, on this day, with the absence of the esteemed elder sisters, Luo Yunji seized the opportunity to summon his niece, Lu Yi. He cunningly traded a meal for a fabricated tale and then made his swift escape. As a somewhat daring endeavor, he left himself a margin for retreat, choosing not to venture beyond the foot of Butian Peak. Instead, he discovered a picturesque cliff at the base of the mountain, transforming it into a temporary secret haven. He meticulously gathered a bamboo hut, a bamboo chair, a fishing rod, and other essentials. In a short span, it was possible that the elder sisters would once again retreat into seclusion in a few days, for cultivation was paramount, and the path of enlightenment was endless. One could not afford to stagnate. Of course, Luo Yunji was the exception to this rule. Why would he not seize the opportunity to cultivate effortlessly while reclining, to slumber for a single day and reap the rewards for a century? Nay, now it has transformed into 2 centuries. How delightful it is! Once everything was meticulously arranged, Luo Yunji employed an advanced concealment formation learned from the array tome to shroud the area. As the saying goes, the greatest concealment lies within the bustling city. Often, the most perilous places are also the safest. Moreover, this technique of obscurity is so effective that only if second senior sister unleashes her full power and inspects every inch could she possibly unravel it. That old tome still holds some value. Yet this is not the end. After securing the formation, he simulated the cultivation of the Qi refinement stage, maneuvering a treasure ship in a leisurely manner towards the outside world, meandering in several circles before ultimately vanishing beyond the confines of the Longhuan Fudi. With the experience amassed over 9 lifetimes, dealing with these senior sisters and their nieces was a mere trifle. Seeking to find me? Not a chance. Luo Yunji let out a soft hum, casting a glance at the summit of Butian Peak before gracefully stepping into the bamboo grove nestled within the formation. A tranquility and serenity uniquely his enveloped him. It was as if the immortal of the mortal realm beckoned to him, akin to a courtesan's matron enticing. "Young master, do come and indulge in merriment." Lo Yungu shook his head, casting aside those peculiar thoughts from his mind. Yet, it seemed rather agreeable to remain here. He lacked for nothing in terms of sustenance. There was no need for him to engage in cultivation. Matters of interpersonal relationships were entirely unnecessary to contemplate. Individuals like Fong Zi and Guanmeng Tao were, akin to several senior sisters, mere stumbling blocks on the path of idleness, and, moreover, they were not as pleasing to the eye as the senior sisters. How absurd! Never mind. Luo Yunji brushed aside those thoughts and pondered. What shall I do today? Gazing at the waterfall before him, he hesitated for quite a while. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration ignited within him, and he decisively declared, "Since the people regard food as paramount, I shall tend to the fields. It is just the right time." As I have grown somewhat weary of fishing, without hesitation, delved into the system space for quite some time. Eventually, he stumbled upon a seed, the origin of which remained a mystery. It was not a precious spiritual material or an extraordinary medicine, but rather an ordinary crop cultivated by the common folk. It was the most mundane of items, yet seemed resolute in his decision to plant this seed. If word were to spread, many would likely criticize him for squandering such a treasure, as the foremost peak of has dominated the other mountains for centuries, not merely due to the legendary prowess of its 9 divine maidens, but also owing to the remarkable significance bestowed upon it by its youthful master. Moreover, the extraordinary location of further enhances its stature, with the 9 divine maidens serving merely as embellishments to its grandeur. However, this matter bears no relation to what he chooses to cultivate. Embracing a philosophy of tranquility and indolence is the essence of life. Otherwise, would not have ventured to such a remote place to seek refuge. It would have been far more delightful to slumber in his cave abode. Thus, one might conclude that not only should he refrain from planting various spiritual herbs and rare materials, but he ought to cultivate these ordinary sustenances or other items of no aid to his cultivation. After all, in the pursuit of immortality, who could rival him? Luo Yungu softly hummed a melody, her emotions surging with an exuberance that led her, almost unconsciously, to cultivate a field beneath the waterfall. She scattered the seeds and nearby, used the lake's water to nourish them. As the sunlight bathed the scene, the essence of life shimmered with a crystalline clarity. Suddenly, a resplendent rainbow arched through the air, as if good fortune had descended, filling one's heart with joy. Truly, I have toiled for my own sake. Luo Yunj wiped the sweat from his forehead. Although he was a cultivator and should not perspire, he still pretended to wipe his brow as if plagued by inner turmoil. He gazed with satisfaction at the fruits of his labor after toiling for quite some time. Beneath the freshly turned soil lay various crops, differing in quantity, quietly taking root and sprouting, nourished by the rich earth, ready to embrace a brand new world. Subsequently, he turned away. The new seeds would not sprout immediately. He could not possibly remain there all day. A comfortable nap on a lounge chair was far more enticing. Thus, Luo Yunj proceeded to do just that. Meanwhile, as he reclined in the rocking chair, a subtle ripple appeared in the farmland, situated in a blind spot near the cliff. The ripple spread gently like the surface of a lake. Soon, a girl emerged, gazing towards the direction Luo Yunj had departed. The girl was young and petite, perhaps akin to Lu Yi, even slightly shorter by half a finger. She wore a flowing white silk dress adorned with large, vividly embroidered lilies, glistening with a lustrous sheen. Her face featured brows like crescent moons and eyes like autumn waters, a delicate nose, and a flawless, rosy complexion that rendered her truly a beauty in the making. To uncover the mystery, the girl raised her slender hand, which shimmered faintly with ethereal energy, exuding an aura of imperial grace. Before long, a seed, sown by Luo Yunj himself, broke through the soil, landing in the palm of the girl's jade-like hand, where faint spiritual energy emanated. Indeed, it was an ordinary mortal seed. Yet the girl's expression turned increasingly perplexed. She glanced toward Luo Yunj's direction, intending to inquire directly, but was suddenly captivated by the seed in her palm, which began to emit light. She watched as tender shoots emerged from the dark seed. In a mere breath, the vibrant green sprouts broke through, their crystalline, verdant tendrils swaying lightly in this atmosphere rich with spiritual energy as if breathing. The girl's pupils slightly constricted, and she exclaimed, "This is truly remarkable." After a prolonged moment, she cast a deep glance at the land and Luo Yunj before vanishing in an instant, leaving behind only gentle ripples. Chapter 79. Seventh Senior Sister Mu Xian at the halfway point of Butian Peak, within the courtyard where Luo Yunj resided. Second Senior Sister Liu sat elegantly at one side of the pavilion, her serene gaze fixed on the distant lake, embodying a tranquil fairy. Opposite her, Mu Chilua pinched Lu Yi's cheek, her expression fierce as she demanded, "Speak quickly. Where has her junior brother gone?" "Oh," Lu Yi whimpered, "Ninth uncle, I don't know either." Hearing this, Mu Chilua's disbelief was palpable. After realizing that a hard approach was futile, she softened her demeanor, releasing Lu Yi and pulling her onto her lap. In a gentle tone, she inquired, "Yi, you have been in the sect for a while now. Surely you are more sensible than our junior brother?" Lu Yi nodded, though confused. "Look, our junior brother has only been in the sect for a few years, just beginning to cultivate. If he were to venture into a dangerous place, wouldn't he that be perilous?" Mu Chilua methodically led the little rabbit towards the trap. However, Lu Yi's response was abruptly interrupted by Mu Qiluo's feigned displeasure. What do you mean, however? Tell me, how does our junior brother treat you? Lu Yi, caught off guard by the serious question, pondered deeply, the fear gradually dissipating from her delicate face. Mu Qiluo fell silent for a moment, her expression turning exasperated as she looked at the little glutton, feeling somewhat frantic. Yet, this scene sparked an idea within her, and she discreetly retrieved a skewer of candied hawthorns from her spatial artifact. This was no ordinary treat. To her surprise, it truly proved useful. She waved the vibrant red candied hawthorn before Lu Yi, akin to a little fox revealing its tail, a triumphant smile gracing her lips. With a voice laced with temptation, she asked, do you recognize this? If you tell me where a junior brother has gone, this candied hawthorn will be yours. Do you want it? Lu Yi's ears perked up at the sweet, enticing tone, her gaze fixated on the alluring red treat. Torn between Luo Yunji's promised meal and the immediate temptation before her, her heart raced, and she couldn't help but drool, revealing her desire. Seeing that she had yet to yield, Mu Qiluo quickly understood that Luo Yunji must have promised something of great value. If even candied hawthorn couldn't sway her, it must be something else he had prepared, perhaps a meal? Lu Yi's eyes sparkled with excitement. Mu Qiluo decisively raised the stakes, twice. 2 meals. Wa, nint unchile. You are so generous, Lu Yi exclaimed, hugging Mu Qiluo tightly and planting a kiss on her cheek. She then pondered, is that all? Mu Qiluo skeptical asked, is that it? Lu Yi earnestly nodded. At that moment, 7th senior sister Su Qingyao entered the courtyard. Mu Qiluo released Lu Yi and approached to inquire. 7th senior sister, any news? Su Qingyao merely shook her head. Mu Qiluo's expression fell, worry etched on her face. After spending so much time together, their junior brother had never disappeared without a word. His sudden absence could indicate something amiss. Perhaps, in the past, he lacked cultivation and could not venture out. But now that he had attained qi refinement, he might wish to explore the vast world. If only Master were here. At that moment, she realized it had been quite some time since she had seen their master. Nevertheless, pondering these matters was futile. Mu Qiluo sat beside 2nd senior sister Liu, shaking her delicate, snow-white arm, pleading, 2nd senior sister, why are you not worried at all? What if our junior brother encounters danger with his meager cultivation? Liu calmly restrained her hand, smiling gently to soothe her. Our junior brother is an adult now. He wouldn't recklessly seek his own demise. If anything were to happen, he would surely call for us. Sighing, Mu Qiluo understood the logic but could not quell her concerns. Su Qingyao also took a seat, remarking that among the three, their time with Luo Yunji had been the longest, yet they cared for him deeply without realizing it. Otherwise, they wouldn't have gathered here. In truth, they all understood that with Luo Yunji's nature of eating and sleeping, it was unlikely he would wander off on his own. They just could not discern the reason for his absence at that moment. What they failed to realize was that, despite their care, they had inadvertently become obstacles in Luo Yunji's path, forcing him to avoid them. Suddenly, a sweet voice rang out. Oh, everyone is here? Instinctively, their gazes turned towards the source of the voice at the entrance of the courtyard. The newcomer was none other than the girl who had appeared at Luo Yunji's secret base. Junior sister Mu Xian? The three exclaimed in unison, recognizing her. 2nd senior sister. 7th senior sister. 9th junior sister it has been a while. Mu Xian greeted them with a smile as she approached. Did you pass the test left by Master? Mu Qiluo's face was filled with surprise as she embraced Mu Xian, the gesture reminiscent of when she held Lu Yi. Although Mu Xian had entered the sect slightly earlier, her cultivation method had preserved her youthful appearance, resembling an unblossomed elfin maiden. Despite the title of senior sister, their bond was akin to that of close siblings. All right, Qiluo, stop teasing. Only when Liu spoke did Mu Qiluo release Mu Xian, allowing her to take a seat beside them. After all, her physical advantage was undeniable. Mu Xian adjusted her attire, rolled her eyes at Mu Qiluo, and with a tone of mock maturity said, 9th junior sister, how dare you treat your senior sister this way? Be careful, or I might poison you in the future. Mu Qiluo shrugged off the remark. Subsequently, Mu Xian inquired, enough about me. What were you all discussing just now? I recall that Master has recently taken on a male disciple. Chapter 80. The cabbage. As soon as Mu Xian posed her question, a lively discussion erupted among the group, filling the small courtyard with continuous chatter. Even Lu Yi managed to interject a few words. Before long, a vivid image of the previously unknown junior disciple, Luo Yunj, emerged through the contributions of several voices. He was described as someone who enjoyed lounging around and was an excellent cook, among other details. They recounted everything from the initial discussions at Jiufeng to the suggestions made by the Tianyu dynasty, and even occurrences within the relics, piquing Mu Xian's curiosity. She realized that the man she had seen at the foot of the mountain was likely Luo Yunj, as the descriptions aligned with his character. It was rather amusing that he had secluded himself to grow vegetables and sleep in a serene location. It was hard to find the right words to describe that choice. Upon her first glance at Luo Yunj, Mu Xian had already formed some suspicions, but now she felt validated. After all, there had been no male presence at Butian Peak for thousands of years. The peak's master and the 9 goddesses were all extraordinary beings, their beauty and grace surpassing many across the continent. Of course, Lu Yi was also not to be underestimated. Yet, certain matters regarding her seemed to be a collective taboo among the group, as if they were reluctant to discuss them. Once Mu Xian had gleaned enough information and the atmosphere settled down, she produced the seed she had unearthed from Luo Yunj's field and placed it on the table before them. She turned to her second senior sister, Liu, and asked, "Second senior sister, you possess the highest cultivation and the broadest knowledge among us. Can you discern what this is?" Liu's expression shifted suddenly, her demeanor turning serious as she extended her hand, channeling a surge of spiritual energy to lift the seed, examining it closely. After a long moment, she asked in astonishment, "Eighth junior sister, where did you acquire this?" "Just picked it up on the way," Mu Xian shrugged, feeling it was not a complete lie. After all, retrieving it from Luo Yunj's field was still akin to picking it up. "What is it?" Su Qingyao and Mu Qiluo looked puzzled. "It's not surprising that you're unaware. However, I later learned it is merely a semi-finished product," she began, only to trail off, her meaning clear without further elaboration. "Wow!" The other 3 gasped in astonishment, having never before encountered such an extraordinary treasure. Mu Xian felt a sense of relief. She had only heard rumors and seen illustrations, never the actual item, and was hesitant to make any assertions. If she were mistaken, it could lead to significant trouble. Fortunately, her second senior sister could identify it. Liu nodded, affirming, "You are correct. Judging by the medicinal power contained within the seedling's tip, it has just begun to develop, surpassing many medicinal herbs that have matured over decades, or even a century. Without your confirmation, I would not have dared to assert such." "Well, let us see if it is indeed what we think." Liu smiled gently, her fingers releasing a thread of spiritual energy that transformed into a small, dark cloud hovering above the seed. Soon, the sound of thunder rumbled from the cloud. Before long, a gentle rain began to fall, showering the seed and illuminating it with a flickering spiritual light. Before their very eyes, the seed's growth accelerated dramatically, sprouting from the tip and expanding miraculously. Witnessing this spectacle, the group felt astonished. They had not anticipated that so little time had passed and that Liu's mastery of the laws had progressed once more. Wasn't it said that advancing beyond the level of a sage was a formidable challenge? How was it that no signs of her improvement were visible? Yet each time she returned, her power seemed to grow significantly, apart from the eldest sister and their master. Second senior sister Liu's cultivation had already surpassed that of third senior sister by a considerable margin. The pressure of having such a senior sister was overwhelming, and the group couldn't help but sigh internally. Each of the 9 goddesses of Butian Peak was extraordinary, destined to be one of the strongest in the world. Yet, some individuals' progress was truly hard to articulate. Initially, they felt unconcerned, but with Luo Yunj's arrival, everything changed. Even Su Qingyao, who was known for her intense dedication to cultivation, could sense a mounting urgency, while Mu Qiluo's feelings were even more pronounced. With a resounding pop, the seed underwent a complete transformation. Amidst the spiritual light, a fuzzy silhouette began to take shape, its contours becoming faintly discernible. As the growth concluded and the rain subsided, the brilliance faded, revealing the object. Mu Qiluo was the first to be taken aback, followed closely by Lu Yi, and soon, the entire group fell silent. Is this the medicinal seed that second senior sister mentioned? Could it possibly be a cabbage? They looked to Li Yu for confirmation, then turned their gazes to Mu Xian, who smiled and remarked, "It seems nothing escapes second senior sister's keen eye." This item was something I quietly acquired when Chun was distracted. Oh, Liu was labia, nudas luri. While the others remained perplexed, still shrouded in confusion. Although they could comprehend each word, when strung together, it felt like a riddle, leaving them utterly baffled. All right, I'll take everyone to see for yourselves. Ultimately, Mu Xian waved her hand, storing the cabbage away and cheerfully declaring, just like that. Not long after, the group arrived at the formation at the foot of Butian Peak. Passing through, they could witness all of Luo Yunji's creations. Second senior sister, Mu Chiluo reminded them, aware that they were not like Mu Xian, who had received treasures from their master and could traverse certain formations at will. Indeed, Li was well aware of this. Immediately, she enveloped everyone in her spiritual energy and led them into the formation. This barrier posed no challenge to her supreme status, allowing her to stealthily guide everyone inside, following Mu Xian's directions to the fields. At that moment, Luo Yunji had already entered dreamland, blissfully unaware of their intrusion. He lay sprawled in a rocking chair, positioned conspicuously, making it nearly impossible not to notice him. However, no one paid him any mind. Their attention was entirely captivated by the expanse of farmland beside them, where fresh sprouts had emerged, creating a verdant carpet. Chapter 81. Indulgence. Absolutely unforgiving. Wow. I can't believe there's such a unique plot of land outside Butian Peak. Who planted this? Master? No. Master is too occupied with sect affairs to engage in such labor. Observing the new sprouts' growth. It seemed they had been planted some time ago. In an instant, the senior sisters began chattering excitedly, like larks heralding the arrival of spring. Isn't that our junior brother? Meanwhile, the astute second senior sister, Liu, discovered the presence of Luo Yunge. She promptly strode over, exclaiming, "Oh, we have been searching for quite some time, and it turns out our junior brother hasn't wandered far at all. What is he thinking, leaving without a word? Wake him up immediately. He must be taught a stern lesson." Upon catching sight of Luo Yunge, the other senior sisters appeared somewhat displeased. After all, even children understand the importance of informing their parents before venturing out. At his age, as a cultivator, he undoubtedly knows this principle. His failure to notify them was clearly a disregard for their feelings. So he's the junior brother. He truly possesses an extraordinary beauty, one of them mused. However, while the other senior sisters glared at Luo Yunge in annoyance, the eighth senior sister, Mu Xian, could not help but scrutinize him. His visage, surpassing all other men, was so unique that it left her momentarily stunned. Her heart, dormant for centuries, fluttered unexpectedly. Meanwhile, as ninth junior sister, Mu Chi Luo, reached out to shake Luo Yunge awake, Liu raised her hand to stop her. "What's the matter, second senior sister?" Mu Chi Luo inquired curiously. Just moments ago, it was the senior sister who insisted on punishing the junior brother. Yet now she seemed to hesitate, leaving everyone perplexed. Liu then exchanged knowing glances with the others and said, "No rush. Since our junior brother has chosen to keep us on edge, let us play along." "Play along? What do you mean?" The other sisters were even more bewildered. Without a word, Liu quietly picked up a seed. Her delicate hand waved gently, and the seed floated down onto Luo Yunji's exquisite face. In just a few breaths, the seed transformed into a green floral wreath, encircling his head, leaving only his ears exposed, resembling a comical green pig pen. Second senior sister, you are too mischievous. When the junior brother awakens, he will surely be furious. Liu was labia, however, remained unfazed, chuckling lightly. Who told this little rascal to show us such disrespect? Indeed, laughter filled the air. Moments later, still lost in his dreams, Luo Yunge sensed something amiss, rubbed his sleepy eyes, and gradually awakened. "You're awake?" However, as soon as he opened his eyes, he found himself surrounded by several senior sisters, all staring intently at him. "Oh my, it feels as though they can see right through me." This startled Luo Yunge, causing him to leap from his rocking chair. Rubbing the back of his neck, his eyes nearly squinting, he stammered, "What brings you here? Haha." Soon, he noticed the magic cast by his second senior sister Liu, and his expression shifted. Glancing around, he even saw his disciple, Lu Yi, stifling laughter. To think they would dare to prank me while I was unaware? This is too much. After a moment of exasperation, Luo Yunge raised his hand, gently blew into his palm, summoning a wisp of spiritual energy, which he then applied to his face. Before long, the green floral wreath vanished. With a hint of exasperation, Luo Yungu remarked, "If you wanted to wake me, you could have just done so. This is excessive." "Hey, what do you mean prank?" "This was merely a fitting punishment for leaving without a word." They retorted, "Exactly. Junior brother, did you come here just to farm? If this gets out, won't disciples from the other 8 peaks laugh at you?" Hearing this, the senior sisters could not help but tease Luo Yungu. "I was simply feeling a bit weary and sought a tranquil place to relax," he offered, finding a convenient excuse. "Really? You're tired? All the labor falls to us senior sisters." Muchi Luo rolled her eyes, further exasperated by his response. Who is this beautiful lady?" Just then, Luo Yungu noticed Mu Xian's figure, her eyes shimmering with curiosity. "What beautiful lady? This is your 8th senior sister. Do not think of taking advantage of her." Suddenly, Luo Yungu clutched his head in mock pain. "Ouch, senior sister, I was merely asking. If I am not mistaken, you must be the only male disciple of Butian Peak, right?" As soon as he raised his head, Mu Xian had already approached him, greeting him warmly. Luo Yungu smiled. Yes. I did not expect you to know me, senior sister. You just emerged from seclusion, correct? I have not seen you before." "Yes, that is correct." "Oh, I see." As he gazed at Mu Xian's stunning visage and her petite yet graceful form, Luo Yungu could not help but let his imagination wander. The previous 8 senior sisters were already enchanting, and now another one appeared. This is the benefit of being carefree. "Oh, how delightful," he thought to himself. "In the future, even if I spend an entire week pursuing just one senior sister, there will never be a dull moment. Such a life is simply exquisite. By the way, junior brother, you have yet to tell us why you came here to farm." Just as Luo Yungu was lost in his daydream of leisurely days, the familiar voice of his senior sister floated over. Upon hearing this, second senior sister Liu rolled her eyes. "What is wrong? Surely you don't have any secrets to hide?" No, my good senior sisters, how could I dare?" Luo Yungu's heart raced as he frantically concocted a plausible excuse. With a smile, he said, "You see, sometimes one must strike a balance between work and rest. Consider this. We not only need to cultivate, but also undertake missions for our sect. How busy we are! Although we are beings of the immortal realm, we must also rest appropriately, don't you think?" Chapter 82. The harvest plan. As he spoke, Luo Yungu strode confidently towards the fertile fields he had personally cultivated. With a grand gesture, he proclaimed, "Behold, this field was carefully selected and nurtured by me. In just 49 days, it will yield at least 100 different fruits and vegetables, and the costs are beyond your imagination. Senior sisters, do you not wish to taste a variety of fruits and vegetables? They are far more flavorful than the elixirs and herbs we usually consume." As Luo Yungu spoke earnestly, the others exchanged glances, momentarily intrigued by his words. Junior brother makes a valid point. This cabbage truly seems unlike ordinary vegetables. Muchi Luo remarked, nodding as she examined the cabbage in her hand. "Indeed, we are so accustomed to the same old elixirs and herbs every day. Produce. This fertile land is right at the foot of our Butian Peak, making it convenient for harvesting and transporting. Quite impressive. Junior brother, you are quite clever. I commend you." The senior sisters showered Luo Yungu with approving looks as they stepped into the fields to explore. "Thank goodness for my silver tongue, otherwise my ruse would have been exposed." Luo Yungu sighed with relief and then followed the senior sisters, proudly showcasing his laborious achievements. "Ladies, besides fruits and vegetables, I have also developed a fish pond. You may not know this, but the variety of fish in this pond will surely dazzle you." After a brief introduction, Luo Yunj felt somewhat parched and stepped aside to scoop a bowl of spiritual water from Lingxi, which he then drank in one gulp. "Wow, this array manual is truly remarkable. Even the cultivated spiritual water is incredibly delicious, equivalent to a decade of cultivation in a single sip." Observing the enthusiastic demeanor of his senior sisters, he felt a delightful satisfaction within. If he could simply relax today, the rewards would undoubtedly be substantial. He mused with a chuckle. Ideally, he hoped that nothing would transpire before the sign-in tomorrow. In such a case, the rewards would surely not be meager. However, the splendid vision of Liu Yang soon encountered a few minor mishaps. "Junior apprentice, your growth is rather slow. Allow us to assist you." It appears that assistance is required for Luo Yunj in her agricultural endeavors. "Oh no, please refrain." Upon witnessing this scene, Luo Yunj felt a chill envelop her heart. If these senior sisters were to cultivate something, would it not become impossible to resolve the situation? Thus, Luo Yunj sprang up as if he had been kicked in the rear, startled into action. No, 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 esteemed sisters, one must never rush into matters pertaining to agriculture. It is imperative to proceed with patience. Otherwise, one will undoubtedly provoke the adverse effect of stunted growth. What you are saying is quite perplexing. If you continue in this manner, it may take an eternity to reap any rewards. Indeed, as the saying goes, there is strength in numbers. With our collective efforts, we can achieve far more than your solitary endeavors. In a moment, several senior sisters engaged in lively discussions, elevating the atmosphere to its zenith. Goodness! If they continue like this, how long must I wait for my ascension? Luo Yunj felt a profound bitterness within. Yet her inner thoughts were inadvertently overheard by seventh senior sister Su Qingyao. With a soft chuckle, Su Qingyao couldn't help but laugh upon witnessing the distressed expression on the face of the young junior brother. It was amusing to see such a formidable junior brother rendered helpless in such a trivial matter. The delightful contrast indeed evoked laughter. Seventh senior sister. Are you mocking me as well? I certainly did not, so refrain from making baseless accusations. I witnessed everything just a moment ago. And what of it? There are many of us here. Do you still dare to act recklessly? Despite Su Qingyao's immediate attempt to conceal her smile, she was still noticed by Luo Yunj. The two engaged in a verbal spar, yet Su Qingyao, confident in her greater numbers, ultimately managed to outshine Luo Yunj. Witnessing this, Luo Yunj could only watch helplessly as her senior sisters tended to the fields on her behalf. In no time, within the span of less than an hour, the speed at which they worked was nothing short of astonishing. In the eyes of an ordinary farmer, this would have brought boundless joy. However, for Luo Yunj, this was more unbearable than death itself. At this moment, the ninth sister, Muchi Luo, leaned close to Luo Yungu and inquired, "How is it, junior brother? Is it swift? If all goes as anticipated, in 2 hours' time, we shall be able to reap the fruits of our labor." Disciple, I roughly counted, and there are approximately 1,000 plants of various fruits and vegetables, along with about 500 fish. This should suffice to sustain us at Butian Peak for quite some time. Shortly thereafter, other senior sisters approached to report the labor achievements of these past couple of hours to Luo Yungu. "Thank you all so very much," I expressed with sincerity. In stark contrast, Luo Yungu found it impossible to smile. For a brief moment, he felt an overwhelming urge to weep. "Luo Shidi, you appear to be somewhat discontented. Is there any discomfort troubling you?" The eighth senior sister, Mu Exin, possesses an exceptionally delicate sensibility, promptly noticing the unusual demeanor exhibited by Luo Yungu. She hurriedly approached him with concern. Upon hearing her words, Luo Yungu revealed a wry smile. "Thank you for your concern, senior sister. My current mental state is quite well. He. Oh, that is good." Observing the flourishing scenery before him, Luo Yungu couldn't help but sigh repeatedly. However, he realized that even his sighs could not be too loud, fearing that others might misconstrue his expression as worry over the harvest, leading them to intensify their planting efforts. If that were the case, his own lackluster harvest would only worsen. As noon approaches, the first harvest will be gathered before the sun sets today. Shifting my gaze, I behold the interior of Butian Peak, where the delightful aroma of dishes wafts through the air, accompanied by joyous laughter and cheerful banter. After toiling in the fields for an entire morning, everyone finds that their meal tastes even more delectable. Come. I have prepared a nourishing chicken soup that has been simmering all night, perfect for restoring energy. It is ideal for the senior sisters to enjoy. This concoction not only includes deer antler, Angelica sinensis, and goji berries, but also encapsulates the essence of my craftsmanship honed over the years, ensuring that all esteemed sisters will indulge in a delightful culinary experience. Luo Yungu directed Lu Yi to continuously present exquisite dishes on the table. Not only were there delectable and palate-cleansing seasonal vegetables, but also the melt-in-your-mouth Buddha jumps over the wall, not to mention the fragrant and succulent meats. It was truly a feast for the senses. Chapter 83. The doubts of the eighth senior sister, even the second senior sister, Liu, who typically shunned meat, displayed an expression of anticipation. "My heavens, junior brother, your culinary skills are truly remarkable. Junior brother, I see it would be best for you to abandon farming altogether and instead take up the role of our dedicated chef." Haha. In an instant, The laughter and joy around the dining table surged to an unprecedented height. I'm deeply grateful for the compliments from all the senior sisters. It is merely a small dish. As long as everyone enjoys their meal, my heart is filled with happiness. Hey, hey, hey. Luo Yungu appears outwardly courteous, yet harbors ulterior motives within. As long as she can adeptly serve these senior sisters, the delectable dishes listed in the attendance rewards shall surely be hers to savor. After the meal, she addressed her disciple Lu. Suddenly, Lu Yi, who had been diligently tidying up the dishes and the table, heard someone calling her name. Eighth Master, may I inquire what instructions you have for me? Upon glancing back, I discovered that the one calling me was my esteemed Shirwa, Mu Xen. Subsequently, Mu Xen waved at Lu Yi, beckoning her to come closer, stating that she had something to discuss. With a sense of curiosity ignited by Mu Xen's enigmatic demeanor, Lu Yi obediently approached. Before long, Mu Xen led her to the end of the corridor. Dear junior disciple, she inquired, how long have you been following your Shirshu? Although Mu Xen's tone was somewhat solemn, a gentle smile adorned her face, rendering her far less intimidating than the second senior sister and the senior sister. Lu Yi felt considerably more at ease. After all, it had only been a few months. Master Uncle, why do you inquire about this? I see. Very well. It is of no concern now. You may attend to your matters. Indeed, esteemed Sheba, a mere mortal, and a male at that, is unexpectedly bestowed with the teachings of the Butian Peak. It truly opens one's eyes. Could it be that the traditions of our Butian Peak have undergone a transformation? Regardless of the circumstances, it is prudent to seek an opportunity to clarify matters with the senior and junior sisters. Mu Xen stood alone, lost in contemplation, a wave of emotion bubbling within her. In that very moment, her silent thoughts were inadvertently overheard by Luo Yungu, who was passing by from a distance. Although Mu Xen was a princess of the fourth generation, her cultivation nearing the pinnacle, she appeared as innocent and unblemished as a blank sheet of paper in the presence of Luo Yungu, who was a half-step away from the ninth realm of the mortal world. Apart from the seventh senior sister, Su Qingyao, no one else on Butian Feng could truly fathom his innermost thoughts. Luo Yunj smiled faintly, gently stroking her chin as she pondered for a moment. Suddenly, she walked over unexpectedly. Why was the eighth senior sister standing here alone? Did she have something on her mind? Suddenly, the deep and steady voice of Luo Yunj wafted over. Mu Xen smiled gently. Oh, it turns out to be my junior disciple. I just finished my meal and am taking a stroll to aid digestion. In that case, shall we take a stroll together? Upon hearing this, Luo Yunj displayed a gentle smile and gestured invitingly. Mu Xen's delicate face blushed slightly as she responded, all right. The two wandered amidst the celestial mountains and sea of clouds, gazing down upon the myriad affairs of the mortal realm, reminiscent of a pair of immortal lovers united in their meeting. As they strolled along, Luo Yunj subtly shifted the conversation and remarked with a hint of significance, Senior sister, do you not find that this pair of affectionate couples truly evokes envy? Mu Xen's almond-shaped eyes instantly reflected a glimmer of confusion as she queried, why has junior brother suddenly brought this up? It is because I should have been one among them. Yet by a stroke of fortune, I caught the attention of our esteemed master, who altered the customary practices of Butian Feng to impart the teachings to me, thus distinguishing me from those mere mortals. Junior brother, you are somewhat underestimating yourself. You are indeed a part of Butian Feng and need not conflate yourself with those commoners. Oh, does senior sister truly believe that I am a part of Butian Feng? Upon hearing these words, Mu Xen could not help but halt her steps, her delicate figure momentarily frozen in place. What does he mean by this? Does he suspect that I harbor ulterior motives? It is not quite right. Why do I feel that all my innermost thoughts have been completely penetrated by him? With this thought in mind, Mu Xen awkwardly smiled and said, we are but senior and junior disciples. As a junior disciple, you are certainly a part of our Butian Peak. Could it be that you think I am deceiving you? On the surface, she appeared unperturbed, yet within, she was reassessing the junior disciple before her. He undoubtedly harbored secrets that she had yet to uncover. Certainly not, senior sister. Please do not misunderstand me. I harbor no ulterior motives. I merely wish to address Master Uncle and Eighth Master. It appears you are all gathered here. Suddenly, before Luo Yunj could finish her words, she saw Lu Yi rushing over in a flurry. What could have caused such a panic? and why'd she drop the bowl? Luo Yunj, without much contemplation, first exchanged a jest with Lu Yi. However, Lu Yi responded, "No, Master Uncle and Master Aunt, something grave has occurred. What has happened? Ah, is it merely this?" Luo Yunj's heart, which had just been suspended, swiftly descended. Such sentiments are more conducive for this immortal to achieve accomplishments through manipulation. What? Who possesses such audacity to dare invade the territory of my Butian phone? However, Mu Xen, standing beside her, exhibited a countenance filled with righteous indignation. Witnessing this scene, Luo Yunj found herself at a loss for words. What was this 8th senior sister attempting to do? Surely, she could not be harboring intentions of monopolization. There is no need for shame. From any perspective, that region undeniably belongs to our Butian phone. Luo Yunj initially harbored a desire to abandon all pretenses, believing that whatever transgressions occurred were inconsequential. Yet now, these individuals audaciously fabricate falsehoods, all while unjustly claiming their innocence. Is there no sense of justice left? Kulme, take me to witness this. A surge of indignation suddenly welled up within Luo Yunj, propelling him towards the foot of Butian Peak. Observing his retreating figure, Mu Xen could not help but feel a twinge of guilt, reflecting, I had not realized that this junior disciple possesses such consideration for our Butian Peak. Clearly, my previous assumptions were gravely mistaken. Shifting her gaze, she noted that at the base of Butian Peak, beside the fertile fields and fish ponds personally cultivated by Luo Yunj, numerous disciples from the 8th peak had gathered. On the other side, Butian Peak was equally bustling, with many disciples congregated at the rear, each standing their ground in a display of unwavering resolve. Chapter 84. Challenge who dares to claim sole possession of the communal area. The moment Liang made her appearance, an impatient voice resonated. Upon realizing that the newcomer was indeed Liang from Butian, the disciples of the 8th peak could not help but chuckle. It seemed that Butian had fallen so low as to allow a useless mortal to step into the limelight. One must not speak carelessly. This mortal body is indeed peculiar. Should one inadvertently provoke it, the consequences could prove unbearable. The disciples of the 8th peak could not help but erupt into laughter, engaging in lively discussion. However, before they could fully realize it, they beheld the young man clad in white with silvery hair, his countenance dark and his gaze unfriendly. Although Luo Yunj desired to remain indifferent, it did not imply that he would permit such slander to tarnish his reputation. Those oblivious to the truth might genuinely mistake him for a pushover. Yet, just as this thought crossed his mind, Luo Yunj suddenly recognized that this presented him with an excellent opportunity. As long as one remains indifferent to such matters, the system's evaluation is bound to yield positive results. Upon contemplating this, Luo Yunj felt a surge of delight within her heart. However, the subsequent arrival of Mu Xen caused her to overhear the words of the crowd, and her expression darkened instantly. Despite any shortcomings her junior brother may possess, he is still a member of the Butian phone. To insult him so brazenly is to display utter disregard for the Butian phone. Silence. Is the cultivation of the 8th peak merely to engage in gossip in such circumstances? As Mu Xen's words resonated, they were imbued with profound wisdom, a sentiment that only a few among the few present on the 8th peak could truly comprehend, causing an undeniable sense of unease. Many furrowed their brows and even took several steps back, attempting to distance themselves from the impending scrutiny. Yet, such efforts proved futile, as Mu Xen's focus was unwaveringly directed towards them, leaving no avenue for escape. At that moment, a sudden voice pierced through the tension, inquiring, "What are you all doing here? What commotion beckons me to join?" The sound resonated in the hearts of the crowd, yet the chill emanating from its source sent shivers down their spines. For a moment, a sense of unease enveloped them. At this juncture, all 8 divine maidens of Butian phone and the 7 divine maidens had assembled. Could they afford to linger here any longer? Upon contemplating this, the crowd exchanged glances, each wearing a resigned yet bittersweet smile. Fortuitously, one among them, emboldened by courage, stepped forward without hesitation. Witnessing this scene, the disciples of the 8th peak exhaled in relief, expressing their delight. Finally, with the Holy Sun's emergence, we shall no longer endure this humiliation. It is uncertain who raised their voice, causing an immediate hush to envelop the scene. Was it the Holy Sun of the 8th peak? Luo Yunj felt a surge of curiosity, for he had never engaged with the eighth peak before. The sudden appearance of such an individual truly piqued his interest. As Luo Yunj's words faded, the person who stepped forward began to speak. The holy son of the eighth peak, Ji Tiange, wishes to seek counsel from the divine son. Ji Tiange is the pride of the eighth peak, having attained the status of a respected figure. However, due to the previous dominance of Yifan, he had been unable to stand tall among the other holy sons. Yet, following the destruction of Yifan's Dao heart, Ji Tiange's position within the Longhuan blessed land has risen, leading him to increasingly disdain the mortal Luo Yunj. What audacity to challenge me! If I agree, I will be a fool. I merely wish to lie down and hope nothing unexpected occurs. I may not be able to confront it, but surely I can avoid it. Luo Yunj silently complained to herself, yet her inner thoughts were inadvertently overheard by Su Qingyao, who couldn't help but let out a cold laugh. How could one still wish to be carefree at such a moment? She resolutely denied him his wish. Before Liang could utter a word of refusal, Su Qingyao took the initiative to speak. Ji Tiange, as a venerable, are you truly intent on challenging Liang of the refining Qi realm without any reconsideration? At first, the crowd was perplexed, believing that Su Qingyao intended to dismiss Ji Tiange. However, as they observed the increasingly intense chill emanating from Su Qingyao, doubts began to creep in. The revered Su Sheni was not one to proactively resolve others' troubles, unless, of course, she was orchestrating something of her own. Upon realizing this, the crowd began to ponder the implications, and after a brief moment, they recalled the rules of BTI NF-ing. Should an individual of the ZNZH realm challenge someone of a lower realm, the consequences would be either expulsion from the Elngo NFD or the self-destruction of their Dao heart. The crowd collectively gasped. If this were indeed the case, the eighth peak would likely be overshadowed by the other peaks, leading to a future devoid of prospects. Holy Son, do not act impulsively. Would you not be jeopardizing your own future by doing so? The individuals of the eighth peak are far from foolish. They possess a profound understanding of the circumstances that serve their interests and those that do not. However, upon hearing the voice of Su Qingyao, Ji Tiange gazed at her with an expression brimming with affection, seemingly oblivious to the words she had uttered. This fellow actually aspires to court the seventh elder sister. Much like a toad yearning for swan meat. This is surely a calamity for her, is it not? Upon contemplating this, Luo Yunj immediately donned a serious expression and coldly remarked, "Hey kid, what kind of gaze is that?" One could see Su Qingyao enveloped in an aura of chill. Even from a considerable distance, Ji Tiange could still sense this frigid presence. With a sheepish smile, he hurriedly spoke, "Sister Su, I am resolute in my desire to challenge Luo Yunj. I kindly ask for your consent." After declaring this, he threw a provocative glance at Luo Yunj and continued with a grin. "After all, my junior is also a legendary figure among the new generation. There should be no issue in my challenging him, right?" In the hearts of the crowd, there were silent murmurings of discontent, yet curiously, no one dared to voice their thoughts. What nonsense! Am I a legendary figure? Indeed, it is rather legendary, albeit a waste of potential. Luo Yunj's candid remarks once again reached Su Qingyao, leaving her with a throbbing headache as she struggled to maintain her composure. Truly, the art of surrendering to fate has been taken to new heights. However, upon hearing Luo Yunj's thoughts, her spirits were considerably lifted. What am I, if not a legendary figure? You are merely concocting a shameless excuse for yourself, as if everyone is oblivious to it. Luo Yungu let out a soft huff, and then, with evident dissatisfaction, spoke up. At this moment, it was indeed causing Ji Tianji's face to flush, unable to contain his embarrassment. To expose him so blatantly was rather disrespectful, was it not? As soon as he arrived at this juncture, Ji Tiange heard Su Qingyao speak, "Since you are so resolute, after this competition concludes, you shall be expelled from Longhuan Fudi. Do you have any objections?" After all, Su Qingyao stands at the pinnacle of the emperor's realm, and with the esteemed position of Butian Feng within the entirety of Longhuan Fudi, everyone is acutely aware that the decisions made by Su Qingyao are nearly unassailable. Chapter 85. Expelled from Longhuan Fudi, Ji Tiange felt a sudden jolt in his heart. He did not wish to display a momentary bravado, yet the words had already been uttered, leaving him with little choice but to respond. After a lengthy hesitation, he mustered the courage to speak. "Senior sister, your assertion is somewhat misguided. Those are merely disciples of the ordinary qi refinement realm, not individuals of the divine status like the Shensi. Such shameless remarks rendered even the disciples of the 8th peak utterly mortified, wishing fervently that they had never set foot in this place. However, their actions were swifter than their thoughts. Upon hearing Ji Tiange's words, they hastily exclaimed, "Goddess Su, please do not take offense. We shall depart immediately. This land belongs solely to your Butian phone and has no relation to us." The speaker cautiously glanced at Su Qingyao's reaction. Noting her perpetually frosty demeanor and her evident disinclination to engage in conversation, causing a swell of anxiety within him. Nevertheless, after finishing their words, he promptly grasped his companions and prepared to leave. Ji Tiange scoffed softly, seemingly filled with disdain for the man's actions. Before long, he observed that those around him had already distanced themselves, leaving him alone. Originally brimming with confidence, he now found himself in a state of disarray, uncertain of what to say next. "I will act on behalf of Luo Yunj, but under one condition." Su Qingyao's icy voice suddenly pierced through the tension, prompting both Luo Yunj and Ji Tiange to turn their gazes towards her. Luo Yunj felt tears welling up in his eyes. Indeed, senior sister was the greatest stumbling block on his path of complacency, without exception. With a sense of helplessness, I gazed at my 7th senior sister, and soon heard the cold and indifferent voice of Su Qingyao stating, "Once this competition concludes, you may not be expelled. But the prerequisite is that you must triumph over Luo Yunj." Upon hearing these words, Ji Tiange breathed a sigh of relief. This matter felt to him akin to an effortless task, and he promptly agreed. However, Su Qingyao merely shook her head lightly, for her statement was not yet complete. "Should you fortuitously emerge victorious in the subsequent competition at the Blessed Land, it will be your second contest. Only if you prevail again will you be deemed entirely secure within the Longhuan Blessed Land." Hearing this, Ji Tiange, without a moment's hesitation, consented, though he understood that the resolution would not be so easily attained. Moments later, Ji Tiange also presented his own condition. "If I win both matches, I shall request to join Butian Peak." Initially, Su Qingyao lacked the authority to acquiesce to this matter, yet she harbored an inexplicable confidence in Luo Yunj, believing he would undoubtedly resolve it, and thus she unilaterally agreed. Of course, Ji Tiange was so absorbed in his thoughts that he failed to recognize Su Qingyao's lack of authority to decide such a matter. Nevertheless, this notion instilled in him a considerable motivation. At that moment, Luo Yunj inwardly cursed Su Qingyao for her insensitivity, yet she nonetheless sensed his irritation. Su Qingyao cast a cool glance at Luo Yunj and then spoke. "Junior brother, this is your opportunity to demonstrate your abilities. Should we truly lose one of our Butian Peak members, then you shall go to the bitter training secret realm for some rigorous cultivation." Perhaps fearing that Luo Yunj might not understand the nature of the bitter training secret realm, Mu Exin eagerly stepped forward, her face alight with enthusiasm, and said, "That is indeed the bitter training secret realm. There, junior brother, your strength will surely see a significant enhancement, and most importantly, if fortune smiles upon you, you may receive guidance from a great master." As her words fell, Luo Yunj's expression froze, for this notion was in stark contrast to his own expectations. If he were to cultivate in the bitter training land, his evaluation might plummet to an absurdly low level. Ultimately, he could not help but acquiesce, opting for the lesser of two evils. Observing this, Su Qingyao's lips curled into the faintest of smiles, barely perceptible, yet still noticed by Luo Yunj. At that moment, Luo Yunj had turned into a lethargic fish, desiring nothing more than to let his senior sister take charge. Su Qingyao led the two to the arena, not inviting anyone else, but merely selecting a few individuals from the 8th peak as witnesses, and the contest commenced. Ji Tiange's lips curled into a cold smile, his garments billowing without a breeze, exuding an air of elegance. Simultaneously, a radiant flame-like glow enveloped him, and the surrounding air grew intensely heated. The treasures possessed by this saint truly are not few. This is a Tao heart cultivated with the aid of flame elixirs. The 8th peak truly invests significantly. Upon hearing Luo Yunj's inner thoughts, Su Qingyao suddenly lifted her head to glance at him, pondering whether the Tao heart could indeed be cultivated with external assistance. After all, the disciples of B are all prodigies, and they have never fathomed that the Tao heart could serve as an aid to cultivation. However, at this moment, Luo Yunj had no time to entertain Su Qingyao's thoughts. His primary concern was to evade the assault from Qin Tiange. Flames in the form of numerous fireballs erupted around Qin Tiange and surged toward Luo Yunj. At this juncture, there was no room for explaining or answering Su Qingyao's queries. It seemed that Luo Yunj was destined to endure considerable hardship, for he was facing an opponent of the Venerable Realm. Should he decline to engage, he would have no choice but to withstand the blows. Just then, Qin Tiange finally realized something was amiss. He was utterly incapable of making contact with Luo Yunj and could only watch helplessly as the fireballs soared past him. Luo Yunj, feeling somewhat helpless, had no intention of retaliating. Since Qin Tiange bore no murderous intent, he could only adopt a stance of passive defense. Nevertheless, Qin Tiange became increasingly anxious and intensified his attacks, eager to conclude the battle swiftly, primarily out of curiosity about the abilities of this so-called Son of Heaven. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Qin Tiange was taken aback and hastily sought to remedy it, but to no avail. Before long, the fire elixir within Qin Tiange erupted, engulfing him in a fierce blaze. Luo Yunj could distinctly perceive that the fire elixir was on the verge of consuming his Dao heart. Instead of evading, Luo Yunj chose a quiet spot to observe, marveling at the spectacle. He had never witnessed someone being devoured by their own fire elixir in aiding their cultivation. The fragility of this individual's will was truly astonishing. The disciples of the 8th Peak stood agape at the scene unfolding before them. To their eyes, it appeared that Luo Yunj had not engaged at all. Rather, it was Qin Tiange who had inadvertently brought about his own downfall. This is rather amusing, isn't it? Upon regaining their composure, the crowd displayed a myriad of complex expressions. However, before they could voice their opinions, Su Qingyao declared the competition over. At that moment, Qin Tiange spat blood from the corner of his mouth, collapsing onto the ground. Chapter 86. Grading Luo Yunj approached with a grin and promptly asked, "Senior sister, I suppose I am exempt from the arduous training in the secret realm this time?" Upon hearing this, Su Qingyao replied coldly, "Since you have won this time, you may be excused for now, but tomorrow is the grand competition at the Blessed Land, and you must attend." Luo Yunj opened his mouth as if to protest, but no words came out for quite some time. With a mournful expression, he inwardly cursed Su Qingyao. Su Qingyao, barely able to contain her temper, let out a cold huff and turned to leave, stating, "The opportunity has been given to you. Should you fail to perform well, do not blame me for sending you back to the secret realm for training." Before long, Luo Yunj summoned the system. "System, check in." At this moment, he was truly at a loss for words. After being interrupted by the senior sisters, he had only now remembered the matter at hand. "Host has checked in today. Please do not check in again," the system's cold voice echoed, leaving Luo Yunj exasperated. He widened his eyes in disbelief. Had he really checked in? Dejected, he lay down to sleep, realizing that not overthinking was a challenge in itself. The next morning, Su Qingyao had already arrived at Luo Yunj's courtyard. Luo Yunj immediately covered his head, wishing to ignore this obstacle on his path to cultivation. Perhaps sensing his thoughts, Su Qingyao let out a cold snort, her icy demeanor causing Luo Yunj to shiver. What was this situation? Su Qingyao sat at the table, watching Luo Yunj with a half-smile, making him feel uneasy. At this point, pretending to forget yesterday's events seemed somewhat inappropriate. However, before Luo Yunj could rise, a commotion erupted outside. Su Qingyao furrowed her brows and stepped out of the room, instructing, "You wash up and get out of bed. I will see what is happening." Luo Yunj sighed in relief and hurriedly summoned the system. "System, check in again." His voice carried a hint of anger, perhaps due to his exasperation. Fortunately, the system was devoid of emotions. "Ding, check-in successful. Congratulations, host has obtained a fire essence pill. Calculating yesterday's laid-back performance. Ignored for 20 points. Refused to retaliate for 40 points. Accepted challenge for 10 points. Medaled for 10 points total score. Gained 200 years of cultivation. Current realm is the pinnacle of Jiahuang realm. Please break through as soon as possible." At this moment, Luo Yunj was dumbfounded. What was happening? Why was there suddenly a score? Initially believing that the 7th senior sister was merely a hindrance to his cultivation path, it now seemed she was indeed his lucky star. The multiple grading evaluations made Luo Yunj realize that this was no mere coincidence, yet he remained unclear on how to trigger this grading system. Feeling a headache coming on, He heard his senior sister's voice outside and promptly set aside his thoughts, decisively stepping out of the room. He found a crowd gathered at his doorway, making him somewhat uncomfortable. Wasn't today the grand competition at the Blessed Land? Why was everyone congregating here? With a puzzled expression, Luo Yunj inquired, only to spot several familiar faces. This was indeed the Eighth Peak's people, who was the elder at the forefront. Realizing this, Luo Yunj could hardly believe his eyes and couldn't help but ask, could it be the Peak Master of the Eighth Peak? As soon as the words left his mouth, the people around turned their sharp gazes toward him, particularly the elder, who looked at him with an even more piercing glare. No way. Could it really be the Peak Master of the Eighth Peak? This is disastrous. Does this mean we are doomed? I do not wish to intervene. A forced smile crept onto Luo Yunj's face, but Su Qingyao, who had just been confronting the Peak Master, suddenly burst into laughter upon hearing his thoughts. It seemed she was indeed the bane of his laid-back demeanor, yet this was quite pleasing to her, as she detested Luo Yunj's idle behavior. Unbeknownst to Luo Yunj, he was about to be sold out by Su Qingyao, who was still anxious. The next moment, he heard her voice, Peak Master Qingfeng. This predicament has been instigated by Qin Tiange himself. You cannot hold us accountable for it. Upon hearing this, Peak Master Qingfeng let out a cold laugh and replied indifferently. Goddess Su, although Qin Tiange is at fault, he should not have dared to leave the Longhuan Blessed Land. Do you understand the loss to our Eighth Peak caused by his departure? Luo Yunj rolled his eyes, inwardly scoffing. He is already a ruined soul. How can one expect him to elevate the Eighth Peak? Hearing Luo Yunj's thoughts, Su Qingyao shot him a disapproving glare, signaling him to be quiet. Luo Yunj obediently lowered his head, refraining from further comments. Having been respected for so long, suddenly bowing to someone felt quite peculiar. Before long, Peak Master Qingfeng coldly stated, Since Goddess Su has ruined one of our holy sons, we request an explanation. After all, there must be a resolution. The crowd was taken aback, and Lu Yi stepped forward, indignantly confronting Peak Master Qingfeng as a senior. How can you shout and create a ruckus outside a junior's room and prevent our Shu from participating in the grand competition? What are your intentions, Peak Master Qingfeng? Luo Yunj felt a twinge of guilt at Yi's words. It was rather bold for such a young girl to speak up. It was actually better for him not to participate in the grand competition. He had no desire to endure such a trial, preferring to remain idle. Not long after, Peak Master Qingfeng coldly chuckled and remarked, Rest assured, as long as you provide a solution, I will let you leave. Why waste time on idle chatter? Yi was immediately displeased and attempted to reason further, but Luo Yunj held her back. Chapter 87. The grand competition at the Blessed Land. Luo Yunj felt helpless. He truly did not wish to involve himself in these trivial matters. However, allowing Peak Master Qingfeng to continue causing a scene was rather unsatisfactory. He decided to step forward and coldly said, What does Peak Master Qingfeng want as an explanation? Do you wish for me to fight you? After saying this, he noticed Peak Master Qingfeng's expression darken. Had Luo Yunj not spoken those words, it might have been acceptable, but now it left him at a loss for a response. To accept would be tantamount to bullying. However, considering these factors, Peak Master Qingfeng momentarily failed to react. Regardless of who proposed the challenge, it seemed inappropriate, bordering on the suspicion of oppression. In addition to the Eighth Peak's disciples, others had also come to witness the grand competition. Today was a significant day, and a multitude of spectators had arrived, intrigued by the unfolding drama. Hearing the exchange, they felt somewhat embarrassed. Nevertheless, Peak Master Qingfeng disregarded his dignity and responded, That can be arranged. Should you lose, you will be expelled from Butian Peak. After all, you are merely a mortal body. Daring to aspire to make a name for yourself in the Longhuan Blessed Land? Everyone felt the awkwardness of the situation. It was clear this was blatant bullying. Not to mention that they were not of the same generation. How could a monarch challenge someone at the Qi refinement stage? If this had occurred in the past, no one would have believed someone could be so shameless as to propose such terms. Was Peak Master Qingfeng being excessively unreasonable? Indeed, how could a monarch challenge a Qi refinement cultivator? Was there truly no one available in the Eighth Peak besides Qin Tiange, prompting Peak Master Qingfeng's embarrassment? Amidst the cacophony of voices, various conjectures placed the esteemed Master Qingfeng in an exceedingly awkward position. As he listened to these remarks, his complexion fluctuated between shades of green and white, revealing the discomfort of having his innermost thoughts exposed. Before long, Master Qingfeng fixed his cold gaze upon Luo Yunji, awaiting his response. However, it was Su Qingyao who could no longer endure the situation. While she was aware of Luo Yunji's formidable abilities, she remained apprehensive about him facing the sovereign. Stepping forward with a frosty demeanor, she coldly proposed, "If Master Qingfeng feels this way, why not let us engage in a duel? Only someone as shameless as you could stoop to the level of bullying a junior." Master Qingfeng momentarily faltered, his brow furrowing as he contemplated a refusal. Yet soon after, he declared such an arrangement would be inappropriate, for the true instigator is Luo Yunji, not Goddess Su. This would indeed be a source of indignation. Although his reasoning was grandiose, it was in truth devoid of substance. The prospect of battling Su Qingyao offered him little chance of victory, given that his element was fire, yet he lacked the divine physique, and both were of equal standing. He was bound to suffer a disadvantage against her. Su Qingyao smirked, but Luo Yunji cast a steely glance at Master Qingfeng and stepped forward. Even if he wished to be a slacker and lay low, he would not permit his senior sister to clean up his mess. "I agree to your proposal, but this must occur after the Fengdi Grand Tournament. Should Master Qingfeng's actions lead to a loss of face for Butian Peak, do not be surprised when our master comes to speak with you," Luo Yunji asserted coldly, his expression resolute. With the mention of Lioli Peak's master, Master Qingfeng found himself momentarily daunted and could only nod in acceptance. "Then let us await the conclusion of the Grand Tournament and hold our duel within the bitter cultivation secret realm. I trust this will not pose a burden upon you." Upon hearing this, the crowd collectively inhaled sharply, recognizing the ruthlessness of Master Qingfeng. The bitter cultivation secret realm was notorious for its perilous nature, where merely standing still could lead to demise. Insisting on a contest in such a place was tantamount to seeking bloodshed. Contrary to expectations, Luo Yunji accepted the challenge with an impassive countenance. "Very well, but if you lose, do not blame us for being ungracious." With that, he departed with Su Qingyao and the others. As the onlookers began to disperse, discussions regarding Master Qingfeng continued to swirl, and within a short span, his ignoble reputation had spread throughout the entirety of Longhuan Fudi. Consequently, when Master Qingfeng arrived at the Grand Tournament, people instinctively kept their distance, wary of attracting his attention. Before long, Master Qingfeng coldly remarked, "What are you all staring at? No matter how you look, you are merely pawns." His words incited anger among the crowd. Yet due to their inferior strength, they could only swallow their indignation. When this comment reached Luo Yunji's ears, he merely chuckled softly, choosing not to elaborate further. Given Master Qingfeng's character, such outcomes were predictably evident. In due course, Luo Yunji and his companions arrived at the Grand Tournament site. Yet this time, no one cast envious glances his way. Instead, they regarded him with sympathy, as being targeted by Master Qingfeng was likely to bring him future tribulations. However, they were acutely aware that if any of Butian Peak's senior sisters participated in the contest, Master Qingfeng would undoubtedly face dire consequences. For the act of bullying the weak would not be well received, and should word reach others, it could result in expulsion. Today's Grand Tournament will see each peak dispatching 2 to 3 participants. I believe you're all accustomed to this rule. The host broke the tense atmosphere. Yet upon hearing his words, Master Qingfeng appeared absent-minded, rendering it difficult to discern his thoughts. Luo Yunji noticed this reaction and could not help but smile. "Old scoundrel, it seems the 8th peak has no one left? What kind of disciple can such a person produce? In the end, they merely serve as stepping stones for others." Luo Yunji's words, though not loud, were still audible to Master Qingfeng, who furrowed his brow deeply and directed a cold glare in Luo Yunji's direction. At that moment, Luo Yunji finally realized that the gazes of those around him were laced with sympathy, leaving him momentarily at a loss for words. "Seventh sister, why is everyone looking at me? Did I do something heinous?" Luo Yunji felt a pang of guilt and cautiously glanced at Su Qingyao, hoping to glean an explanation from her. Su Qingyao regarded Luo Yunji with a bemused smile before remarking, "Aren't you quite bold? Do you ever feel fear? Master Qingfeng harbors murderous intent towards you, yet they all look upon you with sympathy." Luo Yunji was taken aback. He had not sensed any malice from Master Qingfeng, yet his sister's words could hardly be dismissed as false. "What on earth? Have I truly been targeted? This is too pitiful. I wanted to lay low, and now he seeks trouble with me. How can I possibly avoid conflict? Regardless, as long as it does not come to me, Why should I concern myself? Su Qingyao, hearing Luo Yunji's inner thoughts, felt an urge to chastise him. It was astonishing how someone could be this reckless. One might mistakenly believe he was merely a slacker. However, Su Qingyao's gaze went unnoticed by Luo Yunji. He might have sensed it, yet he chose to feign ignorance. As long as he could avoid seeing, he could act as if oblivious. It must be said that Su Qingyao's presence placed immense pressure on Luo Yunji. Who else would so intently scrutinize a junior disciple? It was evident she regarded him as her own apprentice. Next came the contest between the 8th Peak's Qin Tiange and the Earth Spirit Peak's Feng Tianliang. As the host's announcement concluded, the crowd turned their attention to Master Qing Feng. For in the absence of participants, where would he find a representative for Qin Tiange? Master Qing Feng froze, clearly having forgotten that his beloved disciple had already departed, leaving him without a contender for the match. He turned to his disciples behind him, contemplating who might step forward. The members of the 8th Peak endeavored to diminish their presence, for Feng Tianliang was a figure of great repute on par with Qin Tiange. They were mere pawns, afraid to seek their own demise. As Master Qingfeng's gaze swept over them, he observed their immediate retreat, all apprehensive about being singled out as the chosen one. Noticing his disciples' behavior, Master Qingfeng's expression darkened, as he had never anticipated that his 8th Peak would struggle to find a suitable participant. After a moment's hesitation, Master Qingfeng gritted his teeth and resolved to step forward. Upon taking the stage, all eyes widened in disbelief. Was this not a contest for the 8th Peak's holy son Qin Tiange? Why had Master Qingfeng taken the stage instead? Where was the holy son Qin Tiange? Had he not been expelled? What expulsion? Surely, the 8th Peak must have done something to provoke this outcome. I have heard that Qin Tian Pavilion challenged the 10th Divine Son, which consequently angered the Su goddess, leading to their expulsion. As the crowd engaged in fervent discussions, they managed to piece together a rough outline of the events. However, when they comprehended the truth and cast their gazes back to the stage, they noticed the complex expression on Qingfeng's face. Given the typical conduct of the 8th Peak, it seemed plausible that the Peak Master of Qingfeng would personally step in to fight on behalf of Qin Tian Pavilion. The crowd whispered cautiously among themselves. Naturally, this conversation did not escape Luo Yunji's ears, who found it amusing and watched the stage with great interest. He had a penchant for watching such spectacles. At that moment, he wished he could bring out some peanuts and sunflower seeds, settling down comfortably to enjoy the show. Su Qingyao had initially focused her attention on Luo Yunji, but upon observing his eager demeanor, she chose to remain silent and redirected her gaze to the stage. As anticipated, the Peak Master of Qingfeng, after considerable mental preparation, finally spoke. The 8th Peak's Qingfeng shall represent the 8th Peak's Qin Tian Pavilion in this battle. Please enlighten me. The announcement caused an uproar among the attendees, who regarded the Peak Master's expression as rather peculiar. The host, upon hearing this, silently cursed the Qingfeng Peak Master for his lack of integrity. When the host finished speaking, he felt utterly helpless, for he had caught the murderous glare from the Qingfeng Peak Master, leaving him momentarily stunned. It should be noted that he was merely a mortal in the realm of qi refinement, and should Qingfeng truly unleash his wrath upon him, there would be no salvation. However, at that moment, the crowd seemed to sense Qingfeng's discontent and began to shout, "Qingfeng Peak Master, are you mistaken? Since the holy son of Qin Tian Pavilion is absent, this contest is naturally a loss for your 8th Peak. By stepping onto the stage, are you not disrupting the proceedings?" With the increase in voices, the focus of the crowd shifted away from Qingfeng. Yet, at that instant, the Qingfeng Peak Master suddenly chuckled lightly and remarked, "Our Qin Tian Pavilion has merely stepped out temporarily. As his master, I am naturally qualified to represent him in battle. If you all are dissatisfied, please offer a substantive solution." Upon hearing the words of the Qingfeng Peak Master, everyone understood clearly that surrender was not an option for him, as it pertained to the honor of the 8th Peak. The crowd was momentarily speechless. The attitude of the 8th Peak Master was undeniably bizarre, rendering them incapable of articulating their thoughts. It was contradictory, knowing that the 8th Peak had already suffered disgrace, yet unwilling to graciously concede defeat, insisting on bullying the weaker party. The conduct of the Qingfeng Peak Master was truly brazen. Had it not been for his presence, one could hardly fathom anyone capable of expressing such shamelessness with such conviction. Luo Yunji was genuinely intrigued. always considering the Qingfeng Peak Master to be a remarkable individual. However, after expressing this thought, he caught the cold, piercing gaze of the Qingfeng Peak Master directed at him, causing Luo Yunj to stiffen slightly. Chapter 89. Substitute Match. Why does this old man keep staring at me? I have no desire to fight him, Luo Yunj thought to himself, his expression stiffening. Su Qingyao was both amused and exasperated, watching her junior disciple's predicament with a wry smile. Witnessing her little disciple face adversity was indeed entertaining. Luo Yunj remained oblivious to his senior sister's mischievous delight, leisurely observing the competition. In the following moment, the Qingfeng Peak Master spoke. Today, I stand in for my disciple in this competition, which may seem somewhat out of order. However, my disciple was unjustly expelled. What fault does he bear? I come to fight on his behalf, seeking justice. His words were delivered with grandiosity, his gaze fixed intently on Luo Yunj, as if everything was somehow related to him. Yet, Luo Yunj truly felt wronged. It was Qingtian Pavilion's own actions that had been excessive, resulting in his expulsion. How was it now that the blame was being placed squarely upon him? Uninformed observers might think he had schemed to wrongfully oust others. As his words fell, the crowd fell silent. After all, not everyone was aware of the truth. A small portion believed the Qingfeng Peak Master's actions were justified, while the vast majority, aware of the reality, exchanged complex glances between the Qingfeng Peak Master and the divine son of Butian Peak, rendered speechless. The Qingfeng Peak Master was brazenly employing his might against the weak, and the presence of supporters made it all the more infuriating. Many in attendance shared this sentiment, their expressions reflecting a peculiar discomfort. Before long, the host could no longer withstand the pressure and announced the commencement of the match. However, Feng Tianliang, who was to face off against the Qingfeng Peak Master, felt utterly despondent. The host could evade the storm, but he could not. Was this not a blatant invitation for the Qingfeng Peak Master to toy with him? After hesitating momentarily, Feng Tianliang raised his hand and declared loudly, "Stop! I concede." Feng Tianliang spoke with conviction, unfazed by the opinions of others. Nevertheless, he was acutely aware that even in admitting defeat, there would be no backlash against him, nor would any malicious rumors disturb his peace. After all, it was the Qingfeng Peak Master who acted unjustly. It was not his concern. The Qingfeng Peak Master finally breathed a sigh of relief. The contest followed a defensive and offensive format, and it seemed an eternity before it was finally Butian Peak's turn to attack. Yet to this point, the title holder remained the Qingfeng Peak Master. This was not due to anything else. It was simply because this venue was intended for the younger generation to engage in exchanges and sparring, and his presence as a monarch was nothing short of a disruption to the order. Under such circumstances, the first action for all participants was to raise their hands and promptly concede. This contest was notably quicker and far more dramatic than previous years. When it was finally Butian Peak's turn, all eyes naturally turned to Luo Yunj and Lu Yi. After all, the 9 senior sisters were formidable figures, and they certainly looked down upon participating in such contests, leaving only Luo Yunj and Lu Yi to represent Butian Peak. At this moment, the audience was filled with anticipation, for this was the main event, a grand spectacle indeed. Lu Yi took the stage first, but she was not foolish. She mimicked the others and immediately conceded, which came as no surprise to the crowd. Ultimately, all gazes rested upon Luo Yunj, as they were curious whether this divine son would also concede outright. As Luo Yunj leisurely stepped onto the stage, an odd thought crossed the minds of the spectators. It seemed that as long as Luo Yunj took the stage, victory was already his. Su Qingyao's lips curled into a smile, the warmth of which melted the icy demeanor she often projected, rendering her exceptionally gentle. He had come to understand that whenever he found himself in trouble, his senior sister would undoubtedly be the first to revel in the spectacle and mock him. Perhaps it was due to Su Qingyao's demeanor that Luo Yunj felt somewhat distracted. The Qingfeng Peak Master observed Luo Yunj's reaction, a cold smirk emerging on his lips, clearly reveling in the moment. It was evident that facing him had left Luo Yunj momentarily dazed, but luck could not always be relied upon. He then coldly remarked to Luo Yunj, "It appears that your fortune has waned. Had someone defeated me earlier, we could have avoided this match today." It seemed that the Qingfeng Peak Master had 2 objectives, to preserve the standing of the 8th peak and to confront Luo Yunj personally. But what significance did such a confrontation hold? "Peak Master, At your advanced age, why are you causing such a commotion? Those unaware might think you are still in your youth, exhibiting such childish behavior, Luo Yunj said earnestly. Upon hearing Luo Yunj's words, the audience widened their eyes in unison, staring intently at the Qingfeng Peak Master. It is evident that the Lord of Qingfeng cannot tolerate unfavorable evaluations of himself, and this moment has indeed stirred a hornet's nest. Subsequently, he cast a sympathetic glance toward Luo Yunj, silently mourning for him. Why must such a promising divine son provoke someone as petty and vindictive as this small-minded peak master to audaciously speak ill in this very place? The expression on the Lord of Qingfeng's face grew increasingly grim, and his gaze directed at Luo Yunj seemed to harbor murderous intent. For quite a while, the Lord of Qingfeng remained speechless, until suddenly he erupted into laughter, seemingly losing his sanity. Well, what a remarkable display of ignorance. Since our competition has yet to begin, let me have a glimpse of your abilities in advance. Without hesitation, the Lord of Qingfeng unleashed his prowess, his aura coalescing into a tangible blade, causing the surrounding trees and his own robe to stir without wind. It appeared imposing. However, Luo Yunj merely shook his head repeatedly. Su Qingyao observed Luo Yunj's demeanor with some astonishment, realizing that he must possess some insight. Indeed, after this incident, Luo Yunj's inner thoughts emerged. What young lad? Aside from his aura, he possesses nothing at all, truly impoverished. Isn't this blatantly revealing that he is even more useless than I? Apart from utilizing his aura for attacks, he has nothing to serve as a weapon. If he encounters someone stronger, TSK, his aura will be utterly worthless. Luo Yunj gained a newfound perspective. He had never encountered anyone so utterly inept, with a mastery level that seemed utterly inconsequential. When faced with a stronger opponent of the same realm, he was merely inviting his own demise. Listening to Luo Yunj's thoughts, Su Qingyao felt speechless. Her gaze toward the Lord of Qingfeng took on a peculiar quality, for it became apparent that he was merely a fade. Given the status of Butian Peak and, as a goddess, Su Qingyao had no prior interactions with the 8th peak, hence her ignorance of such matters. However, hearing Luo Yunj's thoughts now struck her as rather strange. At that moment, Su Qingyao could clearly see Luo Yunj yawning, seemingly on the verge of sleep. This scene left the onlookers at a loss for words. Soon after, they heard Luo Yunj's leisurely voice. Lord, your aura has taken far too long to coalesce. At this rate, I might just fall asleep. The crowd could not help but burst into laughter, for the figure on the stage was indeed formidable, and none dared to overstep their bounds. Before long, the Lord of Qingfeng's countenance darkened further, his face a tumultuous blend of green and red, indicating an unstable mindset. Luo Yunj impatiently urged, Lord, you should expedite matters. I genuinely cannot hold on any longer. I wish to sleep. Upon hearing this, everyone present succumbed to laughter. The Lord of Qingfeng's expression was exceedingly grim, yet he had no time to discipline the crowd. Eventually, the Lord of Qingfeng's aura finally materialized, hurtling toward Luo Yunj. The crowd tensed, fearful for Luo Yunj's safety. However, to their astonishment, amidst the relentless onslaught from the Lord of Qingfeng, Luo Yunj remained utterly undisturbed, as if the surrounding attacks were non-existent. The spectators exchanged complex glances toward the Lord of Qingfeng. Those who had previously conceded now felt a tinge of regret. Had they known that the Lord of Qingfeng was a mere fade, ornamental yet ineffective, they would never have surrendered. Seizing the opportunity, Luo Yunj found a comfortable spot and lay down to sleep. This spectacle left Su Qingyao in a mixture of amusement and exasperation, rendering her momentarily speechless. When it came to audacious antics, there seemed to be no one who could rival her junior aside from him. At that moment, the sound of snoring echoed as the Lord of Qingfeng finally succumbed, spitting out blood and collapsing to the ground. The host, taken aback, momentarily froze but quickly remembered his duties and began the countdown. As the 20 seconds elapsed, he declared the Lord of Qingfeng's defeat. The expressions of those from the 8th peak and Butian Peak grew increasingly intricate, prompting Su Qingyao to let out a soft sigh. First, let's get your little master uncle off the stage. If he can be awakened, do so, otherwise, carry him away. Su Qingyao summoned Lu Yi, instructing her to assist. Lu Yi gazed at Luo Yunj with admiration, acknowledging him as a remarkable figure capable of resolving any situation. Yet, she was curious about how her master uncle managed to remain unscathed amid such a barrage, even managing to sleep soundly. At this moment, those from the 8th Peak hurriedly ascended the stage to carry their peak master away. All present regarded Luo Yunj with complex expressions, for such an unexpected turn of events had never been witnessed before. Indeed, he was the most bizarre little waste in the Longhuan blessed land. However, they dared not voice this thought in front of the Butian Peak members, who were fiercely protective of their own. Should they overhear, it would likely lead to dire consequences. Upon reaching the stage, Lui found herself unable to rouse Luo Yunj, as if he were in a deep slumber, oblivious to the world around him. Resigned, she personally began to carry him down. Just then, Luo Yunj unexpectedly awoke, glancing stealthily in Su Qingyao's direction. Noticing her attention was about to shift towards him, he promptly closed his eyes again, feigning sleep. Lui noticed Luo Yunj's subtle movement, but refrained from speaking, instead chuckling softly to shield him. Having spent considerable time with her master uncle, she was well aware of his capabilities, yet he was somewhat lethargic and often sought to evade effort. Were it not for the presence of their 7th master, he would likely not bother to exert himself in such a manner. Fortunately, at that moment, no one approached, especially not Su Qingyao, which relieved Luo Yunj. Now, only Lu Yi remained among the crowd, and upon realizing Luo Yunj's intentions, she glanced at him with a mixture of amusement and exasperation, then decisively spoke up. "Master uncle, your laziness is quite infuriating, don't you think? Are you truly unconcerned about the chatter outside?" Lu Yi did not genuinely harbor grievances against Luo Yunj. She merely found his actions seemingly devoid of purpose. After voicing her thoughts, she observed Luo Yunj with confusion and cautiously inquired, "Master uncle, you wouldn't happen to be completely uninterested in cultivating, would you?" Upon hearing this, the water Luo Yunj had just sipped spewed forth, startling him. Could it be that his demeanor was so overtly apparent? Contemplating this, Luo Yunj cast a complex look at Lu Yi and solemnly replied, "Dear niece, it is not that your master uncle refuses to cultivate. Rather, it is that he is genuinely a waste, and there is no need for a waste to cultivate. Forcing a waste to cultivate is nothing short of torment." Upon hearing this, Lu Yi regarded Luo Yunj with a mixture of amusement and disbelief. "Master uncle, perhaps you can deceive others, but there's truly no need to deceive me. I am well aware of your strength." Just as Lu Yi was about to continue, Luo Yunj swiftly covered her mouth. Lu Yi clearly wished to speak, but with her mouth covered, she found herself unable to utter a word, gazing at Luo Yunj with an expression of innocent bewilderment, indicating that she would refrain from further comments. "Be cautious. Your master uncle is indeed a waste. Why say so much? If someone overhears, they might think your master uncle is quite arrogant," Luo Yunj warned half-jokingly. Upon hearing this, Lu Yi could only shake her head in amusement. Yet at that moment, a disdainful voice echoed from the entrance. "Aren't you being arrogant enough? To fall asleep directly during a competition? One might lead others to mistakenly believe that you have succumbed to exhaustion." Su Qingyao's tone was tinged with a hint of sarcasm, causing Luo Yunj to feel a sudden jolt of alarm. Hastily, she turned her gaze towards the entrance, where she immediately spotted Su Qingyao approaching her room. Luo Yunj remarked, "Seventh senior sister, you truly are an unrelenting spirit. Even after feigning slumber, how is it that you still followed me here?" Luo Yungu, on the verge of tears, realized that she was likely to endure yet another round of torment. Chapter 91, Sleeping on Stage. With a sense of helplessness, Luo Yungu gazed at Su Qingyao and pitifully implored, "Seventh senior sister, please allow me to rest for a moment. As a mere practitioner of the qi refining stage, I find myself pitted against beings of the emperor level, leaving me utterly exhausted." Perhaps it was Luo Yunji's truly pitiable demeanor that caused Su Qingyao to momentarily hold her breath, rendering her momentarily speechless. Seventh senior sister is indeed quite adorable. If only there were fewer matters demanding my attention. Gazed at Su Qingyao, unable to restrain herself from speaking. Upon hearing these words, Su Qingyao's face flushed instantly, and her eyes, filled with a mix of embarrassment and anger, turned towards. The typically aloof demeanor of this young lady, suddenly revealing such an expression, was truly disarming. In her heart, fervently scrolled through the barrage of comments, ultimately causing Su Qingyao to succumb to the urge to flee the scene. Observing her retreat, S lips curled into a mysterious smile. Meanwhile, Lu Yi cast a puzzled glance at her junior martial uncle. Entirely unaware of the unfolding dynamics between her junior martial uncle and the seventh martial uncle, and was left wondering about the sudden shift in atmosphere. Junior martial uncle, what are you grinning about? Lu Yi, perplexed, inquired. Yet, as her words fell, she observed Luo Yunj no longer concealing her emotions, but instead bursting into laughter. This laughter was rather audacious, unabashedly resonating, causing many on Butian Peak to hear it. Lu Yi gazed at her entranced junior master with a hint of trepidation, secretly murmuring to herself, what could have provoked such a reaction in my junior master? How could one suddenly laugh so heartily that an unsuspecting observer might think that the young master has lost his sanity? These words caused Luo Yunj's laughter to freeze. Just moments ago, she was merely indulging in playful teasing of her seventh senior sister. Yet now she found herself the subject of ridicule. With an expression of both amusement and exasperation, I gazed at Lu Yi, then spoke directly. You really ought not to linger here. If you continue to stay, I fear you may drive me to the brink of madness. After uttering these words, I pushed Lu Yi outside, showing her no semblance of consideration. Lu Yi, smiling, walked out without paying any heed to what Luo Yunj had to say. However, upon reaching the entrance, the sounds of two individuals playfully bantering abruptly ceased. They stood awkwardly in place, their gestures abruptly halted. Luo Yunj's expression was somewhat intricate. Was this not the esteemed Feng Zhu of Qing Feng? What could prompt such a swift arrival? Master Qing Feng, I was unaware of your esteemed presence and regret my inadequate reception. I hope for your understanding. Luo Yunj swiftly adjusted his demeanor, his nonchalant voice resonating, which caused Master Qing Feng's expression to darken. Recalling the events that transpired on the arena today, Master Qing Feng felt a profound sense of resentment. However, since the duel had concluded, any lingering bitterness proved futile. After a moment's hesitation, he bluntly stated, I have matters to inquire about today. His words were devoid of politeness, and his tone bore an air of impatience, placing Luo Yunj in a rather awkward position. In a brief span, Luo Yunj managed to send Lu Yi away. Lu Yi was initially reluctant to depart, for Master Qing Feng was notoriously unscrupulous, and she harbored concerns about what he might do to her little master uncle in her absence. Casting a discontented glance at him, perhaps it was Lu Yi's gaze that irked Master Qing Feng, as he appeared ready to erupt in anger. Luo Yunj hurriedly escorted Lu Yi out, prioritizing her safety. He could not afford to feel guilty should Master Qing Feng indeed harm her. Hurry! We certainly do not wish to incur the wrath of the esteemed Qing Feng Fengzhu upon our 8th peak, do we? Furthermore, you could assist me in summoning the elder sisters. I need not worry in this regard. Luo Yunj found herself both amused and exasperated by this spirited little girl, who, despite her diminutive stature, displayed an audacious fearlessness. Yet, she was merely a child, and thus incapable of articulating her thoughts. Once Lu Yi was completely sent off, Luo Yunj cast a frosty gaze upon the master of Qing Feng Peak, her voice devoid of emotion as she spoke. Master of Qing Feng Peak, surely you do not intend to quarrel with a junior? After all, Lu Yi is indeed your disciple's descendant. Upon hearing Luo Yunj's words, the expression of the Qing Feng Peak master turned exceptionally grim, yet he found himself momentarily at a loss for a retort, allowing Luo Yunj to continue unabated. The mockery glimmering in Luo Yunj's eyes was undeniably apparent, deepening the Qing Feng Peak master's discontent. However, it was not long before he finally spoke. I did not come here today to engage in a competition. Rather, I wish to inquire about a matter of significance. As he uttered these words, his demeanor became notably serious, shedding the previous facade of insouciance. Observing his current countenance, Luo Yunj had already surmised what he intended to ask, yet she had no desire to entertain it and decisively strode into the room, even closing the door behind her. Wait! As Jian Liyang approached the door, the master of Qing Feng, in a state of panic, instinctively raised his hand to block it, inadvertently leaving a trace of blood. Oblivious to the pain, he continued to fixate on Liyang as if nothing had transpired. Liyang found himself at a loss, recognizing that this old rogue was relentless, determined not to relent until he achieved his aims. You may inquire, and I shall grant you the opportunity, but whether I choose to respond depends solely on my whims. As he uttered these words, Liang's demeanor betrayed a hint of impatience. Nevertheless, the master of Qingfeng paid no heed to his tone. After a brief moment of hesitation, he directly inquired, "How is it that you remain unscathed beneath my assault? Is your cultivation genuine?" Upon hearing these words, Luo Yunj furrowed her brows, questioning why they had agreed on a single issue when there were already two presented. He resolutely closed the door, barring the esteemed leader of QNGF Ing from entry. "Open the door." The master of Qingfeng wore an exceptionally grim expression. This marked the second occasion today that he had been turned away, and by the same individual, no less. To compound his humiliation, he had suffered defeat at the hands of this younger opponent. This was the most intolerable reality for the master of Qingfeng. Why, with such a keen interest, did he forsake his recuperation at his own 8th peak to come to our Butian Peak? The voice of Su Qingyao emanated from behind the master of Qingfeng Peak, catching him off guard. As he turned around, he beheld Su Qingyao gracefully approaching in a flowing white gown. For a moment, the master of Qingfeng Peak found himself at a loss for words, his expression tinged with an odd discomfort, leaving him speechless for an extended period. As Su Qingyao came to a halt before him, the master felt a wave of trepidation, unable to meet her gaze. He had only summoned the courage to approach her, relying on the fact that he had not previously perceived her presence. Had he not just inadvertently dug his own grave? Chapter 92. Expelled from the blessed land within the confines of her chamber, Luo Yunj heard the voice of Su Qingyao, and a wave of relief washed over her, accompanied by a subtle smile gracing her lips. Disregarding all else, she hastened towards her bed. At this moment, failing to indulge in a restful slumber would be a disservice to her senior sister for standing up for her. Even from outside the room, Su Qingyao could still perceive the movements of Luo Yunj within. A gentle smile spread across her face, akin to an iceberg melting, captivating all who beheld it. However, this enchanting scene was lost on Luo Yunj. The master of Qingfeng Peak, who witnessed the entire exchange, felt a twinge of surprise but dared not voice his thoughts, fearing the attention it might draw upon himself. At that moment, Su Qingyao abruptly ceased her laughter and cast a cold gaze upon the master of Qingfeng Peak. "You truly possess remarkable skills, master of Qingfeng Peak. First, you challenge my junior brother to a duel, and upon losing, you return to create further trouble. Do you truly believe that my sisterhood can be disregarded?" At this moment, Qingfeng Fengzhu found himself in a state of amusement, caught between laughter and tears. He had not come seeking trouble. Rather, he was merely intrigued by the transformations that had unfolded on the stage today. It would be unreasonable for him to be condemned outright for his recent whimsical actions. Su Qingyao's gaze was fixated on the Lord of Qingfeng, and she did not miss the subtle shifts of emotion that flickered across his face, which suddenly darkened. As she spoke, the Lord of Qingfeng could distinctly sense her disdain for him. A surge of anger welled up within him. Yet upon meeting Su Qingyao's piercing gaze, he found himself at a loss for words. He lowered his eyes in a show of weakness. Despite the resentment brewing in his heart, he dared not voice it. Observing the Lord of Qingfeng's submissive demeanor, Su Qingyao let out a mocking smile, realizing that his presence truly belittled the prestige of Longhuan Fudi. "Lady Su, regardless of my shortcomings, I'm still your elder. Is this truly how the Butian Peak instructs you? Where is the most fundamental sense of etiquette?" The esteemed Master Qingfeng mustered his courage and uttered these words with a cold demeanor. However, Su Qingyao found his statement rather amusing, merely offering a faint smile without uttering a word, clearly regarding Master Qingfeng with indifference. At that moment, an uproar arose from outside, causing both Su Qingyao and Master Qingfeng to cast wary glances toward the commotion. Even Luo Yunj in the room was stirred, instantly adopting a serious expression as he sat up. After all, he had finally managed to enjoy a tranquil day, only to be disturbed in such a manner, which was quite displeasing. Before long, Luo Yunj decisively rose and opened the door. This action drew the attention of both individuals, prompting Su Qingyao to disregard the noise outside and, with a teasing smile, remark, "Junior brother, I thought you were merely a timid turtle, unwilling to emerge." A playful mockery adorned her icy visage, causing Luo Yunj to lower his gaze in silence, wary of provoking his senior sister's ire lest he suffer the consequences. Indeed, seventh sister is ever so fond of meddling. Luo Yunj silently mocked in her heart, but Su Qingyao's body stiffened, clearly having heard Luo Yunj's innermost thoughts, rendering her somewhat uneasy. In an instant, the aura of Tao was unleashed, causing the expressions of both the Qingfeng Peak Master and Luo Yunj to darken abruptly. Luo Yunj gazed at Su Qingyao in disbelief. Could it truly be? Seventh senior sister's strength has reached such a level, yet her Dao intent remains scattered and uncontrollable. The resolve of seventh senior sister appears rather unstable. How can one make progress under such circumstances? Luo Yungu silently complained to herself. Yet when she turned her head, she immediately met the profound gaze of Su Qingyao. The glimmer in Su Qingyao's eyes seemed to carry a hint of a chilling intent, causing Luo Yungu to involuntarily shudder. Seventh senior sister, please cease your stare. Whom have I provoked? Could it be that I inadvertently offended my senior sister? As Luo Yungu found herself on the verge of tears, Su Qingyao inadvertently let out a laugh, prompting Luo Yungu to instinctively move to her side. Seventh senior sister, you are the most beautiful when you smile. You should smile more often. Luo Yungu said playfully, her expression betraying no hint of unusual emotion. Seventh senior sister looks truly enchanting when she smiles. Although her icy demeanor is rather aloof, her laughter makes one wish to pinch her cheeks. Luo Yungu sighed inwardly, silently reflecting on her thoughts. Su Qingyao's posture was slightly stiff, yet she forced herself to disregard those feelings. Just as the two were exchanging playful banter, an unexpected presence entered from outside the door. Upon seeing the newcomer, everyone was taken aback. It was none other than the esteemed headmaster, Zhizhong Jiao. What brought the headmaster here? Could it be that there is a new mission at hand? Su Qingyao was the first to step forward, speaking with utmost reverence. At this moment, the master of Qingfeng was already in a state of panic. Upon seeing the esteemed leader, an ominous premonition surged within him. Could it be that the leader had come for Luo Yunj? That is indeed rather amusing. However, despite such inner musings, I ultimately refrained from voicing them. What is destined to occur will inevitably come to pass. The esteemed Zhengji cast a piercing gaze toward the esteemed Qingfeng, and with a chilling tone, declared, Qingfeng, you truly are a source of disappointment. Upon hearing these words, the assembly was taken aback, momentarily perplexed by the implications of Zhengji's statement. Yet, observing the current demeanor of Lu Weiying and Qingfeng, an astonishing conjecture began to form in the minds of the onlookers. After a brief hesitation, all eyes turned fervently towards Zhengji, eager to witness the unfolding of events. At that moment, Zhengji's gaze swept over the Qingfeng, and with an icy demeanor, remarked, Qingfeng, you are to depart from Elngu in FD. We at Elngu in FD cannot afford to sustain someone of your nature. Should others be inclined to offer you refuge, I wish you a future adorned with splendor. Even Qingfeng was momentarily taken aback, staring in disbelief at Zhengji, and incredulously inquired, Zhengji, are you truly casting me out of Elngu in FD? He had never envisioned that he would meet such a fate. Firstly, he was the most exceptional peak master in the entire Elngu in FD, and there had never been a peak master of the royal realm who could ascend to such a position. Secondly, he had always been diligent and conscientious, never committing any wrongdoing. Under such circumstances, why was he cast away? Luo Yunj remained silent, choosing to observe the unfolding spectacle instead. It was palpable that this time, Master Ji had come specifically for this matter. Chapter 93. The contest continues. Master Ji cast a fleeting glance at Luo Yunj before redirecting his gaze towards the leader of Qingfeng Peak. The leader's eyes were bloodshot, reflecting his unwillingness to accept the situation, which caused those present to instinctively withdraw. The crowd buzzed with hushed murmurs, seemingly casting aspersions on the leader of Qingfeng Peak. As these words reached his ears, the leader's composure shattered, leaving him momentarily speechless. As a peak leader, one must set an example and not propagate detrimental influences. Can one truly bear the title of peak leader under such circumstances? Zhizhongjiao's expression suddenly turned frosty. Such a demeanor of bullying the weak was utterly intolerable to him. Qingfeng's actions had indeed crossed his line. Sensing Zhizhongjiao's displeasure, Qingfeng felt a surge of trepidation and promptly lowered his head. What was initially a trivial matter? Why did the leader feel compelled to nitpick so? Dissatisfaction coursed through his being, palpable enough for those around him to discern the unusual tension. Without further ado, Ji Zhangjiao grasped Qing Feng with a single hand, leaving Qing Feng in shock. By the time he gathered his wits, he found himself already whisked away from Butian Peak. While the onlookers regarded Ji Zhangjiao with astonished expressions, their eyes practically sparkling with intrigue. Although Qing Feng felt a surge of discontent, the situation had unfolded beyond his control, leaving him with little recourse. Once set down, his eyes darted about, desperately searching for the figure of Luo Yunj. Fortuitously, Luo Yunj had followed along to witness the spectacle, unexpectedly becoming the target of Qing Feng's gaze. Before long, Qing Feng spoke coldly, Ji Zhangjiao, while I concede that today is event my fault, the divine son Luo Yunj has already consented to my challenge. Surely, you would not wish to assist him in circumventing our agreement? The people around gasped in astonishment. It was evident that this was an obvious coercion aimed at compelling Ji Zhangjiao to acquiesce to this matter. Presently, with a countenance imbued with sympathy, Luo Shenxi gazed upon Luo Yunj, for it appeared that he was indeed destined to face calamity. After all, the master of Qing Feng had initiated the discourse, and even Ji Zhangjiao might find it challenging to evade the situation. However, the unfolding events were not as the onlookers presumed. Although Ji Zhangjiao discerned the implications behind Qing Feng's words, he paid them little heed. Instead, he let out a cold chuckle, deliberately avoiding eye contact with Luo Yunj. And without a moment's hesitation, he proclaimed, "What if I grant Luo Yunj the pleasure of your appointment?" The competition was inherently unjust. The act of breaking promises merely serves to simplify matters further, and more importantly, to safeguard the disciples of our Nguyen FD. Master Ji's authority is indeed formidable. Although I am unafraid of challenges, the incessant presence of chaotic matters is truly vexing. If only the senior sisters were as understanding as Ji Zhangjiao. Luo Yunj sighed quietly within, casting a glance at Su Qingyao that bore a hint of reproach. Upon suddenly catching wind of Luo Yunj's discontent, Su Qingyao nearly faltered, yet since her junior brother had expressed such sentiments, she felt compelled to honor his feelings. Upon contemplating this, an inexplicable cold smile emerged at the corners of my lips. Observing this faint expression, Luo Yunj's figure momentarily faltered, a sense of foreboding stirring within her heart. As anticipated, in the next moment, Su Qingyao stepped forward, gazing at the sect master with an air of nonchalance. "There is no need for the esteemed sect master to act in such a manner," she stated. "Since a promise has already been made, as the divine son, Yunj must naturally lead by example. The time and rules of the contest remain unchanged, lest it be said that we of the Longhuan Fudi are bullying others." Upon hearing Su Qingyao's words, the onlookers could not help but raise their thumbs in admiration. Indeed, the divine goddess is commendable, yet one cannot help but wonder if divine son Luo will emerge unscathed. Upon contemplating this, he cast a peculiar glance towards Luo Shenxi, seemingly attempting to discern the true capabilities of Liyang. Sensing the intentions of those around him, Liyang felt a sense of despair. He genuinely wished to remain uninvolved and lead a life of leisure. However, at that moment, he suddenly heard the voice of Master Ji, tinged with concern. Is this truly feasible? Yunge feared that this was not a matter of Ji Zhangjiao underestimating Luo Yunge, but rather a reflection of his own inability to perceive Luo Yunji's true capabilities, akin to the prowess of Lu Li Fengzhu. Furthermore, having received orders to take special care of Luo Yunge, he was naturally reluctant. However, upon hearing Ji Zhangjiao's words, Su Qingyao merely offered a faint smile and refrained from further comment. Yet, from her demeanor, Ji Zhangjiao discerned the unwavering determination of Su Qingyao, prompting him to say nothing more and acquiesce to her disposition. Thus, seizing the opportune moment, they decided to hold a contest today in the Ku Xiaomijing, with Ji Zhangjiao serving as the judge. However, should I emerge victorious, I trust that our previous conditions will still hold. Qing Feng let out a cold snort. His tone bereft of the previous respect he held for Ji Zhangjiao, tinged instead with dissatisfaction and a hint of trepidation. This was his final chance. If he succeeded in the competition, both he and Qin Tiange could remain, but if he lost, it would be a double humiliation. Ji Zhangjiao did not hesitate and agreed decisively. To him, Su Qingyao's words indicated a degree of confidence in Luo Yunji's abilities. If she were to win, it would indeed be a joyous outcome for all. Conversely, if she were to falter, retaining Qing Feng could serve as a form of training for Luo Yunge, who would eventually inherit the Dao lineage and must undergo trials to mature. Upon Ji Zhangjiao's agreement, reactions varied among the onlookers. Some were delighted while others were anxious. They wished to witness the spectacle, yet the perilous nature of the coup Xiaomi Jing instilled fear in their hearts. Perceiving their trepidation, Ji Zhangjiao's expression remained calm as he addressed the crowd, instructing them to notify disciples from each peak to gather in half an hour at the coup Xiaomi Jing to witness the match between Qing Feng and Luo Shenzi. From the titles he used, it was evident to all who held a higher status in Ji Zhangjiao's esteem. Ji Zhangjiao then turned to the astonished Qing Feng, a barely perceptible smile gracing his lips before vanishing. At this moment, Luo Yunge found himself questioning his existence, utterly stunned by the turn of events. It felt as though trouble had descended upon him from the heavens while he was merely at home. Casting a resentful glance at Su Qingyao, he noticed her maintaining her usual composure, appearing entirely unaffected by the situation as if it were of no concern to her. With a resigned sigh, he lamented the orders of his senior sister, directing a look of grievance towards Su Qingyao, who remained oblivious to his plight. Chapter 94. The coup Xiaomi Jing Luo Yunji's expression grew grim as he observed that his senior sisters had all arrived, compelling him into a predicament he could not escape. With a face full of resentment, they gazed at Su Qingyao, as if accusing their senior sister of acting unethically. However, upon noticing Luo Yunji's reaction, Su Qingyao suddenly burst into laughter, her doubts about her junior brother's abilities intensifying. As the time drew near, everyone had gathered at the coup Xiao's secret realm. Once they entered the secret realm, the crowd lamented incessantly. This place of arduous cultivation was hardly a sanctuary for mortals. The piercing cold wind surrounding them rendered everyone unsteady. It is said that the winds in this area are particularly eerie. The deeper one ventures, the more difficult it becomes to escape. This phenomenon is attributed to a relic left behind by a once mighty practitioner of wind-based abilities. However, in such a place, how could they possibly endure for long? I sincerely hope that this competition will be of brief duration, allowing them some respite. Each individual gazed at Luo Yunji with eager anticipation, leaving him somewhat at a loss. However, at this moment, he also became acutely aware of a critical reality. This place was far from suitable for ordinary individuals. Were he truly of mortal flesh, he would likely find himself unable to maintain his footing, perhaps even facing mortal peril. Realizing this, Luo Yunji's expression shifted dramatically as he suddenly grasped Qing Feng's intentions. With a composed countenance, he regarded Qing Feng, for although he appeared indifferent, under the ominous premise of deliberate malice, his demeanor was as if he were prepared to exact vengeance. Indeed, the master of Qing Feng was a master of cunning. This locale was certainly no haven for beings of our mortal ilk. Isn't this a blatant attempt on our lives? Luo Yunji coldly spoke, her gaze towards Qing Feng becoming increasingly grim. However, this was not a place where he could linger. If he were to remain here for an extended period, it was likely that some of the less capable disciples would be unable to withstand the pressure. Qing Feng chuckled softly, a smug smile gracing his lips, clearly indicating his delight. Before long, the expressions of those surrounding him turned more hostile, and soon the air was filled with whispers and pointed fingers. It dawned on me for the first time that the esteemed leader Qing Feng was indeed endangering lives. Luo Shenzi is merely at the qi refining stage. Can he truly withstand the fierce winds here? Indeed, since Luo Shenzi is merely a practitioner of qi, it is unlikely that he can remain here in peace. Qing Feng's actions are utterly shameless. Do not speak so recklessly. If Qing Feng were to discover this, how would you endure your days to come? Are you truly unaware of this? QNGF Ing has been expelled. Is this not the final competition before his departure? Upon hearing these words, the surrounding individuals instantly furrowed their brows and turned their gazes in unison towards the speaker. To spread rumors in such a place was tantamount to courting death. However, at that moment, Qing Feng evidently caught wind of the conversation. His gaze icy as it fell upon the one who had spoken. Before long, Qing Feng's voice, laced with coldness, broke the silence. What do you know, you people? Whether I should depart remains an enigma. Did I truly believe that a mere Luo Shenzi could compel my concession, casting me out from the realm of Longhuan? That is indeed quite amusing. At this moment, Qing Feng was genuinely filled with a mix of embarrassment and anger, and upon hearing those words, he instinctively retorted without regard for his image. At this juncture, no one uttered a word. Instead, they all suppressed their thoughts deep within, Anticipating the moment when Qing Feng would be proven wrong, it appeared that Luo Shenzi possessed formidable strength. Even in such circumstances, he remained as composed as a mountain. Those unaware of the situation might have assumed that Luo Shenzi was merely standing in a typical outdoor setting. Finally, someone discerned the underlying significance. They were positioned at the periphery of the eye of the storm, where the threat of harm was minimal. Yet the locations occupied by Luo Shenzi and Qing Feng were perilously close to the eye itself, where a moment's carelessness could lead to death. Realizing this, everyone cast complex glances toward Liyang. Luo Shenzi truly lives up to his name. His ability to feign ignorance while displaying unmatched prowess is unparalleled. The hushed whispers of the onlookers reached Luo Yunji's ears, leaving him in a state of amusement. The situation was escalating into the realm of absurdity, and one might mistakenly believe that his strength was indeed formidable. Such an occurrence must never be allowed to transpire. Perhaps it would be best to remain composed and await the moment of concession, rather than exhausting oneself unnecessarily. Lu Yunye pondered deeply, unaware that her innermost thoughts had already been overheard. Su Qingyao's gaze was profound, concealing her true intentions. However, it wasn't long before a faint, icy smile graced Su Qingyao's lips. Did she wish to persist in her defeatist attitude? Or is such a matter so simple? At this moment, Ji Zhangjiao stepped forward, observing Luo Yunji's calm demeanor, a hint of a reassuring smile gracing his lips. It seemed that Lu Li's choice of this individual to inherit the Dao lineage was not without merit. However, one could not help but suspect that this person harbored significant secrets, sufficient to ensure the continuation of the Daoist tradition of Butian Peak. As the competition commenced, they found themselves in the eye of the storm. Should any violence be enacted here, one could not blame the rules of the eye for the ensuing fatalities. Ji Zhangjiao's voice was calm, yet his words left the crowd in a state of confusion, while Qing Feng felt a sudden jolt of shock within. He had indeed contemplated using this place for nefarious purposes, but he had forgotten that should he harbor ill intentions here, he would likely not leave this place alive. Fortunately, Ji Zhangjiao's reminder spared him from such a fate, or else he might have lost his life. However, Luo Yunji caught a glimpse of his trepidation, a cold smile playing on his lips. Having entertained murderous thoughts, he would not show mercy to his adversary. The rules here, although present, bore no weight upon him. Firstly, his existence was somewhat exceptional, and secondly, his Tao encompassed all phenomena. Under such circumstances, the external rules held no power over him. Qing Feng remained oblivious to the impending challenges he would face, a cold smile perpetually etched upon his face, seemingly assured of victory. Just then, the contest began, and the figures of the two combatants appeared as though shrouded in a veil, rendering them indistinguishable. As time passed, their forms completely vanished from sight. The crowd collectively inhaled sharply. Such a scenario had never transpired before, leaving them bewildered by the sudden turn of events. Zhangjiao Zhizuan, with the current disappearance of individuals, is there a possibility that Luo Shenzi may be in peril? Such a situation has never arisen in our arduous training sanctuary. The spectators surrounding us had initially come to witness the competition, but under these circumstances, how could they possibly continue to watch? In this situation, it is indeed a stroke of fortune that Luo Shenzi managed to survive. However, upon hearing the words of the crowd, Ji Zhangjiao's expression stiffened for just a moment before returning to normal. Chapter 95, The Eye of the Storm. The crowd naturally noticed the change in Ji Zhangjiao, their expressions momentarily reflecting a complex array of emotions. Shortly thereafter, someone spoke up first, saying, "Do not worry. Ji Zhangjiao is most concerned about Luo Shenzi." Ji Zhangjiao's reaction signifies that Luo Shenzi still holds the advantage. After this remark, Su Qingyao and her companions turned to look at the speaker, while Ji Zhangjiao also directed her gaze toward that direction, a hint of approval evident in her eyes. It must be said that the person's observational skills were commendable, prompting Ji Zhangjiao to silently note them for future attention. The two individuals proceeded toward the eye of the storm as if they had made a tacit agreement. Luo Yunji glanced at Qing Feng, only to observe the increasing difficulty etched upon Qing Feng's countenance. After all, Qing Feng practiced the Tao of Fire Sword, and within the eye of the storm, he found himself at a distinct disadvantage, leading to his mounting struggles. In contrast, Luo Yunji appeared remarkably at ease. The advantages of the myriad phenomena manifested themselves, as the power of this principle served as a beneficial elixir, aiding him in swiftly breaking through the Tao. However, the attributes encompassed by the myriad phenomena were simply too numerous, and here his practice could at most yield some enhancement to the wind attribute, leaving him helpless regarding the others. After approximately the duration of an incense stick, both individuals reached the center of the eye of the storm. Compared to Luo Yunj, Qing Feng appeared particularly beleaguered, gazing at Luo Yunj with a complex expression, momentarily at a loss for words. After a while, Qing Feng could no longer contain himself, and finally spoke. "Why are you completely unscathed? Could it be that your understanding of the Tao is intertwined with the essence of the wind?" However, once the question was posed, a sense of unease arose within the heart. Even the most formidable practitioners of the wind attribute would not find this place to be so effortless and carefree. After all, this is a realm dedicated to arduous cultivation. How could it possibly permit such ease? Before long, Luo Yunji's lips curled into a faint smile, followed by a cold laugh as she remarked, "Since I am able to remain here in such a state, it is only natural that I possess my own means. However, it seems that the days of the Qing Feng Zhu are rather arduous. Perhaps he should contemplate whether he can escape today." Upon hearing these words, Qing Feng's expression changed dramatically, sensing that something was amiss. When he turned his gaze back to Luo Yungu, he noticed a fierce cold wind swirling around her, contrasting sharply with the tempest of the wind eye, which perfectly placed Luo Yungu in a state of stability. Unfortunately for Qing Feng, he was not so fortunate. It was evident to any discerning observer that he was enduring immense suffering amidst the fierce winds. Even though Qing Feng's Tao had already taken a tangible form, it was utterly incapable of withstanding the ferocity of the gale. The Daogua fire sword he had conjured flickered uncertainly, lacking any semblance of power, as if the wind had extinguished the flames, leaving Qing Feng utterly powerless to exert any influence. Before long, Qing Feng was astonished to discover that his Daogua was now experiencing some issues. It was clear that the Daogua had been well consolidated, yet in this environment, it served no purpose and could not enable him to maintain his stance. In mere moments, the whirlwind gathered all the Daogua fire swords surrounding Qing Feng, and at that moment, he finally realized a crucial truth. His Daogua was no longer under his control. Ordinarily, his Daogua would not harm him. But in this instance, the Daogua fire sword lunged directly at Qing Feng, and in a brief span, he was consumed by his own Daogua's flames. When the last of the fire was extinguished, Qing Feng had been reduced to ashes, while Luo Yunji's figure became visible. At that moment, all eyes were upon Luo Yungu, yet Qing Feng was nowhere to be seen. The crowd, perplexed, looked towards Luo Yungu and hesitantly inquired, "Luo Shenzi, whereas Qing Feng Zhu gone? Could it be that one has departed so swiftly?" Upon hearing these words, Luo Yunji's expression grew somewhat intricate, leaving him momentarily at a loss for an explanation. After a brief contemplation, he spoke, asserting that the incident of him being rebuffed by his own Tao intent bore no relation to him, perhaps fearing that the crowd might misconstrue the situation. Luo Yunj decisively elucidated his stance. However, the onlookers, upon hearing his words, gazed at him with intense admiration, as though he were the formidable figure they revered. Recognizing the fervor in their eyes, Luo Yunj sensed that events were unfolding in an unpredictable manner. After a moment's hesitation, he heard someone proclaim, "Indeed, Luo Shenzi is the most formidable. He managed to preserve life even in such dire circumstances. Moreover, the power of the rules forbids murder in that place. Yet Luo Shenzi was able to act and emerge unscathed. Truly remarkable." Hearing this, Luo Yunj felt a mix of amusement and exasperation, uncertain of how to respond. "What nonsense is this? They have not witnessed my actions, yet are extolling my prowess. Alas, if this continues, my reputation will be irreparably tarnished." Luo Yunj felt an overwhelming anxiety in his heart. The several senior sisters beside him were momentarily taken aback upon hearing his words, rendered speechless. What semblance of an image did he possess? Could it be that what is being conveyed is the image of a slothful and ineffectual being? Younger brother, do pay attention. Your reputation has long since crumbled. Such thoughts crossed the minds of many as they cast peculiar glances towards Luo Yunj, leaving him speechless for quite some time. However, Luo Yunj soon became acutely aware of the awkwardness of his situation. After a brief moment of hesitation, he decisively slipped away, realizing that remaining there to be the object of their ridicule would only incite further irritation. Previously, Master Ji had observed the situation in the mist with keen interest and had developed a curiosity regarding Luo Yunji's capabilities. It was indeed surprising that he managed to emerge unscathed from such perilous circumstances. One must acknowledge that even in the realm of supremacy, it would be nearly impossible to kill without sustaining any injuries, even if one were to escape the relentless pursuit of the secret realm's rules. Some degree of harm would be inevitable. Yet, Luo Yunji's demeanor within that treacherous environment seemed undisturbed, as if nothing had altered in his daily life. Before long, a soft voice broke the silence. "Master Ji, have you discerned anything?" Upon hearing Su Qingyao's words, Master Ji found himself both amused and exasperated. After a moment of contemplation, he replied, "Indeed, I have come to realize that Luo Yunji harbors many secrets. It is no wonder he has been chosen as the heir of Butian Peak. However, given his indifferent and lazy disposition, one must question whether he can be relied upon in times of crisis concerning either Longhuan Blessed Land or Butian Peak." As he spoke, his gaze remained neutral, though it carried an underlying hint of concern. As Chapter 96 unfolds, Su Qingyao gazed thoughtfully in the direction Luo Yunji had departed. Despite her younger brother's carefree attitude and reluctance to involve himself in matters, she knew that when it concerned those he held dear, he would not remain passive. Contemplating this, she offered a faint smile and chose to remain silent. At that moment, a sudden uproar erupted around them, the cacophony of voices growing increasingly irksome. Master Ji cast a disapproving glance at the noisy crowd, his brow furrowing in displeasure. A mere icy look from him was enough to make the gathered individuals aware of his presence, causing a wave of unease to sweep through them. "Master Ji, where's our peak master?" The crowd, hearing his nonchalant tone, felt their anger flare. After all, as the leader of a peak, although his methods lacked reliability, it was certain that if a peak's master were to vanish, that peak would inevitably face decline. They glared at Master Ji in frustration, voicing their discontent. "Master Ji, Luo Yunji has slain our peak master, and you simply let him go? Without a peak master, how can our 8th peak hope to stand in Longhuan Blessed Land?" Their ire was not directed at the death of Qin Feng, but rather at the perceived injustice faced by the 8th peak. Master Ji found this somewhat amusing, a smirk of derision gracing his lips. It appeared that Longhuan Blessed Land required a thorough cleansing, as certain individuals had grown overly audacious. Nevertheless, Master Ji quickly regained his composure and spoke with a blank expression. Hearing this, the crowd hesitated, ultimately suppressing their myriad thoughts. Now was not the time to offend the master. They needed to allow him some time to react and address the situation. One individual stepped forward decisively, speaking cautiously. "Then let us take our leave, Master Ji." With that, he led the members of the 8th peak away. This speaker was not an inconsequential figure. His standing within the 8th peak was second only to the Qin Tian Pavilion. Should both their leaders depart, Qin Yuding would be the most likely candidate to ascend as the next leader of the 8th peak. With this thought, a cold smile crept onto Qin Yuding's lips, as he calculated his future prospects, envisioning a bright path ahead. However, Master Ji was no fool and clearly understood Qin Yuding's intentions. Watching him depart, a cold smile lingered at the corners of his mouth, and he resolved to rectify the prevailing atmosphere within Longhuan Blessed Land. Su Qingyao observed this scene with keen eyes, her expression growing solemn as she chose to say nothing further. Instead, she rose and departed, for she had more pressing matters to attend to. At that moment, her fellow disciples were all preoccupied with thoughts of Luo Yunji. After bidding farewell to Master Ji, they swiftly made their way to Luo Yunji's courtyard. However, upon arrival, they were met with disappointment, for Luo Yunji was nowhere to be found, prompting frowns of concern among them. The second senior sister, Li Yu, furrowed her brow, seemingly unprepared for this outcome. "If he wishes to be lazy, he must find a place away from us. Let us go. He is surely not here. Perhaps he has gone somewhere to avoid work." Upon hearing this, Su Qingyao considered the possibility, hesitating for a moment before expressionlessly stepping outside. "That was close. I truly understand my senior sisters. Once they leave, I can continue my slumber without a care in the world." Luo Yunji's inner thoughts suddenly emerged, causing Su Qingyao and Mu Qiluo to look around for his whereabouts. Upon noticing their momentary pause, Luo Yunj felt a pang of anxiety. Why have they stopped suddenly? Could it be that they have discovered me? That is impossible. My hiding spot is too concealed, and they would never think to look up into the trees. He reassured himself. However, just then, he saw Su Qingyao glance up at the tree above him, causing his heart to momentarily halt. Yet, Su Qingyao did not voice any words. Instead, she began to search for Luo Yunj's figure. Mu Qiluo replicated her actions, leaving Luo Yunj feeling somewhat helpless. Why had these two senior sisters suddenly paused? One might think he was right there in plain sight. Liu was the first to notice the unusual behavior of her companions and inquired, Xiao Qi, Xiao Jiu, what are you two doing? We should be searching for Yinge. Upon hearing her words, Mu Qiluo and Su Qingyao simultaneously shook their heads, choosing not to elaborate. In that instant, Su Qingyao spotted a familiar silhouette, though it was hidden high among the tree branches, unseen by others. A smile crept onto her lips as she dashed towards that direction without a second thought. What on earth is happening? Why is seventh senior sister suddenly flying up? Could it be that I have been discovered? That is absolutely impossible. These senior sisters would never think to look for me here. Just as this thought crossed his mind, he was startled by Su Qingyao's sudden appearance beside him, leaving him feeling utterly despondent. Su Qingyao's icy demeanor appeared somewhat cracked, suggesting she was not in a particularly good mood. Luo Yunj felt a wave of guilt wash over him and cautiously asked, Seventh senior sister, what brings you here? Upon hearing his question, Su Qingyao's expression remained neutral as she replied, You certainly have a talent for shirking responsibilities. If one were not to look closely, your presence would be nearly impossible to detect. Luo Yunj offered an awkward smile, choosing not to respond further, instead gazing at his seventh senior sister with hopeful eyes. Seventh senior sister, could you allow me to rest properly? After all, today's events have left me utterly exhausted. One might even think I am grievously injured. At this moment, he endeavored to convince Su Qingyao of his plight, his expression appearing pitiful, evoking a sense of discomfort in those who beheld him. As chapter 97 unfolds, Su Qingyao remained unmoved, resolutely bringing him down and turning to face the gathered disciples. This young man truly excelled at evading work. One might believe he had gone off to hide, yet he remained right within his courtyard. Seventh senior sister Su Qingyao displayed a rather peculiar expression, yet she felt a sense of relief for being able to hear Luo Yunj's thoughts. Without this ability, she would have been utterly oblivious to his whereabouts. Liu chuckled softly, but chose not to comment further, instead lifting him effortlessly. The thought crossed Luo Yunj's mind that second senior sister, who was always so gentle, must have been led astray by seventh senior sister. He cast a resentful glance in Su Qingyao's direction. She regarded him with a somewhat complicated expression and asked, Are you all right, young man? What does this have to do with me? At that moment, her expression was inscrutable, concealed beneath her icy facade, leaving Luo Yunj perplexed. Upon hearing her words, even Mu Qiluo's gaze towards Luo Yunj became somewhat strange, filled with inexplicable confusion. Shortly thereafter, Mu Qiluo chuckled and stood up to say, Junior brother, it would be wise for you to obey. After all, in cultivation, it's acceptable to occasionally take a break, but to be perpetually idle is rather inappropriate. Don't you think? Her tone carried a hint of veiled threat, albeit subtle, which Luo Yunj promptly discerned. He instinctively shrank back, attempting to evade Mu Qiluo's scrutiny. He sighed inwardly, realizing that he had indeed escaped from the jaws of tiger only to fall into the den of wolves, feeling utterly trapped. A barely perceptible smile graced Su Qingyao's lips, though no one noticed this fleeting moment. Even Mu Qiluo, standing nearby, harbored a hint of amusement. Senior sister, where are you taking me? Luo Yunj sighed and boldly inquired, seemingly seeking a precise answer from Liu, as following her so fervently left him feeling uncertain. After a brief hesitation, Liu finally let out a soft laugh and replied, I shall take you to a paradise beyond this world, a place you are sure to adore. This location was a hidden gem that Liu had discovered by chance and had yet to share with anyone else. Upon hearing this, Luo Yunj's heart brimmed with astonishment. It couldn't possibly be a place solely meant for cultivation, could it? Senior sister, what kind of place is it? Why haven't you mentioned it before? Mu Xian's eyes sparkled with excitement upon hearing Liu's words, and she rushed to stand before her, gazing eagerly. Liu was labia, slightly amused, yet speechless, refrained from elaborating and led her group to the paradise she had described. However, Upon their arrival, Luo Yunji's eyes widened in disbelief. Second senior sister's grandiosity was indeed overwhelming. They had arrived at a bamboo grove with a quaint pavilion. Under normal circumstances, such a bamboo pavilion would seem unremarkable, given that Luo Yunji had prepared a similar one for himself. Yet, upon reaching Li Yu's domain, he realized how woefully ignorant he had been. He sighed quietly, enviously eyeing the various spiritual herbs and extraordinary treasures scattered about. It was truly a collection of the world's rarest medicinal plants. Second senior sister, bringing us to such a place might incite envy. After all, not everyone possesses the ability to gather such treasures, Luo Yunji remarked softly. Upon hearing this, Li merely chuckled lightly, offering no further explanation. Meanwhile, Su Qingyao and the others were left speechless, gazing at their second senior sister with bewilderment. At that moment, Liu addressed the group, saying, "This is the pavilion. If you wish to fish or play with the little creatures, you may head west. There's a small pond there, which I have filled with delightful little animals that I believe you will enjoy." It must be said that Li Yu's arrangements were perfectly suited to Luo Yunji's taste. He relished such places that allowed him to laze about and evade responsibilities. Most importantly, this was the ideal setting for him to unwind. Li Yu found herself at a loss for words, caught between amusement and exasperation. Moments later, Luo Yunji vanished from their sight, and in the brief time that passed without him, he had completely disappeared. The others quickly sensed the change in atmosphere. Su Qingyao's expression darkened. Her junior brother was being utterly unreasonable. It was one thing to be lazy in everyday circumstances, but now, in such an opportune setting provided by his second senior sister, why was he not diligently cultivating? Seventh senior sister, why the stern face? Who has offended you? Mutual looked at Su Qingyao as countenance, and couldn't help but find it amusing. Surely, didn't expect their junior brother to continue cultivating indefinitely? As expected, Su Qingyao replied coolly, "It is indeed inappropriate for him to squander such a wonderful opportunity for cultivation and instead indulge in idleness." Mu Qiluo chuckled in response. Even Liu couldn't help but laugh, stepping closer to Su Qingyao and softly saying, "Do not fret. Our junior brother, as the heir of our Butian Feng lineage, is certainly aware of his responsibilities. He will find his balance." Indeed, Li Yu's rationality shone through. She did not view Luo Yunji's lack of cultivation as mere laziness, acknowledging that some individuals simply had different approaches to their practice. Had Luo Yunji been privy to Li Yu's thoughts, he would have been overwhelmed with gratitude, for no one had ever understood his inner musings or his unique approach to cultivation. As she spoke, it was uncertain whether the senior sisters would truly believe him. And even if he were to showcase his abilities, he feared he might still fall short. Observing her peers defending Luo Yunji, Su Qingyao felt a surge of frustration, remaining silent for a time. Just then, Luo Yunji returned, proudly presenting a small fish he had just caught, his excitement palpable. "Second senior sister, are you going to cook?" he asked, his eyes sparkling with anticipation, which softened Li Yu's heart. No one had ever looked forward to her cooking with such eagerness, leaving her with an indescribable feeling. Seeing this, Li Yu nodded, smiling gently as she replied, "Since the fish is already here, I shall certainly prepare a meal. Moreover, everything we need is at hand. We must not let it go to waste." Her words lit up the eyes of everyone present. Although the food might not be particularly delicious, even described as tasteless, it was still a rare treat they did not wish to miss. Chapter 98. The first of the 8th peak at this moment. Su Qingyao found herself at a loss for further words and let out a resigned sigh, ultimately deciding to remain silent. Soon, they heard her concede, "Well, since we are already at second senior sister's secret base, it would seem inappropriate to continue cultivating. Perhaps we should give him a break." However, despite her words, she still cast a disapproving glance towards Luo Yunji. How could such a promising junior brother be so lazy? This was utterly unforgivable to the perpetually busy Su Qingyao. Perhaps sensing Su Qingyao's displeasure, Luo Yunji soon returned with his latest catch. Not a fish this time, but a small rabbit. Upon seeing the fluffy little creature, the hearts of everyone present melted instantly, their eyes fixated on the adorable rabbit, their fondness unmistakable. "Senior sister, this little rabbit just hopped right into my arms. Won't you hold it?" Luo Yunji looked at Su Qingyao, his eyes filled with warmth, causing her cheeks to flush. After all, it was hard to resist the charm of a handsome young man with silvery hair presenting such affection. Yet at that moment, Luo Yunji's thoughts left Su Qingyao feeling both amused and exasperated. Seventh senior sister, please spare me from further antics. I'm already exhausted. If you were to grow angry and send me to a realm of rigorous training, that would be too terrifying, he silently prayed, hoping everything would unfold as he wished. Unbeknownst to her, all of Luo Yunji's thoughts had been overheard by Su Qingyao, who cast a discreet glance at her, her expression momentarily inscrutable. This gaze startled Luo Yunji, leaving her momentarily at a loss for words as she looked at her senior sister with a complex expression, silently praying once more. However, Su Qingyao then cradled a rabbit in her arms and decisively stated, "If you could cultivate, I believe I would be much happier." Upon hearing this, Luo Yunji's face instantly fell. Senior sister truly is as insufferable as ever, she inwardly grumbled, and this sentiment reached Su Qingyao's ears, who merely curled her lips into a faint, mocking smile, seemingly amused by the situation. Let him revel in his triumph for now. The future would unfold in due course. At that moment, a stranger barged in, observing the harmonious gathering of disciples with a somewhat unpleasant expression. It wasn't long before Su Qingyao coldly inquired, "Who are you? Why have you come here?" Having had little experience with disciples from other peaks, her face darkened upon encountering an unfamiliar figure in Li Yu's private domain. Had a member from the 8th peak been present, they would certainly have recognized this individual, Qin Yuding, the sole representative of the 8th peak who could be deemed a pillar of strength. "Greetings, sisters. I am Qin Yuding, the foremost disciple of the 8th peak," he proclaimed with an air of arrogance. The moment he declared himself the top disciple, the gathered sisters exchanged amused glances, clearly entertained by his audacity. It appeared that in the absence of true authority, he fancied himself a king among monkeys. Yet, to claim such a title as a mere respectful one, the 8th peak truly exhibited both arrogance and a lack of strength, leading one to question the true caliber of their sect. Just then, Li Yu emerged, her demeanor cold. Yet the aura of supremacy surrounding her was palpable. Being near a figure approaching quasi-imperial status was no trivial matter. Upon her arrival, the stranger felt an immediate constriction of breath, his face growing increasingly pale. Despite having heard of the prowess of the goddess of Muyu, witnessing it firsthand was overwhelming. Consequently, Qin Yuding found himself momentarily at a loss. Due to the 8th peak's abysmal weakness, or perhaps because they were considered mere outer disciples, he had naively assumed that the strength of other peaks was comparable to theirs. However, this encounter had thoroughly shattered his misconceptions, leaving him pale and visibly shaken. After a long pause, he finally regained his composure but regarded the others with an odd expression, remaining silent for an extended time. Such arrogance, to declare oneself the foremost of the 8th peak. Yet it is indeed rather pathetic, Su Qingyao interjected coldly, exhibiting no respect for Qin Yuding. His face fluctuated between shades of green and white, clearly distressed. The gathered sisters were indifferent to Qin Yuding's feelings, some even finding his presence bothersome. Had he been privy to their thoughts, he would surely have been rendered speechless. Luo Yunji's gaze fell upon Qin Yuding. Curiosity piqued by how he had come to this place. "How did you find your way here? What is your purpose?" Though often appearing laid back, he recognized this intrusion onto his territory and could not remain passive. Upon hearing Luo Yunji's inquiry, Qin Yuding's gaze swept over her, dismissing her as unworthy of conversation. After all, her strength was notoriously insufficient, having once been known as a mere mortal body within the realm of Longhuan Fudi. It was said that she had broken through to the Qi refinement realm at some unknown point, but to those like him, she was deemed utterly useless. With a derisive glance, he replied, "Luo Shensi, it was Ji Zhangjiao who instructed me to bring you all here, claiming that the goddesses and sons should visit the master." Qin Yuding's eyes flickered, concealing his true intentions, yet it was evident to discerning observers that he harbored ulterior motives. Nevertheless, they were undeterred, knowing that his strength posed no threat and that they had no need to guard against him. Li nodded, saying nothing further, and promptly led the group to seek Ji Zhangjiao. However, matters were not so straightforward. Upon their arrival, they discovered that Ji Zhangjiao was absent from his quarters, leaving them puzzled. Li furrowed her brow and turned to Qin Yuding, coldly asking, "Junior brother Qin, do you know where Ji Zhangjiao is?" At this question, Qin Yuding grew somewhat flustered, hastily bowing to the group, concealing his thoughts. They were not fools. His transparent reaction made it clear that he had deceived them, and that Ji Zhangjiao had not summoned them here. Li Yu's expression immediately darkened as she coldly demanded, "Qin Yuding, what do you mean by this? Ji Zhangjiao did not call us here?" Chapter 99. Deception under the pressure of Li Yu's formidable aura. Qin Yuding struggled to regain his composure, his face paling further. Yet he dared not linger, quickly nodding as he said, "Goddess Muyu, this matter is my fault. However, I had no other choice but to use this method to lure you all here." Regardless of Qin Yuding's explanations, the expressions of the others were far from pleasant. Their gazes toward him icy. Even Luo Yunj, who typically shunned involvement in trivial matters, appeared grave, although his strength posed no immediate threat. Being deceived in such a manner was undeniably disconcerting. Fortunately, Liu possessed a relatively good temperament. Upon hearing his words, her expression darkened, but she did not pursue the matter further. At that moment, she coldly asked, "Regardless of whether you deceived us, you must disclose your intentions now. It seems there is no point in delaying any longer." The next moment, Qin Yuding straightened his posture, his expression serious as he addressed Li Yu. "Senior Sister Li Yu, I aspire to become the master of the 8th peak." At this declaration, the gathered crowd exhibited expressions of disbelief. However, Luo Yunj could not help but laugh, incredulously asking, "Junior brother Qin, I fail to understand from where you derive the confidence to make such a claim. If you wish to become the master, you ought to approach the master himself, not seek out a senior sister." Luo Yunj's thoughts began to take shape. Could it be that this fellow hopes for the senior sister to advocate for his ascension to peak master? Upon hearing Luo Yunj's inner musings, Su Qingyao and Mu Chu merely nodded faintly, seemingly in agreement with her conjecture, which appeared reasonable in the present context. However, their reactions were almost imperceptible, and no one paid attention to them. After listening to Luo Yunj, Qin Yuding's countenance twisted in anger as he retorted, "Luo Shensi, perhaps you should refrain from making such grandiose statements, considering that my master was killed by you. In this context, it appears you lack the standing to speak." Hearing this, Luo Yunj's expression darkened, but he soon replied, his tone resolute, "I care not for your reactions. I can only tell you that the outcome he faced was a result of his own actions. Why dwell on it?" Upon hearing these words, Qin Yuding's expression slightly shifted, and within moments, he appeared exceedingly enraged. This rapid succession of emotional changes left the onlookers momentarily taken aback, yet when they turned their gaze back to Qin Yuding, it seemed as though they were merely spectators awaiting a performance. At that moment, Lu Yi unexpectedly approached. "Shu and Shibua, the sect leader has summoned you for a matter," she announced. Although she noticed Qin Yuding standing nearby, she chose to disregard him. As she spoke, Qin Yuding's countenance darkened. He had initially deceived them into coming, and it now appeared that he had inadvertently stumbled into a predicament. Li Yu cast a surprised glance at Lu Yi and gently inquired, "Where is the sect leader?" Without hesitation, Lu Yi replied, "At our Butian phone. I want to look for Shibua in Luo Shishu's room, but found no one, so I came out to search." The crowd, though taken aback, did not linger and proceeded directly toward Butian phone. However, Qin Yuding, trailing behind, wore a grim expression. After an indeterminate time, he reluctantly voiced his dissent. "No, we cannot leave like this. Otherwise, all my efforts will be in vain. Moreover, if the sect leader is at Butian phone, I might have a chance to persuade him." It must be said that Qin Yuding epitomized the quintessential modern-day mediocre man, oblivious to his own weaknesses. The group from Butian phone paid him no mind, treating him as if he were invisible. Qin Yuding felt a quiet relief. The fact that they did not expel him was already a stroke of fortune, and he resolved to follow them without further concern. The individuals from Butian phone noticed Qin Yuding's presence, but were indifferent to him, as long as he did not obstruct their affairs. Upon sensing the group's arrival, Ji Zhangjiao exhaled in relief and stepped forward to Li Yu, decisively stating, "Li Yu, you have arrived at an opportune moment. I require your counsel on a matter." Li Yu gazed at the sect leader in surprise and gently replied, "Sect leader, you flatter us. Please, state your concerns directly. We shall assist you to the best of our abilities." Ji Zhangjiao, unaware of the additional presence among the group, continued, "It is not a grave issue, but rather a matter concerning the diverse personnel at Longhuan Fudi. There are all sorts of individuals present. Do you have any suggestions for managing this?" Upon hearing this, Qin Yuding froze momentarily. To clear out individuals? It was likely that the 8th peak would be the first to face such scrutiny, a thought he was acutely aware of. We should establish assessments. Those who fail should be expelled. Not from Longhuan Fudi, but merely sent to the outer sect, as the inner sect is already saturated with talent. And we cannot risk having just anyone. Luo Yunj interjected, suggesting the simplest solution. Though he preferred to remain uninvolved, individuals like Qin Yuding, who lingered around them, were quite bothersome. Spending a day on evaluations to resolve such troublesome characters seemed worthwhile. Upon hearing this, Qin Yuding's expression darkened. He sensed that they intended to send the 8th peak to the outer sect. Sure enough, after Luo Yunj made a suggestion, the others turned their gazes toward Qin Yuding. It was only then that Ji Zhangjiao noticed someone who did not belong to Butian Peak. He furrowed his brow and impatiently asked, "Aren't you from the 8th peak? What are you doing here?" As soon as the words left his lips, Qin Yuding momentarily froze, hesitating and unsure how to respond. Casting a pleading look at the members of Butian Peak. Chapter 100. Rejection of the proposal. The group from Butian Peak disregarded Qin Yuding's thoughts, perceiving him merely as an extraneous presence. They appeared nonchalant as they regarded Ji Zhangjiao, demonstrating their indifference. Sensing the surrounding attitudes, Qin Yuding felt a surge of anger. Yet he recognized the validity of his situation and chose to remain silent for the time being. After what felt like an eternity, Qin Yuding finally spoke in a cool tone. "Ji Zhangjiao, I truly have matters to discuss, but I am uncertain if it is a convenient time for you." Upon hearing this, Ji Zhangjiao felt an instinctive sense of foreboding and furrowed his brow, stating flatly, "I am not available right now. Please wait until I have time to speak with you." Qin Yuding's expression darkened as he gazed at Ji Zhangjiao, his eyes clouded with discontent. Ji Zhangjiao, sensing the shift in mood, coldly retorted, "Leave now. No matter what you wish to discuss, I will not entertain it." Upon hearing these words, Qin Yuding was taken aback, unable to fathom that he had been entirely dismissed without having said anything. Those unaware of the situation might have believed he had already articulated his intentions. After a moment of hesitation, he found himself on the receiving end of Ji Zhangjiao's cold reprimand as the latter raised his hand toward him, offering no chance for a rebuttal. Nevertheless, Ji Zhangjiao moderated his strength. Even in action, he did not inflict harm. Qin Yuding was sent flying, akin to a kite caught in the wind, while the members of Butian Peak observed with bemusement, devoid of any sympathy. Yi Zhangjiao sighed, not wishing to resort to such extremes. However, given the implications of this individual on the 8th peak, he could not afford to be careless. The matter required resolution. But the presence of this person made it impossible for him to speak freely. At that moment, Luo Yunj glanced at Ji Zhangjiao, sensing he had words to share. However, Qin Yuding was far from giving up. He inhaled deeply and resolutely re-entered the conversation. The expressions of those around him turned peculiar, leaving them at a loss for words. Even Ji Zhangjiao appeared exasperated, seemingly surprised by the persistence of this individual. "What are you doing back here? Do you still not feel you have been punished enough?" Ji Zhangjiao inquired. Upon hearing this, Qin Yuding felt a flush of embarrassment, yet he steadfastly shook his head and solemnly declared, "Ji Zhangjiao, I wish to become the leader of the 8th peak. Given the current circumstances, I am indeed the foremost figure of the 8th peak. No one else is capable of bearing the title of leader." He spoke with unabashed audacity, completely oblivious to the incredulous stares he received from those around him, a fact he deliberately chose to ignore. Shortly thereafter, Ji Zhangjiao let out a cold laugh and remarked icily, "If you wish to ascend to that position, you must first assess whether you possess the requisite abilities. After all, you are merely the foremost figure of the 8th peak. Do you truly comprehend what the 8th peak represents?" Having finished his statement, Ji Zhangjiao prepared to dismiss him once more. However, Qin Yuding appeared visibly affected, his countenance darkening. He then sighed and stated, "In truth, I do not insist on becoming the leader of the 8th peak. However, Ji Zhangjiao, you must provide us with some assurance as members of the 8th peak. Otherwise, we shall be led to believe we have been abandoned." His last words carried a veneer of righteousness. Yet at this moment, everyone could see through Qin Yuding's ulterior motives. They snickered quietly, none of them choosing to respond. Ji Zhangjiao, his expression sour, retorted sharply, "If you persist in causing a disturbance here, do not blame me for invoking the house rules." At that point, even if you were the leader of the 8th peak, you would not escape the consequences. He had never realized the 8th peak contained such an irksome individual. If not for this incident, the issues plaguing the 8th peak would have remained concealed. Observing Ji Zhangjiao's resolute demeanor, Qin Yuding finally turned to leave. However, as he departed, a flash of resentment crossed his eyes, unnoticed by the others since he was turned away. Before long, Luo Yunj directed his gaze towards the departing Qin Yuding, a cold smile curling at the corners of his lips. Soon, he spoke. It appears that an intriguing spectacle is about to unfold. Luo Yunj had no intention of meddling in others' affairs, and after uttering these words, he fell silent, as though he had turned into a mere specter. At this moment, Ji Zhangjiao seemed devoid of any thoughts, hesitating for a moment before turning to leave. The development of Longhuan Fudi indeed required careful planning. As for the existence of the eighth peak, it should certainly be addressed externally. Although Ji Zhangjiao's thoughts remained unspoken, Su Qingyao and her companions were acutely aware of the implications of the situation. Finally leaving, there seems to be too much going on each day. I merely wish to rest and be lazy. Luo Yunj's inner thoughts echoed in Su Qingyao and Mu Qiluo's ears. Mu Qiluo's expression darkened, while Su Qingyao, standing beside her, exhibited a glimmer of anger in her eyes, almost losing control of her emotions. At that moment, Luo Yunj perceptibly sensed the atmosphere around him thickening. Su Qingyao's spiritual energy was overflowing, clearly indicating her inability to maintain her composure. A profound doubt arose within Luo Yunj's heart. Is seventh senior sister's strength somewhat unstable? Such uncontrolled spiritual energy is unacceptable. Luo Yunj's thoughts drew Su Qingyao's gaze towards him, rendering her momentarily speechless as she fixated on him. Why is seventh senior sister staring at me? Is there something on my face? Please, stop looking at me. Seventh senior sister, you'll be better off returning to your lotus platform to stabilize your realm with the Qishan technique. Luo Yunj felt a sense of helplessness, his thoughts unspoken. Unbeknownst to him, Su Qingyao had indeed absorbed his words. With a deep glance at Luo Yunj, she mused about the Qishan technique. Such a thing was indeed absent in Longhuan Fudi, and she would need to find an opportunity to inquire about it from her junior brother. However, the most pressing matter at hand was for Luo Yunj to recognize his own shortcomings. Persistent laziness would ultimately be detrimental. Chapter 101. Concerning the eighth peak, perhaps contemplating the gravity of the issue, Su Qingyao's expression suddenly turned serious. After a brief silence, she coldly inquired, Junior brother, what are your thoughts regarding the eighth peak? Su Qingyao narrowed her eyes, and her gaze upon Luo Yunj exuded an undeniable pressure. What does seventh senior sister mean by this? The eighth peak has nothing to do with me. Why the sudden inquiry? Luo Yunj's expression stiffened, his heart brimming with caution. Yet upon noticing Su Qingyao's demeanor, he was taken aback. In that moment, he had no choice but to heighten his vigilance. What thoughts could I possibly have? Setting aside the fact that I am but a useless individual, even if I weren't, matters concerning the eighth peak should not involve me. Luo Yunj forced a smile, but his words elicited only a slight nod from Su Qingyao, who offered no further response. At this moment, Liu observed Su Qingyao, beginning to grasp her intentions, and then thoughtfully regarded Luo Yunj. Since Su Qingyao had resolved to have Luo Yunj vindicate himself at this juncture while also incorporating the eighth peak into her fold, it was unlikely that Liu would voice any objections. However, the most important task at present was to ensure that Luo Yunj adapted swiftly to his surroundings and discerned his master-s intentions. At that moment, Su Qingyao furrowed her brow slightly, glancing towards Liu, and then curiously asked, Second senior sister, should we allow junior brother to undergo some training? Upon hearing this, Luo Yunj's expression changed dramatically, and he finally understood Su Qingyao's plan. Was this not an obvious attempt to place him in a predicament? Luo Yunj felt like crying without tears. Seventh senior sister is truly unreasonable. He cautiously glanced at Su Qingyao and then said, Seventh senior sister, please spare me. I am but a useless individual. Being a mere bystander suffices. Forcing me into the affairs of the eighth peak is simply unreasonable. Luo Yunj expressed his dissatisfaction. But at that moment, Liu interjected, Tomorrow, the Supreme Master will certainly require us to visit the eighth peak, and you must accompany us. It seems there will be no easy way to avoid the turmoil regarding the eighth peak. Liu remained quite rational. Upon hearing her words, Luo Yunj felt a wave of despair. It appeared that his days of idleness and laziness were becoming increasingly difficult. Observing Luo Yunj's demeanor, The others seemed disinclined to continue their excursion to that idyllic paradise. Thus, no one objected, and as the hour grew late, it would not be prudent to linger further. Subsequently, everyone took their leave, preferring to rest and prepare for their training rather than waste time. At this moment, Su Qingyao found herself intrigued by the Qishan technique that Luo Yunj had previously mentioned. It was implausible that her Tao heart was unstable. Yet if such a technique truly existed, it would undoubtedly enhance her strength. After a brief contemplation, she decided to let him rest well for the night and prepare for these matters the following day. Just then, Lu Yi arrived unexpectedly, leaving Luo Yunj feeling somewhat helpless. He looked at Lu Yi and asked, "Did you come here for something today, little disciple?" Lu Yi could clearly sense Luo Yunj's melancholy. Pausing momentarily before a smile broke on her lips as she replied, "Uncle Junior, I heard that we were going to the 8th peak tomorrow. May I accompany you?" Being a junior, Lu Yi was not typically permitted to partake in significant events. However, this time, she wished to join in the excitement. Luo Yunj found himself both amused and exasperated. It seemed that only he regarded this as a hassle, while others might think him ungrateful. Reflecting on this, Luo Yunj let out a resigned sigh. It was not that he was unwilling to train actively. Rather, his method of cultivation was to take a laid-back approach, a sentiment he could not voice to his senior sister. Anyone in his position would likely feel equally stifled. Yet, seeing the earnest determination in Lu Yi's eyes, he ultimately could not bring himself to refuse her. Thus, he decisively stated, "Very well, come to my courtyard tomorrow. If there are any updates, you shall not miss them. And you can join us then." Upon hearing this, Lu Yi's face lit up with joy, her spirits soaring. Observing her reaction, Luo Yunj felt a sense of relief. Saying nothing further, after seeing Lu Yi off, he found a quiet corner to retreat to, wishing to avoid interaction with anyone. As time passed gradually, it seemed not long before dawn broke on the following day. "System, sign in," Luo Yunj yawned and casually spoke. "Being sign-in successful. Congratulations, host, for receiving a scroll of the 100 beasts. Yesterday's idol rating is being tallied. Overall rating, level. Current rewards, none. Please continue to strive, host, and keep up the effort." The system's cold, emotionless voice echoed in his ears, leaving Luo Yunj feeling despondent. What was happening? How could there be no rewards? In shock, he voiced his bewilderment, evidently forgetting that he could communicate these thoughts through his mind. Yet, the system seemed unresponsive, as if it had never existed, leaving Luo Yunj at a loss. At that moment, he suddenly heard the system's devoid of emotion voice. In light of the host's dismal performance yesterday, coupled with an overt display of irresponsibility, rewards have been temporarily withheld. The host is encouraged to continue striving in preparation for an upgrade. Luo Yungu had just intended to engage in a theoretical discussion with the system when he was interrupted by the mechanical voice of the system. The system is currently undergoing an upgrade. The lying flat system is temporarily unavailable for the host service. Please wait. At this moment, Luo Yungu was truly taken aback. Not only was there no reward, but the system was upgrading at such a critical time. It seemed that the system had come solely to torment him. Luo Yungu felt like crying without tears. Yet in such circumstances, it seemed futile to give up. Chapter 102. System upgrade. A life where one cannot simply give up is nothing short of calamity for Luo Yungu. Before long, he heard a cacophony of voices outside, causing him to furrow his brows in displeasure. If it were merely his senior sisters causing a disturbance, he could endure it, as they were his seniors, and he had no means to resist them. However, the sounds were so chaotic that he could not discern who was responsible. But he was certain they were not individuals he recognized. With a stern expression, he stepped outside, determined to find out who dared to create chaos today. After all, there was no point in giving up today. Instead, he might as well establish some authority. In mere moments, Luo Yungu found himself at the entrance, where more than 20 individuals stood, each appearing fierce and menacing, though their strength seemed rather unimpressive. Narrowing his eyes, he regarded the group before him and coldly inquired, "What do you intend to do? Why are you causing a ruckus on my territory?" Upon hearing his words, the crowd burst into laughter, their gazes filled with disdain. At that moment, however, Luo Yungu spotted a familiar face. Wasn't it Qin Yuding, the disciple from the 8th peak who had caused trouble just yesterday? "Qin Yuding, have you brought people here to create chaos?" Luo Yungu remarked coldly, his face darkening, regarding Qin Yuding as one would a corpse. If someone were to observe, they would undoubtedly notice the murderous intent brewing within Luo Yungu towards Qin Yuding. Yet he found himself lacking a justification to act, as well as an opportunity to do so. As his words fell, he noticed Qin Yuding's gaze, which was now filled with malice. Casting aside any semblance of harmlessness and resembling that of a snake, an unsettling sight that provoked a sense of disgust in Luo Yungu. With an icy demeanor, Luo Yungu declared, "If you do not wish to find trouble, then leave voluntarily. I believe you are not welcome here." After uttering this, he attempted to close the door, but paused momentarily as he witnessed his seventh senior sister, Su Qingyao, gracefully descending from the sky, her demeanor exuding an otherworldly elegance. In an instant, Luo Yungu was rendered speechless, marveling at her exquisite appearance. Isn't seventh senior sister's attire simply too beautiful? If she were to grace the brothel, she would undoubtedly be the star attraction, surpassing even the renowned Shui Feng Lu's Guiyun. Luo Yungu thought to himself, completely unaware that his musings had reached Su Qinyao's ears. At that moment, Su Qinyao's expression shifted dramatically. Her gaze towards Luo Yungu filled with a murderous intent. To compare her to a courtesan was, indeed, somewhat excessive. However, since Luo Yungu had not voiced this thought aloud, had Su Qingyao brought it up herself, it would merely reflect her pettiness. Suppressing her rising anger, Su Qingyao coldly stated, "Luo Yungu, you come seeking trouble so early in the morning? If you enjoy it so much, perhaps I should personally deliver a problem to you?" In truth, Su Qingyao was well aware that it was not Luo Yungu who sought trouble. It was evident that Qin Yuding had come looking for trouble himself. Nevertheless, due to Luo Yunji's previous unsavory thoughts, Su Qingyao felt compelled to teach him a lesson. Upon hearing her words, Luo Yungu felt both amused and exasperated, momentarily at a loss for words. Seventh senior sister is right. Would it be possible for you to drive these individuals away? After all, I cannot afford to waste too much time on them. We have matters to attend to later, do we not? Luo Yungu had no desire to linger on these intruders. While he had initially wanted to resolve the situation himself, Su Qinyao's arrival instinctively made him want to withdraw. Upon hearing Luo Yunji's request, Su Qinyao's expression darkened, realizing that coming here had been a mistake. She then coldly replied, "You refuse to handle it yourself. Do you expect me to intervene? I have matters to attend to. Once you have resolved this situation, I can return to you." Luo Yunji's eyes widened in disbelief. Was seventh senior sister being unreasonable? Clearly, it would take very little effort for her to handle the situation, yet she insisted on placing the burden on him, which felt like sheer bullying. Undoubtedly, Luo Yunji's sentiments were not misplaced. Su Qingyao regarded him with an oddly intriguing gaze before stating, "I will be waiting for you at the main peak of Butian Peak. You have the time of an incense stick to resolve this matter, within half an hour. You must arrive at the main peak, or do not blame me for being unkind." With that, she cast a meaningful glance at Luo Yungu, a smirk of satisfaction playing on her lips. However, Luo Yungu was still lost in his thoughts and failed to notice Su Qinyao's reaction. Fixating his gaze on Qin Yuding, he found him increasingly intolerable and remarked coldly, "Qin Yuding, we have no grievances or enmities in the past or present. Is it not rather excessive for you to come here,